Odin's decision was clear. Yebi had to die. This mortal, who dared to entwine himself with Odin's bloodline through Hela, was an affront that could not be tolerated. His death was a necessity, a matter of principle for the Allfather. Odin's condition for Hela was simple yet cruel: to claim the throne of Asgard, she must kill Yebi. For Odin, it wasn't just about punishing Yebi. It was also a way to test Hela's loyalty, to see if she would bend to his will and repent for her past rebellion. If she agreed, it would prove her devotion to Asgard and her willingness to follow his command. Hela's ambition to become the king of the gods was a card Odin believed he could play to manipulate her. He was certain she would accept the condition, no matter the cost. After all, Odin knew his daughter too well, or so he thought. Standing nearby, Frigga watched silently as Odin outlined his plan. A pained smile crossed her face. She didn't share Odin's confidence. Frigga understood Hela's loneliness, the weight of her life spent in isolation and war. For once, Hela had found love, a real connection in Yebi. Why must Odin rip it away? Frigga sighed, reluctant to intervene in the matter. This was a conflict between father and daughter, but deep down, she feared the consequences of Odin's demand. Unaware of Odin's scheme, Hela lay in bed, her body exhausted yet content, glancing at Yebi with a mixture of frustration and affection. "You beast," she muttered playfully, her voice tinged with mock annoyance. "Do you have no mercy? My back is about to break." Despite her words, her eyes sparkled as she teased him. Yebi chuckled, leaning closer. "You're the one who said a goddess doesn't need rest. I'm just respecting your words." Hela swatted at him lightly, a rare smile gracing her lips. Yet, her expression soon turned serious. "My love, I need to tell you something," she said softly, sitting up and meeting his gaze. Yebi tilted his head, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "Go on," he said. Hela hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath. She had decided it was time to reveal the truth about her identity. "Yebi," she began, "I am Hela, the goddess of death from Asgard." Her voice was steady, but her eyes searched his face for any hint of shock or rejection. Yebi blinked, then broke into a grin. "I've always known my wife was a goddess," he said, feigning surprise. "But the goddess of death? That's so cool." Hela stared at him, momentarily stunned by his nonchalant reaction. "You knew." Yebi winked. "I had my suspicions." "You're not exactly subtle, my dear." Hela felt a mixture of relief and embarrassment, but she quickly realized the hardest part was yet to come. "There's more," she said, her voice quieter now. She recounted her past, her conquests, her rebellions, and the blood she had spilled in her quest for power. She didn't shy away from the darkness of her deeds, nor did she try to justify them. By the time she finished, her head hung low. She couldn't bring herself to meet Yebi's eyes, terrified of what she might see. Yebi listened in silence, his expression unreadable. When she finally dared to glance at him, she saw not judgment, but understanding. Gently, he pulled her into his arms. "You are my wife," he said firmly. "Whatever you've done in the past doesn't matter to me. You are Hela, and I love you for who you are now." Hela's eyes widened, tears threatening to spill. "You don't let me down, and I will never let you down," Yebi continued. "Even if the entire world stands against you, I will stand in front of you. Because I know you'd do the same for me." Hela clung to him, her fear melting away in the warmth of his embrace. For the first time in her life, she felt truly accepted, not as a goddess, not as a warrior, but simply as herself. In that moment, they were more than lovers. They were partners, bound by an unbreakable bond. The world might see them as gods or monsters, but to each other, they were home. As the old saying goes, "You are not worthy of me, nor am I worthy of you, but together we are everything." In the year Yebi met and fell in love with Hela, he never once asked her to do anything for him. Their relationship was built on mutual respect and unconditional love, free from the chains of obligation. Hela, too, never used Yebi's immense abilities for her own gain, despite the many ways he could have helped her. They were partners, equals who gave freely to one another without expectation. It was this foundation of love and trust that allowed Yebi to remain indifferent to the opinions of the outside world. Hela was everything he had ever dreamed of in a partner: strong, beautiful, and deeply devoted. She completed him in ways he hadn't thought possible. Although Hela had anticipated Yebi's reaction to her confession, the reality of his unwavering acceptance still moved her profoundly. For someone who had spent countless centuries immersed in war and solitude, the unconditional trust Yebi placed in her was a balm she hadn't realized her soul craved. "I believe you," Hela said softly, her emerald eyes shimmering with emotion. She didn't need to say more. Her gaze conveyed the depth of her feelings. At that moment, all the fears and doubts she had harbored melted away, like snow under the warmth of the sun. If not for the wild indulgence of the previous night leaving her body sore, Hela might have thrown herself into Yebi's arms. But instead, they remained in peaceful stillness, savoring the quiet intimacy of the moment. Hela's confession had gone exactly as Yebi had expected, an episode in their lives that only deepened their bond. Their routines didn't change much. Yebi continued to prepare meals for Hela and teased her relentlessly, delighting in her rare moments of shyness. Hela, for her part, still met Yebi's antics with a mix of helplessness and affection. But now, with her secrets laid bare, she occasionally turned the tables, teasing Yebi and basking in his flustered reactions. Their love flourished, growing richer and deeper with every passing day. Outside their sanctuary, however, the world was undergoing seismic changes. The events of Iron Man 2 unfolded, with Tony Stark attacked at a racing circuit and grappling with palladium poisoning that threatened his life. Though Yebi was aware of Tony's struggles, he chose not to intervene. Howard Stark had already laid the groundwork for his son's salvation, and Yebi understood that this crucible was essential for Tony's transformation into a true hero. Elsewhere, Captain America, the first superhero of the modern era, was thawed from his icy slumber. His return brought with it the discovery of the Tesseract, a relic containing the Space Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones. To Yebi, this marked the dawn of the Marvel Universe's superhero age. Events would soon unfold with breathtaking speed, heralding a new era of extraordinary beings and cosmic threats. Far across the galaxy, a familiar figure stirred. Thanos, the Mad Titan, began his quest to gather the Infinity Stones, setting the stage for an era of both grandeur and peril. Meanwhile, in the ethereal realm of illusion, Hela once again stood before Odin. Her expression was cold, her disdain for her father clear. "What do you want now?" she asked icily. "Looking to test where my next sword will pierce your body?" Odin remained unfazed by her hostility, his aged features unreadable. "What if I told you I would allow you to return to Asgard?" he said. Hela narrowed her eyes, her skepticism evident. "Have you finally lost your mind?" she retorted. Odin ignored her mockery. "I need a worthy heir," he said, his voice heavy with conviction. "Thor is not fit for the throne. You are the most capable candidate. Prove yourself, and I will consider granting you the throne. The past can be forgotten." Hela faltered for a moment, caught off guard by his words. Could this truly be Odin speaking? She had long dismissed Thor as an unworthy successor, an impulsive, muscle-headed fool with no grasp of the responsibilities of leadership. Compared to him, Hela was undoubtedly the superior choice. Odin noticed her hesitation and pressed on. "The test is simple," he said. "Kill the mortal who stands at your side. He has tainted the bloodline of Asgard. Do this, and the throne will be yours." The air grew heavy with tension. Odin's voice was calm, but his words carried an unmistakable edge. Hela's expression darkened. Gone was the calm facade she had maintained. The room grew cold, and her emerald eyes glinted with an intensity that made even Odin pause. "You dare to ask me to betray the one person who has ever truly loved me," she said, her voice trembling with restrained fury. "Do not mistake me for the daughter you can control." Odin frowned, sensing the raw, unbridled power in Hela's rising anger. The killing intent radiating from her was unlike anything he had felt before, a testament to the strength of her devotion. For the first time, Odin realized that his test might not unfold as he had anticipated. The tension between father and daughter reached its peak, their clash inevitable. And in that moment, Odin understood one thing: Hela's love for Yebi was a force even he might not be able to overcome.
Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below.
Odin didn't
Let's
understand why Hela had such a strong killing intent after listening to his conditions. In Odin's eyes, his condition is not excessive. Think about it, you only need to kill a mortal to become a god king. For the obsessive Hela, what a bargain. Unfortunately, what Odin doesn't know is how much Yebi weighs in Hela's heart today. Odin, do you know? In my long and dark life, he was the only light that came in. I can give up everything for him, even the 9 realms god king. Hela's aura was full, and the former goddess of death had returned. That terrible divine power, even Odin has a sense of oppression. What makes Odin even more incredible is Hela's importance to Yebi. The only light? Just that mortal? Although Odin was a little owed and disappointed with Hela, he was really jealous at the moment. Damn, he was a father and his daughter was regarded as an enemy. On the contrary, a damn mortal occupies all of the daughter's heart. For the first time, he felt a sense of frustration, a feeling of losing. But more, it's still killing intent on Yebi. This damn mortal not only stained the blood of the Odinson family, but also stained Hela's heart. Before Odin could make any comments, Hela went on to say, "I aspire to be the god king of the 9 realms. That is the position I deserve. But I will not bow to you, I will use my ability to take back what should belong to me. Hela's meaning is very obvious, she aspires to become the God King of the 9 realms, using her own means and rebellion. This is already a declaration of war, the second declaration of war. At this moment, Odin completely gave up on Hela. The child has completely lost his feelings for him, and has become Asgard's biggest problem. You will regret this, Odin said coldly, and then ended this illusion. Hela doesn't care, the real decisive battle is never in the illusion. Asgard, she is bound to go back and regain everything she has lost. Rebellion, this is the fine tradition of the Oddingsson family, and Hela has also inherited this perfectly. In fact, Odin's position as the king of gods itself is not correct. Few people know that Odin also has 2 brothers, an older brother, and a younger brother. And at the beginning, Odin was not the first heir to the throne of God, his elder brother was. It's just Odin's potential that makes the position of the king of gods suspense. Then, the bloody battle for the throne began. Son kills father, younger brother kills brother. Odin's elder brother killed Odin's father, which means that the previous God King usurped the position of the God King. Then, Odin killed his elder brother and snatched the throne of the King of Gods. Compared with what Odin did, Hela can only be regarded as a basic operation. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. After returning to reality again, Hela saw Yebi standing in front of her. I'm fine, Hela said to Yebi's concerned eyes. Then, Hela thought of the conversation with Odin before, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. It's funny to expect her to kill Yebi in order to be the King of Gods. Hela would rather kill Odin and never get involved in the position of the King of Gods, and it is impossible for Yebi to attack Yebi. But when it comes to the position of the King of Gods, Hela does have plans to return to Asgard. Odin's seat of the king has been sitting long enough, it's time to change. Thinking of this, Hela and Yebi shared their thoughts. Now that she is in front of Yebi, she doesn't have to hide herself anymore, she can speak out her thoughts. After hearing Hela's plan to return to Asgard, Yebi nodded and did not refuse. It just so happened that he also had an account, and he had to settle it with Odin. Yebi has a bad temper. Anyone who strikes at him is his enemy and will face his counterattack. Odin is no exception. It is impossible for Yebi to let him go after showing his murderous intent to Yebi. It's also time to settle accounts with Odin. The 2 couples hit it off and decided to go to Asgard and ask Odin for an account. As for the position of the King of God, Hela is bound to win. She believes that after so long dormant, she has the strength to challenge Odin. In fact, Hela, who can smash Thor's hammer with his bare hands, is absolutely capable of posing a great threat to Odin. Odin is very strong, but Hela is not weak either. By the way, if you are the King of Gods, then what am I? Suddenly, Yebi thought of a question and asked Hela. Anyway, Yebi has no idea about the position of the King of Gods, and he is not interested in being a leader. But since then, his position is a bit awkward. The lover of the King of Gods? After Hela heard Yebi's words, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. My dear, you are my queen, Hela said with a smirk. Thor felt unlucky. After he came to the earth, he had a happy time. Only recently, he received a message from Asgard, asking him to return to Asgard immediately. The most important thing is that all he did on earth was seen by Odin. This also means that Odin is looking for him to settle accounts. For his father, Thor respected and feared. But it doesn't matter, Thor has been beaten up since childhood. Fighting and fighting, Thor is used to it. Besides, didn't he cause a catastrophe? Didn't he just make waves? Wouldn't you be too angry if you want to come to Odin? With this idea, Thor bid farewell to his girlfriend Jane Fox and a group of Avengers friends. Then contact Heimdall directly and ask him to open the Rainbow Bridge. Soon, Heimdall lowered the Rainbow Bridge and successfully took Thor back to Asgard. Only soon, Thor realized the seriousness of the matter. Odin was not only angry at what he did on Earth, but also disappointed. Disappointed that his son is such a nasty critic. Odin, who does not have a qualified heir, is very melancholy and feels that Asgard's future is worrying. Even Frigga, the kind mother who has always loved Thor very much, looked at Thor at this time. There was a hatred of iron and steel. Frigga has never doubted Thor's excellence. In fact, Thor is indeed a good boy. He is brave, strong, and full of integrity. Thor is a good man, but he is not a good heir to the king. He is too simple. Even if Thor can have a third of Loki's belly black, Frigga and Odin can be satisfied. In fact, Thor does grow in the future. Thor in Thor 3 has transformed into a qualified king. But unfortunately, the price of this transformation is too great. Both parents died, their homes were destroyed, and the people of Asgard were massacred. The growth established in the tragedy, one can imagine how painful Thor will be in the future. But now that there is one more Yebi, Thor's future has many more variables. It may not be as painful as in the original book, or it may be even more gloomy. Father, did I do something wrong again? At this time, Thor, who didn't know that his life was about to be tragic, looked at Odin carefully and asked. Odin sighed, closed his eyes and adjusted his mentality before looking at Thor again. Your matter, I will settle accounts with you later. As for now, you go to gather the troops, the enemy is coming. Odin said to Thor that the enemy he was talking about was naturally Hela. Since the end of the previous fantasy, Odin knew that Hela would definitely return to Asgard. And it won't be too late, and will definitely take advantage of him while he is still alive. Because compared to the position of the King of Gods, Odin knew that Hela cared more about revenge. That's why he called Thor back, just to welcome the coming Hela. As for Thor, I can only expect him to grow in the future. Asgard, once extremely glorious, is now facing a major crisis. I have to say, who has God spared? When Asgard was preparing for a big battle, Yebi took Hela to Kamatosh. That's right, it's here to find the Supreme Master. Guyi was not surprised by the arrival of Yebi and his wife. She was always so calm and unhurried, with a masterful attitude. Two distinguished guests, I don't know why you are looking for me. The ancient pair Yebi still respects it. After all, Yebi has saved the earth before. Although she is the only one who knows this. Mage, I know that you have a high level of knowledge in space magic, and I really want to ask you for a favor this time. I hope you open a passage to Asgard, it's troublesome. Yebi said to Guyi. Although Yebi's impression of Guyi is not good, he must have an attitude of asking for help. And Guyi had to say that this is a true unsung hero and deserves to be respected. From any point of view, it is difficult for you to find the black spots of the ancient master. Asgard? Are you going to war? Gu glanced at Hela who was aside, and guessed Hela's identity. Of course, I guessed the purpose of Hela and Yebi. This is for Odin, the king of Asgard. In fact, this is also normal. Asgard's previous rebellion was also understood by the Supreme Mage. After all, Hela was sealed on the earth back then. In addition, Yebi went to trouble Odin, and Guyi was not surprised. Odin had found her before, hoping to erase this mortal. It was just that Guyi refused, and only promised that Odin would teach this mortal some lessons. But in fact, Guyi just wanted to trap Yebi and make Yebi owe her a favor. As for the enemy of Yebi, Guyi hasn't gone crazy yet. Don't worry about this matter, the ancient master, it has nothing to do with the earth. Chapter 54, Coming, Asgard. 5th, Gaikia support on shelves. Hela also stood up at this time and said to Guyi, the best way to get to Asgard from the earth is of course through the Rainbow Bridge. But Asgard obviously wouldn't teleport the two of them there, so he had to find another way. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. For example, it is a good idea to ask the Supreme Master for help. Well, as you wish. Guyi did not refuse and agreed to send Yebi and Hela to Asgard. As for whether this will pit Odin, Guyi doesn't care. Because Guyi knew that Odin, like himself, would die, ending their era. In front of Yebi and his wife, Guyi stretched his hand and opened a huge portal. On the other side of the portal is the Rainbow Bridge in Asgard. As long as they cross this portal, Yebi and Hela can reach Asgard. This ability is indeed very convenient. If you are interested, you can come to learn at any time. The promises I made to you are valid at all times. Seeing Yebi's thoughts, Guyi smiled and said to Yebi, this in itself is also Guyi's plan. Even if Yebi can't be a member of Kamatosh, at least he has to forge a good relationship. Yebi is a strong person, it is better to be a friend than an enemy. If I have the opportunity, I will come to ask for advice. Yebi also nodded and said, but in my mind, if I had a chance, I would really come to learn. Or to take the space gem, that is also very convenient. Moreover, the space gem is stronger, easier to use, and can be teleported farther. Maybe one day in the future, you can collect 6 infinite gems for fun. Of course, those are things for the future. Yebi and Hela didn't hesitate, they stepped directly into the teleporters and entered the territory of Asgard. Odin, you damn it! On the Rainbow Bridge, Thor was waiting. Because in front of him, a portal is opening. Before long, 2 figures crossed the teleporters and stepped onto the Rainbow Bridge. Yebi, why are you? Thor, who had originally thought it would be an enemy, asked in surprise as he watched the two coming out of the portal. Because it is Yebi and Hela who came out of the portal, you dare to believe. Don't forget, Yebi knew Thor at a party hosted by Tony Stark. Yebi still knew Hela's true identity from Thor's mouth. So when he saw Thor, Yebi was also a little surprised. Logically speaking, shouldn't my brother-in-law be on the earth? You know, Hela is also a little strange, why Yebi actually knows this naive person. It seems to be a friend, this naive IQ is not contagious, right? It seems to remind Yebi not to play with fools. I've met once, I'm a friend. Yebi didn't explain much, because soon he was no longer a friend. But it is likely to become Thor's murderous enemy. At this time, Hela no longer suppressed herself. After returning to the familiar land of Asgard, Hela felt that she had endless power again. As long as she stands on this piece of land, she will continuously improve her strength with energy. In front of everyone, Hela pulled up her long dark green hair and pinned it over her head. Then a strangely shaped crown appeared on Hela's head. Even Hela's dress has changed from a decent black dress to a set of black armor. Hela loves black for 10 minutes. And this is what Hela really looks like, and it's also a side that Yebi has never seen before. The real Asgard, the goddess of death. Feeling the tremendous pressure radiating from Hela, Thor's heart also became dignified. At this moment, he guessed Hela's identity. His unmasked sister is now Asgard's greatest enemy, a rebel who intends to rebel and usurp the throne. Where is Odin? Why doesn't he come out? Is it possible that he is scared? After returning to a familiar place, Hela also restored her original character. She is a very arrogant god, domineering and do not explain. Only when facing Yebi will she show her little daughter's posture. In front of other people, she has always been aggressive. Hela, who has fully demonstrated the aura of the goddess of death, puts a lot of pressure on Thor, even bigger than when facing Odin. It's not that Hela is better than Odin, but Odin will not release his murderous intent like this. Yes, Thor is certain that Hela wants to kill herself and has this determination. But even though Thor's personality is a little bit awkward, he has no courage to say. He was a fearless warrior, and he never thought of backing down in front of the enemy. Now that Hela was determined to be his enemy, Thor no longer hesitated. He directly threw Mjolnir in his hand and smashed it towards Hela. Thor is very skillful at throwing a hammer and hitting a person. In the past, this trick always worked well. Unfortunately, what Thor doesn't know now is that his opponent is someone who can play hammers better than him. Hela sneered at the corner of Hela's mouth when he faced Thor's hammer flying with terrible destructive power. When Thor's hammer was about to hit herself, Hela stretched out her left hand and firmly grasped the flying Thor's hammer. Seeing Thor's hammer struggling in Hela's palm, Thor's eyes widened in disbelief. To be honest, Thor had never imagined this scene anyway. He knew that he was unlikely to be Hela's opponent, but he was also confident that he would not be too far behind. Whatever it is, you can also fight a few times. But the current scene gave him a huge shock. The Thor's hammer he threw out was actually caught. You know, Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, is an artifact that Odin ordered the dwarves to build. Among them is the blessing of Odin's power, which is not too far behind Gungnir, the gun of eternity. Looking for Chang's opponent, let alone holding Thor's hammer like Hela, it's hard to even shake it. Even a big guy like Hulk can't shake Thor's hammer any bit. Those who cannot get the approval of Thor's hammer can't afford it at all. But Hela broke this common sense. With Hela's character, she definitely cannot be recognized by Thor's hammer, and she is not the American team. The current scene can only illustrate one point, that is, Hela completely relied on her own strength to suppress the supernatural power left by Odin inside Thor's hammer. This is impossible. Thor blurted out after thinking of this possibility. It was hard for him to believe that his sister, who had never met before, could actually have the strength to rival Odin. Thor feels the deepest about Odin's strength. That is the current God King that he is far from able to shake. After hearing Thor's words, a trace of contempt flashed in Hela's eyes. Thor's performance, to be honest, disappointed her a bit. I don't know how Odin taught him. He is so strong now that he is such a big person. Sure enough, Odin is really old. Little cute, you don't even know what is possible. Facing Thor's disbelief, Hela said coldly. Then the 5 slender, white fingers pressed hard, and she was about to smash Thor's hammer. Hela is naturally no stranger to Thor's hammer, because in the early days, this hammer was a weapon in her hand. But Hela is different from Thor. She has always been the goddess of death, not the goddess of the hammer. In the final analysis, Thor's hammer, Mjolnir, was just a weapon in Hela's eyes. She has never relied on Thor's hammer, and the reputation she has gained is entirely due to her own strength. Thor is different. Although Mjolnir is his help, it has also become his shackles. Excessive reliance on the power of Mjolnir is the source of Thor's delay in awakening his divine power. Under Thor's desperate eyes, Hela's fingers closed, and fine lines visible to the naked eye appeared on Thor's hammer. This artifact, carefully forged by Odin, is at risk of being destroyed for the first time after experiencing a long battle and gaining a great reputation. Hela didn't show mercy, and the power in his left hand was still increasing. With her physical strength alone, she was enough to destroy this artifact. The fact is also true. As Hela's strength continues to increase, Mjolnir's cracks are constantly increasing and expanding. Finally, with a cry of grief, a large group of lightning was released from Mjolnir. Then Mjolnir shattered and turned into a pile of scrap iron and fell under Hela's feet. The only thing that is intact is probably the handle of Thor's hammer. After doing all this, Hela looked at Thor with a cruel look, very satisfied with the despair and disbelief on the other's face. You called Thor? I think you are still called the god of hammer. Hela said mercilessly. At this moment, the posture of the great demon king was fully revealed. Yebi was behind Hela and looked at this scene with a strange look. Hey, he really saw this Hela for the first time. Domineering, cold, powerful and confident. Worthy of being the goddess of death, worthy of being my wife. As for what Hela did, Yebi didn't really dislike it. This is also normal, first of all because Hela is her own wife, and everything she does is right. Yebi himself is not a moral person. In addition, after learning about Hela's past, Yebi truly felt that Hela would have no problem doing anything excessive to Asgard. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. The reason for this is really because Odin and Asgard are too improper. No one is born a villain, and it takes a reason to do evil. Hela couldn't get to this point for no reason, Odin must be responsible in it. It can only be said that Odin and Asgard took the blame for today's evil results, and they belong to paying off debts for their past actions. I can't blame anyone. Besides, Yebi has not experienced everything Hela has experienced, so he is not qualified to criticize Hela's behavior. Guys who persuade others to be kind without understanding the situation are really disgusting. Going back to Hela, after crushing Mjolnir, Hela was not as stunned as Thor. Instead, he walked slowly towards Thor. With his hands spread out, 2 swords of the night sky appeared in Hela's hands. She wants to teach Thor, this stupid brother, what is cruelty in the world. Thor also quickly adjusted his mood. Although he had no confidence in his heart, he did not flinch. After roaring to embolden himself, Thor fisted and rushed towards Hela. He is Thor of Asgard, a fearless warrior. However, before he came to Hela, the 2 swords of the night sky in Hela's hand flew out. At an extremely fast speed, it directly pierced Thor's thigh and left shoulder. In front of the demon king Hela, Thor, who has just experienced Thor 1, is immature like a child. However, even though his body was severely injured, Thor still gritted his teeth and resisted the pain without shouting. His will is indeed commendable, but it is a pity that he can't change the situation under his strength. Hela came to Thor almost step by step, and every step put a lot of pressure on Thor. But Thor didn't sit still. Before and after Hela came, he gritted his teeth and used his uninjured right hand, clenched his fist and smashed towards Hela. However, his attack was directly grasped by Hela. His right hand was as if clamped by steel clamps, unable to move. I'm a little disappointed by your weakness. When I was your age, I was much stronger than you are now. Odin hasn't forced you to slaughter on the battlefield before, right? Then you are really pitiful. Hela controlled Thor's right arm with disdain, while blacking Odin in front of Thor. Thor was also a little frightened after hearing Hela's words. Being forced to slaughter opponents on the battlefield, is this the past of Hela? Before Thor could understand the problem, Hela squeezed his right arm and twisted it violently. A series of penetrating bones collided, and Thor's right hand was directly abolished by Hela. What? This time, Thor could no longer suppress the pain and screamed directly. He was interrupted by Hela in the middle of the journey, because Hela had already smashed his head on the Rainbow Bridge. When I was very young, I was forced to learn how to fight and wander between life and death every day. You should be thankful that I let you avoid this hellish life. But this is also your sorrow. 2 easy days have created a weak you. As if to vent part of the hatred against Odin on Thor first, Hela couldn't do it hard. Thor was beaten directly, lying on the ground without the strength to struggle. It's just that in Thor's mind, he keeps thinking about what Hela said. For the first time in his life, his worship of his father Odin was shaken. He realized that perhaps his father, Odin, was not the wise and loving king in his mind. The existence of Hela is the best evidence. In fact, it was precisely because of his failure in Hela that Odin changed his strategy of training Thor. Otherwise, if you put the experiences Hela has suffered on Thor, his situation will not be much better than Hela. No one is naturally accustomed to killing. Hela was also a white paper from the very beginning, and was dyed black by Odin step by step. When the faith in Thor's heart began to waver, Hela didn't stop thinking of ravaging him. Grasping the collar of Thor's battle armor, Hela directly pulled Thor up and smashed it hard on the Rainbow Bridge. At this moment, a big sword flew from a distance and was about to slash Hela's body. Hela reacted and stretched out his hand to hit the big sword directly, before looking at the person who came. Heimdall was rushing from the Rainbow Bridge with a group of Asgard soldiers. Seeing this scene, Hela did not continue to beat Thor severely, but kicked him aside, and then walked towards Heimdall's and others. Hela at this moment perfectly interprets what is called a villain. The aura suppresses everyone. What Hela didn't notice was that Thor, who had been beaten with vague will, flashed a few purple thunders in his hollow eyes. The power that was lurking in Thor, which truly belonged to him, began to recover. In the original plot, Thor awakened his true power after being beaten by Hela. Then there was a macho man who fell from the sky in Avengers 3 holding a storm battle axe. Besides Hela, the Asgardian fighters led by Heimdall quickly fought with Hela. Just relying on these people is not enough for Hela to fight. Almost every action, Hela can harvest a life. Accuracy and elegance are the best interpretation of Hela, as if you are appreciating the art of killing. Soon, those Asgard warriors died, and everyone had a sword of the night sky stuck in their bodies. Only Heimdall was struggling to support under Hela's attack. In the absence of Odin, Asgard did not threaten Hela at all. Heimdall, long time no see, you are still alive. While constantly attacking Heimdall's vital points, Hela spoke to Heimdall. As the old man who followed Odin, Heimdall knew Hela. He also clearly understood that he couldn't compete with Hela with his own strength. Facing Hela's words, Heimdall didn't dare to answer distractedly, because he would die if he was not careful. Compared with Hela's monster-level existence, his weakness is pitiful. Now Heimdall's only hope is for Odin to come soon, otherwise he will really die. Just when Hela almost wandered Heimdall to desperation, Asgard's strongest finally arrived. Stop it, Hela. The old voice is not loud, but everyone can hear it. As if these words sounded from everyone's heart. Hela stopped her movements after hearing this, and cast her gaze to the other side of the Rainbow Bridge, where Odin is holding Gungnir, the gun of eternity, and looks at Hela angrily. Beside Odin, Frigga also looked at her, with an inexplicable sadness in her eyes. It's time to settle the bill. Hela let go of Heimdall, who could be killed at any time, and walked towards Odin again holding the 2 swords of the night sky. This time we met, but it was completely different from the previous illusion. This time, it is to be divided into life and death. Yebi also saw the real Odin for the first time, and to be honest, he didn't seem to be very eye-catching. Odin is now very old and looks very old, even his back is slightly curved. At a glance, it is no different from an ordinary old man on Earth. But such a shameless person is the undisputed overlord of the 9 realms, God King Odin. While Yebi was looking at Odin, Odin was also looking at him. After recognizing that Yebi was the mortal who had humiliated himself, Odin's only one eye flashed a bitter killing intent. If you want to say who Odin hates most, it is definitely Yebi. Not only slept with his own daughter, but also slapped himself. This kind of shame, if Yebi's body is not broken into pieces, Odin can't swallow this breath at all. What even Odin didn't expect was that Yebi dared to come to the door. Is it really a bully to be a god king? It can be said that even if Yebi just stood behind Hela and did nothing, it was enough to attract Odin's hatred. He is definitely the person with the highest hatred in the field. Yebi didn't expect that he would have this high hatred if he didn't do anything. But it doesn't matter. He followed Hela today, and he himself came to Odin to settle the accounts. For Odin, Yebi didn't have any hostility at first, and of course he didn't have any good feelings. It's just that Odin was about to put himself to death because of his relationship with Hela. This offends Yebi's inverse scales. Coupled with Odin's superior judgment posture before, Yebi hated Odin to the extreme. For such a arrogant guy who still has murderous intent on himself, it is naturally impossible for Yebi not to retaliate. The killer is always killed, this is fair. So this time in Asgard, Yebi wanted to protect Hela from accidents, but actually planned to solve the threat of Odin. So when Odin appeared, Yebi had already planned to take action and unscrewed the old guy's head. But there is someone who moves faster than Yebi, and that is Hela. As for who wants Odin to die more, it is definitely Hela. The hatred between the two is different from Yebi. It was not forged all at once. It was the result of Odin's betrayal over the long years. If Yebi still had the slightest possibility of reconciling with Odin, there would be no such possibility between Hela and Odin. In a word, in Hela's view, Odin must die. Hela, holding two swords of the night sky, rushed towards Odin at a very fast speed. The dark and huge death power filled Hela's body at this moment. After all, Odin is not a weak person like Thor and Heimdall, and Hela also knows this. So when facing Odin, Hela wouldn't be big enough, but she would go all out. Even his own divine power has been displayed. When he beat Thor before, he didn't pay much attention to it. Odin watched as he rushed towards him. His eyes were full of 25 Hela who was intent on killing him, and his heart felt a little pain. Regret it? Maybe. But now regret is useless. Odin knows that even if he admits wrong now, Hela can't forgive himself. Moreover, as the pride of the king of gods, he would not allow him to bow his head and admit his mistakes. Therefore, Odin held the gun of eternity in his hand, and greeted Hela who rushed over. At this moment, Odin was still a little old, and his posture was faster than Hela. Holding Gangnil in his hand, he stabbed Hela fiercely. Between the father and daughter, a battle of life and death broke out for the second time. Many people have an illusion that Odin's strength is average. But if you have carefully understood Odin's record, you will never say that. Conquer the 9 realms, let the other gods of the 9 realms bow their heads and admit to being ruled by Asgard. Defeat Surtel at the peak and put the eternal fire into his own treasure trove. On an expedition to the universe, Odin at the peak of the universe was overwhelmed by the civilization of most of the universe. The most important thing is that Odin killed the celestial group. Long ago, the celestial group had planned to use the 9 realms as a testing ground, but Odin finally resisted. At that time, Odin, wearing the destroyer armor and holding the gunner, fought against the ancient gods. In the end, Odin was seriously injured and several ancient gods died. This battle also completely established Odin's position, and the 9 realms also got rid of the fate of being used as a testing ground by the celestial group. It can be said that Odin was able to have the prestige that he is now, and he relied on himself. He is definitely the most powerful god king in Asgard's history. Even if it is better than Hela, it doesn't take the slightest advantage when facing Odin. It didn't take long for Hela to fight. Her combat experience accumulated on the battlefield seemed a little immature in front of Odin. The reason for this is that Odin has experienced more battles than Hela. Once again, Odin waved the gunner in his hand and shot Hela away. That powerful force can definitely penetrate the mountains at will. But Hela was not weak, and an attack of this level couldn't hurt her at all. Realizing that he and Odin couldn't get a good deal in close combat, Hela also changed his strategy. In the next moment, a deep and dark divine power was released from Hela's body. This is the power of death, and even the space is distorted wherever he goes. What followed was a huge world revealed by Hela. The kingdom of the dead, the kingdom of death. In the kingdom of the god of death, the dead souls of countless creatures are wailing. Strange monsters composed of various lives are struggling to crawl, as if to climb out of the kingdom of death and enter Asgard. Odin was finally solemn at this moment, facing Hela who was going all out. He also had to take it seriously. Looking at Hela, who had summoned all his kingdom of God, Odin raised the gunner in his hand. A huge divine power, at this moment, gathered towards Gangnil. Then, aiming at Hela and the kingdom of death behind her, he threw it directly. Gungnir, the eternal gun carrying a lot of Odin's supernatural power, seemed to turn into a meteor at this moment. With a long tail flame, with a light that pierced the sky, he rushed towards Hela. The shooting star gun that must be hit is another name for Gungnir, the gun of eternity. The eternal gun, which does not stain the target's blood and will never stop, is also the killer in Odin's hands. Slash in one blow. Hela solemnly looked at the meteor flying towards him, the huge death power gathered in the sword of night sky in her hand. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. When the divine power had gathered to a certain level, Hela yelled, and then the sword of the night sky in his hand was severely cut down at the flying meteor. The black divine power turned into a huge arc of light, exuding an aura that disturbed all lives, and hit the flying shooting star. With a boom, there was a loud noise. Let most of the weak Asgardians cover their ears for fear of being deafened. At the same time, the shockwave caused by the impact of meteor and arc of light also spread at this moment. The river under the Rainbow Bridge was engulfed by the shock wave and turned into a huge wave thousands of meters high, rushing towards Asgard. On the Earth, just the aftermath of the fight between Hela and Odin is enough to trigger a catastrophic disaster. But this is Asgard. Those 1,000-meter-high huge waves were blocked by an invisible and transparent barrier when they were about to hit the city-state of Asgard. This is Asgard's protective measure, and it is also the famous Wall of Asgard in mythology. This is so, the movement caused by this impact still stunned all onlookers. Many Asgardians who have never seen Odin take action, for the first time understand what a strong one is. Thor lay on the ground, watching this scene from the sidelines, his heart full of bitterness. He realized that the gap between himself and Hela was much larger than he showed. When Hela beat him violently before, he basically didn't take it seriously, and still pressed him to the ground. Perhaps every younger brother will inevitably be beaten up by his sister. However, compared with others, Yebi is more concerned about the specific circumstances of this collision. In the end, Hela won, or Odin won. Soon, the result appeared in front of everyone. Hela was directly knocked out by this collision and fell behind Yebi. Hela's breath has also become a lot weaker, and it is obvious that he has suffered a big loss in this match. As for Odin, he stands high in the sky, overlooking Yebi and Hela below. This time, the result of Odin and Hela's match was no different from before. Odin can seal Hela once, and naturally he can seal Hela a second time. In terms of hard power, the current Hela is not yet Odin's opponent. After seeing this scene, the Asgardians breathed a sigh of relief, and then cheered for their god king. With such a powerful god king, Asgardians are naturally proud. At the same time, Odin turned his gaze to Yebi after repelling Hela. Although Yebi is still immortal to Odin, he is not a simple mortal. So this time, Odin didn't have a big deal, but really regarded Yebi as an opponent. At the same time, Yebi's intent to kill was stronger than that of Hela. Asgard's authority cannot be challenged. Those who disrespect the king of God, die. Odin said coldly, as if he was pronouncing the sentence, pronouncing Yebi's death. At the same time, Odin lifted Gangnil again, pointing the tip of the gun at Yebi below. Gangnir, the eternally inevitable spear, turned into a meteor to pierce the enemy and penetrate his heart. Unlike the previous fight against Hela, Odin is obviously more serious this time. Even directly liberated Gangnil's real name, and strived to kill with one blow. This time, not only Odin's huge divine power gathered in Gungnir, but the land of Asgard under his feet responded to Gungnir's real name liberation at this moment. Infinite power rises from the earth and turns into countless gorgeous aurora, which merges into Gangnir. This shot is countless times more terrifying than the previous meteor. The ancient celestial god group that year died under Odin's trick. There is no doubt that the power of this trick absolutely surpassed the level of Heavenly Father and reached another realm. The attack hasn't fallen yet. Yebi has a horrible feeling of being stared at. However, Yebi didn't intend to retreat, and was ready to face the difficulties and confront the real name liberation of the Gungnir. At this moment, Hela appeared in front of Yebi. The attitude is self-evident, she wants to block this deadly gun for Yebi. Hela knows that Yebi is very strong, but it is not clear how strong it is. So in the face of Odin's real name liberation, Hela stood in front of Yebi unhesitatingly. Her attitude was self-evident, she wanted to protect Yebi. In fact, Hela didn't have the confidence to block this shot in her heart, but behind her, she was the one she loved the most. After understanding Hela's intentions, Yebi was very relieved. It is really a lucky thing to have this wife who is willing to stand in front of him regardless of the consequences. However, this time, Yebi is determined to come by himself. Odin was clearly directed at him, and he was absolutely impossible to back down. So Yebi slowly passed Hela, leaving only one sentence, "Wife, leave it to me." Yebi feels that a man cannot always stand behind his wife, especially in this case. Die. Odin naturally saw things between Yebi and Hela. When he saw Hela stand in front of Yebi without hesitation, while Odin was angry, he was inexplicably relieved. Hela finally learned how to guard. However, the killing intent on Yebi has become stronger. After seeing Yebi cross Hela, Odin no longer hesitated and dropped the Gungnir after the liberation of his real name. Gungnir, the sharp gun, has completely turned into a light at this time, carrying the power of destroying the world and coming towards Yebi. No one doubts whether this blow can kill Yebi, except Hela. Looking at Yebi's back, Hela felt inexplicably relieved. The feeling that someone can stand in front of you and protect you from wind and rain is really good. As for Yebi, after taking a deep breath, he made a fist with his right hand and lifted it slowly. Cunjin. Yebi spit out the words, and Gungnir, the sharp gun, has arrived with the aurora. Open heaven. When the gunner was about to penetrate Yebi's heart, Yebi slammed his fist and blasted directly on the tip of the gunner. In an instant, the sky's aurora collapsed, and countless colors burst. Gungnir, the sharp gun that shot countless enemies, couldn't get in under Yebi's domineering power. Even more frightening is that from the tip of the gun, countless fine cracks began to spread along the gun body. Known as the eternal sharp gun, at this moment was defeated by greater power. Then, every inch cracked. More than that, the remaining power of Yebi's punch also smashed the wall of Asgard, which was said to never fall. Even the atmosphere above Asgard was separated by a straight line. The sea below was also divided into two halves under Yebi's punch. The power of a punch is terrifying. Directly coomed a central point for Asgard. Quiet, deadly quiet. Everyone looked at Yebi's slender figure blankly, speechless. It is hard for the Asgardians to imagine that such a terrifying power burst out of such an ordinary body. Odin also stared at Yebi in a daze, no more arrogance he had before. Even he has not been able to react so far, and there is a sense of confusion in his heart. Who am I? Where am I? What should I do? The three ultimate questions of this life came to Odin's mind. Don't talk about him, even Hela is looking at Yebi silly at this moment. It's hard to believe that the man who punched the sky just now is actually his husband. Although Hela knew Yebi's strength was very strong, she never expected it to be so terribly strong. This is really unbelievable. Seeing the effect he made, Yebi nodded. This is the reason why he took back his strength. Otherwise, if he punched it down, the whole Asgard might be gone. Even so, he directly defeated Odin. Odin's ridiculous pride was crushed to pieces at this moment. Looking at the fragments of the gunshot shattered by Yebi's fist, Odin's eyes were dull, and he fell straight from the air. It's impossible, it's an eternal sharp gun, how can it? Even if the fact has happened, Odin still can't accept it. He couldn't believe how could the eternal sharp gun Gungana be crushed by anyone? Moreover, Yebi, who he hated most and wanted to kill the most, was crushed to pieces. Not to mention Odin, even the Asgardians behind him are full of despair at the moment. Even the God King Odin failed, and even the eternal sharp spear was smashed. Who else can stop that man? Could it be said that Asgard, which has been in the universe for countless years, will be destroyed today? No one can answer this question, because no one will say the answer. At this moment, all Asgardians have only deep despair and anxiety in their hearts. As for Yebi, he is naturally not ignorant, he knows the damage he has caused himself. When Odin was shocked and unable to fall, he slowly walked towards Odin. This terrible old man, he has to unscrew his neck for whatever he says today. How dare you not agree to your marriage with Hela? Who gave you the courage? Hela, I am married, it is useless if Oaa comes, I said. But at this moment, Hela hurried up and stopped Yebi. Let me come. Hela looked at Yebi and said pleadingly. The meaning is obvious, Odin's life, she will personally take it. Yebi thought for a while and nodded. Fair enough. Moreover, this in itself is the enmity between Hela and Odin, and it is most appropriate to let their father and daughter resolve it. Hela only smiled after seeing Yebi agree, then stepped in the steps of the great devil, walking towards Odin with the sword of the night sky in his hand. As if he hadn't seen her, Odin still stared blankly at the smashed eternal spear. He has not been able to end the reality until now, and it is difficult to admit that he failed in the end. Because Yebi's punch not only smashed the Gunjanir, but also opened the sky, and at the same time smashed his arrogance. Odin, who has traversed the universe for millions of years, was stepped on with pride for the first time. It is normal that it is difficult to accept this blow, so that he didn't even notice Hela, the goddess of death, who was slowly approaching. However, just as Hela walked towards Odin, Queen Frigga stood up and stood in front of Hela. Child, it's enough. Frigga begged at the moment, looking at Hela. Although she is very angry with Odin's many practices, Odin is the husband who has been with him for so long after all. How is it possible that you let Phrygia watch Odin die? However, Hela looked firm and shook her head. She couldn't let Odin go, just as Odin wouldn't let her go. So even if Phrygia intercedes, Hela will not change her mind. Get out of the way, don't think I dare not kill you. Hela said coldly, looking at Phrygia who was still in front of her. It is undeniable that Frigga was kind to her, but so what? In the end, didn't she watch her being trained by Odin to become what she is now? If Phrygia at the time could stand up to stop Odin and reach out to hold her when she slipped into the abyss, would all of this still happen today? Sometimes, looking at the evil and not stopping it is a kind of evil in itself. I beg you, let your father go. He is at fault, but you can't kill him, you will be infamy. Frigga was still unwilling to give in, but opened her arms to block Hela's face. She couldn't just watch her daughter killing her father happen in front of her. So no matter what, she wanted to stop Hela's movements. This is for Odin and Hela. If Hela really kills Odin, she will have the reputation of killing her father in the future. However, even if Phrygia intercedes, Hela's eyes are still firm. The murderous heart has already started and can't be held back. For the last time, get out of the way, or I will kill you together. Hela said coldly, looking at Phrygia who was still stubbornly blocking her. This sentence is her last patience. Frigga shook her head, tears streaming down her face and didn't care, but she still refused to take a step back. At this time, Odin also recovered and saw Phrygia standing in front of Hela. A wry smile appeared on Odin's face. Frigga, please get out of the way, it's my business and her. Odin got up from the ground, and then said wearily. Frigga turned her head and saw Odin's firm eyes. As long ago, she would not listen to her opinions at all. Frigga wanted to say something, but Odin had no patience. A direct divine power wrapped Frigga and prevented her from continuing to stand in front of Hela. Hela didn't hesitate, and walked over Phrygia towards Odin. In the end, he stopped in front of Odin. I won. Hela said to Odin, not doing it right away. Odin nodded, a trace of unwillingness appeared on his face. Certainly unwilling, who would have thought that he would lose in the hands of a mortal? Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. However, it doesn't make sense to think about it now. You really look like me, even what you do is exactly the same. Odin suddenly said to Hela, no longer had the previous hatred in his eyes, but with a trace of relief. As for the image he said, it naturally refers to rebellion and the killing of kings. Isn't what Hela is doing now exactly the same as what Odin did back then? The difference is that Hela kills his father and Odin kills his brother. You cultivated me, and you made me what I am now. If you want to blame, you can only blame yourself. Suddenly Hela did not rush to kill Odin. Odin without the sharp spear is like a tiger without minions, it is impossible to be her opponent. So Hela was only willing to chat with Odin at this time. If possible, Hela wants to hear Odin say that he regrets it. Yeah, I don't regret that I did it, because I got a satisfied heir. Do you know? When I saw you standing in front of that mortal, I knew you were my best heir. The king can't just kill, but also learn to protect the people of the country. You finally understand this truth. Odin smiled relieved and said slowly. He did do a lot of sorry for Hela, and there are many things he can't forgive himself now. But at this moment, looking at Hela standing in front of him, Odin suddenly felt that the results were not bad. If Asgard is led by Hela in the future, he can rest assured. What's the use of these? I will still kill you. Hela's killing intent will not be shaken by Odin's words, it is useless at all. All in all, Odin must die today. Odin also knows his end, plus his own time limit is approaching, so there is actually nothing to regret. Come on, kid, kill me, you will be the new king of Asgard from now on. The God King recognized by Odin. Odin did not resist, instead he completely handed over his position of God King to Hela. Some people may not understand Odin's intention to do this, but Phrygia understands it. Odin is making atonement and repaying what he did to Hela before. But hatred has nothing to do with the position of the King of Gods. Hela has the ability to become the King of Gods and can make Asgard better. Odin is confident about this. This is also the reason Odin handed over his throne to Hela. He wanted to find a qualified king for his Asgard. Hela also understands this truth, but this is not a reason to forgive Odin. After listening to Odin's words, Hela lifted the night sky sword in his hand, preparing to pierce Odin's heart. At this moment, a figure full of thunder flew from behind. Stop, come at me if you have anything, come kill me. The person who came was Thor, and from his appearance, he had already awakened his true potential. When he saw Hela was about to kill Odin, Thor couldn't help but jump out to stop him. Because of Thor, Hela's movements did stop for a while. Odin opened his eyes again and looked at Thor who was coming. My child, I am proud of your bravery, but you shouldn't have come to stop it. This is my own fault and I should pay it back myself. In addition, I hope you can forget this hatred, take care of your mother, and live happily. Odin said to Thor, not paying attention to his own life and death. He was completely relieved. Then, he looked at Phrygia again. After I die, you will help Hela well. Your relationship with her has always been good. By the way, take care of Thor and don't let him do stupid things. When everything was explained, Odin had no worries, closed his eyes and waited for death. Hela did not hesitate, and clenched the sword of the night sky in her hand, piercing Odin's chest neatly. As Odin said, he must pay for his past. Even if Odin finally repented, Hela could not forgive him. It's just that after finally killing Odin, Hela couldn't be happy anyhow, instead he felt a kind of hollowness. At this time, Thor couldn't help it anymore. He was about to rush towards Hela with the thunder and lightning in his entire body. Frigga also broke free from Odin's imprisonment on her with divine power, and then stopped Thor who was rushing. Thor, get out. Looking at Thor, whose face was full of sadness and hatred, Phrygia said loudly. Then Phrygia turned and looked at Hela. This is his own choice, and I won't blame you. I just hope that you will eventually become a great god king as he said. Odin is dead, Phrygia is very sad, anyone can see it. But it really didn't mean to resent Hela, because it was all about paying off debts. After all, Odin paid the price for what he did. But he also cultivated an heir stronger than himself. Hela said nothing, did not say anything, just came to Yebi and grabbed Yebi's hand. Originally, Hela thought that after she became the king of God, she would be very excited. But at this moment, she only felt empty in her heart. That's the confusion of not knowing what to do after the goal is achieved. Yebi didn't say much about this, just hugged Hela for comfort. Soon, Frigga also woke up from grief, and then used her divine power to speak to all the Asgardians. From today, Hela will become the new king of Asgard. She is the blood of the Orthodox Odinson family, the heir appointed by Odin, and the king of all of us. Afterwards, Frigga came to Hela, grabbed Hela's hand, and walked slowly in the direction of Asgard. As for Odin, Thor hugged and followed behind. As Hela walked slowly, the Asgardians were restless. They couldn't believe that such an enemy of Asgard was about to become their new god king. However, the Queen Frigga personally acknowledged Hela's status, that's what the Queen said. As for the fact that Hela is of the blood of the Odinson family, the Asgardians are also dubious. But there should be no fakes, otherwise it would be impossible for Phrygia to admit Hela's status. So, they have a new king? Many Asgardians are hesitating. After all, the battle between Hela and Odin before is still vivid. However, watching Hela and Frigga walking slowly, some people have already recognized Hela's identity. Can't the Queen Phrygia deceive them? Soon, there was the first person to kneel for Hela. And after someone takes the lead, there are more and more such people. They, get it, used their own way to recognize Hela's identity and recognize that they will become Hela's people in the future. Seeing this scene, a smile finally appeared on the corner of Hela's mouth. All this is exactly what she has always dreamed of. The God King of Asgard, this is what should belong to her. But now, the dream has finally come true. Holding the hand of Queen Frigga, Hela walked towards the people of Asgard. Under the adoration of countless people, Hela was crowned king. Although the process had twists and turns, the final outcome was good. Hela finally finished what she had always wanted to do and successfully wore the crown. Since then, she is no longer the goddess of death Hela, but the god king Hela. The day after he announced his enthronement and accepted the Asgardian worship, Hela found Yebi and took Yebi to a place. This is Odin's treasure house, which contains many treasures that Odin has collected over the years. Take you to meet some people, Hela said to Yebi, and then pulled Yebi into the treasure house. Along the way, Yebi was an eye-opener and saw many treasures, such as infinite gloves, although they are imitations. For example, the spear used by the ancient heroes of Asgard is still shining with cold light. It's like an eternal flame. When passing by the eternal fire, Hela reached for a handful of fire and walked toward the depths again. When he came to an empty floor, Hela stopped ran. Then summoned the sword of the night sky, transformed it into the form of a hammer, and smashed it down. A deep hole appeared in front of the two. Go down and take a look, Hela said to Yebi, and then holding Yebi's hand, the two entered the cave together. Yebi and Hela finally landed after not knowing how long they had fallen at the entrance of the dark and deep cave. With the help of the eternal fire burning in Hela's hands, Yebi can see where they are now. This is a huge cemetery, where countless bones are buried. The most conspicuous is the corpse of a giant wolf. Hela stepped forward and looked at the giant wolf full of weapons, her eyes reminiscent. Once upon a time, the giant wolf Fenrir was her only trusted partner. In the rebellion where she was sealed, the giant wolf Fenrir was also killed by the Asgardians. Fortunately, everything can be redeemed, and she also has Yebi. After another glance at the corpses of other soldiers who followed him in the north and south, Hela came to the center of this necropolis. Then he raised the hand that was igniting the eternal fire and patted it directly on the ground. In the next moment, a circle of fire continued to expand with Hela as the center, and soon spread to the audience. The warriors who had already died recovered one after another at this time, swaying in a queue and standing in front of Hela. The giant wolf Fenrir also burned with a dark green light, and quickly climbed up from the ground. After shaking his body a few times and throwing away all his weapons, the giant wolf Fenrir saw Hela. Then, Fenrir, the scary wolf, approached Hela like a puppy. But at this moment, the giant wolf Fenrir found Yebi standing aside. Fenrir, the wolf, was very alert to people he had never seen before. He grinned directly at Yebi, and let out a threatening growl. Plap, Hela slapped Fenrir's head unceremoniously. You be honest with me. Hela cursed at the giant wolf Fenrir, and dared to grin at the old lady's man, and sooner or later would stew you. After being hit, the giant wolf Fenrir also restrained his fierceness, making a low whimper in his mouth. Yebi didn't take it to heart. Instead, he felt that the giant wolf Fenrir was pretty handsome, and if he were to be a mount, he would definitely pull the wind. As for Hela, after awakening these former partners, she did not stay in this necropolis for a long time. Today, she is taking the time to revive her former partner, but in fact she is still very busy. As the latest king of God, Hela has to deal with too many things. As for Yebi, there is nothing to do, but as a tourist in Asgard, let's take a look at the scenery. When Hela is finished, it will not be too late for the two of them. While Hela was busy gathering power and establishing her own authority, the rest of the 9 realms is not peaceful at all. The Earth is okay. The Earth doesn't know anything about Asgard at all, and it doesn't even have the concept of the 9 realms. But in the other worlds in the 9 realms, it's not so peaceful anymore. In Warnerheim, Niold of the Warner Protoss is listening to the report. Odin is dead. Is this news confirmed? Niold frowned and confirmed to the men in front of him. Great King, I am quite sure of the authenticity of this news. There are many people in Asgard who have targeted this scene. Odin is really dead. Hela, the despicable goddess of death, killed her father Odin and sought power to usurp the throne, which is a heinous crime. The men kneeling in front of Niold quickly assured him. As for what is despicable and shameless, it is naturally an artistic process. As a matter of fact, the people of Asgard have accepted Hela becoming the king of God, and they are naturally dissatisfied with Hela's killing of Odin, but with Phrygia's support and explanation, it can barely be considered stable. And Asgard has always respected the strong. As long as you are strong, you will be loved by others. To put it bluntly, Asgard is a place full of violent blood. Okay, good death, Odin, you have today too. After confirming the authenticity of the news, Niold stood up excitedly, and then yelled. Killed well, Hela did the right thing. Odin, this guy, should have died long ago. This is Niold's true thoughts, and it is also the true thoughts of most of the gods in the 9 realms. Odin, too strong. While Odin was still alive, the other gods of the 9 realms had to bow their heads and worship, otherwise they would be beaten. It's great now, the old fellow Odin is finally dead. Those of them who had been suppressed by Odin for a lifetime, finally turned over. The order goes on, the whole army is ready, let's avenge the Odin king. Niold quickly calmed his mood, and then ordered his men. As for revenge, of course it is impossible. As for the things that Odin did before, who is fool enough to avenge him? I just saw the opportunity and planned to make some profit. Niold had planned everything, and then he would overthrow Hela's kingship in the name of revenge for Odin. Then let the young Thor become the new god king, and he is responsible for assisting him. To put it bluntly, I just want to use Thor as the puppet god king, so that I can become the true lord of the 9 realms. As for the success of this plan, Nild has full confidence. He can't beat Odin. Is it possible that he can't even Odin's daughter? And he didn't plan to go by himself, but instead called more helpers to go with him. Read more at hotmatilnovel.xyz. With his status as the king of the Warner Protoss, are you afraid that you won't find a helper? Njord, who had made up his mind in his mind, thought happily, as if he had already seen the picture of himself becoming the Lord of the Nine Realms. In the Nine Realms, there are actually two Protoss that are the strongest. One is the Asa Protoss of Asgard, headed by Odin. The other is the Warner Protoss of Warnerheim, headed by Njord. Neither of the two great Protoss accepted each other, and countless wars broke out between each other. Until Odin turned out to be born, he became the Asa Protoss chasing the Warner Protoss. In the end, the Warner Protoss bowed their heads and recognized the identity of the God King of the Nine Realms of Odin, and they regarded themselves as ministers. But hatred is not so easy to be forgotten. Now when Odin, the Warner Protoss naturally wants revenge, so as to wash away the humiliation. Hela didn't know that her position as the King of God hadn't been secured yet, and a new challenger was about to come. In a dark area of the universe, a huge fleet is docking here. In the largest main ship, a tall purple sweet potato essence was listening to the report of his ebony throat. Great Father, we have already found out that Odin, the God King of the Nine Realms, is dead. Although the face of the ebony throat is ugly, but his words and deeds are very elegant, giving people a noble feeling. As for why it is called the father of Thanos, it is because Thanos is their adoptive father. The 5 obsidian generals are actually the godsons of Thanos. Really? Are you sure? It's not a fake news. After hearing the report of Ebony Maw, Thanos turned around and confirmed to Ebony Maw. The huge body casts a large shadow, giving people a huge sense of oppression. When facing Thanos, even Ebony Maw was a little panicked. But soon, he nodded. Yes, it is clear that Odin is really dead. After listening to the words of Ebony Maw, Thanos nodded, but his inner excitement did not show. How long? The old guy finally died. God knows Thanos longs for Odin to die soon. In a very early time, Thanos had hit the attention of infinite gems. After learning that the space gem among the infinite gems was in a place called the Earth, Thanos couldn't help but want to take this gem back. Unfortunately, the young Thanos met Odin and was educated. That is, Thanos did not go to the Earth in person at the beginning, otherwise he would have died long ago. Those fleets sent to the Earth were shattered by Odin before they got close to the solar system and turned into countless space junk. It is still floating outside the orbit, KFTA, of the solar system. If Thanos was there, the consequences would not be better there. Since that incident, Thanos knew that he wanted to collect all the infinite gems, and Odin was a hurdle that he couldn't get around. You can't fight, you can only wait. Finally, after waiting for some years, Odin finally waited to die. The excited Thanos could not wait to drive the spaceship to the Earth immediately and take the infinite gems. However, Thanos quickly resisted his thoughts and had to do it step by step. After suffering a reckless loss, Thanos was much smarter. Even the collection of infinite gems has been well planned in detail. It only takes one step at a time, and Thanos believes that he will succeed in the end. Because of him, destiny is added. Ebony Maw, you go to Nidavellir and meet those dwarves, so that they can start forging infinite gloves. Thanos told Ebony Maw that forging the infinite gloves was the first step in Thanos' plan. If there is no infinity glove, even if he collects 6 infinity gems, it will be useless. Yes, I will do it now. After Ebony Throat took the order, he quickly walked down. For everything that Thanos orders, Ebony Maw will strive to do perfect, and this time is no exception. After the Ebony Throat disappeared, Thanos showed a smile. Although his big mouth is a bit scary, Thanos is indeed in a good mood now. With the destiny added, Thanos believes that he can finally accomplish his goal and become the one who saves the entire universe. Hela is not clear about the storm that is about to rain. She is taking over the rites of Asgard while preparing for Odin's funeral. After all, Odin is the god king of the previous generation, and there must be enough cards for the funeral. Although Odin was killed by her, Asgard itself has this rebellious gene. Didn't Odin come here like this? And with Phrygia supporting her behind her back, who would dare to say nothing? Of course, private criticism is definitely indispensable. After all, the reputation of father killing is indeed not good. There is no way, Odin is sure to kill her, and based on Odin's previous deeds, there is no reason to let Odin go. As for those criticisms, let them go. After thousands of years, who will remember this incident? Time is the perfect way to bury the truth. In addition, Hela has also been constantly promoting the achievements he has done for Asgard during this period. It is undeniable that Hela really contributed to Asgard. Hela's contribution is absolutely indispensable for Asgard's current prosperity. It's just that the achievements of Hela in the past have been erased by Odin. Hela naturally wants the Asgardians to remember her work again, which is also a means to buy people's hearts. In fact, most of the people of Asgard don't care who their god king is. As long as their god king is surnamed Odinson and is strong enough, it will be fine. For this reason, Asgard has not many voices dissatisfied with her now. But at this moment, Hela got a bad news. Nild, the god king of Warnerheim, unexpectedly summoned some secluded gods, intending to overthrow her tyrant. To put it simply, those guys looked at Odin as dead and planned to make trouble. If possible, Hela does not want to initiate a war. After all, now is the time for the transfer of power. However, if someone took the initiative to send it to the door, that was another matter. If she can perform well in the face of those enemies, she is likely to get a lot of people's hearts. Nothing can consolidate the king's authority more than winning a war. Thinking of this, Hela sneered at the corner of her mouth. Those who want to take advantage of this opportunity to make trouble, as long as you dare to come, don't even want to run. Soon, it was the day when Odin was buried. Under the auspices of Phrygia, Odin's body was placed in a flower boat, intending to float along the river and into the sea. This is the tradition of Asgard, and Frigga did the same in Thor 2 when he died. However, just when Odin's body was going down the river, a group of uninvited guests suddenly visited. Niold took the lead, brought a large army of Warner Protoss, and the helpers he had found, and went directly to the land of Asgard. And he was not polite at all, and directly released his coercion, which was obviously unkind to the person who came. Where is Hela, the one who kills the father and seizes the emperor, be punishable? Niold was the first to speak, and the loud voice spread throughout Asgard. His words also immediately aroused the resentment of the people of Asgard. Who is this person? He was so arrogant as soon as he came, directly asking the new king of Asgard to die. No matter what Hela has done, it is also an internal matter of the Asa Protoss. Is it your turn to be an outsider to talk about it? Moreover, these people like Niold were really too arrogant, and they broke into Asgard's land without even saying hello. In the past, the Asgardians were arrogant. When is it your turn for the Warner Protoss? At this moment, Frigga walked out of the crowd and looked at Niold, who was extremely arrogant. Frigga naturally knew Niold, not only because of her status as a queen, but also because she herself was from Warnerheim. Frigga, although the queen of Asgard, was born in Warnerheim, a member of the Warner Protoss. In fact, Frigga and Odin belonged to a political marriage in essence. That was when the Asa Protoss and the Warner Protoss were still at war. The cruel war made the two Protoss feel very tired, and both of the Protoss hoped to end this meaningless war. And the best way to end the war is undoubtedly to become in-laws. As a result, Frigga became Odin's wife, and the war between the Asa Protoss and the Warner Protoss ended. However, Frigga has a deep feeling in his political marriage with Odin. So much so that by now, Phrygia had completely regarded herself as the queen of the Asa Protoss rather than a member of the Warner Protoss. So in the face of the menacing Niold, Phrygia's expression was very angry. The God King of the Warner Protoss, you must explain clearly the purpose of your coming to Asgard. At the same time, you have to apologize for your rude words. When Phrygia was by Odin's side, she always felt very kind. But in fact, she is also a man of authority. Just like now, when defending Asgard's face, she took the initiative to stand up and confront Niold without showing weakness. Odin's death is a regret in Phrygia's heart, but Phrygia also knows that this is Odin's own choice. Besides, even if Hela does too much, it is also an internal matter in Asgard. It is up to you outsiders to point out. Niold obviously didn't expect Phrygia to stand up and scold him. This is completely different from what he expected. According to common sense, shouldn't Phrygia ask for his help and use his power to overthrow Hela's filial daughter who seeks to usurp the throne? Moreover, Odin was obviously killed by Hela himself. Why did Phrygia still support Hela to become the king of God? Obviously, Niold, who didn't fully understand the whole thing, was a bit at a loss about the current situation. However, this was not enough to shake his determination this time. Since Frigga didn't cooperate, he had no choice but to insist. Odin is dead anyway, who else can stop him in Asgard now? Odin is the God King of the Nine Realms, the Great Lord of the Nine Realms, and my best brother. I can't accept that my best brother will die in the hands of his daughter. This is a great treason. So I have to do something for my brother Odin. I want to avenge him. Hela needs to pay for what she did. Niold said that I had a good relationship with Odin, and I just came to avenge Odin, which made Phrygia more angry. Who? He and Odin are good brothers. When Odin was still alive, would you dare to say this? Others don't know, don't you know yet? What is the end of Odin's brother? Don't you have any points in your heart? Yes, Phrygia has already seen it. After Odin's death, Niold finally couldn't restrain his ambitions, and wanted to challenge the supremacy of the Asa Protoss. This is also normal, and this stage when Hela has just ascended the throne is definitely the most chaotic time for Asgard. It is not difficult to understand that ambitious people want to seize this opportunity. Frigga was also worried about this, and she was not sure whether Asgard could tide over this difficulty. If Hela can't give a strong response when the enemy comes on the door, her position as the king of God is likely to be a complete joke. Looking at Frigga, who had a heavy face, Niold showed a smile. This was the effect he wanted. After being suppressed by Odin for most of his life, he finally saw the dawn of turning over for the first time. More importantly, his ambitions began to grow. Since Odin is dead, why can't he become the king of the Nine Realms? The movement on Niold's side naturally attracted Hela's attention. In fact, Hela is with Yebi, looking at Niold, who is flying in the air, arrogantly. Need me to help you solve them? Yebi said to Hela. In fact, he didn't really want to intervene in these things. The previous shot against Odin was because Odin provoked him first. But Niold was obviously coming for Hela, and he couldn't be indifferent. Hela shook her head, dispelling the idea of letting Yebi help. I must respond to him personally, and I also have this strength. Hela was right, she had to solve Niold's trouble on her own. She is the God King of the Nine Realms, so she should show the strongest strength of the Nine Realms. In this regard, Yebi can't help. Only when she defeated these people, Hela's position as the king of gods was justified. This is the battle for Hela's name rectification. After greeted Yebi, Hela called the giant wolf Fenrir, straddled the giant wolf Fenrir's back, and walked towards Niold. Hela, the new king of Asgard, must respond to Niold's provocation. Hela's whereabouts were quickly discovered by Niold. In fact, with the size of the giant wolf Fenrir, he could not conceal his whereabouts at all. Under the gaze of everyone's attention, Hela rode the wolf Fenrir and came to Niold's front. People of Warner Protoss, do you want to start war again? Hela looked at Niold and a large number of other gods in the Nine Realms, and said solemnly. Her words also agitated the people of Asgard. God King Hela is right, the Warner Protoss group just wants to start the war again. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Asgard has always bullied others in the Nine Realms. When has he been bullied and visited? Although there are some Asgardians who do not recognize Hela as the king of gods, it does not hinder their rejection of outsiders. After all, no matter how wrong Hela is, they are also Asgard's own. Hela will defend their Asgard's interests and fight for Asgard. And these outsiders don't. So as it should be, the people of Asgard stand with Hela at this moment. When Hela asked if Niold wanted to start a war, the Asgardians waved their weapons, as if they were a group of war lunatics. In fact, the Asgardians themselves are war lunatics. This situation made Niold frown even more. He didn't expect Hela to gain a foothold in Asgard, and already had many supporters. The people of Asgard actually recognized Hela as the king of God. What the hell is this? Hela was the one who killed her own father. The people of Asgard are actually willing to make such a person their god king. Are the Asgardians crazy? Niold can't figure it out. How can Hela have a part of the people's heart? However, it doesn't really matter. Since it is impossible for the people of Asgard to overthrow Hela, the cruel god king, let him, Odin's good brother, come. Anyway, if he wants to become the king of the Nine Realms and lead the Warner Protoss to step on the Asa Protoss, Hela must be defeated. I don't want to start a war, but I am here for revenge. My good brother Odin was killed by you with despicable means. You must pay for his life. Niold gave himself an excuse to go to war and came for Odin. If Odin heard him, he was afraid that he would be angry and come back to life. After listening to Niold's words, Hela's response was even more simple and rude. A sword of the night sky flew out directly and pointed directly at Niold's facade. Niold's strength is not covered. After all, he is one of the oldest gods in the Nine Realms. Facing Hela's attack, he directly waved the trident-shaped weapon in his hand and shot down the sword of the night sky. The next moment, the war broke out. Niold has been planning for a long time and is eager to replace the position of the Asa Protoss. Hela is eager for a hearty victory to consolidate her position. So from the beginning, there was no possibility of reconciliation between the two parties. It's normal to make a big fight. Niold waved the trident in his hand and rushed directly towards Hela. Hela was not to be outdone, and killed Niold. If Hela wants to inherit the position of Odin and become the king of the Nine Realms, he must defeat the other gods of the Nine Realms upright. Only in this way, her position as the king of God is justified. This is why Hela didn't let Yebi intervene. And to be honest, Hela's own strength is enough to cope with the immediate trouble. Perhaps Niold's strength is good, but Hela's strength is even more exaggerated. Although she couldn't beat Odin, she couldn't resist other gods of the Nine Realms. Didn't you see Thor, who had broken down in the Nine Realms before, was all hit by Hela and rubbed on the ground? So just after the fight, Niold discovered a very tragic thing. That is, he is not Hela's opponent at all. Although he won't lose for the time being, he has been suppressed by Hela. At this time, Hela did not wear her iconic black armor, but changed into a set of golden armor. Find Flowers 0. She is no longer the goddess of death Hela, but the god king Hela. As a result, Hela now looks like a Valkyrie, full of heroic spirit, and lacks a lot of gloomy feeling. Undoubtedly, this Hela is more attractive than the previous death goddess Hela. The scale of the war quickly expanded. From the beginning, it was just a battle between Niold and Hela, and gradually became a battle between the Warner Protoss and the Asa Protoss. The gods of the Nine Realms that Niold found also began to attack Asgard at this moment. The strength of these gods of the Nine Realms is not strong, or even better than some powerful mutants. But when facing ordinary Asgardians, these gods of the Nine Realms seemed a bit powerful. Because of this, Asgard was actually at a disadvantage at the beginning. On the one hand, they don't have much preparation, on the other hand, they don't have enough strong people. Hela is really strong, and Niold can be beaten by one person. But Hela was also attracted by Niold, unable to free up his hands to deal with these so-called gods. But with Thor's appearance, the situation began to change a little bit. Thor was entangled in his heart. He didn't actually plan to shoot, because he still cannot forgive Hela for killing Odin. Although he knew in his heart that this was Odin's own choice, Odin was indeed paying the price for what he had done. 0. But understanding is one thing, and emotional acceptance is another. Until Thor saw the Asgardians retreating under the attack of the Warner Protoss, Thor finally couldn't sit still. If Niold was only targeting Hela, Thor might not be able to do anything yet. But they actually did something on the people of Asgard, which is unbearable. So Thor came on the scene. The endless thunder is by Thor's side, and he is now the real Thor. Although there is no Thor's hammer, his strength has not decreased but increased. Easily, Thor found a not-so-famous god in the Nine Realms, and then slammed the unknown dragon-clad god on the ground. Thor, who had no resistance in front of Hela, was completely like a god of war when facing the other gods of the 9 worlds. This has to be admitted, the strength gap between Thor and Hela is really huge. At the same time, Thor's shot also greatly boosted the morale of the people of Asgard. Until now, the Asgardians are a little strange to Hela, but for Thor, that was too familiar. And even Thor recognized Hela as the king of God, and now he is fighting for Hela. Then, what right do they have to question Hela's status as a king of gods? I have to say that Frigga and Thor have given Hela a lot of help. Without Frigga's support and Thor's acquiescence, Hela's position of the king would not be accepted by the Asgardians so quickly. With Thor's participation in the war, Asgard has gradually gained the upper hand. If nothing else, the final winner of this war between the Asa Protoss and the Warner Protoss will be the Asa Protoss. After all, even Niold, the strongest of the Asa Protoss, is not Hela's opponent. Moreover, the people of Asgard have not forgotten that Hela still has a powerful messy queen. Although Yebi didn't make a move, he gave Asgard a lot of confidence. Even Odin is not Yebi's opponent, they believe these Warner Protoss fools are even more impossible. So in this battle, the Asa Protoss was determined. Just as the war was intensifying and the Warner Protoss was about to fail, a purple ray fell from the sky and directly fell on the land of Asgard. Then, a terrible shock wave swept across, and large areas of the city were blown to ruins. This sudden change made the entire battlefield quiet. Hela also stopped her hand movement, beautiful eyes with anger, looking out of the sky. Under the gaze of everyone, 5 existences with purple brilliance slowly fell. These 5 humanoid creatures are more than 20 meters tall, with sturdy muscles all over their bodies, and their faces are full of eyes. Maybe ordinary Asgardians don't know the identities of these guys, but Hela knows it very well. This is the most powerful force in the universe, the notorious Celestial Group. 5 members of the Celestial Group joined forces. The Celestial Group that suddenly appeared was something that no one had expected. Whether it was Niold or Hela, at this time, they looked at the Celestial Group that suddenly descended with a gloomy face. At this moment, Hela and Niold, who were originally opposed, even stopped their movements tacitly. People from the 9 realms fight for life and death. That is their own business. What does it have to do with the Celestial God Group? When is it the turn of outsiders to intervene in the affairs of the 9 realms? Moreover, the arrival of the Celestial Group is not a good intention. This is a group of notorious domineering guys. Long ago, the Tianshan Group planned to use the 9 realms as an experimental base. Only when it was destroyed by Odin at that time, after a long battle between the powerful Odin and the Celestial Group, did they save life on Earth from extinction. Now after Odin's death, the Celestial Group has come again. If this is a coincidence, fools would not believe it. Everyone could see that these celestial gods just wanted to take the opportunity of Odin's death to reuse the 9 realms as their testing ground. Neither Niold nor Hela wanted to see this situation. If the Celestial Group is really allowed to succeed, what face is there in the 9 realms? In addition, most Asgardians looked at the 5 tall gods with an angry look. As soon as these arrogant guys came up, they first destroyed an area of Asgard. This is definitely a trampling on Asgard's pride. This is the war. However, whether it was the hostility to Niold or Hela, or the anger of the people of Asgard, the 5 Celestials did not care. They are a high-ranking group of gods, and would not put these ants in their eyes at all. As soon as they learned of Odin's death, they planned to turn the 9 realms into a testing ground again. This time, there will never be another Odin who can stop them. In addition to this reason, they actually came here for another purpose, for Yebi. Soon, a tall celestial group found Yebi's trace. Found the target, start to execute the clear command. The tall celestial group said. His voice seemed to have no feelings. These gods are said to be life, but in fact they are more like robots. Soon, a celestial group took action and flew directly in the air toward the place where Yebi was. This scene naturally fell in Yebi's eyes. He didn't even think that these ugly guys came for him. It shouldn't, Yebi thought to himself. He himself is so low-key, why did he recruit the celestial team? Is it because of star swallowing? But Tun Seeing didn't seem like he would trouble him. Just when Yebi was puzzled, the huge body of the celestial group had fallen in front of him. The celestial group is really arrogant to the extreme, and has no intention of leaving Asgard any face. Landed directly from the air, then smashed the dome of Odin Palace, and landed in front of Yebi condescendingly. After taking a look at Yebi, after confirming the target. With Yebi still at a loss, the celestial team directly blasted out. Although this celestial team's shot was abrupt and Yebi was not prepared, his speed was too slow in Yebi's view. So Yebi even has time to think about how he provokes these ugly things? After thinking for a while, Yebi, who really didn't understand, just didn't want to. Now that people are riding their faces to obliterate themselves, Yebi can no longer fish. At the fist thrown by the celestial group, Yebi also slammed directly up. This is a very discordant scene. Yebi's height looks very small in front of the celestial group. Not to mention that a fist of the celestial group is almost as big as Yebi's whole person. The momentum it brought was also very shocking. Even the air made a blast, and the effect of a sonic boom was punched out. Compared with the celestial team, Yebi's fist is even more compact. People who don't understand the situation will definitely think that Yebi is dead when they see this scene. However, when the loud noise sounded, the ending presented was very contrasting. At the moment of the collision, the fist and phalanx of the celestial group began to shatter and continued to spread upward. starting from the finger bones, to the hand bones, the entire arm, and even the other bones of this celestial group. They were all beaten up by Yebi's punch, and there was no possibility of repairing them at all. Fighting with the current Yebi's physical strength, isn't this looking for death? The body of the celestial group was also directly shot out, smashed through the walls of the Golden Palace, drew an arc, and returned to the place where he started at the beginning. In the blink of an eye, it fell to the ground, just at the feet of the other 4 celestial groups. Looking at the companions lying on the ground who didn't know their life or death, the other celestial groups were full of astonishment. Even if this poor guy didn't die, he wouldn't have the ability to move, and he was completely reduced to waste. This is completely different from what they thought. To be reasonable, shouldn't your companion come back with Yebi's head? How come his companion is dying now? Is that tiny guy so terrifying in combat power? Why haven't you heard a little about Yebi's reputation before? Without giving these gods extra time to react, Yebi has already come out. Yebi flew directly into the air, and after a sonic boom, the trajectory hovered over the heads of the 4 gods. Looking at the 4 celestial gods at his feet, Yebi's eyes were calm as water, and he asked his own question. I'm curious, I shouldn't provoke you, why are you targeting me? Yes, this is the thing Yebi wants to not understand the most. I didn't do it well, why did the celestial team want to take action against me? The 4 gods did not answer Yebi's words, but slowly flew to the same height as Yebi, tacitly surrounding Yebi in the center. They have realized that Yebi in front of them is definitely a hidden terrifying powerhouse. At this time, one of the gods spoke. Your existence affects the future direction and pushes the future of the universe in an unpredictable direction. Before you cause more damage, we need to erase this variable. After hearing this sentence, Yebi understood why he was targeted by the celestial group. Read more at hotmatilnovel.xyz. As these gods said, his existence is a variable. He turned the original storyline of the Marvel world into something that no one can predict. This can be seen from the original Hela escaped Odin's seal. It is difficult to say whether Hela escaped Odin's seal ahead of time because Yebi incited the butterfly's wings. But one thing is certain is that under the influence of Yebi, the original storyline of Marvel world has become more and more biased. This is also the reason why the celestial group targeted Yebi. In the Marvel world, there are many strong people who can see the future, and there are many such strong people in the celestial group. After discovering Yebi, which might change the course of the story, the celestial group naturally would not let Yebi go. The celestial team that came this time made Yebi understand a truth, that is, he will face the endless pursuit of the celestial team in the future. Those celestial groups, it is absolutely impossible to let him go easily. In other words, Yebi and the celestial group are natural enemies. After understanding this, Yebi no longer struggled. Even the boss of the celestial group has beaten Star Swallow. Do you still care about the members of the celestial group? The other 4 celestial groups did not hesitate anymore. After encircling Yebi in the middle, they immediately launched an offensive. The eyes of a celestial group's face began to brighten, and the last large energy ray shot towards Yebi's body. Under this energetic cosmic rays, the surrounding space is slightly distorted, giving people a sense of spatial disorder. Everyone has no doubt about the terrible lethality of this ray. Even Hela and Nild have lingering fears. They asked themselves to face the rays of the celestial group, but they couldn't please. But Yebi didn't care about it, and his calm eyes were also blooming with orange-red light at this moment. Then, 2 rays ejected from Yebi's eyes, slamming straight toward the rays of the celestial group. The signature skill of Kryptonians and Doomsday, super heat rays. The heat rays of Yebi and the rays of the celestial group quickly collided. The violent collision that everyone imagined did not happen, but a one-sided situation. The orange-red heat ray easily smashed the purple celestial group's rays, and followed the trajectory of the celestial group's rays, falling straight on the celestial group. The result was that the member of the celestial group who took the lead against Yebi was directly penetrated by the head of the heat rays. Yebi's super heat ray, if it is fully displayed, it can cut the planet apart, which is naturally not something that the celestial group can resist. But at this moment, the other celestial groups also moved. Some celestial groups took out a special alloy double-edged sword and rushed towards Yebi at an extremely fast speed. The double-edged sword in his hand shone with cold light, and the huge body gave people a sense of oppression. No one doubts the strength of this member of the celestial group. In fact, he can easily slaughter a powerful civilization. Unfortunately, the opponent he faces today is Yebi. Facing the rushing celestial group, Yebi's eyes flashed with killing intent. When the double-edged sword was about to hit the top of his head, Yebi stretched out his right hand, grabbed the double-edged sword directly, and crushed it directly. Before this celestial group had time to accept this reality, Yebi had already deceived him and hit his chest with a punch. In the next second, like a baseball being beaten out, the body of the celestial group was smashed to the ground by Yebi in a straight arc. Along with the loud noise and the tremors of the earth, this celestial group used his body to directly smash a large hole in the land of Asgard. And he himself, lying at the bottom of the pit, his body was broken, and he could not die anymore. The powerful celestial group in the eyes of the people of the 9 realms couldn't hold up even a single move in front of Yebi, and was killed in seconds. The remaining 2 celestial teams are all looking silly, the difference in strength is too big. What made these 2 celestial groups even more desperate was that Yebi's gaze was already on them. Escape? At this moment, there was only one thought left in the minds of the remaining 2 celestial groups. If you don't run away, you can only wait to die if you stay. The strength Yebi showed before is definitely not something they can shake. The energy is not comparable, and the body is directly crushed. Such opponents, they can't even find a point of resistance. No need to discuss, the two celestial teams ran away in a tacit understanding. At the very least, it is possible to live one. It's just a pity that Yebi didn't give them a chance to escape. Seeing the embarrassed figures of the two celestial groups running, the killing intent in Yebi's eyes did not diminish at all. A large amount of dark magic power gathered in front of Yebi, and finally an arrow formed by the power of pure darkness condensed. Black magic destroy the star. As soon as Yebi's thoughts moved, the arrow of the extinguishing star turned into a black light and flew towards one of the celestial groups. Then he caught up with the target without any suspense, and directly penetrated the body of the celestial group. Before the body of this celestial group fell, his body began to be corroded by the magic power of black magic and burned to ashes. The last celestial group saw this scene from the sidelines, and his heart was even more frightened, and the speed was 3 points faster. But Yebi has already chased him down, many times faster than him. In the blink of an eye, Yebi had already come behind him, and at the moment of catching up, Yebi pressed his hand on the top of the celestial group and exerted a slight force. With a click, the skull of this celestial group was directly crushed by Yebi, and an exaggerated dent appeared on the skull. At this point, the 4 deity groups were all destroyed. From the shot to the end of the battle, Yebi spent less than a minute in total. The 4 celestial groups failed to even resist, they were killed by Yebi without any suspense, and couldn't even escape. This scene greatly shocked all witnesses present. At the same time, people have a clearer understanding of Yebi's strength. As early as when Yebi defeated Odin, many people knew that Yebi was terrible, but at this time, he suddenly discovered that he had been underestimated before. There are a total of 5 celestial groups, even Odin will have a headache when he sees it, and the entire 9 realms will be like a big enemy. In front of Yebi, he was swept away like a chicken. And the way to die is different for each. This strength is shocking. After solving these celestial groups, Yebi didn't have much ups and downs, just as if he accidentally stepped on a few ants while walking. He even hovered calmly in the air, continuing to watch Hela and their battle. There is no excitement about defeating a powerful enemy at all. Yebi has already seen that Hela's strength is sufficient to deal with this crisis, so he simply stopped taking action, and focused on admiring the heroic posture of his wife. As for the celestial gods group, those people are not from the 9 realms, and they came to specifically trouble Yebi. It can be regarded as a personal grievance between the celestial group and Yebi, and it will not have any impact on the situation of the 9 realms. Yebi really didn't feel any excitement about killing the celestial team. The celestial group is actually a very embarrassing existence in the Marvel world, and it belongs to the number 1 dragon role. Their strength is indeed not weak, but they are too vulnerable to the real strong. In many major events in the Marvel world, the first thing some supervillains did after they came out of the mountain was to kill a bunch of gods and sacrifice to the heavens. This seems to have become a certain rule of the game. If you don't kill the gods, you are embarrassed to say that you are a supervillain. And in the Marvel world, the slaughter of the celestial group has also happened many times. It was almost extinct several times. However, the celestial group is not all weak, there are still some powerful ones. No one knows the exact number of members of the celestial group, but it is definitely not a minority. Within this huge number, some celestial groups are weaker and only have the strength of the Heavenly Father level. Some celestial groups are exaggerated, and they can break their wrists with the 5 great gods. Therefore, Yebi really doesn't feel any excitement about killing the 5 celestials, so calm down. With the end of Yebi's battle, Hela and others froze for a while, and then started fighting again. It's just that the fighting situation has tilted sideways to Asgard's side. If Niold can support it before the arrival of the celestial group, then it is now completely collapsed. His own strength is not as good as Hela, and his army is not as good as Asgard's elite. Now after seeing Yebi's powerful strength, Niolda even had no courage. Yebi's strength really scared him, making him afraid to go all out. Although Yebi seemed indifferent, as if he didn't want to intervene in the internal disputes of the 9 realms, who knows if it is true? What if Yebi accidentally hurts Hela and runs away? Nield didn't think he could be harder than the life of the 5 celestials. So this also caused Nield to be restrained in the next battle, and he didn't even dare to use all his strength. In addition, his own strength is not as good as Hela, and the result can be imagined. Hela played more easily, but also understood Niold's concerns. However, Hela was not dissatisfied with this in her heart, on the contrary, she was quite willing to accept it. Is this how someone feels behind it? Loved love. In order to win Niolda early, Hela even launched his own kingdom of death. Since then, Niolda has become more difficult to resist. God King Hela, I admire your bravery and strength, but if you continue to fight, it will only hurt both sides. Why don't we stop here and sign the armistice agreement? Nield, who felt more and more unable to continue the fight, had already retired at this time. He really didn't have the courage to fight Hela anymore. So just opening up for peace is a disguised surrender. However, how could Hela agree to his terms? You are the one who wants to fight, and you are also the one who wants to stop the war. How can there be such an easy thing? Truce? Impossible? From the moment you set foot on the land of Asgard, one side of this war will surely fall completely, Hela said with a sneer, without any thought of stopping the war. Now that Asgard has secured a winning streak, how could it be possible to cease the war easily? And Hela also hopes to consolidate the authority of his God King through a big victory. If Niold was given another chance to choose, he would never come to Asgard to provoke this war. Isn't it good to stay at Warnerheim honestly? Why do you have to pursue the King of the Nine Worlds? Asgard's strength was much stronger than he thought. Even if Odin is dead, there is a Hela who is not much worse than Odin, and the key Hela is still younger. This also caused him to fall into a hard fight. At this time, he could only support hard, and defeat was already doomed. It doesn't matter if Hela is strong, after all, Hela has a reputation for being a terrible man, and he has also been mentally prepared. Although Hela's performance is much stronger than he thought. But the sudden appearance of Yebi is really too much. It looks inconspicuous and doesn't have any reputation in the Nine Realms. But the result? The group of 5 gods, they were all broken in less than 10 seconds. This fighting power, even Odin's resurrection at the moment, can't keep up. Looking at the corpses of the celestial gods, Niold felt cold in his heart. If you had known that there was Yebi next to Hela, you would definitely not have so much thought. Unfortunately, there is no chance for regret in the world. No matter how much he regrets it, he still needs to pay the price for what he did at this moment. And this price is too heavy, it is likely to pull the entire Warnerheim down the abyss. Niold, thinking about this, forgot one thing, that is, distraction in battle is a taboo. Hela also keenly caught Niold's distraction for a moment, and then waved the sword of the night sky in his hand to pierce Niold's defense. The black longsword in his hand pierced Niold's body directly, stabbing him through. At this point, the outcome has been divided. This is the reason why Niold escaped the deadly point at a critical juncture, otherwise the sword would directly kill him. Even if he did not die by chance, his current breath was weakened to the extreme. I surrender, I am willing to treat you as the King of the Nine Realms. In the future, the Warner Protoss is also willing to become an affiliate of the Asa Protoss 25 and maintain the rule of the Asa Protoss. Suffered such a severe blow, Niold was not well. Even before he could check his wounds, he had to deal with Hela's ensuing onslaught. At the same time, he chanted surrender, confessing his failure this time. Niold had already known that he had gone. Not to mention the extravagant desire for the position of the King of the Nine Worlds, it would be nice to be able to save his life. So he confessed quickly, for fear that Hela would take advantage of his illness and kill him. He has already killed one Odin, and he doesn't mind another Hela. Hela sneered after hearing Niold's words. Thinking of begging for mercy now? Late? Hela's personality is somewhat similar to Yebi's, and they are both types that must be reported. Niold, the bad old man, wanted to overthrow her kingship while her foundation was not stable, but his heart was shameful. Now I am about to fail, and I want to beg for mercy, is it possible? I can't accept an ambitious surrender, and Warnerheim doesn't need a god king to start war. Hela said coldly, the offensive in his hand did not weaken at all, on the contrary, it was a bit fierce. At the same time, Hela's meaning is also very obvious, that is, Niold must die, and Warnerheim will also support another obedient king to manage. Who made her want to live, dream? Niold naturally heard Hela's intentions, and knew that Hela, a ruthless man, wanted to die. This made him very unwilling and angry, you know, even Odin never thought of killing him. However, behind unwilling to be angry, there is more helplessness. Because even if he knew Hela wanted his life, he had nothing to stop him. Perhaps, he is really old, and the future of the Nine Realms belongs to young people. As if confirming Niold's speculation, Thor's war with the other gods of the Nine Realms ended soon. Although Thor was violently beaten on the ground in front of Hela, he still had no problem hitting other gods. After awakening his own potential, Thor's strength has surpassed his past self. Today's Thor almost has to touch the level of Heavenly Father. If he can get the Storm Axe, maybe he can really become a powerhouse at the level of the Father. This war has reached the current situation, and Niold's side has completely gone. Obviously, Asgard is still as strong as ever. Even if he loses Odin, he still has the strength to rule the Nine Realms. As for Niold, he already knew in his heart that he was really defeated this time. He was not only crushed by Odin for a lifetime, but also died in Hela's hands. However, after falling into a mortal situation, Niold also completely let go of his mentality, and no longer became daunted. He began to forget Yebi's threat, and he no longer kept his hands on Hela everywhere. Beast, who often falls into traps, is also the most dangerous time. The trapped beast is still fighting, that's it. When Niold realized the end of death, instead of losing his previous troubles, he burst out with a powerful fighting force. For a while, he was even on par with Hela. Niold's outburst surprised Hela a little, but it was only a surprise. In fact, if Niold could break out sooner, it might cause some trouble to Hela, but now, it can no longer affect the overall situation. Hela is like a ruthless hunter, already calculating all the struggling roots of the prey. Even Niold's sudden eruption only delayed his death. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Soon, with that anger relieved, Niold fell into a real despair. Finally, in a confrontation between the Sword of the Night Sky and the Trident, he failed to block Hela's attack. He was cut off by Hela's head with a straight sword, and died completely. Before coming, Niold had an ambition to become the king of the Nine Realms like Odin. In fact, he did die in Hela's hands just like Odin. Niold is dead, you are done. Giving up resistance, I will not kill you in the name of the God King, otherwise you will all be buried here today. After Nild's head was beheaded, Hela's expression remained unchanged, while standing high in the sky holding Nild's head and shouting, showing off his victory. Hearing Hela's words, the battlefield below suddenly quieted down. Everyone looked at Hela, who was like a valkyrie, and at the same time saw Nild's head in her hand. The next second, a huge cheering sounded. The chants of praise from the people of Asgard truly recognized Hela's status. For the glory of Asgard. For the glory of the northern god. The people of Asgard cheered, their morale reached their peak, and they slew the invaders like tigers. Asgard itself is a militant race, not to mention that morale is so high today. As for the Warnerium's army led by Nild, at the moment, they were all blind-eyed. If you look closely, you can even see the confusion and fear in the eyes of these people. When the two armies are fighting, the most desperate thing is that their leader is killed by the other side. This is a fatal blow to morale. Moreover, Hela was still in a one-on-one situation, directly and strongly beheaded Nild. This made the people of Warnerheim fear Hela. Even with the other Asgardians, there was fear. At this moment, the people of Warnerheim finally remembered the years when Asgard was once dominated. That was the most glorious time for Odin, and everyone in the 9 realms bowed their heads. Now Hela uses her own strength to let everyone understand that another Odin is born. Several days have passed since the original battle. After Hela decapitated Nild's head, the war completely lost its suspense. Asgard prevailed, and all the invaders died on Asgard's land. Hela also relied on his excellent performance in this big victory to secure his position as the king of gods and at the same time master a large number of people's hearts. Now, no one in Asgard will question Hela's kingship anymore. Just today, Yebi found Hela and said goodbye. After spending a few days with Hela in Asgard and experiencing the feeling of being favored by the God King, Yebi planned to leave. Asgard is actually good, and the people of Asgard are also very enthusiastic about Yebi. After all, people admire the strong, and Yebi is undoubtedly the strongest in Asgard today. It's just that Asgard is too boring. The biggest entertainment activity is constant drinking and bragging. Yebi can't adapt. He is still more accustomed to life on Earth, which is the main reason why Yebi plans to leave. Then I will go with you. After hearing Yebi want to leave, Hela hurriedly came to him and said, Hela can be said to be a winner in this period of time. Not only has he become the God King of Asgard, but also Yebi is by his side. But when he heard that Yebi was returning to Earth, the first thing Hela thought about was to go back with Yebi. Yebi was a little dumbfounded. Don't you care about Asgard now? Now that Hela has just ascended the throne, there are too many things to deal with. Recently, it is also preparing to send troops to Warnerheim to avenge Nild's previous invasion of Asgard. With so many things, Hela can never leave. Otherwise, she would be too incompetent as a god king. Well, I can't withdraw from Asgard yet. Hela knew this too, so she nodded helplessly. But don't worry, I can control the Rainbow Bridge now, and I can accompany you at any time. Hela then said immediately that she was used to the days with Yebi and didn't want to be separated from Yebi for too long. It is best to deal with Asgard's affairs during the day and to accompany Yebi at night. Perfect time management. If Odin knew that the Rainbow Bridge he had paid a huge price to build was actually used by Hela in this way, I don't know if he would come alive in anger. Yebi was a little bit dumbfounded when he heard the words, just forget the huge movement of the Rainbow Bridge. Otherwise, Yebi can imagine that he will probably not be able to live a leisurely life in the future. Let me figure it out. Trust me, it won't take too long. Yebi smiled and comforted Hela. At the same time, I thought in my heart, it's time to learn how to open the portal with Guyi Mage. With the portal, coming to Asgard will be much more convenient in the future. As for the space gem, Yebi does not plan to let it go. Even if he doesn't need it, it's not bad for Hela. At the very least, after he has the space gem, Hela will come to him in the future. No need to use the Rainbow Bridge. Well, I respect your ideas. I will also handle Asgard's affairs as soon as possible, and then I will accompany you. I just found out now that I actually don't care about the position of the King of God. I prefer to live with you. Hela came to Yebi's side and said coquettishly. This little girl's posture can only be seen in front of Yebi. The people of Asgard would never think that their god king Hela would be so dependent on Yebi. In the end, Yebi left. Hela personally escorted him to the Rainbow Bridge, accompanied by Yebi and Thor. After the war, Thor found an excuse to leave Asgard. After such a major life change, Thor also wants to go to the earth to relax. The best thing is to find your girlfriend Jane Fox, and then bury it in the warm heart of your girlfriend to heal your pain. With Jane Fox's kind character, after listening to her own experience, she will definitely comfort herself. Well, in fact, Thor couldn't forgive Hela until now. Don't even know how to face this sister. That's why I thought of escape. As for walking with Yebi, Thor did not expect this. It was purely a coincidence. After a burst of colorful light, Yebi and Thor disappeared in Asgard. When he reappeared, he was already in a suburb of Big Apple City. Without thinking of talking to Thor, Yebi turned around and planned to return to his manor, but he was stopped by Thor. Well, if we can, shall we still be friends in the future? Yebi really didn't expect that Thor would take the initiative to talk to him. To know Odin's death, Yebi also played a role. With Thor's character, would you forgive yourself? As if he could see Yebi's doubts, Thor scratched his head and walked in front of Yebi. Actually, I don't blame you. I know that my father did some wrong things, including those he did to you. So I don't think what you did is wrong. Mortals are not a damn reason. Thor said to Yebi that he did not hate Yebi because of Odin. Yebi, what else could he say? As expected, none of Oddingson's family had a normal brain circuit. But that's okay, at least you don't have to worry that Thor will come to trouble him. If you don't blame me, then we are still friends. Yebi said that although Thor was a little bit naive, he was not bad at his friends. And in terms of relationship, Thor is Yebi's brother-in-law. Since it is his own, Yebi will not make the relationship with him too rigid. But Yebi had obviously forgotten, his brother-in-law was more than Thor. The borders and corners of the universe, in the deadly extinct star field. Thanos welcomed a special guest today. In Thor 1, Loki, who fell into the abyss of the universe, was already bound by his hands and feet, and was taken to Thanos as a captive. Looking at Thanos, who is tall and stalwart, even Loki, who has always been very skinny, felt the pressure at this time. Converging his iconic smirk, his face became serious. The third child of Odin, king of Asgard, Rocky, right? Thanos apparently knew Loki's identity a long time ago, and turned around and said to him, that's right, it's me, you respectable great titan, Lord Thanos. Loki said to Thanos in a flattering tone, but this didn't affect Loki's bitterness. As if always playing, Rocky has this special charm that can make all formal occasions weird. In addition, Thanos' real name is Thanos, and his nickname is not a great titan, but a crazy titan. The source of this nickname is Thanos' crazy actions, who often slaughter half of the lives on a planet. You should know my relationship with Asgard. I was taught by Odin a long time ago. Then, give me a reason not to kill you today. Thanos' tone was flat and was not affected by Loki's tone. But the plain tone also contained killing intent, and he obviously didn't intend to let Loki easily. I'm sorry for what happened to you, but in fact I also hate that old man. If you have carefully investigated my life experience, you should know that I am not actually Odin's child. I mean, if you want to get revenge on Odin, then you obviously shouldn't find me. Loki tried to relax himself more, but his trembling body betrayed him. In fact, Loki was still a little panicked. After all, it was Thanos standing in front of him. Even Loki was terrified by the ruthless methods of this crazy titan. You're right, the blood in your body comes from the frost giant, and you are born to be Asgard's mortal enemy. Thanos spoke lightly, knowing Loki's details very well. Obviously, Thanos also has his own staff in the 9 realms, and he can convey accurate information. Yes, the significance of the existence of the frost giant is to destroy Asgard. Speaking of which, we still have the same enemy, we should be friends. Loki looked at Thanos and said. Now in order to fight for the chance to survive, Loki didn't mind his humble performance. Friends? I never believed in friends, and I couldn't believe in you even more. Loki, the god of tricks, I've heard of your reputation. Thanos' face was obviously taunting, and he sneered at the friends in Loki's mouth. This situation made Loki a little bit bad. He began to think crazy about what he should do to make his situation a little safer. If you don't like the word friend, what about partners? Although I am the god of tricks, I am the person who pays the most attention to the spirit of contract. I have never been able to cheat my partners. Loki made a vowed guarantee that the determined look on his face almost convinced him. If Thor were here, he would definitely curse Loki's shamelessness. Because the thing that Rocky has done the most since he was a child is to use the name of a partner to cheat him hard. Obviously, Thanos' intelligence collection work has not been so meticulous yet. After hearing Loki's remarks, Thanos actually believed a little bit. Tell me, what a cooperative method. Thanos looked interested, but the fierce light in his eyes did not converge. Loki's had no doubt that if he didn't answer well, he would definitely end up badly. After sorting out his thoughts, Loki had an idea in his mind. I have many abilities and can help you accomplish anything. I am definitely your best partner. Why don't we make a deal? I will help you complete one thing, and you let me go. Loki said to Thanos, with an honest smile on the corner of his mouth. In fact, what Loki wanted was that as long as he left Thanos' lair, he would immediately hide for a period of time and wait for the limelight to pass before coming out. Who knows, Thanos really touched his chin and seriously considered this matter. Because he happened to have one thing that needed someone to deal with it. It's just that his Obsidian 5th General could not be tuned out for the time being, so it has been shelved. Rocky might be a good candidate right now. Are you really willing to help me accomplish something? It's not easy to do. Thanos really intends to let Loki try, because there is no more suitable candidate than Loki. But it doesn't matter, it's my honor to share the worries for the great titan. Loki smiled brighter, and said compliments without money. If Thor can have half of Loki's eloquence, perhaps he would have won Odin's favor and become the king of God. In the atrium of the 9 realms, there is something called the Universe Rubik's Cube. Can you retrieve it for me? Thanos said to Loki, while carefully observing Loki's expression, trying to see if Loki will lie in this way. When Loki heard the words, his heart moved, and immediately knew what Thanos was talking about. That is a treasure. As for the atrium, which is the earth, Loki still has some understanding. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Although human beings on the earth are a bit weak, but where the water is very deep. At the same time, Rocky thought more about what benefits could he get from it. After thinking about it, Loki made his own request to Thanos. I can agree to this, but I also have the conditions. First of all, you have to give me an army. After all, the water in that place is deep. Secondly, I also need a handy weapon, which allows me to perform better. Finally, I need to gain the domination of the earth. the cube of the universe can be yours. This is a fair deal, and I promise I will do it well. Loki didn't worry that Thanos would reject him, the big deal was a little less. Anyway, discussing the conditions, it is in itself a wild asking price, sitting on the ground to repay the money. What Loki didn't expect was that after Thanos thought about it, he nodded and agreed. This is too honest and honest. Loki thought in his heart, and even felt that Thanos' huge body no longer looked terrifying, but instead had a silly feeling. I can agree to your terms, but I also hope you can say so. If you mess up, trust me, you just hide in any corner of the universe, and I will find you out. Thanos warned Loki, and at the same time picked up a scepter from behind. The yellow gem on the top of the scepter was particularly eye-catching. Loki is a person who knows the goods and knows what this yellow gem is at a glance. One of the infinite gems, the soul gem. And this is Loki's second condition, a weapon in hand. In fact, Loki himself did not expect that Thanos would trust him so much. Is it true that you are moved by your own words and believe in yourself unreservedly? If it is true, then this is so moving. How did such a liar guy live in the universe until now? What Loki didn't know was that Thanos didn't believe him at all, but felt that Loki didn't dare to lie to him. There are many people who have deceived Thanos, but they are all dead. Over time, no one in the universe dared to fool Thanos anymore. Even today's Thanos doesn't think that Loki has the courage to lie to himself. Little did he know that what he encountered was the wavest person in the entire Marvel universe. The guy in Deadpool is actually very turbulent, and all kinds of death operations are emerging one after another. But the wave of Deadpool was based on the premise that he knew he would not die. But Loki is different. He uses his own life to wave, so Rocky is the real wave, and he will wave when he dies. Happy cooperation, I will be able to bring us a victory soon. Loki said, very satisfied, and his heart was even more excited. Loki, finally turned over today. Is this the space spell? It doesn't look too difficult. At the other end of the earth, Taj, Yebi is in an empty courtyard, practicing the spells he learned from the ancient master. I saw Yebi wearing a hanging ring in his hand, and easily drew a golden circular portal in front of him. On the other side of the portal is Yebi's own manor, and this is Yebi's first practice. To be precise, Yebi has never practiced at all. Just after watching the Guyi master's demonstration, I learned it directly. Yebi thought it would be difficult to learn, but he didn't expect it to be so easy. Are the Kryptonian templates all magic geniuses? Is magic talent so high? In fact, this has nothing to do with the Kryptonian template, it is Yebi's previous dark magic encyclopedia that helped him, so that Yebi's magic talent, without his own knowledge, has been elevated to the apex. After listening to Yebi's mutter, Guyi on the side twitched his mouth. What are you talking about? Not difficult. Do you know how long I practiced when I cast my first spell? 3 months, this is still fast. Otherwise, without enough talent, Guyi would not be able to grow into today's supreme mage. But Guyi, who has always had a sense of superiority, was really hit by Yebi. This guy's magic talent is outrageous, any spell can be seen once, who can withstand it? Fortunately, Guyi is a broad-minded person, who embraces the sea in his heart, does not delight in things or sorrow himself. Do you want to learn this again? The mirror space spell is the world when we first met. Guyi tried to conceal the curvature of his mouth, not wanting his careful thoughts to be seen by Yebi. In fact, Guyi planned to hit Yebi well. That's why this proposal was made to let Yebi try the mirror space spell. Guyi has absolute confidence that this spell is his assassin, and currently there is no second mage in Taj who can learn this trick. One can imagine how difficult this spell is. When Yebi couldn't get started after racking her brains, she stood up and patted Yebi on the shoulder, telling him not to be too lofty. Normal people need to practice such a difficult spell for several months. After all, not everyone is like her and can learn it in one day. Young people, laying a solid foundation is the most important thing. Then, he left with a light expression of wind and cloud, without taking away a cloud. The life of the Supreme Master is so dull and boring. Okay, then I will try. Yebi didn't know the drama in Master Guyi's heart, but was very interested in picking up the mirror space spell book and reading it. At Yebi's reading speed, in about 10 minutes, the spell of more than 3 million words was read. Then I recalled the mirror space that I had shattered before, and deduced it in my heart. Soon, Yebi completed all the preparations and was ready to try. Guyi stood beside Yebi, smiling at him. Even Guyi thought about how to comfort Yebi when Yebi failed to cast his spell. At the same time, he must show his master demeanor. Yebi held the mysterious seal in his hand, and at the same time a large amount of magic power poured into the hanging ring in his hand. Subsequently, countless fragments of mirrors emerged from the hanging ring and swept in all directions at a very exaggerated speed. In the blink of an eye, everything around him changed. It was no longer Taj, but in a starry sky. Mirroring space, the method used by Guyi to trap Yebi, is now taught by Yebi. The smile on the corner of Guyi's mouth almost froze, and he looked at the scene in disbelief. She knew that Yebi's magic talent was actually very high, but she didn't think so high. Just read the spell book once and learned a spell with exaggerated difficulty. Is this still a human? Moreover, this mirror space built by Yebi is wider than the previous one built by Guyi Mage. Previously, Master Guyi built just an earth, but what Yebi built now is a starry sky. Mage, do you think this is a success? Yebi didn't notice the confusion in Guyi's eyes, but asked her instead. After hearing Yebi's words, Guyi woke up from the state of doubting life. Yebi's Grand Master's temperament was broken by Yebi. After a light cough, Guyi spoke. Not bad, but you can try to add some details to this mirror space. Overall, just so-so. What else can Guyi do? Guyi can only deal with Yebi by pretending that you are not bad, continue to work hard in the future. In fact, Guyi was really hit. For the first time, she felt that people are different, some people are people, and some people are monsters. Yebi didn't think too much, but took it for granted. The Supreme Mage, the magic talent must be higher than him. Did not notice the guilty conscience in the tone of Guyi Mage at all. Are there other spells? I want to learn more. Yebi said to Guyi Mage, anyway, before Guyi promised him that he would teach him all the spells. Don't learn nothing, don't learn. Moreover, Yebi is now very enthusiastic about spells and is very interested in it. Just like playing games, there is a joy of liver achievement. After returning to Earth, Yebi fell into a state of doing nothing. Hela is not there, he doesn't even have any interest in cooking. Yebi deeply realizes that since Hela left, his joy of life has dropped by more than half. He eats and sleeps and beats his wife, but now he can only be alone. So Yebi found something to do for himself. Making money is impossible, and he will never be short of money in his entire life. Then the idea was hit on the Supreme Mage, planning to learn spells with the Ancient One Mage, first give the portal skills to the point. As a result, the previous situation occurred. Yebi didn't know much about spells, and he didn't know what grade his talents belonged to among wizards. Guyi felt that he was pretending to be faint, but in fact he was really adorable. At best, it feels like the spell is much simpler than imagined. These simple spells are actually enough if you have mastered the principles. The rest is the use of methods. Generally speaking, they are similar and very simple for you now. On the third day of learning spells with Master Guyi said to Yebi. In fact, Guyi Mage is also numb, envious of Yebi's real name spell talent system. In 3 days, Yebi learned all the spells that can be cast by the ring. Today's Guyi Mage has no spells to teach Yebi. Well, I also feel that way. No matter what spell it is, the fundamental principle is the same. Yebi looked like a good student and nodded to Master Guyi. Yebi has always respected the profession of teachers, even now. And Guyi Mage is strictly speaking half of his master, but neither side is willing to admit this. So next, I want to teach you real magic. Actually, spells are just little tricks I created based on magic, and magic is much more profound than spells. Master Guyi said to Yebi. In the Marvel universe, spells are not strong, because spells rarely involve the basic laws of the universe. But magic is another concept, and magic is an existence close to the essence of the universe. Scarlet Witch's ability is chaos magic, a combination of a witch's magic and Wanda's own superpowers. Therefore, Wanda's chaotic magic possesses the ability to restart the universe. In addition, there is the white magic that the Ancient One Master knows. Do you really think that Guyi became a supreme mage relying on spells and time gems? In fact, the strongest method of Ancient One is white magic, which originated from the triune god Wiashandi. Doctor Strange, the descendant of Guyi, later learned white magic and became the top group of superheroes, able to break the wrist with the weak state of Swallowing Star. Even in a Marvel parallel universe, the guy Tony Stark also learned white magic and became the supreme mage, possessing cosmic strength. The above examples are enough to see how big the gap between spells and magic is. In Guyi's words, spells are an introduction to magic and belong to the simplified version of bankruptcy. It is a pity that Guyi Mage has so many disciples, but there is not even one who completely masters the mystery of spells, let alone magic. In the future, after Doctor Strange inherited the title of Supreme Mage, he passed on the white magic. Only now, Guyi met Yebi, a good seedling, so he moved to teach Yebi to learn white magic. There is a saying that the ancient pair of Yebi's favor ability is really high. Not the kind of goodwill between men and women, but the good feeling of mutual appreciation. Yebi's previous act of repulsing Tungzing made Guyi think of himself. They burn themselves in the dark and illuminate others. She and Yebi are actually great people. Invisible Guardian, an unknown hero. If Yebi knew what Master Guyi thought, he would definitely agree, and he also felt that he was a noble person. Although, when he dealt with the enemy, he was more serious, and there was a wife of the big demon king. But doesn't this show more of his greatness? If Yebi doesn't defend Hela personally, will she get back to the right and become the God King now? Thinking about it, Yebi almost believed it. Closer to home, Guyi began to tell Yebi about white magic. At the same time, a mirror space was specially created to show Yebi his white magic. When Yebi saw the thin Guyi, running white magic and directly shredding a planet with magic power, Yebi understood why Guyi was the supreme master. This strength is only stronger than Odin. No wonder it can stop the Dark Lord Domum, Kfta, from coveting the earth and guarding the earth in the dark for thousands of years. This is something Doctor Strange can't do with time gems. However, correspondingly, the stronger the power of white magic, the greater the difficulty. Even Yebi, who is talented average, would not know how to get started for a while at this time. It may take a few days to do it. Fortunately, Guyi is a patient and good teacher, willing to give Yebi time to grow. By the way, it took Guyi several decades to be worthy of getting started with white magic. And this is already the best result among those who studied white magic at the beginning. When Yebi followed Guyi to learn white magic, Nick Fury was already burnt. The cause of the matter had to start with the strange man who claimed to be 50-50. The US team was discovered not long ago and dug out from the glacier. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Appearing with the US team, there is also the Cosmos Rubik's Cube. Nick Fury doesn't know much about the cube of the universe, but he also knows that this thing contains infinite energy. Nick Fury also came up with a bold idea: if this universe cube can be used to make weapons, how strong should it be? Yes, after seeing the terrible destructive power of the Asgard Protoss, Nick Fury has suffered from a severe phobia of insufficient firepower. Humans need to have the confidence to say no when facing Asgard or other foreign civilizations, rather than ones to please and compromise. When Nick Fury proposed to use the Cosmos Rubik's Cube to make weapons, he encountered almost no obstacles and was passed by the Global Security Council. SHIELD is responsible for this matter, which is a real big project. However, such an important thing is missing. The Ghost knew how terrified Nick Fury was when he heard the news that the Cube of the Universe was missing. As soon as the underground base storing the Cube of the Universe was attacked, Nick Fury personally rushed to support it. But instead of being able to stop the attacker, he almost took his own life. Most importantly, the Universe Rubik's Cube was taken away. Along with the Cosmic Rubik's Cube, one of the veteran members of the Avengers, Hawkeye, and a famous physicist were also snatched away. The Ghost knows how the guy with the two horns above his head instigated Hawkeye. Actually, it is Rocky. Today's situation has developed to a very serious point. Not only is Nick Fury's ability being questioned, but even the entire planet is in danger. This is also the daily life of Marvel's world, and it is about to be extinct from time to time. It has even been extinct many times, but it has been restarted. This is a picture taken at the scene. This guy with the horns above his head is our main goal. In the Avengers building funded by Tony Stark, Nick Fury shared a picture of Rocky. Rocky, he's still alive. When Thor saw the familiar face, he stood up in surprise. He thought that Loki was dead, but he didn't expect to return to him. You know, Tony asked Thor. Of course, this is my brother. We had some conflicts. I thought he was dead. Damn, I even cried for him, but the cunning guy came back. Thor said angrily, as if recalling the sad time at that time and feeling deceived. This is not the point is that this guy is a dangerous man. He snatched the Cosmos Rubik's Cube. What's more terrifying is that we don't even know what his purpose is. Nick Fury stopped the gossip gaze of the other Avengers, and brought the topic that was gradually escaping back to the right path. And Hawkeye, I must ask him face to face, what kind of ecstasy this man has given him. Black Widow said, Natasha, dissatisfied. Her relationship with Hawkeye has always been the best, but Hawkeye would have abandoned her for a man. This made Natasha very angry. Anyway, we have to find Loki first, and then we can stop them. The US team made a summary and urged people to act quickly. Although the strength of the US team is not strong, its position in the Avengers is not low. He is a leader, a spiritual leader. Jarvis, control our satellite to scan the area around the incident to see if we can find any traces. Tony Stark, as always, is rich and powerful, even using private satellites. So far, the Avengers have almost taken action, looking for traces of Loki. Everyone believed that as long as Loki was still on Earth, he would definitely be found. At this time, Yebi did not know that the plot of Reunion 1 was happening. After learning white magic with Guyi for a few days, Yebi finally couldn't bear this kind of ascetic life, opened a portal and ran to Asgard. Guyi is good everywhere, but sometimes it is a bit mysterious. Just like yesterday, Yebi asked Guyi a question about white magic. As a result, Guyi was stunned to talk about the unity of nature and man, and the Tao that produces all things. Is this learning white magic or cultivating immortals? What Yebi didn't know was that Guyi said that the main reason was that Yebi's progress was too fast, so that Guyi couldn't answer Yebi's questions sometimes. In order not to detract from his image as a master, Guyi could fool around with something he didn't understand. Yebi can't understand it, it's his own insight, what does it have to do with me? Anyway, everything that should be taught is taught, so be it. However, Yebi's gains in the past few days are still great, at least the portal skill points are full. Now you can drive wherever you want. For Yebi, who suddenly visited, Hela was still very pleasantly surprised. Originally, she thought it would take a while to see Yebi, but she didn't expect Yebi to come to her so soon. On that day, the great god king Hela graciously favored her only queen. Although in most cases, it was Hela who said no. The cube of the universe, that's a good thing. After the matter was over, Hela restored the majesty of the king of God, and said to Yebi sitting in a dreadful manner, is there a way to get it? This is the real purpose of Hela. With Asgard's energy, it should be fine. Yebi replied that he was actually reluctant to intervene in this matter. And according to the plot, the universe cube itself will also fall into the hands of Asgard. What is the difference between falling into Asgard's hands and falling into his somebody's hands? Even if the plot deviated in the end, Yebi wouldn't be too late to make a move. Moreover, Yebi estimates that the story of the reunion is about to begin, but it has already begun. Then I will prepare and take the Cosmos Rubik's Cube directly at that time. It's better for Asgard to keep such a dangerous thing. It's too dangerous to put it in the atrium. There is already an infinite gem somewhere. Hela said coldly, regaining her cold temperament. After sleeping, talking is hard. As for the Cosmic Rubik's Cube, Hela attaches great importance to it. This thing is both a trouble and an opportunity. If you can master the space gems in the cube of the universe, what rainbow bridge is needed? And maybe it can take this opportunity to greatly increase Asgard's influence on the Earth. Today, Hela thinks things are becoming more and more like a king. Does Asgard have any plans next? I won't start the war again, right? Yebi asked Hela. Just a few days after he returned to Earth, Hela launched his first active war to become the Queen of God. The object of the war is Warnerheim. Without the most powerful Nild, Warnerheim has no resistance in front of Asgard. The surrender was announced in one day, and the speed of surrender was as high as that of a country on the Earth. No, I'm not a war madman. I plan on Asgard to recuperate and accumulate strength, so that my life will be much easier. What Hela didn't say clearly was that without war, she could be a slap handler. At that time, she can return to the Earth and start a life without shame with Yebi again. Before becoming the King of God, Hela always regarded the position of King of God as her obsession. But after she really became the God King, she knew that this was both glory and responsibility. Therefore, she still likes to spend time with Yebi, carefree and no need to think about any superfluous things. Yebi thought for a while, and found that this is also good. Now Asgard's fate has changed a lot, at least not as tragic as before. And with Yebi, he would not watch Asgard fall into crisis. After all, this is Hela's country, and rounded up is his country. Hela is the God King, and he is the God King. In fact, there is not much difference. The days of gathering are always short, and Yebi did not stay in Asgard for long. 2 days later, Yebi said goodbye to Hela, opened a portal, and returned to his manor. As soon as he returned to the manor, Yebi learned that the story of the reunion was already taking place. In the news, on the roof of the Stark building, Rocky's narration is a device using the universe's Rubik's Cube. As long as Loki activates that device, Thanos' Chitauri army will be killed. With the strength of the Avengers, it should be enough to handle these. Yebi thought to himself that he had enough confidence in those people in the Avengers. In addition, his manor is not a small distance from the center of the city, so it should be unlikely to be affected. The Avengers are indeed as Yebi said, the strength is much stronger than in the plot. Thor awakened the divine power in his body ahead of time and became the most powerful combat power in the Avengers at present. It's just that they, the Avengers, still lost miserably under Loki's tricks. Loki caught the mutual distrust of the Avengers well and set a trap, which not only severely damaged the internal unity of the Avengers, but also bought enough time for his own plan. The wavest man in the Marvel Universe finally succeeded once. At this time, Loki was activating the device of the universe Rubik's Cube with ease in a victorious posture. Soon, a thick blue light was released from the cube of the universe. And in the sky above the Big Apple City, a huge space channel was opened. On the other side of the space channel, the endless Chitauri army is moving, about to reach the Earth. At this time, someone finally arrived to stop Loki. Thor, you are late. Looking at the person coming, Loki smiled contentedly. In Loki's eyes, Thor was a silly person who had no muscles but no brains at all. If it weren't for Odin's fancy to Thor, Thor would have been played by him a long time ago. It's all right now, Odin is dead, and he's not afraid of Thor anymore. Rocky, you make me very angry. Thor was also completely irritated by Loki's various behaviors. At this time, he couldn't wait to beat up this stupid stinky brother. The purple thunder is permeating Thor's body, and the powerful divine power is hidden under the muscles and he is eager to try. Loki was not easy to provoke, and now he was holding the psychic scepter and killing him towards Thor. The two brothers have been in love and killed each other for so long, and it is time to decide the outcome. However, in the space passage above the head, the Chitauri army has arrived. The Leviathan ship, which resembles a whale, and countless individual airships like a swarm of locusts, are densely pouring out of the space channels. Recorded by the media, this scene is being broadcast live worldwide. Aliens have invaded. All the residents of Big Apple City, after looking at the scene above their heads, there is only one sentence left in their minds. Eagle Sauce is very interested in films about alien invasion, but it does not mean that they are willing to see this scene actually happen. For the first time, the Eagle Soup Nation was caught in the highest level of combat readiness. Countless fighter jets took off directly and came towards the Big Apple City. As one of the most important economic cities in Yingjiang country, Big Apple City is definitely the heart of Yingjiang. The Eagle Zhong nation naturally cannot tolerate such an important city being destroyed by aliens. Even the entire Earth, all countries are taking action in this one, and no one knows whether Eagle Sauce can withstand this alien invasion. If it can't be stopped, the alien crisis is likely to extend to the entire planet. On the Earth, human nations may continue to fight, but when faced with foreign races, mankind can unite. Yebi also came to the outside of the manor, looking at the Chitauri Legion spreading above his head. It seems that the movement is a bit too big. Yebi thought a little uneasy. At this time, the number of the Chitauri Legion that came out of the space channel was far more exaggerated than in the movie. These warships and individual airships from foreign civilizations did not land in the Big Apple City in the first place, but continued to spread in all directions. This shows that these Chitauri legions are not satisfied with a Big Apple City, and their purpose is the entire Earth. Only a small part of the forces of the Chitauri army rushed towards the Big Apple City directly below. In an instant, the Big Apple City was in danger of destruction. Explosions and flames filled the city. Many streets were blown up at the moment when the Chitauri army rushed down. All in all, it is clear that the real alien invasion is by no means the children's playhouse in the movie. At the same time, those trapped in the Big Apple City were horrified to find that all communication methods had no effect. Not long after the arrival of the Chitauri Legion, they attacked the means of communication of mankind. The global network is disconnected, and all mechanized equipment is directly scrapped. This is a dimensionality reduction blow, and it is the ravages of higher civilizations on lower civilizations. Humanity, the baby who has not yet made it out of the cradle planet, was severely beaten by the cosmic bully-level civilization, the Chitauri Legion. The war has not had time to start, and everything seems to be over. The fighter jets that took off were swept by an electromagnetic wave when they were about to reach the sky above the Big Apple City. All the internal devices of the fighter planes failed, and one by one fell from the air. The plane that fell down made all witnesses feel desperate. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. There is no force to fight back, even the opportunity to struggle. This is the true strength of the Chitauri Legion, and in a very short period of time, the human civilization on Earth has almost lost its resistance. Things seem to be a big deal. Yebi was also dumbfounded. This scene was beyond his imagination. Didn't you say that the superhero will save the world? Didn't it say that the Big Apple City will never be destroyed? Movies are all deceptive. Natasha, you organize the evacuation of people to a safe place. Hawkeye, you and I will stop these people's attacks and buy time for the masses. On a street in the Big Apple City, Steve of the US team said to the two companions around him. They had actually arrived the first time the Chitauri army arrived in the Big Apple City. Just with their abilities, there is no way to stop anything. They can only be a temporary commander on the street, leading the survivors to a safe place. Over their heads, Iron Man Tony Stark easily wiped out the individual airships of several Chitaurians. Captain, it's handed over to you. I will clean up the bugs in other places. Tony's words did not have the frivolousness of the past, and they seemed very solemn. After leaving such a sentence, he flew over this block and rushed towards the other Chitauri. Looking at Tony's busy figure, the US team was envious of the real name system. He also wants to play a bigger role just like Tony and repel more enemies. However, he can't do it. Hawkeye and Natasha are the same, watching Tony Stark flying around like a fairy. His heart is full of bitterness. Everyone is the veteran of the Avengers. Why do they have different styles of painting? How do you feel that the two of us came to the Avengers to make up? Although they thought a lot, they didn't take too long to do more, and they took the survivors into a safe place for refuge in an orderly manner. At this moment, a peculiar loud cry sounded, and then a huge Leviathan ship, with an unstoppable force, destroyed an entire block of buildings and rushed towards the US team and others. This overwhelming posture, as if to directly smash the three of the US team. The American team and the others also had serious faces, without any confidence in their hearts. You ask them to deal with other Chitauri soldiers, they are okay, but dealing with this kind of big guy is really too difficult. The cards of the Avengers have nothing to do with the three of the US team. To some extent, the US team, Black Widow, and Hawkeye are just ordinary people with better physical fitness. There is neither powerful high technology nor superpowers that can be mutated. Facing this scene, it is naturally powerless. Fortunately, just when the American team and the others were at a loss, a green figure soared into the sky and landed in front of them. Hulk protected the three of the US team at a critical time. These broad shoulders and strong muscles gave the three members of the US team a sense of security. Black Widow is even more splendid in the beautiful eyes. Hulk is really too manly. Hulk also did not live up to the expectations of the American team and others. After an angry roar, he took the initiative to rush towards the giant Leviathan ship of Chitauri. At the moment of the collision, Hulk hit the head of the Leviathan ship with a punch. The huge Leviathan ship, which was over 100 meters in length and weighed over several thousand tons, stopped its rampage as if it had encountered an obstacle that was difficult to break through. Hulk used his own power to force this behemoth to a stop. What's more terrifying is yet to come. Find Flowers 0. Under the action of kinetic energy, the huge Leviathan ship, which was suddenly forced to stop, raised its tail high. Then, under the unbelievable gazes of many survivors, he directly turned over to somersault. From the unstoppable dive posture, to the ground now, like a tortoise with all 4 feet upside down, it is difficult to turn over. The next moment, Hulk rushed out from below the Leviathan ship, holding 2 unlucky Zeta Swiss soldiers in his hands. Bang! Bang! With 2 beeps, Hulk smashed the 2 hapless guys on the side building, splashing blood. Then he rushed to other places without looking back, without even looking at the 3 of the American team. Let's continue to save the survivors. After a moment of silence, the US team said, it was hard to hide the loss in the tone. Looking at the other members of the Avengers Alliance, as if the gods descended to the earth, they slaughtered the quartet. It is impossible to say not to envy. It's a pity that they are all mortals, not gods. On the other side of the Big Apple City, Thor has defeated Loki, and is now dealing with the forces of Chitauri. Countless thunders were summoned by Thor, and rushed towards the Chitauri army under Thor's control. These thunderous and intertwined power grids have brought a lot of damage to the Chitauri army. Countless Zeta Swiss soldiers fell from the thunder like dumplings. The area where Thor is almost becomes a sea of thunder. But even if Thor is strong, he can only affect this place. As for the other areas of the Big Apple City, there is powerlessness. In fact, it is definitely not just the members of the Avengers who are fighting in the Big Apple City. The famous Fantastic Four are now incarnate as superheroes, active in the Big Apple City, working hard to resist the attack of the Chitauri army. Those mutants who are not favored by human society, some have spontaneously joined the battle to defend the Earth. Unfortunately, the situation that human superheroes can change is really small. Even the Chitaurians in Big Apple City are hard to clean up, let alone those outside of Big Apple City. Nick Fury came to the outskirts of Big Apple City and looked at the Big Apple City like hell with firm eyes. He knew that the only way to win this battle was to close that huge space channel. Otherwise, Chitauri's army will continue to flow, and no one can stop it. Just when Nick Fury planned to still go to the most dangerous Big Apple City, to the Stark Mansion to close the universe Rubik's Cube device. With a squeak, the means of communication that had long been abolished by the Zedero Legion was actually restored again. Then, a crisp female voice came. This is Wakanda. We have restored the means of communication on Earth. Superheroes fighting in the Big Apple City, listen carefully to what I have to say. The key to winning this war is to turn off the device of the universe Rubik's Cube. Only by closing that huge space channel, we can protect the Earth, this home. Superheroes, please. Not only Nick Fury heard these words, but even the entire Big Apple City heard them. The superheroes who were fighting stopped for a while, and then all looked at the Stark Tower. The key to determining the outcome of this war lies. However, in contrast, the vicinity of Stark Tower is also the place with the largest number of Chitauri troops. This is a war that is destined to be very difficult. Yebi hasn't shot yet. He believes in the superheroes of the Avengers. And after seeing Gu Yi's strength, Yebi knew it is impossible to capture the Earth just by relying on these Zederic forces. He just needs to wait for the real big shots. But in any case, Yebi did not expect that he would suffer from Weavong disaster. A certain Leviathan ship passing by came to Yebi's manor without warning. Directly exploded Yebi's originally luxurious manor into ruins. Yebi sat blankly in the middle of the ruins, looking extremely quiet. But the next moment, Yebi's eyes were full of anger. Damn it, the ghost knows how much Yebi cost this manor. And in this manor, there are so many fond memories of Yebi and Hela. As a result, it was bumped to ruins. Yebi hadn't really planned to shoot, but now he changed his mind. If he doesn't retaliate, he can't vent his inner anger at all. In fact, with the abilities of the Chitauri army, it is completely possible to press humans on the ground and continue to rub. Even today's immature human civilization has no chance to fight back. Only in a grieving tone, tell Chitauri's army to lighten it, it hurts. Of course, this is based on the situation where the big guys on the Earth don't take any action. Yebi doesn't know about other bigwigs, but if Gu Yi is willing to make a move, these Chitauri army will definitely be wiped out. Yebi didn't plan to shoot. He has always believed that the Avengers will win the final victory. Even today, human civilization on the Earth is about to be destroyed. Until, when a certain Leviathan ship passed by, it blasted Yebi's manor into ruins. It is tolerable, which is unbearable. Yebi, who originally planned to watch the superheroes perform, felt that he had to make the Chitauri army aware of his mistakes. So after accepting the fact that his house collapsed, Yebi rushed directly out of the ruins. With extremely fast speed, catch up with the huge Leviathan ship that blew up his manor. Then, two hot lasers rushed out of Yebi's eyes and swept across the Leviathan ship without any hindrance. In the next second, the originally huge Leviathan ship was cut into 3 sections by Yebi's superheat rays. Just like cutting butter with a hot knife, it's not silky. The explosion sound followed, and the originally huge Leviathan ship was completely scrapped. Looking at the huge Leviathan ship that fell into 3 stages with the fireball, Yebi's inner anger did not get enough vent. At the same time, what he did has also attracted the attention of other Chitauri army. I didn't know that it was the order issued by the chief of Chitauri, and the surrounding Chitauri army rushed towards Yebi. So much so that the superheroes in the Big Apple City found out why so many Chitauri troops went to the outskirts of the city. But now it's not the time to think about this problem, so hurry up to the Stark building and turn off the damn cosmic Rubik's Cube device. Yebi didn't know that his unintentional action actually eased a lot of pressure on the superheroes. At this time, Yebi was facing the encirclement and suppression of him by the Chitauri army. The overwhelming Chitauri army regiment has surrounded him round and round. Then, countless firepower was fired, and even a dozen Leviathan ships around Yebi fired their main guns. Countless light bullets mixed with dozens of energy beams attacked Yebi, causing the sky here to become a little lively for a while. There is no doubt that the power of the weapons of the Zedero Legion is far greater than the power of the weapons on the Earth. The main guns of those Leviathan giants can even make Hulk such as Hulk and thick-skinned meat shield characters feel painful. The volleys of more than a dozen main guns were all capable of directly injuring Hulk. Even if it was Hulk, he didn't dare to resist this round of shooting. But Yebi remained unmoved, letting himself be overwhelmed by these light bullets and laser beams. Just when the Chitaurians felt that Yebi had been dealt with, the next moment, Yebi's figure appeared in front of them. Don't say Yebi was dealt with, he was not even injured. At the same time, around Yebi's body, a ring of red energy was particularly dazzling. The chief of the Zedero also saw this scene through the screen, his eyes a little disturbed. At this moment, under the control of Yebi, the red energy in this circle suddenly skyrocketed. It is like a rapidly expanding sun, expanding its volume in all directions, sweeping everything around it. The violent energy instantly swallowed the Chitauri Legion that was too close, and this was just the beginning. The red energy spreads rapidly, and with it there are terrible shock waves. At this moment, even the commander of the arrogant Zedero Legion realized that he had provoked a terrible existence. It's just a pity that he has no chance to regret it. Under the desperate gazes of all the Zederians, the red energy swept like a sky, and included everyone in it in the blink of an eye. Those indestructible Chitauri Legion, under the skyrocketing red energy, were quickly melted. Even the wreckage could not be left behind. All energy shocks became the most basic molecules. The energy erupted by Yebi seems to have dropped a large-yield nuclear bomb, causing much more damage than other superheroes combined. When the red energy fell silent and no longer expanded, the Chitauri Legion in the sky evaporated. Everything that happened here can be seen even in the Big Apple City. Almost at the same time that Yebi exploded with these energy, everyone in the Big Apple City looked at him. Then people can see it as if a red sun rises above the clouds. The sky, which was originally gloomy, was reflected in red. Illuminating mountains and rivers is the best description. Where did what happened? The US team murmured that he had never seen such an old man in such a big scene. Did the military use a nuclear bomb? This is Tony's idea. He thinks such a terrible momentum is absolutely only a nuclear bomb can do. Of course, it may also be a new weapon developed by Nick Fury using the Cosmos Cube. Which direction? Is it him? Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Thor also noticed the movement, and his guess was different from everyone else. In fact, the only person in the Avengers who knows Yebi's strength is Thor. He has seen how Yebi beat the Celestial team and Odin. Even Odin was easily slammed by Yebi, causing such movements to be normal. Moreover, the place where the red sun rises is exactly the direction of Yebi Manor. This speculation made Thor very excited. If Yebi took the shot, then what are these Zederians? In fact, it's not just Big Apple City, the entire Eagle Sauce country has noticed Yebi's energy explosion this time. Seeing the red sun rising on the screen, the high-level officials of Yingjiang country were also confused. They also don't know the current situation, and don't know if it was caused by their own people or the Chitaurians. As for the ancient master, standing on the roof of the Big Apple City temple, looking at the place where the red sun rises, he smiled with satisfaction at the corner of his mouth. For various reasons, it was not convenient for her to take action during this crisis. So after seeing Yebi's move, Gu Yi felt relieved. Although Yebi usually says that it is too troublesome, but when the Earth is in crisis, will he not take action? The facts before him speak louder than words. Yebi said no, but his body was very honest. Gu Yi didn't know about Yebi's house collapse, so he felt that Yebi was a good duplicity. If Yebi knew that Gu had such a view of him, it might be very funny. After playing a big move that wasn't a big move, Yebi curled his lips disdainfully while looking at the empty sky in front of him. That's it? At this level? Who on earth gave the Chitaurians the courage to attack their house? Or is he simply a hapless person, who has endured the disaster of unwarrantedness? No matter what kind of possibility, Yebi is very annoyed inside anyway. After releasing some energy and creating a red sun, it didn't let Yebi's inner anger diminish much. On the contrary, he looked at the ruins of his manor and became more and more angry. Yebi, who is not angry, naturally can't just let it go. He intends to talk to the messenger behind the scenes about compensation, and there is nothing wrong with seeing Thanos in advance. If possible, he even plans to get rid of Thanos in advance. This guy in the province is thinking about doing things all day long. Yebi, who had decided, didn't take care of the other Chitauri legions, but flew all the way towards the Big Apple City. Behind Yebi, a big sonic burst cloud followed. Under a series of harsh roars, Yebi rushed into the chaotic Big Apple City like a comet. Yebi's purpose is obvious to those Chitauri legions passing by without taking care of it, that is, the huge spatial passage above his head. However, the arrival of Yebi naturally attracted the attention of many people. It's just that Yebi's speed is so fast that people can't see his identity at all. The US team could only watch an unidentified object fly over his head, leaving behind a series of sonic booms that made his tinnitus. Only Thor can barely see Yebi's face. I knew it. Seeing Yebi who came to fight in desperation, Thor thought with excitement in his heart. Although he has achieved brilliant results by himself, he is still a little alone. If Yebi is added, Thor is even confident to get rid of all the Chitauri legions above the Big Apple City. However, what made Thor a little dumbfounded was that Yebi didn't stop in the sky above the Big Apple City, but plunged into the space channel above his head. As for the Chitauri legions that were about to come out of the space channel, they had fallen into blood mold for 8 lifetimes. They didn't even have a look at the whole new world of Earth, and they were blown up by Yebi who suddenly rushed over. The superheat ray ability has directly become a death ray that the Zederians never want to remember. I don't know how many Zedaris died under these 2 terrifying red rays. Hey Thor, what was it that flew over just now? I seem to see something going into the space tunnel. Tony came to Thor in time and asked Thor. I don't know why he entered the space channel. Thor replied that he did not reveal the identity of Yebi. He has also come into contact with some superheroes, and he knows that many superheroes like to be silent. He guessed that Yebi is like this. Well, good luck to him. Then Thor, I need you to cover me. I must remove the things on the roof of my house. Tony didn't struggle for too long, and the top priority was to close the space channel. Otherwise, Chitauri's army will still flow out in an endless stream. The two who were talking did not notice that in the space channel above their heads, there was no more Chitauri army coming out. But even so, the situation in the Big Apple City is not optimistic. There are still many remaining Kaitian regiments, raging in the sky of Big Apple City. The Stark mansion was completely occupied by the Zedru Legion. Before Hulk wanted to rush over, they were all blocked and suffered a lot of injuries. Neither Tony nor Thor is confident that they can solve the Zedarians alone, and cooperation is the best way. At this moment, a colorful beam of light crashed down in the sky of Big Apple City. Unbiased, directly bombarded the Stark Tower. Rainbow Bridge. Asgard is here, our helper is here. Thor, who was still a little solemn, immediately became excited after seeing the colorful beam of light. In the difficult moments of life, it is very exciting to get help from hometown. Thor is like this, his tired body seems to be refilled with strength. After the colorful rays of light dissipated, Hela, wearing a golden armor, was riding the giant wolf Fenrir with Asgard's army and appeared around the Stark mansion. At the same time, some flying vehicles shaped like sailing ships were also scattered under Hela's orders and began to chase the individual airships of the Zedarians. Since ancient times, the atrium has been one of the 9 realms. Asgard is the leader of the 9 realms, and naturally has the obligation to protect the 9 realms from foreign civilizations. Warriors of Asgard, destroy those who broke into our territory. Hela said loudly to the army behind him, declaring the legitimacy of Asgard's troops, and boosting his morale by the way. Sure enough, the Asgardian warriors behind Hela rushed towards the Zedru Legion. Asgard is a country keen on war, and the Asa Protoss is the most combatable race in the 9 realms. Therefore, on the battlefield, never doubt the combat effectiveness of the Asa Protoss, especially when they are the king of the gods. As for Hela, as the God King, she naturally has no need to act on her own. Instead, he came to the roof of the Stark mansion and saw the cube of the universe and Loki hiding here. If I guess right, you should be my sister who has never met. I heard that you killed Odin. You did a good job. Maybe we can sit down and have a good chat. Seeing Hela coming, Rocky's old problem of talking too much has committed again. At the same time, he didn't have the confidence to attack Hela. This was the cruel man who killed Odin. I've heard of you, Loki, the god of tricks, the adopted son of that old fellow Odin. I actually admire you more than Thor. Your brain is much smarter than him. For example, if you are smart enough, put down your weapons, and leave Dingy, I can promise to let you go. Hela didn't have any friendship with Loki, nor would he really regard this guy with the blood of the frost giant as a younger brother. Although Hela did not make the first move, but the words were very rude. Not only wanted the Cosmos Rubik's Cube, but even stared at the psychic scepter in Loki's hand. How could Loki run around with such a dangerous thing? It is more appropriate to put it here. Hela's purpose was barely concealed, and Loki could hear it naturally. Immediately, Loki, who felt that he was already at the pinnacle of his life, immediately became angry. He now has an army of Zedru and 2 infinite gems in his hands, and he is not afraid of Hela at all. And he didn't understand Hela's true strength, and felt that Hela was just a weak chicken god king who took advantage of Odin's weakness. After hearing Hela's words, Loki showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth and slowly came to Hela. I think your proposal is very unfair. I am not the me who used to be. God King Asgard, you should respect me a little, I am also a god. A confident smile appeared at the corner of Loki's mouth, feeling that he was qualified to say no to Hela. Hela squinted her eyes, which were narrow and charming like a fox, to cover up the fierce light in her eyes. She couldn't figure out who gave Rocky the courage to show off his power in front of her. Just rely on the scepter of mind in your hand? Or those Chitauri legions like chickens and dogs? Just when Hela was thinking hard and couldn't figure out where Loki's courage came from, Loki suddenly got into trouble. The psychic scepter in his hand pierced toward Hela, intending to control Hela with the power of the psychic gem. In fact, the control effect of the mind gems is really watery. Just like Hawkeye, he wakes up after a fight. It has no effect on Hela, a tough person who has come out of the sea of blood in the corpse mountain. Moreover, the control effect of the mind scepter must be able to hit the target. At the top of the mind scepter, when the sharpest point was about to pierce Hela, Hela grabbed Loki's right hand first. The tyrannical force made Loki grin in pain, and he could not take the psychic scepter even further with all his strength. Let me respect you, and you deserve it too. A sneer appeared at the corner of Hela's mouth, looking at the funny Rocky in front of her and said coldly. Loki also panicked in his heart, realizing that the situation was a little bad, and he seemed a little overwhelmed. Just when he wanted to withdraw and retreat, Hela grabbed Loki's right hand and slammed. In the sound of clickbone movement, Hela twisted Rocky's right hand. 25. What? Rocky couldn't help it anymore and exhaled in pain. The psychic scepter in his hand also fell on the floor and could no longer be grasped. It's disappointing, you're worse than Thor, at least he still has a hammer. Hela looked down at Loki, who was very embarrassed and covered her right hand, and laughed mercilessly. But it's normal. No matter how naive Thor is, he is Odin's child, and he has no potential. Loki is going to be much worse, and he is not as strong as Thor, otherwise why would he be called the god of tricks instead of the god of war? Enough, I am fed up with the arrogance of the Odinson family. I repeat, I am a god. I'm still the king, what are you in front of me? Hela didn't take Loki's anger at all. In Yebi's words, Loki is called incompetent rage. Like to make troubles, but others like waves, this is why Rocky always fails. He wasn't even a villain, he was just a funny clown. Hela didn't have the patience to play with Loki anymore, and the top priority was to get the 2 infinite gems first. So Hela broke Loki's leg neatly and directly, and used the Sword of the Night Sky to nail Loki to the ground without moving. Had it not been for Phrygia's request to leave Loki's life, Hela could even beat Loki into a high paraplegia. Don't expect Hela to be merciful, she even blinded Thor's eye, although this hasn't happened now. As for Loki, lying on the ground staring at the sky blankly, he really suffered a huge blow, a blow that was bigger than the previous duel and defeat with Thor. So much so that he now began to doubt life, thinking about the meaning of his existence. Hela is different, holding the psychic scepter and coming to the device of the universe Rubik's Cube. Looking at the shield created by the overflowing energy of the universe's Rubik's Cube, she directly stabbed it with the psychic scepter. The energy shield of the Cosmos Rubik's Cube was destroyed under the action of the mind gems, and Hela also unimpededly held the Cosmos Cube in her hands. The blue beam of light that has been running through the sky, maintaining the space channel, slowly closed the moment the universe cube was held by Hela. At this moment, Thor flew over from a distance. Seeing that Hela had destroyed the device of the universe Rubik's Cube, I was immediately anxious. Brother-in-law hasn't come back yet, he just entered that space channel. In a hurry, Thor even called Yebi his brother-in-law. In other words, he actually admitted that Hela was his sister in his heart, although he had never called Hela that way. Hela also gave Thor a strange look after hearing the words, seeming to wonder what Thor called Yebi. In other words, if Hela was in Thor's position, she would never recognize her as an older sister. Because Hela not only killed Odin, but also beat Thor severely. Unless, Thor's heart is actually trembling, and he likes to be abused. Of course, Hela did not delve into this matter, it was nothing more than a title. She didn't have any thoughts on Thor, and it would be nice to maintain the status quo. As for Yebi, Hela has never worried at all. Don't worry, he is more capable than you think. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz, Hela said to Thor, comforting him. Thor's inner worries also faded a lot after hearing this. After all, even Hela said that, then Yebi would definitely be fine. Then Thor saw Loki lying on the ground doubting his life. If it was before, Thor might still feel a little distressed when he saw Loki's tragic situation. But after being tricked by Rocky so many times, plus what Rocky did, Thor just feels very happy. Let you guy do so many things, it's cheaper if you didn't kill you. At this point, this big event led by Loki and the invasion of the Zedaru Legion has completely come to an end. The next thing to do is to clean up all the Zedaric legions that are still on the Earth. Speaking of Yebi, after rushing into the space channel, Yebi left the Earth directly, turned around and appeared in a dark universe. In front of Yebi, there is a vast fleet. There are countless small spaceships like Leviathan, and many medium-sized spaceships shaped like spiders. At the very center is a huge spaceship like a cross. Undoubtedly, Yebi broke into the nest of the Zedarians. It may even be Thanos' nest. And Yebi also came to this point. Although while on Earth, Yebi destroyed many Kaitarians' aircraft. But Yebi is still dissatisfied, and the anger in his heart has not yet subsided. The huge fleet in front of me is just right. The sudden appearance of Yebi also made the Kaitarians a little embarrassed. Some don't understand Yebi's identity. However, this did not prevent them from launching an attack on Yebi. Immediately, hundreds of spaceships like the Leviathan ship flew towards Yebi. After entering the firing range, countless firepower vented towards Yebi. The kind of powerhouse who bursts out a street at every turn is still relatively rare in the universe. In fact, the real interstellar warfare is actually the strength of the weapon. In this regard, even if the Zedaru Legion is not the top, it is also top-notch. These hundreds of giant Leviathan ships can sweep the nations on Earth, and at least the army of human civilization is absolutely unable to deal with such a torrent of steel. However, Yebi is no ordinary person. A man who can even swallow a star can be defeated by these Chitauri legions? If the Zedaru Legion really had such strength, Thanos would have swept the universe long ago. Yebi almost ignored the attacks on him, and his eyes became red again. The superheat ray ejected from Yebi's eyes again, like a death ray, heading towards the spaceships of the Zedarians. In the environment of space, a vacuum cannot transmit sound. So even if the spacecraft exploded, there was no explosion sound. Yebi's superheat rays are like death sickles, ruthlessly rowing through the hulls of these Zedarians. All the Zedari spacecraft hit by the superheat rays directly and silently exploded. As if they were setting off fireworks, one after another Chitauri spacecraft exploded, and then went silent. This is the cruelty of interstellar war, even if it burns silently. After easily destroying the small spaceships of the Chitauri army, Yebi didn't stop much, but rushed directly towards the largest spaceship. Inside that largest spaceship, there must be the leader with the highest status of the Zedaru Legion. Even Thanos may be in it. So Yebi didn't wait for the careful spacecraft hit by the superheat rays to stop burning, so he could not wait to pass through the explosion area and head straight for the target. Yebi's goal was so obvious, and the Chitauri army naturally reacted. The largest spacecraft resembling a cross has already begun to evacuate, while the other Chitauri army spacecraft fired at Yebi, giving the largest spacecraft time to evacuate. Yebi ignored the attacks of the spaceships, and the target stared at the largest spaceship. But if you go smoothly along the way, Yebi still doesn't mind doing something. Yebi raised his palm and aimed it at the densest place of the Chitauri Legion spacecraft, and directly launched a huge cosmic ray. This cosmic ray was copied by Yebi from Swallowing Star. Full of power, the focus is on the large area of damage, which belongs to the AoE skill. White cosmic rays swept across the audience, and any spacecraft that was rubbed off exploded silently, leaving no room for resistance. With a light cough, using cosmic rays, Yebi brought huge damage to the Citadel army. At least 1/6 of the spacecraft was destroyed under this huge white ray. This is Yebi's true level of strength, and the Earth is still too small. When Yebi uses his own methods, he has to take his time, otherwise the Earth has to be blown up. For example, the red sun created by Yebi before releasing his energy. It's not just that power, but Yebi must control the power. If it is fully used, its destructive power is not much worse than that of the real sun. Destroying the solar system is absolutely enough. And don't think that this power is exaggerated. In fact, in front of the super bosses of the Marvel Universe, it can only be of average level. A truly powerful man can destroy the entire universe with a single thought, or even restart the universe directly. Yebi's confidence now is just the immortality of the ancient ruined days. In other words, Yebi still has plenty of room for growth. Besides, returning to the battlefield, with Yebi's continuous pursuit, he quickly came to the rear of the largest spaceship. Then, with an acceleration, Yebi directly caught up with the largest spaceship, and directly violently smashed the protective cover and hull of the spacecraft with his body, and entered the interior of the spacecraft. Yebi did it very simply, just hoping to meet Thanos. After all, it is the legendary villain. Yebi is still very interested. Otherwise, Yebi would have destroyed the spaceship a long time ago, but he just didn't do so. After Yebi broke into the spacecraft, the harsh sirens began to sound, and the Kaitarians rushed towards Yebi with weapons. In the face of these miscellaneous soldiers, Yebi didn't want to take another look. A cold breath would be enough to destroy them all. After passing a group of ice sculptures, Yebi came to the main control room of the spacecraft, which is also the most important place for the spacecraft. Yebi punched open the door of the main control room and broke into the inside of the main control room. Immediately, some Kaitarians opened fire on Yebi, trying to stop Yebi with their weapons. Their fate was obvious. Yebi didn't bother to move his hands, and took another cold breath to solve the battle. Only after looking around the main control room for a week, Yebi regretted that Thanos was not here. In this spacecraft, only the commander of the Chitauri army was the only one who was frozen into ice sculptures by Yebi. Just when Yebi felt dull and planned to completely destroy the spacecraft, the big screen behind Yebi suddenly lit up. Then, a big face full of pleats appeared on the screen. Thanos, there is no doubt that he has always known what happened to the Chitauri Legion. It seems that Rocky's actions have failed. Thanos looked at Yebi and said slowly, with a sense of confidence in controlling everything. Yebi also slowly turned around, seeing this ruthless man who might wipe out half of the universe's life for the first time. As you can see, that fellow Loki can't do anything. Why don't you come in person? Yebi asked Thanos, and seemed to regret that he hadn't really seen Thanos. Although we met at this time, it was only through some means to meet each other in the air. The real Thanos himself does not know which corner of the universe is hiding. I will go, but not now. When the wheel of history starts to turn, I will take my destiny to accomplish what I should do. As if foreseeing his future, Thanos said to Yebi speciously. Subsequently, the screen dimmed, and Thanos ended the video chat. Although Yebi regrets that he can't catch Thanos, the black hand behind the scenes, and beat him up, but it can only be so. Anyway, Yebi didn't want to fill the universe to find the trace of Thanos. After ending the first video call with Yebi, Thanos' expression quickly became serious. He wasn't as confident as he was in front of Yebi, but rather worried. In Thanos' plan, there is no Yebi, which means that the appearance of Yebi disrupted all Thanos' plans. So that he now has to make some changes to his plan, the change in response to Yebi. Where did such a powerful enemy emerge from? Thanos thought with some confusion that before meeting with Yebi, he didn't even know that there was such a person. When Thanos witnessed Yebi destroying the Chitauri army throughout, he realized that this guy who suddenly appeared would become his biggest obstacle in the future. Even Thanos was a bit grateful, but fortunately, he was not in the Chitauri Legion, otherwise his head would have been screwed off now. Most importantly, Thanos didn't even know how to restrict Yebi. Yebi's strength gave Thanos a sense of irritability that he couldn't start. Just as Thanos was thinking hard about how to deal with Yebi, his loyal subordinate, Ebony Maw, returned with good news. My father, we did not disappoint your expectations. We won Nidavellir. I urged those dwarves to forge your weapons and dealt with those dwarves. Ebony Maw gracefully saluted Thanos, and then said. Thanos was overjoyed when he heard this. He knew that his first step of the plan had been completely successful. The dwarves of Nidavellir are the best craftsmen in the universe, and they can forge artifacts beyond ordinary people's imagination. Just like the infinite glove that Thanos desires, it has now been forged by the dwarves. But it was precisely this point that Thanos wiped out almost all the dwarves of Nidavellir. He couldn't let the dwarves forge a second infinite glove. Although he was doing this as an enemy with Asgard, Nidavellir was one of the 9 realms and the territory of Asgard. Good job, you gave us a perfect start. Thanos praised Ebony Maw. He was very satisfied with his subordinate, and could always complete his tasks perfectly. In fact, this is also closely related to Thanos' plan. Reaching a cooperation with Loki and asking Loki to take away the soul gem, it seems that Thanos is sloppy. But it was actually using Loki to travel to Earth to attract Asgard's attention. The Ebony Throat took people to steal the house and bloodbathed Nidavellir. One link after another. Thanos' IQ is really not low. he is even a great scientist. The infinite gem should be kept on that planet for a while, and we will get it back later. Thanos said to Ebony Maw that he was not worried about the soul gems falling on the earth. Compared with infinite gloves, the priority of infinite rough stone is not high. This is all under your wise leadership, and our great goal will eventually be achieved. Ebony Maw also complimented Thanos, and was sincerely convinced by Thanos' meticulous plan. Thanos was able to create such a huge organization as the Dark Order, but it did not rely solely on force. With Asgard's participation in the war, only time remains for the destruction of the Zeta Legion. Asgard is not the Earth, they have a highly developed civilization. Although they favor close combat from fist to fist, it would be foolish to underestimate Asgard's technological level. Nick Fury also felt this, and had a clearer understanding of Asgard's strength. Asgard possesses high technology, and Asgard also has many powerful gods. From any point of view, today's Asgard is not something human civilization can confront. If there is a conflict with Asgard, human civilization will suffer a more tragic failure than before being hung and beaten by the Zeta Legion. The good news is that the relationship between humans and Asgard currently looks pretty good. Asgard is like a big brother standing in front of humans. This time the invasion of the Zeta Legion illustrates this point very well. But this does not dispel Nick Fury's vigilance against Asgard. The King of Agents habitually suspects anyone. Because the timing of Asgard's appearance was too clever. Asgard joined the battlefield just when the Citadel Legion was about to destroy human civilization. It's just right, and it's so charcoal in the snow. It is conceivable that when Asgard's deeds spread, all mankind will owe Asgard a great favor. This is not good news for Nick Fury, a conspirator. In fact, Nick Fury's suspicion is not wrong. Asgard appeared at such a clever timing. It is indeed Hela's calculation. Hela was already paying attention to the situation on the Earth when Loki descended on the Earth to take the Rubik's Cube from the universe. Hela was always on the sidelines when he saw the Chitauri Legion rubbing against the ground according to human civilization. It was not until the human civilization reached the most dangerous point that Hela led Asgard to join the battlefield and rescued the human civilization that was almost in desperation. The purpose of doing so can greatly improve Asgard's status in the eyes of mankind. At this time, Asgard was already a savior-level existence in the eyes of some people. In the future, Asgard will inevitably gain a huge influence on the Earth. And this is just the first step of Hela's plan. Next, Hela will send Asgard's envoys to station on the Earth to strengthen the connection between the two civilizations. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. By sharing some relatively low-end technologies, Asgard's position on the Earth will be improved step by step. Until, the Earth, like the rest of the 9 realms, has become a subsidiary of Asgard. The advantage of this is that it can turn the Earth into a subsidiary of Asgard without causing too much conflict. Lest the big guys on the Earth take the initiative, it would be more than worthwhile. The Earth cannot be conquered by force. Hela knows this very well, so he prepared this strategy of boiling frogs in warm water. Although Nick Fury can see some signs, it is difficult to stop. Hela is indeed a good king. She has learned how to use more advanced means than force to fight for the benefit of Asgard. Although this is not fair to the humans on Earth, Hela's current position is Asgard. Moreover, human beings on the Earth do not suffer, at least they have got a reliable big brother. Whenever he thinks that the God King of Asgard is Hela, Nick Fury will inevitably think of Yebi. Before Hela returned to Asgard, Nick Fury felt that Yebi was very lucky. Today, it is even more so. Bai picked up a God King as his wife, and lay down to the pinnacle of life. To be honest, Nick Fury was a little envious. Now that he is still single in his middle age, he also wants such a strong wife. Unfortunately, with his dignity, it is difficult to achieve this goal. Hela was in a very happy mood, and the harvest this time came to Earth was greater than she had imagined. Not only achieved the goal, harvested a wave of prestige on the Earth, but also obtained the universe Rubik's Cube. At the same time, there are unexpected joys, spiritual gems. All this made Hela very satisfied, until a news suddenly came from Asgard. Nidavellir, one of the 9 realms, was bloodbathed when the Asgardian army descended on the Earth. The infamous crazy titan Thanos in the universe sent his men and vanguards to slaughter Nidavellir's dwarves. Hela has achieved great success on the Earth, but in a blink of an eye she realizes that her home has been stolen. When he got the news, the anger in Hela's eyes almost gushed out. Crazy titan Thanos, why does this damn lunatic want to destroy Nidavellir? This is Hela's question. In theory, Thanos and Asgard should have no grudges. Moreover, Nidavellir has only a group of dwarves. Where can I get any benefits from a sneak attack? Or, it was for Asgard. Is Thanos planning to take advantage of Odin's death to find Asgard's trouble? After all, many people in the universe know that many of Asgard's weapons were made by Nidavellir. The dwarves of Nidavellir were bloodbathed, and the forging factory was destroyed. Asgard was the hardest hit. Damn Thanos, you wait for me. Even if you hide in a corner of the universe, I will let you pay for it. Hela gritted her teeth and thought that she had already put Thanos on the kill list in her heart. From the dispatch of the Chitauri army to invade the Earth, to the bloodbath of Nidavellir, Thanos' Dark Order has actually declared war with Asgard. At the same time, Yebi also returned to Earth through the portal. Looking at the manor that had become a ruin, Yebi scratched his head distressedly. Obviously, we can't live here, we can only wait for the reconstruction to complete. The good news is that Yebi had already set up a construction company long before the Chitauri army descended on the Earth. Therefore, the reconstruction of the manor is very convenient and can be done by one's own hands. At the same time, with the end of the war, the reconstruction of the Big Apple City began eagerly. This largest city in the world has suffered a lot of damage from the Zetaru army, and almost half of the city needs to be rebuilt. This allows Yebi's construction company to worry about not having a project to do, and there are plenty of opportunities to make money. Yebi's loss can be completely made up from this aspect, and even a lot of money can be made. It is not just Yebi's construction company, but almost all construction companies around the world are now focusing on the Big Apple City. Everyone knows that before the reconstruction of the Big Apple City is complete, business opportunities here are everywhere. Some active businessmen even set up construction companies urgently, intending to take a share in this feast of the construction industry. Even Stark Group, which is now transforming into energy, has urgently established a construction department. There have even been many reconstruction projects with good returns in the Big Apple City. Tony Stark deserves to be a shrewd businessman. He has a keen sense of smell and can smell business opportunities in a crisis. Coupled with Tony Stark's outstanding performance in the Battle of the Big Apple, the Stark Group is undoubtedly about to become one of the giants in the construction industry. This also caused the stock price of Stark Group to rise sharply, and Yebi also made a fortune. After dealing with the construction company, and finalizing the reconstruction of the manor, Yebi was about to leave the Earth, planning to go to Asgard to stay for a while. The manor has now been destroyed, and he has no idea of staying on Earth for the time being. When will the reconstruction be completed? It will not be too late to come back. In addition, Yebi went to Asgard for another purpose, just to understand Thanos as much as possible. Compared with the poor information of the universe on the Earth, Asgard's information is much more informed. Asgard, there must be a lot of news about Thanos. What Yebi needs most is to know where Thanos is now. After the previous video call, Yebi put Thanos on the agenda. Because Yebi always has a hunch in his heart, Thanos may be more difficult than he thought. Thanos is obviously wiser and more cautious than what is shown in the movie. Yebi thinks it is better to remove such a time bomb earlier. Soon, Yebi arrived in Asgard and saw Hela, who had just returned from the Earth. Looking at the cosmic cube and psychic scepter in Hela's hand, Yebi was not surprised. With Hela's strength, it was just a simple matter to get these two infinite gems. Just doing so may cause a chain reaction, that is, the future superhero Vision may not appear. However, Yebi and Vision are not familiar, so Yebi really doesn't care if Vision can appear. Seeing Yebi's arrival, Hela was still very excited. After hearing that Yebi had no place to live because the manor house had collapsed, he planned to stay in Asgard for a while. Hela suddenly found out that the Chitauri Legion was actually quite pleasing to the eye, thanks to the Leviathan ship that accidentally destroyed Yebi Manor for doing a good job. As for the memories carried in that manor, although Hela regrets, he does not intend to force it. Every day she is with Yebi now is a new memory, why insist on the past? But soon, Yebi said a name she hated very much, Thanos. That damn crazy titan, one day I will kill him. Hela said angrily. The more she thought about Nidavellir now, the more angry she became. The home was really stolen, and it caused heavy losses. The dwarves are the best craftsmen in the universe, and that is Asgard's precious treasure. That is to say, when Loki led the Chitauri army to attack the Earth, Thanos' faction's men sneaked an attack on Nidavellir. Yebi learned the whole thing from Hela and concluded. Hela nodded, and this time she was indeed a loser. Otherwise she would not be depressed until now. Yebi thought more. Thanos' performance exceeded his expectations. He didn't even know whether Thanos attacked Nidavellir at this time, whether it was the original plot or the butterfly effect he brought. Yebi no longer blindly believes the original plot. He has begun to understand the idea of the Celestial Group. His existence has brought the original story of Marvel World to an unknown ending. So far, Yebi doesn't know whether the ending is good or bad. 3 months have passed since the Battle of the Big Apple City. In these 3 months, the reconstruction of the Big Apple City went smoothly. Thanks to the efforts of countless construction companies, a brand new Big Apple City was rebuilt in 3 months. Don't doubt the technological level of Marvel World, their infrastructure strength is very strong. However, although the Big Apple City has been restored to its original state, no one will forget the tragic battle 3 months ago. According to post-war statistics, at least more than 100,000 lives died in that battle. This is a terrible number, which deeply hurts everyone's hearts. Even today, 3 months later, there are still mass demonstrations everywhere in Yingjiang country. All countries have begun to urgently study various secret weapons, hoping to be more calm when facing alien invasion next time. Many secret projects that had been abandoned by the military were also put on the agenda again at this time. For example, Super Soldier 2.0 project. Since the abhorrence made a big fuss in the City of Angels, General Ross has suffered a low point in his military career. He almost went to court and went to jail because of his hatred. Although he finally settled the matter with his huge network, he still lost his former power and became a mascot-like existence. However, after the Battle of the Big Apple, everything was changed. When the proud military force of the Eagle South Nation was easily crushed by the Chitauri army, he was mentioned again. The Super Soldier 2.0 project, which was shelved because of the hatred of the incident, was put on the agenda again. Many people hope that General Ross can restart this plan and help the Eagle Soup Nation create a batch of controllable abominations. Although hatred has caused heavy losses to the Eagle Nation's economy, no one can deny the power of hatred. Compared with hatred, the US team, the spokesperson of the super fighters, is simply ordinary people. In this way, Rose returned to the peak of power, and even went one step further, becoming the chairman of the Global Security Council. The abomination that was secretly imprisoned was also secretly delivered to General Rose. The new generation of Abomination Serum project has already begun. Seeing the hatred of being injected with a lot of inhibitors and stabilizers, General Rose's eyes flashed with terrible ambition. He is not content to create another hatred. Abomination may be powerful, but it is not perfect, and it can be stronger. By 160, Jinghook's previous performance in the Big Apple City battle was not the best. Thor of Asgard, the terrible thunder power, left a deep impression on General Rose. If you can combine the advantages of hatred and Thor's points, then what a powerful creature should be born. General Rose thought in his heart that he couldn't be excited just by imagining the scene. However, although General Rose has ambitions, he also knows who should be offended and who should not be offended. Now that Asgard's prestige is in full swing, to move the god of Asgard, isn't this looking for death? Although regrettable, General Rose gave up the idea of fighting Thor and began to look for other targets. For example, the video that he is constantly playing in front of him. In the video, a red sun continues to rise and expand, and its destructive power exceeds that of a large-yield nuclear bomb. The damage brought to the Zetaru Legion is even higher than all other superheroes combined. This is the true god of the world, and this is the ultimate goal of General Ross. Yebi, if your power is mine, how good would it be? General Rose watched the video and said slowly, his desire for Yebi's powerful force was beyond words. As for why General Ross knew Yebi's identity, it was naturally because of the satellite above his head. In fact, Yebi himself had never thought of hiding his whereabouts. S.H.I.E.L.D. had long known that he was strong. Yebi just hopes that no one will bother him, instead of being intimidated by fear of exposure. This also caused him to be targeted again, and he was also from the military. Like General Rose, Tony also looked at Yebi in the video with an unbelievable look. Today Tony is on a whim and wants to relieve the battle 3 months ago. Then, in the video I recorded with Mark Armour, I saw Yebi's figure. Originally, Tony just wanted to see who had entered the space channel and blocked the steady flow of Chitauri army. That was a turning point in the Battle of the Big Apple. If Yebi hadn't blocked the steady flow of Chitauri army, the pressure on the superheroes would be countless times greater. Even some weaker superheroes will pay the price of blood. Regrettably, no one knows who the unsung hero who entered the space channel and blocked the Zetaru Legion so far is. I don't even know if the hero has returned from the space channel. But after Tony zoomed in many times, he finally saw the true face of the unsung hero. That genius writer praised by countless people, Tony's friend, Yebi. He was actually an unsung hero. He rushed into the space channel without hesitation, and blocked Chitauri's legion. So, he has been incognito, silently guarding the Big Apple City. Tony thought to himself, while admiring Yebi. Compared with his superhero who enjoys the love of the public, Yebi is more worthy of the title of hero. Tony has a strong impulse and even wants to announce the news so that Yebi can get the praise he deserves. But after careful consideration, Tony gave up the idea. Since Yebi is unwilling to expose his superhero status, why should he make his own claim? After all, not all superheroes are as popular with the public as Tony. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. In fact, most superheroes are incognito and don't want too much attention to their lives. But this did not affect Yebi's greatness in Tony's heart. If Yebi knew what Tony was thinking, he would definitely show a weird expression. The power of this brain replenishment is truly incredible. I don't know if Yebi has come back. I should have discovered this earlier. Tony thought with chagrin. He realized that Yebi hadn't heard from him for 3 months. It may be that after rushing into the space channel, I encountered some trouble. I hope that the actual situation is not like this. But after some investigation, Tony breathed a sigh of relief. Yebi did not lose contact. He returned to his manor. And in the past 3 months, he has been very low-key, and has not promoted his achievements. This superior character immediately convinced Tony, this is the spirit of the knight who has gone away. I have to talk to him, our relationship should be closer. Tony said to himself that he couldn't suppress this idea now. Even Tony didn't know it himself, he had begun to admire Yebi a bit now. With such strong strength and so noble morals, he is still the hero behind the scenes of saving the Big Apple City. This is what Tony thinks of Yebi. So much so that he now wants to meet Yebi like a pilgrimage. Fanatic as a fan of the star-chasing fans. After 3 months in Asgard, Yebi took Hela back to his manor. This place has been rebuilt, almost exactly the same as before it was destroyed. I should go and prepare a great dinner to celebrate that we are back where we started. Yebi took Hela's hand, looked at the familiar manor, and said in a good mood. Hela also nodded, smiling all the time. She is in a good mood, and has even decided to stay here with Yebi for a while. Asgard is now on the right track, and she can relax for a while, so she will return to Earth with Yebi. Compared with Asgard, this manor made her relax and like it more. And now holding the space gem, no matter what happens to Asgard, she can rush back with time. So she has no worries, she came to the Earth with a relaxed mind. I'll go to the room to prepare. I hope we can spend a perfect night today. Hela smiled charmingly at Yebi and said seductively. Then she slowly went upstairs under Yebi's dangerous gaze. She planned to change her clothes. The characteristics of Asgard's costumes are too obvious, and she prefers these costumes on Earth. Compared to Asgard's armor, the costumes on the Earth will undoubtedly make her charm even greater. So soon, Hela changed into a black and elegant long dress, which was slim and perfectly set off her figure. Nodded in satisfaction in front of the mirror, Hela Shiren walked out of the room. Like a peacock on the screen, he showed his most beautiful side in front of Yebi. Yebi is very satisfied, so he plans to show off his cooking skills. After feeding the prey to his satisfaction, he can enjoy it slowly. However, just as the atmosphere in the manor gradually developed, unexpected guests arrived. The doorbell ringing outside the manor made Yebi and Hela frowned. Who is so indifferent? Don't you know they are going to spend a perfect night? Despite some grievances, Yebi came to the gate of the manor and saw the visitors. Tony Stark, a guest Yebi didn't expect. Tony, you should be playing with those supermodels at the party today, you shouldn't be here to disturb me. Yebi's relationship with Tony is still good, so he has no scruples and complains. Tony immediately understood something and raised his eyebrows at Yebi, showing a smile that a man knew. Soon, Yebi also took Tony to the manor, and Hela had already returned to the room. Tony was also straight to the point and said his intentions. Thank you for your dedication to us and this city. I am proud of you, my friend. To be honest, I admire you a little bit now, you are a real superhero. Just like seeing idol fans, Tony's enthusiasm today is a bit abnormal. Yebi looked at Tony with a question mark on his face, wondering if this Iron Man's brain was short-circuit. The impression of Tony is a somewhat arrogant person. How could such a guy praise him so much? Your acting skills are really good. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have been fooled by you. Don't worry, I won't talk about your identity everywhere. Tony saw Yebi wondering, and thought Yebi was acting. He understands that superheroes always like to give silently, pretending to be an ordinary person in front of others. But in front of Tony, there is no need at all. When he saw Yebi rushing into the space channel without hesitation, Tony had already become Yebi's fan. In Tony's eyes, this is the real heroic move. So, what are you talking about? Seeing Tony with excitement on his face, Yebi was even more confused. What the hell is this guy talking about? Well, look at this. Seeing Yebi still refuse to admit his identity, Tony felt helpless. Simply put his phone in front of Yebi, and then Yebi saw his face, still so handsome. At the same time, Yebi also understood why Tony was so enthusiastic about himself. Feeling this guy is the act of rushing himself into the space channel, seeing it as a guardian of the city and struggling to do so. But in fact, Yebi just needed to vent his inner anger, so he went to find more unlucky ones. Actually, I don't think I am a hero. I did it just to vent my anger. By the way, you'd better not post this video. I don't want too many people to pay attention to my life. Yebi said to Tony. He believes Tony still has some morals. Tony nodded, but misunderstood Yebi's meaning. He regarded Yebi as a noble person who did not seek fame and fortune. In fact, Yebi just hated trouble. I have to say that this is a wonderful misunderstanding. Two people's ideas have never been on the same channel, and Yebi is too lazy to explain too much. What Yebi didn't know was that General Rose was on the move while he and Hela were playing the music of life. He is using his own efforts to convince high-level government officials one after another. And his purpose is for Yebi. This is not a wise decision. It may cost us a superhero. However, if we succeed, we will make Yingjiang country great again. Standing in front of the unreliable president, General Ross said. He proposed to let the military directly arrest Yebi and hand it over to him. Although you may be fiercely resisted by Yebi in doing so, who cares? Yebi's strength is strong, but does he dare to act on fellow human beings? Superheroes dare not fight against the government. This is something everyone knows. Otherwise, the fishing boats all over the world will make Yebi worse than dead. You are too risky. You may detonate a super nuclear bomb at any time. If he resists fiercely, we can't bear the consequences. Mr. T. Bouletin Reliable became very reliable at this moment. He didn't agree with General Rose's adventurous idea. He actually tried to provoke a nuclear bomb that could explode at any time. Is he crazy? However, General Rose was confident. After overnight research, his think tank formulated a plan. As long as Yebi is still a superhero, he has no choice but to handle it. Because superheroes are all just. It may sound ironic, but it is the case. The only weakness of superheroes is that they are on the righteous side. Justice means there is a bottom line. And this world is worse than a bad world. Whoever is worse, who has no bottom line, can win. When General Ross knew that Yebi could easily cause damage comparable to a nuclear explosion, he went to trouble Yebi. Is it really a fool? No, General Rose is right. Yebi is a superhero, and his self-ethical restraint will not attack his peers. Even if you can resist, you will control the intensity of the resistance and will not cause too serious consequences. To put it bluntly, it is to use Yebi's inner bottom line to restrain Yebi himself. You can say that General Ross is despicable, but in fact this trick works very well. To deal with other superheroes, the military even only needs to snare a seemingly just crime, and then they can mess around. The only difference is that the value is not worth it. Like Hulk, isn't it always being chased by General Ross? Is Hulk unable to deal with the military? How can it be? If Hulk is willing, he can even destroy the entire ground troops of Yingjiang. But Dr. Banner's subconscious mind in Hulk will tell Hulk not to be an enemy of the country. This resulted in Hulk being chased by the military and seldom resisted even by various attacks. To put it bluntly, he was still bound by his inner moral standards. But if you change the object to hate, does the military have a way? There is no moral restraint in hatred, so hatred is 10,000 times more terrifying than Hulk in the eyes of the military. Because hatred would really kill their military, the military didn't even dare to provoke such monsters without absolute certainty. The same is true for Yebi. The military only needs to collect a seemingly just crime before they can apply for the arrest of Yebi. As long as Yebi still has a bottom line in his heart and he is concerned about the law and the country, Yebi can only let the military mess up. Or just like Hulk, living a life of desperation. What is the price the military needs to pay? It's just some useless morality. General Rose didn't need morality, he only cared about his own purpose. As long as the purpose can be successful, even some sacrifices are worth it. So after listening to General Ross's recounting of all his plans, Mr. Tefupa was shaken. He decided to ask his think tank, and if the plan was feasible, he would nod in agreement. Soon, Mr. Tefupa Reliable got an answer from the think tank. From the perspective of human psychology, General Rose's plan is perfect. Even if you really fall out with Yebi in the end, you won't pay too much. You only need to throw a few dead ghosts to calm Yebi's anger. Of course, the premise of all this is that Yebi really has to be a superhero, and he has to have a noble character. Otherwise, all of the above will be directly invalidated. As for Yebi's character, judging from the military's analysis, it should be pretty good. After all, Yebi used to act unselfishly during the Battle of the Big Apple City, and broke into the abdomen of the Chitauri army alone. Without this incident, it would be impossible for General Ross to propose such a risky plan. Let go and do it, I wish you success. In the end, Mr. Tefupa made a decision and agreed to General Rose's plan. Of course, we will make Yingjong country great again, and the stars and the sea are our journey, General Rose said with satisfaction. He is confident that as long as he can get Yebi's serum, he can create a fighter that is 100 times stronger than hatred. At that time, what is the Zetaru Legion? Asgard can ignore it. After receiving the support of Mr. Unreliable, General Ross quickly left the Pentagon building. He is about to start to prepare and start closing the net for Yebi. All the conditions have been prepared, and now only need to harvest. As for Yebi's wishes, who cares? It's a big deal to lower the requirements, just a little blood. Anyway, this kind of thing is nothing to General Rose. He would have been shameless to climb to this position. Sign in successfully, reward Avalon. As usual, every morning when Yebi wakes up, the first sound he hears is the system sign in. Good luck today and rewarded a good thing. Avalon, it's harder for me to die now, Yebi thought with satisfaction. Avalon, the scabbard of the legendary sword of Oath of Victory. The name comes from Celtic mythology, which is the land of fairy tales, far away from the earthly Gensekyo. In a certain world, the guardian treasure belonging to the strongest level, the guardian barrier opened is the highest X level, that is, it cannot be broken. After integrating into oneself, it can greatly enhance Yebi's vitality and defensive ability. However, this is only better than nothing for Yebi, because he himself is immortal. It's a pity that this Avalon can only be used by Yebi himself, otherwise it will fit into Hela's body well, but it's a pity. In fact, most of the props or templates rewarded by the system can only be used by Yebi. Just when Yebi was about to get up to wash, the phone on his hand suddenly rang. I picked it up and looked at Yebi and found out that it was Tony's phone. Tony, it's not your style to find me so early, what's the matter? Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. According to the impression, Tony should still be asleep at this time, and he basically has to get up in the afternoon. You are still in the manor, right? Leave quickly, the military will target you. Tony's voice is very urgent, obviously this thing is a bit unusual. Yebi also got serious all at once, with some doubts in his heart. The military is targeting me? I'm not Hulk. Before Yebi's voice fell, he heard a noise outside. That was the gate of Yebi Manor, which was forcibly broken open. Then, the footsteps of a group of people broke in. Combined with this news from Tony, it is clear that the military has already arrived. Yebi's face immediately became gloomy, and he hated trouble. Tony on the other end of the phone is already in a hurry. He has even begun to wear mark armor, hoping to get to Yebi's manor soon. In fact, Tony just learned about the fact that General Ross of the military wanted to do something against Yebi. Suddenly, Tony realized the seriousness of the matter. Is he afraid that Yebi will suffer? He knows Yebi's strength very well. He is afraid that Yebi's impulse will cause an irreversible situation. That's why he was so anxious that he wanted to avoid conflict as much as possible. Who knew it was still a step too late? At the same time, Tony yelled at General Ross inwardly. This idiot, he just wanted to find a place to jump down. Why should he provoke Yebi? Tony knew the military's habits well, and knew that it was a bunch of unreasonable hooligans. If Yebi is annoyed by any chance, the consequences will be catastrophic. In addition, Tony doesn't want Yebi to suffer. For such a noble superhero, why should he bother him? Soon, Tony put on the mark armor and flew directly in the direction of Yebi Manor. While on the road, Tony informed Shield of the news. He now needs Nick Fury's help. On the other side, inside Yebi's manor, Yebi had already arrived in the living room and saw this group of uninvited guests. Headed by General Ross, this old man Yebi still remembers, a full-fledged careerist. At this time, General Rose had the winner's smile on his mouth, and looked at Yebi proudly. Behind him, hundreds of military personnel have surrounded the manor. After seeing Yebi come out, General Rose also stepped forward and stood in front of Yebi. After investigation by our military, we believe that you are suspected of stealing military secrets. Mr. Yebi, please cooperate with us, otherwise we have the right to take you away forcibly. General Rose spoke to Yebi in a victorious tone. Looking at this posture, it seemed as if Yebi had been eaten up. This made Yebi frown, and there was nothing wrong with it. What if I say no? Yebi replied with a cold face. She couldn't understand why there are so many Sabi coming to die in front of her. Isn't it good to be alive? What is the end of Yebi's enemies? Isn't General Rose unclear? In fact, General Ross really didn't know, even about the Mutant Brotherhood. That incident has been listed as the top secret of SHIELD, and General Rose has no right to look through it. You can refuse my order, but we will enforce it forcibly. You can also resist. Even if you escape from here, you will become a complete criminal in the future. The earth is so big that there is no place for you to stay. General Rose said with a win, as if he didn't worry that Yebi would run away. The main reason is that Yebi looks like a superhero. If it were a super criminal, General Rose would never dare to trouble Yebi. Find flowers 0. In General Rose's view, even if Yebi finally resisted, he would at most wound a few soldiers and then fled. By the way, you'd better cooperate with our military's actions, otherwise the consequences will be very serious. You don't want to see yourself ruined, from a dazzling genius writer to a scumbag everyone spurned. As if not feeling safe enough, General Rose said one more thing to remind Yebi of the consequences of resisting. The intention is obvious, it is to threaten Yebi. It is best to cooperate obediently. If Yebi is really a superhero, he is really in desperation right now. If he resists, he will directly become a criminal and lose all his glory. If he doesn't resist, General Ross is more satisfied, and he can do whatever he wants with Yebi. Take as much blood as you want. It can be said that General Ross is a conspiracy, and there is almost no solution. Using social fishing vessels as a threat to challenge the moral bottom line of superheroes is a dead end for those real superheroes. But unfortunately, General Rose didn't know that the person standing in front of him was not a superhero at all. He didn't even feel angry, only that General Ross in front of him was a funny clown. Hard to do ugly and stupid performances. Looking at Yebi who was silent, General Rose smiled triumphantly and felt that Yebi had given in. So he waved to the soldier behind him, grab him and take it home. General Rose said triumphantly, as if he saw the day when he used Yebi's serum to make himself a god of the world. 0. Following General Rose's signal, 2 soldiers stepped forward to detain Yebi. At this moment, Yebi shot directly with lightning, reached out and grabbed a soldier's neck, and lifted it up. The poor soldier was lifted directly in front of him by Yebi, who was breaking his neck with his hands in vain, hoping to breathe a few breaths of fresh air. This scene directly changed the form of the court, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. General Rose felt even more sudden. He didn't expect Yebi to resist this altogether. Thinking of the energy that Yebi possessed, even General Ross was flustered. But he was calm and looked at Yebi sternly. What do you want to do? Do you want to be an enemy of the military? Do you want to betray this country? You want to be clear about the consequences. If you kill someone, there will be no place for you on the whole earth. General Rose hopes to use roar to cover up his inner panic. He is the only one present who knows how terrifying Yebi is. However, Yebi's eyes were still indifferent, which made General Ross gradually become uneasy. Finally, Yebi spoke. Why do you think I am a superhero? Looking at General Rose who forcibly straightened his body and stared at him, Yebi said slowly. General Rose was taken aback by his words, and a bad feeling came to his heart. His conspiracies seem incomprehensible, but they have an important premise. That is, Yebi must be a superhero, and he must have moral standards that surpass ordinary people. Because only in this way can Yebi have the possibility of compromise. But if Yebi himself is actually a super criminal, then his threats are very ridiculous. To put it bluntly, General Ross is just gambling again, betting that Yebi's moral standards are higher than ordinary people. Because superheroes are much easier to deal with than super criminals. Those super criminals have no bottom line than their military. Just when the atmosphere reached the freezing point, the gold and red Iron Man finally arrived on the scene. At a glance, he saw the hapless guy who was being held by Yebi's neck, and he also saw Yebi with indifferent eyes. Calm down Yebi, you put the person down first, and you have something to say. Tony was really panicked. He was afraid that Yebi would accidentally twist the hapless neck. At the same time, Tony's heart is also very atmosphere. General Rose's methods are too bad. If it was him, he would get angry directly. Using morality to deal with superheroes is the easiest way, because the military does not need such things as morality. Behind every superhero, there is his own background. Even if Spider-Man is a civilian, isn't there an Iron Man Tony behind him? The vast majority of superpowers without a background will become super criminals, which is the vast majority. Otherwise, why does every superhero have a lot of deadly enemies? The situation on the court was very tense for a while. Tony and General Rose looked at the hapless soldier in Yebi's hand. What they are most worried about now is that Yebi used his strength to send this hapless soldier directly to see God. In this case, the contradiction between the two parties will be completely intensified, and everything will be irreparable. Yebi, brother, you have to calm down, at least the one in your hand is innocent, you put him down first. Tony's voice came from the steel armor, reminding Yebi to put the overall situation first. But after listening to Tony's words, Yebi's eyes became colder, and even the gaze looking at him became a little alienated. What is the difference between persuading others to calm down and making others kind? They are all virgin bees standing on the moral high and low. Then, Yebi looked at General Ross, who was aside, with a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Is it fun to play with people's hearts? Do you think you are very smart? It is indeed a good idea to use the moral standards of superheroes and let them restrain themselves. Even if it fails, the superhero will be merciful because of his inner moral standards. When the time comes, he will throw out a few ghosts, and the matter will be resolved successfully, right? If I were a superhero, you would be invincible now, because a superhero would not kill a general of a country. Unfortunately, I am not. Yebi said all the plans of General Rose word by word, and he was not stupid. He could see the support of General Rose at a glance. He just thought it was ridiculous. From what point did this old thing judge him to be a superhero? And being so sure made Yebi feel confused. After he killed so many mutants, there are still people who believe that he is kind, and I have to say that this is magical. After listening to Yebi's words, General Rose's face turned blue and white, and he knew that the worst had already happened. That is, Yebi is not what he expected, has a high moral standard, and he bet wrong. What's more frightening is that Yebi had an insight into his plan at a glance, which made General Rose's feeling of control over everything gradually disappeared. Looking at General Rose, who was speechless, Yebi smiled contemptuously. Remember this person, he died because of you. With that said, Yebi's hand pressed slightly and directly squeezed the neck of the hapless soldier. The hands and feet of the soldier who were still struggling fell weakly at this moment. Then Yebi turned his gaze to General Rose again, his eyes full of mockery and killing intent. Those who play with people's hearts are bound to suffer backlash. At the same time, Tony also reacted and directly stood in front of General Yebi and Ross. Enough, Yebi, I beg you can't continue, there will be a big mess. Tony actually wanted General Ross to die, but he couldn't. As General Rose, he is destined to not die in the hands of Yebi. Otherwise, Yebi is completely enemy of Yinjiang country. Yebi remained indifferent, his eyes were still firm, unshakable. Don't let the enemy live, this is Yebi's rule. No matter who came or said today, General Ross would have to die and no one could be saved. Just when Yebi and Tony were about to clash, Tony suddenly heard Nick Fury's words. Tony, how is the situation on your side now? Nick Fury's voice is very anxious, as if a catastrophe is imminent. Even when the Zetaru army invaded the Earth, Nick Fury did not have such an anxious posture. Very bad, Yebi killed a soldier, and now he wants to kill General Ross. I'm stopping him. Tony reported the truth, and he was thinking about how to stop Yebi. Strength is definitely impossible, Tony knew he was not Yebi's opponent. In addition, how to exonerate Yebi is also a problem. Tony doesn't blame Yebi for killing people. All he thinks about right now is to keep Yebi and not to fall out with Yinjiang country. This is why he told Nick Fury about this matter. Don't stop, let him do it. The BD of General Rose, Marzafak. You also do it for me and kill the dog in the gate. I will be responsible for all issues, and I will explain to the high level of the country. What you have to do now is one thing, and that is to cooperate with Yebi to kill General Rose's dog and get him done for me. When it came to the last sentence, Nick Fury almost yelled. This made Tony almost stayed on the spot, even thinking that he had auditory hallucinations. What? Nick Fury asked me to kill General Rose? I heard it right. Although Tony knows that General Rose and Nick Fury are very uncomfortable, they don't have to be so cruel. Execute the order, kill that BD, I will explain to you later. Nick Fury told Tony Stark again that his attitude was very firm and there was no chance of relaxation. Tony was at a loss, but he could only do so. Moreover, why refuse? Anyway, Nick Fury will take care of all the problems. Originally, Tony was very upset with General Rose, but he was concerned about the identity of the other military's high level, and had been restraining it all the time. But now, I am not afraid anymore. Brother, I changed my attention. Let's get rid of this scumbag together. After Tony made the decision, he didn't hesitate anymore and said directly to Yebi. Yebi didn't expect Yebi to change his attitude so quickly. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. General Rose's face changed suddenly, and Iron Man had unexpectedly changed his position. What the hell is going on? People nowadays don't care about my identity. You think about the consequences. I'm a general, you kill me to be an enemy of Yinjiang country. General Rose said to Yebi and Tony still sternly. He now expects the two to be cautious about their identities. As for achieving his goal, General Rose has no longer any extravagant hopes. I know who you are. You are General Ross. But I received an order from Nick Fury and he asked me to kill you directly. If you have any questions, when Nick Fury also goes to hell, you can ask him again. Tony said to General Rose, and at the same time he showed his attitude to Yebi. Although Yebi was puzzled, he didn't take it to heart. As long as Tony doesn't stop him, everything is easy to say, everyone is still a friend. Only General Rose is still wondering why Nick Fury wants Tony to kill him. Nick Fury wants General Ross to die, and this has to start in the morning. Early this morning, Nick Fury was still in a good mood. I had just made a large sum of money yesterday, and my hands were generous, but I received a call from Tony Stark early in the morning. When he learned that General Ross was going to move Yebi, Nick Fury was almost stunned. Then I went straight to rage, and I dropped one of the phones. That BD, the goddamn thing, actually moved Yebi. He is looking for death. It's the courage that idiot gave him, and death is not such a way to die. A whole beast, I should have killed him. Nick Fury was completely angry. He didn't expect that someone would dare to move Yebi. Leaving aside Yebi's terrible strength, Yebi's wife is Hela, which is destined to be a person who can never move. This is to cause diplomatic disputes, or the kind that is unbearable. If one fails, there will even be war. No, it should be said that slaughter is more suitable. Thinking of this terrible consequence, Nick Fury's face turned pale. So Nick Fury immediately contacted Tony and told him to ignore General Rose and let the old guy die. Even Tony can help Yebi get rid of that old guy. Anyway, Nick Fury has long seen General Rose not pleasing to his eyes. At the same time, Nick Fury also rushed to the Pentagon building. He was going to say hello. It is important that General Ross is not dead. The important thing is not to offend Yebi. To be precise, he cannot offend Hela and Asgard behind Yebi. General Rose deserves to die. Doesn't he know the identity of Yebi? Oh, General Ross really doesn't seem to know. Don't talk about General Ross, even the unreliable president doesn't even know. In theory, he should know this because he is unreliable. He has this right. But Nick Fury was really worried, especially Unreliable would post this to Twitter to show off, so he didn't tell him. This is not impossible. In fact, the unreliable Mr. President has already said many things that cannot be said on Twitter. If General Rose knew about this, he would definitely cry. He didn't expect that he had calculated it for so long, and he would have calculated himself into a dead end. And because of an unreliable president. If Mr. Unreliable can be more reliable, then this thing will not happen at all and will be directly rejected. It can only be said that General Ross should be so. All kinds of coincidences together led to the current situation. In Yebi's manner, the situation has been reversed. Before General Rose came, he was full of confidence and felt that he could control all the situation. But in a blink of an eye, he fell into a dead end. After seeing that his identity as a general could not prevent Yebi from killing himself, General Ross was completely panicked. But he gritted his teeth and took out a reagent tube from his pocket. Inside the reagent tube, there was a tube of red amber-like liquid, which he poured down by himself. This is the result of his research these days, based on the serum of Abomination and the serum of Hulk, the super soldier potion that he has developed. He didn't plan to drink it so early, but he still wanted to wait for a more advanced serum to be developed with Yebi's blood before taking it. But now, it's too late, he has no choice. Soon after drinking the serum potion, General Ross felt a sharp pain. It seems that the cells of the whole body are constantly dividing and regenerating at this moment. This is a kind of pain that is even more terrible than broken bones. He gritted his teeth and wanted to persevere, but he didn't succeed, so he could only whine like a beast. At the same time, his body is constantly expanding and expanding, just like an inflated balloon. His muscles began to bulge, and his skin began to turn red. My goodness. Tony looked at the scene in front of him and exclaimed. He didn't expect that General Rose would become what it is now. This is so scary. The ghost knows what General Rose drank. At the same time, no one knows what General Ross will eventually become. But one thing is certain, that is, General Rose has become stronger and stronger in the process of mutation. Yebi watched with interest the constant mutation of General Ross, and had no choice to stop it. He wanted to see what kind of existence General Rose would become in the end. However, the venue is not here, it should be changed to a more open place. Thinking of this, Yebi suddenly rushed in front of General Ross at a very fast speed, grabbed him, and flew directly into the sky. After finding a suitable place, Yebi left General Rose behind. He didn't want to destroy the manor he had just rebuilt because of General Rose. General Ross obviously does not have the ability to resist gravity. After being thrown by Yebi, he can only fall freely. With a loud noise, General Rose slammed on the ground, an uninhabited suburb. If it were the original General Ross, this free fall was enough to end his life. But now, obviously not. Without letting Yebi wait too long, General Rose's mutation was completed. I saw a big guy with red skin and a Hulk-like appearance standing on the ground and roaring angrily at Yebi. This is the Red Giant. Yebi was a little surprised, but he didn't expect the Red Giants to appear. If according to the original story, General Ross will eventually become a Red Giant, but obviously not so early. And General Rose will be turned into a Red Giant by the Gamma Ray Burst, just like the birth of Hulk. It's definitely not the scene that Yebi has seen right now. After drinking the potion, he immediately transforms. Roar. General Rose, who turned into a Red Giant, roared loudly at Yebi. At the same time, he constantly slapped his chest with his fists, as if he were demonstrating. Obviously, General Ross, after becoming a Red Giant, had a bit of confusion in his thinking. Tan is that he clearly remembers his hatred for Yebi. In the next second, the Red Giant squatted slightly, and then rushed towards Yebi like a cannonball out of its chamber. This is not flying, but pure jumping power. He directly and easily jumped to a height of 300 meters, kicking out a pothole on the ground. Such a terrifying power is almost the same as Hulk. And Hulk's nickname is, beating everything under the atmosphere. It is a pity that General Ross, the Red Giant, had a bad life and encountered the monster Yebi. The red giant is very powerful, but in front of the stronger Yebi, it can only be deflated. Looking at the red giant jumping up from the ground, Yebi also swooped down directly from the air. Coming to the front of the red giant at an extremely fast speed, he stepped on the guy with one foot. The red giant was smashed to the ground faster than jumping up on the spot. But soon, the red giant climbed up from the pothole without any scars on his whole body, and his anti-strike ability was quite good. And the first thing the red giant climbed out of the pit was to shout at Yebi constantly. Obviously, he was not very convinced. The red giant was fierce when he was angry, but Yebi only felt that he was noisy. In fact, the strength of the red giant is not weak, not under Hulk. In the original story, he even killed Abomination. In a sense, red giants are Hulk's enemies for life. It's just a pity that the scene of Hulk versus Red Giant will never appear again, and Yebi won't let this guy live. At the same time, Tony flew to Yebi's side and saw the Red Giant Hulk below. This is General Rose. Tony was a little surprised. The red guy below looked like a teammate. Follow him, he is about to die anyway, Yebi said lightly, his tone full of confidence. Before Tony could react, he rushed down first. The Red Giant was also fully alert and ready to face off, clenching his fists ready to smash down at any time. However, Yebi had a whim and didn't directly fight the Red Giant directly. Instead, a white light flickered in both hands, and then a rope made up of white energy was thrown directly by Yebi. The rope made up of this white energy was accurately set on the Red Giant. Although the Red Giant roared and his muscles continued to bulge, he couldn't break free. The Red Giant naturally couldn't break free, but Yebi condensed this rope with white magic. And it just so happened, whether it's Hulk or hatred, or the Red Giant in front of him, the biggest nemesis is magic. Like the Kryptonians, the Red Giants are people with little magic resistance. A meat shield with low magic resistance, wanting to break free from the shackles of white magic, is simply a dream. Seeing that he had locked up the Red Giant, Yebi directly grabbed the rope and waved it. The powerful force made the Red Giant uncontrollable and could no longer remain on the ground. It's like a large meteor hammer waved by Yebi. Yebi has the final say on where to fly. Yebi was taken aback by pulling the rope to let the Red Giant fly around, and then smashed to the ground fiercely. This is not fighting at all, this is just playing around. Although the Red Giant screamed louder and louder, he still couldn't escape the fate of being treated as a meteor hammer. Only under the control of Yebi, he was repeatedly thrown to the sky and then smashed down. After repeated several times, the Red Giant was still unharmed, but 25 eyes were already flashed, and he was obviously extremely angry. However, Yebi didn't care, he was playing with the Red Giant. If you really wanted to kill, the Red Giant would have been killed in seconds. You are still not convinced, then let's do something new, Yebi said with a sneer, and then pulled the rope in his hand to make the Red Giant fly in front of him. Yebi was already ready. When the Red Giant came in front of him, he punched the ugly face fiercely. The Red Giant was immediately smashed to the ground at a straight angle. This is not a fight at all, but a mockery of the opponent. In fact, Yebi never regarded the Red Giant as an opponent. After suffering Yebi's punch, the Red Giant was no longer unharmed. Yebi smashed his teeth in half, and his mouth was full of blood. Although it looks miserable, Yebi has no sympathy. Thinking about what this guy did before, Yebi just thought he deserved to die. It's just that Yebi doesn't have any interest in continuing to play. It's better to get rid of it earlier. Thinking of this, a black firework appeared in Yebi's palm, exuding a frightening atmosphere. In the direction of the Red Giant, Yebi threw the firework at will. This black firework is like a life, tracing a weird track, rushing towards the Red Giant. The Red Giant obviously felt the danger coming. He kept struggling and roaring, hoping to free himself from the shackles. But the gap in absolute strength made all the Red Giant's efforts in vain. Under the increasingly anxious eyes of the Red Giant, the black fireworks finally fell on him. In the next moment, the black firework the size of a flame suddenly soared, swallowing the entire Red Giant, as if it had become a fireball. The moment the Red Giant was contaminated by the black fireworks, he wailed extremely painfully, as if in unimaginable pain. As the fireworks continued to burn, the Red Giant's wailing became smaller and smaller, until it finally disappeared. However, within a few blinks, the huge Red Giant was completely burned out, and even the ashes were not left, and the dead could not die again. Yebi's expression remained the same after the Red Giant was dealt with, but Tony's expression was a bit complicated. He still admires Yebi. After all, Yebi once did a heroic act. But Tony is also a little more sensible, knowing that Yebi is not the kind of superhero he knows. He is more like a punisher, the kind of person who uses evil to counter evil and violence to counter violence. Under Tony's complicated eyes, Yebi came to him. Go back and tell Nick Fury that I don't want to see similar things happen again. I don't need them to respect me, but they should learn to fear me. After speaking, Yebi turned around and left, giving Tony no chance to speak. As for these remarks, Yebi once again expressed his attitude to Nick Fury. He doesn't need Nick Fury's respect, nor does he need Nick Fury to see himself as a superhero who can save the world. All he wanted was to make people fear him. Only fear can be restrained. This is the attitude that human beings should have toward the gods of the world. The grace of God is like the sea, and the might of God is like hell. God's thunder and rain are all gifts. Yebi can occasionally give humans a little help, but humans cannot say they want it. After all, this is not Yebi's home star, it just has the same name. I believe that after the incident of the Red Giant, those human organizations should learn how to treat him. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Just like the DC next door, Superman in DC is like that. Human beings treat Superman with a strong fear and respect. It is this fear that has taught humans how to respect Superman. Otherwise, just think about everything the Avengers will face in the future. The human side even issued an agreement to regulate superheroes. This also directly led to the Civil War. This is the nature of human beings. You can't make them fear, they will be more greedy. Yebi is gone, but Yebi's words are printed in Tony's mind. Learn to be fearful. Do you want to be a god who overrides all living beings? Tony thought in his heart that he naturally heard Yebi's voiceover. Because only with God, human beings always remain fearful. And Yebi undoubtedly has the power to become a god. Conquer all who are dissatisfied, the god of the world. Jarvis, how is the data collection? Tony suddenly asked his artificial intelligence butler. Yebi's data has been collected, sir, you can check it at any time. Jarvis's voice came from inside the armor, and only Tony could hear it. I see, it will be passed to my laboratory later. Anti-human armor, it's time to start this challenge. Tony said complicatedly, and felt that he was very crazy. If it is not crazy, how can the idea of challenging God arise? But this is what Tony has to do, he needs to have the means of checks and balances. In case Yebi, the god of the world, is provoked by humans, it is an unsolvable disaster. He must be prepared for this, even if the probability of this happening is almost zero. What Tony Stark didn't know was that he had already taken the old path of a grandpa next door. Inside the Pentagon building, Nick Fury is sitting solemnly in front of Mr. Unreliable. Just now, Nick Fury explained the identity of Yebi to Mr. Tibukaupu. After hearing that Yebi's wife was Hela, the god king of Asgard, Mr. Tibukaupu almost fainted. He just agreed to General Ross's plan. If General Ross really succeeded, mankind would almost be destroyed. With this idea, Mr. Unreliable asked Nick Fury, how is the ending? It shouldn't have become the worst. Even if Mr. Unreliable is usually unreliable, he is aware of the seriousness of the matter at this time. General Ross is dead, Yebi killed it himself. Nick Fury has already received Tony's answer. His face is a bit complicated. But his face was so dark that he couldn't see anything from the outside. Great, that guy died well, now I'm relieved. Mr. Unreliable breathed a sigh of relief. Praise God, human beings are still there, and the sun will rise tomorrow. But soon, Mr. Teifupa was revealed. This kind of thing would never happen at all. If you tell me Yebi's true identity, I would never agree with General Ross's approach. It's all your fault, it's your concealment that killed General Ross. After confirming that he could still see the sun tomorrow, Mr. Tibukaupu started to use his traditional skills again. He intends to throw the culprit of General Ross to Nick Fury. After listening to his words, Nick Fury rolled his eyes very simply. Are you talking human words? If you hadn't pitted General Ross, would he run to die early in the morning? Why don't you tell you the truth? It's not that you are too unreliable. Tell you today, maybe you will tweet tomorrow, let the whole world know. Of course, Nick Fury didn't say these words, and he was expecting Mr. Unreliable to give him a lot of money. The matter has been resolved, then I will go back first. Nick Fury got up and planned to leave here. After thinking of something, Nick Fury stopped again and exhorted Mr. Teifupa. When dealing with Yebi, we must learn to be afraid, and hope you will remember what I said today. When the voice fell, Nick Fury turned and left. Only where is Mr. Unreliable talking to himself? The god king of Asgard is really a lucky kid to be his wife. It would be nice if I was so lucky. Unfortunately, you can't tweet with such a big secret, otherwise there will definitely be a lot of people like it. By the way, I also have a beautiful daughter. I don't know if I can get some relationship with Yebi. Forget it, I'll give him a house if there is a chance another day. I believe he will become friends with me. Maybe I can get him to help out and take a trip to Asgard. Obviously, Mr. Dearliable did not take Nick Fury's warning to heart. Instead, he was wondering how to build a good relationship with Yebi. Typical businessman thinking, but this is not surprising. Before he became president, he was a businessman himself. And he, as always, is particularly unreliable. After solving the problem of the Red Giant, Yebi returned to the manor. The soldiers who followed General Ross had all evacuated. Even the corpse of the hapless soldier was taken away by his comrade in arms. When Yebi entered the house, he saw Hela, just like ordinary earthlings, wearing an apron preparing breakfast. Is it done? Hela asked Yebi, but all her attention was on the fried eggs in the pan. A little trouble, it's easy to get it done. Yebi didn't take the matter of the Red Giant to heart, it was just a small episode in the daily routine. It's not even as serious as Hela's going to the kitchen. During the 3 months in Asgard, I don't know if Hela's wife's strength exploded, or for other reasons, he was actually obsessed with cooking. It's all about being obsessed with cooking, but craftsmanship is really hard to describe. The simplest fried eggs can be fried into a pile of black charcoal. This is more than dark cuisine, this is death cuisine. I don't know if it's because of talent, Hela's strength is so strong, I can't learn the little skill of cooking. Every time my mind says I learned it, then I just use it to lose it. With such an apprentice, Yebi even wondered if his cooking skills had declined. However, Hela has made progress. From the very beginning, he couldn't eat it, but now it is particularly unpalatable. The improvement is very large. But from the results, Yebi felt worse. Hela makes food that cannot be eaten, and it will be thrown away directly, and will not enter Yebi's stomach. But if you make particularly unpalatable food, it is a torture. Yebi's senses are now extremely developed, and so is his sense of taste. When tasting food, this extremely developed taste is a kind of enjoyment. This is why Yebi is addicted to cooking, addicted to eating his own dishes. When eating the food made by Hela, the extremely developed taste sensation brings despair. Yebi even suspected that sooner or later he would be tortured to death by Hela's food, and then trigger the resurrection attribute of the ancient destruction day, and from then on, he would be immune to dark food. It's just that there is still a long way to go before this goal. Yebi's torture is obviously not enough. Soon, Hela brought her carefully fried eggs on the table. Then he looked at Yebi with expectant eyes and urged him to taste it quickly. Yebi panicked and wanted to refuse, but looked at Hela's expectant eyes, but couldn't say it. I can only grit my teeth, cut out a piece of fried egg and swallow it hard. Then, I'm so salty. But no matter how hard he felt, Yebi still had to hold his smile on his face and nod to Hela. Done well and improved. Yesterday, the omelette was added with devil chili sauce. The ghost knew why Hela had to add that kind of stuff to make an omelette. Yebi has lived a leisurely life since the incident of the Red Giant. Tony Stark is busy developing the anti-human armor and has always buried himself in the laboratory, but it is a pity that little progress has been made. After Nick Fury of SHIELD asked Yebi to apologize specifically, he never came again. He also realized that Yebi didn't like being disturbed. It's the guy Thor, who came to Yebi once. Because his girlfriend Jane Fox went to the field to do research, Thor had nothing to do. But because of Hela, Thor did not stay long. He is now uncomfortable seeing Hela, or a little afraid. After all, Thor had always remembered the severe beating before. Let him go, he can play whatever he wants. To Thor, Hela said so. Asgard is now under her control, and Thor doesn't need to be responsible anymore. Thor can pursue a happy life according to his own preferences. And she actually didn't have much hope for this stupid brother, just don't be too embarrassed to Asgard. Yebi didn't think too much, he didn't plan to intervene in the matter between the two siblings. With this time, it's better to imagine how to persuade Hela to stop cooking in the future. It is enough to have a god of cooking at home, there is no need to have another one. Obviously, Hela is still very keen on cooking, and it is estimated that he will not give up in a short time. Unlike Yebi and Hela's peaceful life, the outside world is getting chaotic. The impact of the Battle of the Big Apple City is definitely not just as simple as destroying most of the city. It also announced the beginning of an era dominated by chaos. Since the Battle of the Big Apple City, most ordinary people have had a panic in their hearts, a panic about the end of the world. This is easy to understand. It is a bit similar to the trauma after the war. The people have no sense of security in their hearts. As a result, the current world order is very chaotic, and the crime rate is soaring. Especially the Eagle Soup Nation, because they were the main battlefield in the invasion of the Kaitian army and suffered the most. Overnight, the number of gangsters in Big Apple City nearly tripled. The probability of various terrible attacks is also much higher than in normal times. For example, in the news that Yebi is now seeing, a stadium in the Big Apple City was directly hit by a bomb. There were nearly 100 casualties. The scene was very tragic, with mosaics everywhere. If such a terrorist attack occurred in the previous few years, the fishing boats of the entire Eagle-Jong country would explode, just like a plane crashing into a building at the beginning of the century. But now after the Battle of the Big Apple, although this terrorist attack is also terrible, the impact is much smaller. Perhaps this is the charm of the liberal beacon. In the world of superheroes, ordinary people are like living in hell. Fortunately, I am not an ordinary person, otherwise I don't know how to die. Yebi watched the TV news, shook his head and thought. Just when Yebi was about to change channels to watch something positive, the news on TV suddenly changed. The originally blonde hostess turned into an old man with a beard. It is worth noting that the old man's hands, each finger is wearing a ring. 10 Commandments, gang? Yebi became slightly interested and continued to look at it. Soon, the old man wearing 10 rings claimed to be a Manchu on TV. At the same time, he also announced that his organization, the 10 Commandments Gang, was responsible for the terrorist bombing of the stadium. Finally, the Mandarin also declared that the attack was only a warning, and that they would have a bigger plan. Their next goal is the Stark Industrial Building. After speaking, the image of the Mandarin suddenly disappeared, and the blonde hostess reappeared on the TV. Obviously, the news of this TV station was hacked just now and replaced with the terrifying speech of the Mandarin. This is the plot of Iron Man 3, the interesting one is coming. Yebi thought to himself, recognizing this scene is clearly Iron Man 3. However, Yebi wondered, is the story of Iron Man 3 so fast? Or is it because of him that the butterfly effect appeared? Moreover, Yebi is quite sure that the Mandarin who made the statement just now is definitely not an ordinary person, but has some kind of superpower. It's not an 18th-rate actor in the movie at all, but a real supervillain. It's interesting, it seems that the plot has really been changed. Yebi thought in his heart, but didn't feel too surprised. On the contrary, it feels normal. Since he came, has the plot changed little? Yebi didn't feel surprised that Thanos rushed to the Earth tomorrow. But what does it matter to him? The Mandarin has made it clear that he is here to target Tony and has nothing to do with Yebi. Yebi will only ask for trouble when he is full. Therefore, Yebi intends to be an audience and just watch the show. Tony also saw what the Mandarin had said before and learned that the Stark Tower would become the next goal of the Mandarin. But Tony, who has become a superhero, has no fear at all. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. In Tony's view, the Mandarin is just a group of terrorists. Is he afraid? Forgot what business Tony Stark was in before? He is the largest arms dealer in the Eagle Soup Nation. The true king of war, the spokesperson of death. Not only was Tony violent, not afraid, he even held a special press conference. At the press conference, Tony directly mocked the Mandarin and treated the Ten Commandments gang as rubbish. At the same time, he said that he was waiting for the revenge of the Ten Commandments in the Stark Mansion, and Tony Stark was not afraid at all. But it turns out that Tony was sloppy. The Ten Commandments gang is not a simple terrorist organization, but a dark organization that has been passed down for hundreds of years. The power that can be used even exceeds Tony's imagination. On the day Tony declared war on the Mandarin, Tony was retaliated by the Ten Commandments. Several ground missiles landed directly in Tony's beach villa. The land around the beach villa was even washed by these missiles. Tony Stark was seriously injured, because at the moment the missile hit, he put Mark's armor on his assistant Pepper. This caused little Pepper to remain unscathed, but Tony's body was blown up with blood dripping. Of course, this is not the key to the problem. The key is that Yebi has also been affected. Yebi's seaside manor is not far from Tony's villa, and the straight line distance is less than 10 kilometers. I don't know if those ground-to-surface missiles were accidental or deliberate, but 2 of them landed in Yebi's manor. If it weren't for Yebi's experience in the Battle of the Big Apple and imposing a barrier on his manor might be gone. Although the manor was saved, it also angered Yebi. He stayed at home well, but was smashed in the face by missiles. Who could bear it? Yebi found Tony at that time, intending to let Tony use Jarvis to help him track down the launch site of the missile. As soon as the result came, I saw Tony's bloody scene. Yeah, save him, he is bleeding, he is going to die. Seeing Yebi's arrival, the little Pepper wearing Mark's armor said to Yebi with tears. It's like a drowning person caught the last straw. Yebi stepped forward and looked at Tony in front of him. In the violent explosion, he has lost consciousness, and now the temperature of his body is passing, and if no accident, Tony will die soon. This is a great deviation from the original plot, indicating that the future plot has been completely messed up. And Yebi glanced at the choked little Pepper crying beside Tony, and immediately knew what was going on. Don't worry, I will take care of all this. Yebi stepped forward and comforted little Pepper. He and Tony are friends anyway, and it's impossible to save him. Moreover, what Tony did has directly won Yebi's respect, which is the main reason why Yebi intends to save Tony. This kind of respect has nothing to do with strength, but with character. When encountering danger, the first thing that comes to mind is a woman who protects herself, which makes Yebi admire it very much. From this point of view, Tony is worthy of Yebi's rescue. Save him, I believe you, please. Little Chili was still crying, but pinned all her hopes on Yebi. Yebi didn't hesitate and came directly to Tony's side and squatted down. Then Yebi took out a tube of life medicine and poured it directly into Tony's mouth. This life potion is something Yebi got after signing in once. It is a consumable and can be used by other people. However, no matter whether it is for Yebi or Hela, the effect is not great, so Yebi has always been left in the system warehouse. I didn't expect it to be used today. Soon, Tony's injury started to heal after being filled with life medicine, and the wounds on his body healed at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. This is the power of life medicine, far beyond all current treatment methods. Of course, this life potion only has an effect on mortals. Ahem. At this moment, Tony, who was in a coma, opened his eyes after coughing twice. The first thing I saw was Yebi and the crying little Pepper. After seeing Yebi, Tony knew that he should have been saved by Yebi, so he thanked Yebi with his eyes and put this kindness in his heart. Then, he looked at the little Pepper on the side. Don't cry. I didn't cry even when I was injured. Why are you crying? Tony pulled out a very reluctant smile, and wiped the tears from little Pepper's face with his blood-stained hands. Tony didn't know why. When the danger came, his first thought was not to live, but to protect little Pepper. This approach simply does not fit his playboy personality. But in fact, Tony doesn't understand his heart at all. He is a playboy, but he actually understands that it's just for fun. What he really loves is Xiao Chili alone. This is why when he was in danger, he first thought of protecting little Pepper's life. Looks like a playboy, but in fact he is very emotional. This is Tony. It seems cynical, but in fact, it uses its own way to interpret the meaning of superheroes. In the movie, the moment the bet on the price of life snaps, Iron Man's name is tied to the superhero. The body of a mortal, the heart of steel, is like a god. Don't be sensational, you won't die. You still pray, this injury will not affect some of your abilities. Yebi teased Tony that he successfully wiped out the sad atmosphere. It's not about life and death, so sensational what to do. Little Chili burst into a laugh, and gave Tony a strange look. After this ordeal, the two finally admitted their feelings for each other. Soon, while the three were chatting, the shield plane arrived at the scene. Nick Fury came over in person, and he was relieved when he saw that Tony was okay. Tony is one of the core of the Avengers. If something goes wrong, Nick Fury will be heartbroken. Then, Nick Fury expressed his gratitude to Yebi again, but Yebi waved his hand indifferently. Before leaving, Yebi said to Tony, remember to find out who attacked us. After finding out, give me an address. I will make those people pay the price. Winner Zhao. Yes, although Tony is okay, Yebi won't leave it alone. Tony's hatred was Tony's business, and his manor was also smashed with 2 ground missiles. If this matter does not retaliate, Yebi will not be Yebi. Tony nodded, and he wouldn't just leave it alone. He almost died. If it weren't for Yebi, he would really be dead. In any case, he must find the black hand behind the scenes, and if he doesn't kill the opponent, he is not Tony Stark. Big Apple City, in a hidden room of a building. A handsome white man was reporting to the old man in the video. If there are outsiders, you will find that the old man in front of the white man is not a full adult. The plan failed. Tony is not dead. Mandarin, what should we do next? The white man asked the Manchuria that his manner was very respectful, even with a fanaticism of believers to look at God. It doesn't matter if we fail, we move on to the next step. Aldridge, maybe you can start from the people around Iron Man. The Manchu spoke to the young man named Aldridge. Aldridge nodded, already thinking of the goal of his hands. Soon, the video call was hung up, and the enthusiasm in Aldridge's eyes disappeared. Instead, there was a terrible hatred. Tony Stark, 10 years ago you made me wait on the rooftop for one night and trampled my dignity on the soles of my feet. Today, I will return all the humiliation I have suffered, 10 times 100 times. Aldridge said bitterly, gritted his teeth against the name Tony Stark. The causes of all these things have to be talked about from 10 years ago. 10 years ago, Aldridge Killian was still an unknown person. At that time, he admired Tony Stark, a young genius. At that time, he was depressed, and he spent a lot of effort to meet Tony. He told Tony about his research results, a genetic research project called Project Extremis. But unfortunately, Tony was young and frivolous at the time, and his words didn't count. Tony made an appointment to meet with Killian on the rooftop in the evening to discuss Killian's desperate project. But in fact, Tony spent the whole night in a long conversation with a beautiful girl. Karayan waited on the rooftop until the early morning, from hope to despair, completely giving up. Since then, Killian has no more admiration for Tony, replaced by infinite hatred. He swears that sooner or later, he will let Tony feel the insult he has been subjected to. So, there is the present thing. It can be said that all Tony's experience today is the bitter fruit he planted 10 years ago. At this time, Tony didn't know that the target of the 10 Commandments gang and Killian was his favorite woman, Pepperpaws. Yebi didn't wait too long. A few days later, Tony, who had recovered from his injury, came to Yebi's manor with information about the Black Hand behind the scenes. With Tony's Jarvis, and with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s full investigation, any organization on the planet can be found quickly. It has been confirmed that the culprit responsible for throwing missiles at us is the famous 10 Commandments gang. This organization is very powerful, controls many terrorist organizations, and has interests in major arms companies. Even in the big cities of the Eagle Soup Nation, they have been involved in those gangs. This behemoth hidden in the shadows, and the Mandarin is the head of this behemoth. Tony took the materials he compiled and introduced to Yebi. So, where is this Mandarin Chinese? Yebi asked Tony. He doesn't care how powerful the 10 Commandments gang is, he just wants to know where the Mandarin who threw missiles at him is. Had it not been for Yebi's precautions, his manor would have to collapse again, which Yebi could not tolerate. Who can bear the collapse of one's own house every 3 days? At the moment we are still tracking the whereabouts of Man. This guy is too mysterious. We have only tracked down a leader named Killian, and this guy is also one of our goals. With that, Tony Stark took out a photo. It was Killian. Yebi took a look at the photo and nodded. This guy named Killian is up to you. I'm going to deal with the rat named Manchu. Yebi said to Tony that he and Tony's respective tasks were assigned. Neither Tony nor SHIELD couldn't find the place of Manchu, but it doesn't mean that Yebi can't help it. Tony nodded despite his doubts. Just when Tony wanted to say something more, his cell phone suddenly rang. Tony picked up the phone and took a look, and found that the call was actually his good friend Harpy. What's happenin'? Tony did not shy away from Yebi, and directly asked his good friends. Tony, I think you have to come back. Miss Potts, she was taken away. Happy's voice was a little frustrated. He felt that he hadn't done what Tony had told him. The most important thing is that Miss Potts' whereabouts are currently unknown, and no one knows what will happen. After listening to Harpy's words, Tony's face suddenly became difficult to look. I'll be right back, you wait for me. After the previous crisis, the relationship between Tony and Miss Potts has been determined. Now that I suddenly heard that his girlfriend was kidnapped, it's no wonder Tony would be anxious to get angry. Yebi nodded to Tony and motioned for him to go to his own business. At the same time, Yebi also knew that this should be the plot of Iron Man 3. Tony is going to fight with Dr. Killian, who was injected with the Extremis virus. Not surprisingly, Tony can win the final victory. As for Dr. Killian, Yebi has no interest in him. This is just a small role, and it's just a shameful stuff on the table. The real man behind the scenes is the Mandarin, who is also the role Yebi is going to deal with. Soon, Tony left Yebi's manor and did not stay long. He is going to save his girlfriend and personally end the grievances he had planted 10 years ago. As for Yebi, after Tony left, he found Hela. Can you help me find a guy called Manchuria? I will go to him to settle the account. Yebi asked Hela. Hela is his confidence. Kfta, Yebi now knows that Hela has subdued Hydra, and Yebi has no objection to it. Although the Hydra is terrible on Earth, in the eyes of Yebi and Hela, it is just a small toy. It belongs to the kind that can come in handy occasionally, but is useless in most cases. I'll help you ask about it. Hela nodded and did not refuse. Then he called Pierce the Hydra leader backhand. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. After speaking out his request, Pierce naturally did not dare to neglect. You must know that Hela is the god of Pierce now. Soon, after flipping through a lot of information and using a lot of Hydra's manpower, Pierce gave a reply. Mandarin is the leader of the Ten Commandments gang, a very dangerous guy. We Hydra cooperates with the Ten Commandments, but we don't know much about the Mandarin. I only know that he should be in the Arabo area now. If we can give us some time, we should be able to find more. Pierce replied, with a very humble attitude. Even through the phone, you can imagine Pierce nodding and bowing. I see, that's it. Hela was as indifferent to others as before, and after a faint reply, he informed Yebi of the news. Yebi didn't hesitate, and planned to go to the Arabo area. I'll be back early, around noon, so you don't need to make lunch, I can make it myself. Before leaving, Yebi did not forget to tell Hela that he did not want to suffer the torment of dark cooking for lunch. Okay, then I'll wait for you to come back. Hela said to Yebi with a smile, and did not understand the meaning of Yebi's words, and thought that Yebi was letting her rest more. Not long after Yebi left, Hela held a book and flipped through it. The name of this book is Cooking Encyclopedia. It seems that Hela still can't forget her food dream. Speaking of the Arabo region, the first impression that may be given to people is chaos. Terrorist organizations have taken root here, and it may be called the most dangerous area on the planet, perhaps not one of them. But most of these terrorist organizations were established after the arrival of certain lighthouse countries. Few people would know this. However, Yebi doesn't care about these. The purpose of his coming this time is to come for the Manchus. If he dared to throw missiles on his head, Yebi didn't screw off the head of Manchu, because he lost all by himself. Although Hela only knows the approximate location of the Mandarin through Hydra, but this is enough for Yebi. At this time, Yebi is flying constantly in the high altitude of the Alabak area, overlooking the ground below. In Yebi's sight, there are basically no secrets in the land below. Yebi can even see through the mines at a depth of 1 kilometer underground. There is oil, there is natural gas, and there is even a gold mine. With superhuman vision, Yebi can become a mining tycoon even if he doesn't become a copywriter. But there is no need, Yebi keeps his purpose in mind. Soon, Yebi found out where the Mandarin is. This old thing actually built the base more than 100 meters deep underground. No wonder even Shield couldn't find him. Yebi didn't hesitate, dived straight down, his eyes released superheat rays, and made a deep hole in the earth. The man of Manchu is like a golden underground base, and Yebi has built a zenith. Then Yebi went down the entrance of the cave and fell into the Mandarin's base. The Mandarin looked at Yebi who suddenly appeared, but also a little confused. After all, Yebi's way of appearance was too exaggerated. But after all, he was an old guy in the deep city. Although he was a little confused, he didn't panic at all. With 10 rings on his fingers, he sat on his throne and looked down at Yebi condescendingly. In front of him, there are countless members of the Ten Commandments gang wearing traditional robes, looking fiercely at Yebi who suddenly broke in. Who are you? Are you provoking me by breaking into my kingdom in this way? The Mandarin spoke, his tone mixed with anger and superb power. This is also normal. The Mandarin has been a master since its birth. Later, after getting 10 magic rings, he became one of the emperors of the underground world and has been in a high position for a long time. Naturally, there will be a bit of majesty and arrogance on the body, which is quite normal. Why, you just lost a missile at my house, don't you remember me? Yebi also stared coldly at the old guy in front of him, to be precise, at the 10 rings on the man's hand. Each of these 10 rings has a special magical ability. It is also the origin of the name Ten Commandments gang. Although the Mandarin has a small reputation, his strength is terrifying. He was born in 1920 and learned martial arts since he was a child, almost reaching the peak of ordinary people. Later, this guy encountered a spaceship that crashed on the Earth. In that spaceship, the Manchuria learned the technology and magic of an unknown alien civilization and obtained these 10 rings. That is magic, one of the advanced powers of the Marvel Universe. Based on this alone, the strength of the Mandarin cannot be ignored. In the original plot, Mandarin is Iron Man Tony's mortal enemy. Until Tony grows to a very high level, Mandarin can be defeated. The current Tony facing the Mandarin will only be killed by him. Are you Tony Stark? Isn't he a white man? After hearing what Yebi said, the Mandarin was also a little confused. He didn't know Yebi, he only remembered that he lost the missile at Tony Stark's house. Moreover, Yebi is not wearing a steel suit, he is not Iron Man at all. In fact, the Mandarin had been pitted by Kaitian. The Mandarin only wanted to shoot Tony because Tony had failed him. But Kaitian didn't know which string was wrong, and dropped 2 missiles to Yebi's manor. As a result, Yebi found the Mandarin, but the Mandarin did not even know who Yebi was. It can be said that this is a disaster for the Manchuria, and he was burdened by his teammates. If you know the reason, the Mandarin will definitely kill Kaitian. Isn't this cheating? It doesn't matter if you don't know me, I just need to know you. You are not a good thing anyway. Yebi didn't intend to get involved with the Mandarin. The purpose of his coming this time was to retaliate, not to argue. Since the Mandarin did not want to admit it, he beat him to admit it. The Mandarin also lost the patience to explain to Yebi, since it is the enemy, let's destroy it quickly. Thinking of this, the Mandarin gave his men a glance, and those men rushed towards Yebi. Although the men of these Mandarins are ordinary people, they have been transformed by the magic of Mandarins and belong to the demons. The strength is stronger than that of the US team, and the body transformed by magic is even invulnerable. However, in Yebi's view, these are no different from paper. With the movement of Yebi's mind, a golden portal appeared one after another under the feet of these Mandarin adults. Then he fell down in the blink of an eye and was swallowed by the golden portal. If nothing goes wrong, these subordinates of the Mandarin will appear at an altitude of 8,000 meters. Then, in a free fall, return to the earth they are familiar with. As for whether he will die or not, that is not what Yebi should care about. To deal with those who can't fly, the portal is really a magical skill. As long as you draw the portal fast enough, whether your enemy goes to the sky or enters the ground, or is on the bottom of the sea at a depth of 10,000 meters, you have the final say. After seeing Yebi's portal, the Manchu's face became serious. Kamataj's mage, I remember I didn't provoke you. The Mandarin looked at Yebi and said slowly, looking a little bit afraid of Kamataj. As an old monster who has lived for nearly 100 years, the Mandarins know many things that ordinary people don't know. For example, the few hidden sects on Earth. Kamataj is one of them. You just need to know that I am here to break your neck. Yebi didn't give the Mandarin a chance to explain, it's not a good thing anyway. Now that you have met, you will be unlucky today. In the next moment, countless mirror butterflies flew out of Yebi's body. In the blink of an eye, these mirrored butterflies enveloped the Mandarin. When Master Man came to take a look again, he found that he had appeared on a plane. Yebi, floating above his head, looked at him condescendingly. Mirror space. The Mandarin recognized Yebi's method and knew that he had been drawn into the mirror space by Yebi. This makes it difficult for the Mandarin to look. He didn't expect that the junior in front of him was so ignorant of martial arts, so he would do it when they met, and would not even give an opportunity to explain. The Mandarin is really depressed, and now he doesn't even know the specific situation. Yebi is obviously here to seek revenge, but the point is that the Mandarin does not know where he and Yebi have become enemies. Yebi didn't explain it to him either, he just started up, he didn't have a place to reason. But in the end, it is also a generation of heroes, and it is still a bit temperamental. Yebi, the junior, will shoot as soon as he comes up. Is it really a bully for him to be a grown-up? So after entering the mirror space, the Mandarin did not hesitate, and directly acted first. Raising his left hand, the ring on the index finger of his left hand burst into light. The next moment, a 100-meter-long tongue of fire rushed out of the ring and burned towards Yebi. 10 rings, 10 kinds of magic, flame explosion, just one of them. Yebi looked at the oncoming pillar of fire, smiled disdainfully in his heart. With a move of mind, a huge magic shield composed of golden mana stood in front of Yebi. The 100-meter-long pillar of fire hit the magic shield, and countless flames splashed in all directions. But none of them surpassed, and they couldn't hurt Yebi at all. The Mandarin's face also became solemn, and Yebi's performance was enough to make him pay attention. Soon, the ring on the little finger of Mandarin's left hand also burst into light, and a white icicle was born instantly, freezing the space all the way, and spreading towards Yebi. Together with the previous pillar of fire, it is the two heavens of ice and fire. Yebi naturally wouldn't sit and wait for death, but turned his head and looked in the direction where the icicles were spreading. Afterwards, Yebi's eyes suddenly brightened, and two orange-red heat rays shot out. Falling directly on the spreading icicle, the super high temperature caused the icicles to melt, let alone continue to spread. Judging from the scene, Yebi is on the same level as the Mandarin. If you want to tell the victory or defeat, the current methods are obviously not enough. The Mandarin gritted his teeth and raised his right hand. On the ring finger of his right hand, a ring inlaid with golden yellow squares gradually brightened. In the next second, a yellow energy beam suddenly shot out. In the path of this yellow energy beam, all matter, molecules, and even elements are destroyed. Cutting the beam, the most powerful move among the 10 rings of Manchuria. Every time it is used, there will be a 20-minute cooldown, and it has always been the whole card in the hands of the man. But now the Mandarins can't take care of that much anymore. Everything is mainly about defeating Yebi. Facing this attack from the Mandarin, Yebi was slightly satisfied. Such a move is decent, otherwise it would be too boring. Yes, Yebi has always been playing, not serious at all. Otherwise, Yebi can completely kill the Mandarin. The reason for giving the Mandarin a chance to perform is that Yebi wants to see how powerful these 10 magic rings are. By the way, accumulate your own experience of fighting against magicians, so that you won't be in a hurry when you encounter stronger magicians in the future. Ever since getting the template of General Zod and the Day of Ancient Destruction, Yebi has actually been very jealous of magic in his heart. Because he is now a real magic lost. The magic resistance of General Zod and the Ancient Destruction Day were too low. Yebi must make up for his shortcomings in this area as much as possible. It would be great if he could get magic immunity. If that was the case, Yebi wouldn't look at the adult at all, and would just kill him. Instead of having to slowly accumulate the experience of confronting the magician like it is now. If the Mandarin knew what Yebi was thinking, he would vomit blood to death. Yebi had never regarded him as his opponent at all. At this time, the Mandarin is still full of hope that his cutting beam can cause fatal damage to Yebi. But unfortunately, a group of white energy in front of Yebi began to converge, and in the blink of an eye it turned into a white magic mask, enveloping Yebi. Then, the yellow cutting beam arrived and hit the white magic mask. Although the cutting beam is very powerful, Yebi's white magic is stronger, and it directly blocks this cutting beam. The Mandarin was shocked when he saw the white energy, almost staring out his own eyes. The power of white magic. The Mandarin is still knowledgeable, and he can see the origin of Yebi's magic mask at a glance. It is precisely because of this that the University of Manchuria realized that something was wrong. If before Yebi performed the white magic, the Mandarin still felt that Yebi was just a senior mage, and he still had a chance of winning. After Yebi used the white magic, he completely lost his confidence. Mandarin is also a person in the magic world, and naturally knows the prestige of white magic, which is the fame and skill of the Supreme Master Gu Yi. His own half-hearted magic confronted the famous white magic, and the Mandarin had no confidence at this moment. The only thing that can be counted on at the moment is that Yebi's learning of white magic is not deep, so that he still has a chance to live. Otherwise, he can only wait to die. Thinking of this, the Mandarin gritted his teeth and planned to give it a go. In the next moment, the 9 magic rings on the hands of the Mandarin burst into light. What followed was an overwhelming magical attack. Electromagnetic wave, flame, frost, laser, thunder, storm, mind control. Countless magical attacks filled the entire space, and there was nowhere to hide. Occasionally, an overflowing magic attack fell on a distant hill, and as a result, the hill disintegrated directly, and the earth and rocks all flew into the air. One can imagine how powerful these magics are, and human missiles are vulnerable to these magical attacks. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. To put it bluntly, the 10 magic rings in his hands alone are enough to sweep some small and medium-sized countries on the earth. Their army's firepower is not even as good as that of a man. However, as the main target of countless magic attacks, Yebi shook his head. These magic attacks were too weak in his opinion. The 10 rings in the hands of the Manchurian can still be seen from the cutting beam just now. As for the others, it poses no threat to Yebi. Thinking of this, Yebi didn't have any interest in continuing to play, and couldn't accumulate any experience at all. It's over, Mandarin. Yebi said lightly, and his figure disappeared from the view of the Mandarin in the next moment. Before the adults could react, he felt a pain in his neck and then completely lost consciousness. Yebi looked at the Mandarin who had no signs of life, shook his head in disdain, and then neatly pulled up the ring in his hand. Although these rings do not look great to Yebi, they are better than nothing. It was picked up anyway, don't want it for nothing. As for Yebi's speed, that is the basic operation. This is a mirrored space, not the Earth. Yebi does not need to restrain his speed. The Kryptonian template alone gives Yebi the same speed as the Flash, not to mention the bonus of the ancient Destruction Day. If Yebi wants, he can even run 100 or 80 laps around the Earth in 1 second. But if you do that, all air currents on the Earth will be disrupted, and the climate will fall into extreme deterioration. At Yebi's speed, it would be strange if the Mandarin could react to his speed. If the Mandarin is really such a strong man, what kind of supreme mage would he be afraid of? Not to mention competing with the Supreme Master. At the very least, the Supreme Master can tolerate his existence. Finish, close work, go home. Yebi thought faintly that killing the villain of Mandarin didn't make Yebi's heart fluctuate. It's like doing a trivial thing. However, the anger that the house was bumped by the missile before was almost vented. As for Tony, it should be done too. Yebi is a little uncertain. Just as Yebi thought, Tony finally got his opponent. Although the process was a bit difficult, but fortunately the ending was beautiful. By the way, Tony also got his own trophy, the Extremis virus. This is the lifelong research of Dr. Killian. It is a virus that can quickly heal human wounds and greatly develop the human body's potential. Even an ordinary person can directly become a powerful superhero after taking this virus. However, this virus has a very serious side effect, that is, it is easy to explode after drinking. The previous terrorist attack in the stadium was actually a person who had drunk the Extremis virus and blew himself up in the audience. Seeing Paz, who was injected with Extremis virus and merged perfectly, Tony also had some thoughts inevitably in his heart. This is normal. In such a chaotic era, who doesn't aspire to become stronger? Tony is the same, not to mention that he has an almost impossible goal. He wants to challenge God. However, Tony has no plans to take the Extremis virus for the time being. The side effects of this virus are still too great, and Tony decided to study it first. There is only one life for him, and he cannot die in the hands of this little virus. Let's go, we're going back. Looking at the little pepper coming to him, Tony said with a smile, putting away his mind. Find flowers 0. He didn't plan to tell little pepper of his plan, otherwise little pepper would definitely think he was crazy. Moreover, Yebi had just saved his life and was his savior. He changed hands and went to study the armor to deal with the savior, which was a bit too unethical. Don't tell Puz about this kind of thing, that will damage your image. Iron Man still wants to save face. Miss Puz didn't think much about it. Tony, who was limping while walking, left the battlefield. After the battle with Dr. Killian was over and the crisis of the 10 Commandments was resolved, Tony made a decision. He is going to marry Puz. They want to start a family together and continue each other's lives. In fact, as early as a few years ago, Tony and Puz had already been in a husband and wife relationship, but neither party had made it clear. But after experiencing these recent things, Tony also put away his playful heart, and truly began to mature. After the proposal was successful, Tony held a farewell single party and invited his friends to attend. Naturally, Yebi also received the invitation, so he brought Hela over to participate. Since becoming the Queen of God, Hela's personality has changed a lot. In the past, Hela only communicated with Yebi, and basically dismissed Yebi's friends and entertainment. But now, Hela has learned to integrate herself into Yebi's life. Attending this party with Yebi is the best proof. In addition to Yebi, many people attended this party. Most of them are superheroes, such as members of the Avengers, Kaitian, and Nick Fury of Shield, and some business friends of Tony. When Yebi arrived, he didn't receive a very warm reception. In fact, not many people knew him. Yebi is actually very low-key. There are only a few people who know his strength. Among them, Nick Fury is one. Seeing the presence of Yebi and Hela, Nick Fury, who was joking with the US team, immediately turned serious. Even his body became straight. He became nervous. When facing Yebi and Hela, this black-hearted bitten egg was really clever. It is very different from his usual arrogant behavior. Yebi also saw Nick Fury and the others, but they didn't respond. He didn't feel much about the Avengers, so naturally he wouldn't get along. Instead, he took Hela's hand and led her to a quiet corner, then whispered a joke to Hela. This time I came to this party, just to give Tony a face, after all, he is a friend. Not long after Yebi sat down, an acquaintance came over. Hi Yebi, long time no see, hello Hela, we meet again. It was Dr. Banner who came over, and Yebi hadn't seen him for a while. Compared with Dr. Banner, who was hiding in Tibet before, he was obviously nourished at this time. Maybe it's because after joining the Avengers, someone covered it. Otherwise, he should be still on the run. Yebi also said a few words to Dr. Banner. The two were also friends before and shared the same topic. Dr. Banner even asked Yebi why he stopped writing books during this time. To know the speed of Yebi's previous book writing, 3 books can be published in 1 month. For this question, Yebi just smiled. He can't say that he has made enough money and intends to enjoy life. Not long after, Dr. Banner left, but Tony brought chili to Yebi's side. Yebi, I'm very happy that you can come. From now on, I will be a good man just like you. With a glass of red wine in his hand, Tony said to Yebi with some emotion. Yes, Playboy has to take care of himself, and he will be a real superhero from now on. Hela, on the other hand, communicated with little Chili for the first time. It's really strange, you know, Hela used to be ignored by anyone except Yebi. By the way, didn't you invite Thor? I didn't see him tonight. Yebi asked Tony. He also wanted to find a chance to take care of his brother-in-law. Invited, but Thor's girlfriend Jane had some accident, and he has already rushed over. Tony shrugged and said with some regret. He and Thor are good friends. This time he bid farewell to single Tony to fail to come. He was a bit regretful. And Yebi, after listening to Tony's words, suddenly thought, this should not be the beginning of the Thor 2 plot. Only at the edge of the universe, an eternally dark starfield. On a huge spaceship, Malkis, the leader of the Dark Elf, suddenly felt his heart and looked up in a certain direction. The next moment the whole body was shaking with excitement. Etherium particles, I feel it. The etheric particles have revived, and the long-awaited opportunity has finally arrived. Malkis said excitedly, and soon agitated all the Dark Elves on the entire spaceship. Ether particles, the treasure of the Dark Elves, a great power that can rewrite reality. The Dark Elves almost dragged the entire 9 realms into the dark abyss with celestial particles. Later, they were stopped by the Ace of Protoss, a great battle, the ether particles were sealed, and the Dark Elves were almost killed and wounded. Only some of the remaining Dark Elves, under the leadership of their leader Malkis, hid in this eternal, bleak universe, until today. From the moment our home was destroyed, we are looking forward to today all the time. We long for a great revenge, and we look forward to regaining what we have lost. Just today, my people, our opportunity has finally arrived, and our expectations have finally come true. Our precious ether particles have finally recovered. Will you follow me, return to the 9 realms, regain our glory, and wash away the shame of waiting for the past with the blood of the enemy? Malkis shouted to some of his remaining tribes with very provocative words. His words were answered as expected by other Dark Elves. We are willing. Return to the 9 realms, regain the glory, and wash away the shame with the blood of the enemy. The Dark Elves shouted out their desires with neat voices. They are so desperate for revenge, they have waited a long time for today. Well, listen to my order, the spacecraft will calibrate its course and return to the 9 realms. Malkis nodded very satisfied, and ordered the helmsman of his spacecraft to sail directly towards the 9 realms. Then, a flame of revenge burned in his eyes. Asgard, I'm back again. Earth, in front of Yebi's manor. Thor, with a restless Jane Fox, stood outside the gate and waited quietly. Soon, Yebi came to the door, and when he saw Thor, he let them in directly. After returning to the manor all the way, Hela was already waiting. Your Majesty, please save my girlfriend, she has encountered something bad. When Thor saw Hela, he couldn't wait to say. Hela nodded slightly, then looked at the restless Jane, Thor's mortal girlfriend. As the God King of Asgard, Hela is now much stronger than before, so you can tell at a glance that Jane is special at this time. It's really interesting, you exist in my perception for a while, and disappear for a while. Hela commented that it was the first time she had seen this situation. As for the reason, Hela also guessed it. The legendary ether particles have the great power to rewrite reality, and Jane's current state is the reason for the fusion of ether particles. In other words, in Jane Fox's body, there is now a real gem in the infinite rough stone. What should I do? Can I still save it? Jane asked Hela nervously, not daring to meet Hela's eyes. This is also normal. Hela is now a god king, and his majesty in front of outsiders is still very heavy. Yes, but not here. I want to take you back to Asgard. Where can I take out the reality gems in your body? Just in return, how about this gem of reality? Asgard will take care of it for you, Hela said lightly, giving her own terms. This condition is not excessive. After all, if a person is dead, any gems are useless. Jane Fox did not hesitate and nodded quickly. She is still young and does not want to die. Thor was relieved when he saw this, and the Tuha-like smile returned to his face. Hela also nodded in satisfaction. This is a fair deal and reasonable. Then, Hela looked at Yebi. How about you? Honey, would you like to go back to Asgard with us? Hela asked Yebi. If Yebi agreed, she would be very happy. Yebi nodded and agreed to the proposal. He wanted to go over and take a look, but he was a little worried. After all, this is a real gem, one of the most practical gems among infinite gems. Among the 6 infinite gems, not all gems can exert their powerful power in a single possession. For example, the space gem, in addition to having unlimited energy, there is only the ability to move in space. In addition, there are spiritual gems, which won't get too strong if you hold them. And for example, power gems or reality gems, even if they are held alone, can exert terrifying destructive power. This is related to the properties of infinite gems. In fact, all gems exist at the same level. It's just a question of whether it can be used effectively. This is also the value of infinite gloves. Infinite gloves can perfectly display the power of infinite gems. Everyone knows what will happen when the 6 infinite gems are collected. In Thor 2, if Yebi remembers correctly, Dark Elves will attack Asgard. Read more at hotandtilnovel.xyz. Although the Dark Elves are nothing in front of Hela, Malkis, the king of Dark Elves, can use reality gems. Can Hela deal with reality gems? This is a problem. Yebi doesn't know the answer, so I have to follow it and see. If he can't deal with it, he can still cover it, and he is foolproof. After getting Yebi's reply, Hela's brows and eyes were obviously milder, but because there were outsiders, he didn't express much emotion. Then let's go now, Hela said to everyone, then took out the space gem and put it in her hand, and then opened a space channel about 3 meters in diameter. Everyone did not hesitate and entered this passage one after another. When he came back to his senses, he had already reached the land of Asgard. Because of Hela's relationship, Yebi is also very familiar with Asgard. On the contrary, it was Jane Fox, who came here for the first time and looked around as soon as he came, looking very curious about everything. Soon, everyone saw Phrygia. She seemed to have a foreboding everything, and was waiting for everyone to arrive. Hela, welcome home, Yebi. So do you? Frigga said to Hela and Yebi, smiling at the corners of her mouth, her eyes gentle, not kind. For Hela and Yebi being together, Phrygia is in favor, and it has always been the case. It's just that she can't persuade the stubborn Odin, otherwise Odin will not die. However, Frigga did not have any opinion on Yebi and Hela because of this, but viewed it with an elder mentality. So Yebi still respects this former queen in his heart. Then Phrygia saw Thor and Jane behind him again. Frigga, who was already smiling, was even happier with these smiles. Thor, you finally came back to see me. Is this your lover? She is so beautiful, Frigga said to Jane with a loving look, clearly looking at her daughter-in-law. This is the biggest difference between Phrygia and Odin. If Odin is still alive, seeing Hela and Yebi, plus Thor and Jane, is afraid that he will be mad at him. After finally giving birth to 2 children, both children were put to sleep by mortals. The family is unfortunate. After chatting with Phrygia, Hela took Jane and left. They went to take out the reality gems, but Yebi and Thor were inconvenient to follow. Yebi has nothing to do with this, it is really inconvenient to think about it. As the patron saint of Asgard, Heimdall has a pair of eyes that can see through the 9 realms. In addition, his eyes can see through any disguise, which is most suitable for detecting enemy situations. After Hela inherited the throne of the king, Heimdall was not liquidated by Hela, but was still reused. Heimdall did not choose to retire. His mission is to be loyal to the Godking of Asgard. Since Hela has become the king of gods, he will naturally be loyal to Hela. Today, as always, Heimdall stood at the head of the Rainbow Bridge, watching every move of the 9 realms. Suddenly, Heimdall seemed to feel something and looked up at the sky. This glance made Heimdall nervous instantly. The originally calm sky was full of various individual spaceships in Heimdall's eyes at this time, as well as a huge Korcone spaceship. Enemy attack. Heimdall thought of these 2 words instantly. These enemy spaceships all have a stealth coating, which ordinary people can't see at all, only Heimdall can see it. Realizing that the people of Asgard have not found the enemy yet, Heimdall felt that he was going to do something. He immediately left the control room of the Rainbow Bridge, picked up his weapon, and ran on the Rainbow Bridge, seeking the right opportunity. When a single soldier spaceship passed by him, he jumped off the Rainbow Bridge and jumped directly onto the single soldier spaceship. Then raised the big sword in his hand and inserted it fiercely. The next moment, the hull of the individual spacecraft was pierced, and the stealth system instantly failed, and the whereabouts of the individual spacecraft were exposed. Perhaps it was the reason that seeing the whereabouts had been exposed, the other spaceships that invaded the Asgard area simply ceased to be invisible, and showed themselves one after another. But this time, the people of Asgard were stunned. Here again, someone is coming to invade Asgard. The harsh sirens soon sounded in Asgard, and the horn that symbolized the arrival of the enemy was also sounded. Countless Asgardians picked up their weapons one after another, gathered spontaneously, and began to run towards the direction of the enemy's attack. A sailing-like spacecraft, started by the Asgardians, took off from the city and headed towards the enemy's spacecraft. From discovering the enemy to mobilizing to fight, the Asgardians adjusted everything in a very short period of time. The instinct of war is portrayed in the flesh and blood of the people of Asgard. Thor, who had been drinking with Yebi, changed his drunken and fluffy state at this time, and a forcing murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "I'll be back when I go," Thor said to Yebi, then turned and ran out of the tavern. Yebi shook his head, knowing that most of the Dark Elves had come. In the plot, the Dark Elves' raid brought huge trauma to Asgard, and the city of Asgard was almost destroyed. But after Hela takes power, this kind of thing won't happen again. The current Asgard is different from the former Asgard under Odin's rule. Thinking of this, Yebi also put down the wine glass in his hand, got up and walked in the opposite direction to Thor. If Yebi remembers correctly, it is almost now, Frigga will die. Yebi still respects the gentle and kind queen. If possible, Yebi is willing to save it. Soon, Yebi followed his memory and came to the prison in Asgard. Regardless of outside matters, Yebi walked directly into the prison. Sure enough, in front of Loki's cell, Yebi saw Frigga. Frigga was also very surprised to see Yebi's arrival, knowing that Yebi has no reason to come to such a place. "Yebi, are you here to find me?" Although Frigga was surprised, she still stood up and said to Yebi, "There is danger here, so Hela asked me to come and protect you." Yebi did not hide it, but transferred the credit to Hela. It can be regarded as a closer relationship between their mother and daughter. After hearing Yebi's words, Frigga was really happy, but Loki in the cell snorted coldly. He has not forgotten that he was beaten up by Hela before. For this cruel and uncompromising God King, Loki had no good feelings at all. At the same time, Loki was wondering why there was a mortal in Asgard. And it seems that this mortal's relationship with Hela looks very good. Maybe you can take advantage of it. Worthy of being the god of tricks, and worthy of the most ridiculous man. When Loki saw Yebi's first glance, a very desperate plan was brewing in his heart. It happened that he himself hadn't expected that doing so would be dying. Having said that, not long after Yebi came to Frigga, the iron door of a cell in the distance was directly blasted open by a strong force. The next moment, a hideous monster with a height of more than 2 meters and wearing a black armor stepped over. The Dark Elf's secret trump card, Curses the Warrior. The strength of the Cursed Warrior in the movie is very strong, completely crushing Thor's level. In the movie, the Cursed Warrior who got into prison beforehand, through the method of hijacking Phrygia, involved Odin and Thor, the two strongest Asgardians. It directly led to the defeat of the defense line in Asgard, and at the same time the death of Phrygia. Since Yebi had the opportunity to change all of this, of course he would never sit back and watch these things happen. So instead of going to the front line to deal with the Dark Elves like Thor, Yebi went to the prison to protect Frigga. Soon, the Cursed Warrior also found Frigga and realized that this was a big man. Immediately he rushed towards Phrygia without thinking about it. As for Yebi, a mere mortal was not regarded by the Cursed Warrior at all. Even Luojiren felt that Yebi was dead. How fragile a mortal is that the Cursed Warrior is very powerful and can completely crush Thor. Moreover, he is tall and strong, and he is full of pressure when he rushes up. In terms of heads up, today's cursed warriors can even slap Hulk. Unfortunately, Yebi is not Hulk. Seeing the Cursed Warrior rushing towards him like a wild horse, Yebi's eyes did not change at all. Yebi only took action when the Cursed Warrior came in front of him. The latter came first, and with a faster speed than the Cursed Warrior, he punched his chest with a punch. The sound of click came, cursing the warrior's chest, which was dented by the naked eye by Yebi's punch. The ghost knew how many bones of the Cursed Warrior would be broken by Yebi's punch. The cursed warrior's hideous and ugly face also showed a painful look, and then the whole body flew out like a cannonball out of the chamber. However, Yebi did not give the Cursed Warrior any chance. When the Cursed Warrior flew upside down, Yebi grabbed his right arm and forced him to stay. Then Yebi took the Cursed Warrior's right arm as a fulcrum, and grabbed a fierce round. Loki saw that the tall cursed warrior was like a large doll in Yebi's hands, without the slightest resistance. Yebi talked about it directly, and then smashed to the ground fiercely. The bang was the sound of a cursed soldier hitting the ground. The huge force even smashed the prison floor, and spider web-like cracks spread all over the prison floor. After being hit twice in a row, the Cursed Warrior was also beaten. He was lying on the ground at this moment, looking at the ceiling of the prison without a thought. However, Yebi did not give the Cursed Warrior any chance, but stepped on the Cursed Warrior's neck and suppressed it to death. "Goodbye," Yebi said to the Cursed Warrior lightly, and then immediately applied force and stepped on the Cursed Warrior's neck. The skeletal movement of click sounded again, this time even more creepy. Loki, who had witnessed all this, had horror in his eyes, and even felt his scalp numb. He didn't feel that his body was stronger than 25 soldiers of the Curse of War. If he were to be replaced by a cursed warrior, Yebi might be able to hammer him to death with one punch. Is this really immortal? Loki screamed madly in his heart. He was really frightened. At the same time, I was a little lucky. Fortunately, my plan hadn't had time to implement. Otherwise, perhaps the fate of the cursed soldier is his fate. Upon learning that Yebi was immortal and had a good relationship with Hela, Loki thought of a new plan. It is to control Yebi, and then threaten and persecute Hela. Bless Odin, his plan has not yet been implemented, and no one knows. Only after witnessing Yebi's strength with his own eyes, did Loki know exactly how deadly his previous plan was. Especially, after Yebi got the cursed warrior, he gave him a smile. With this look, Loki almost jumped up with excitement. There are ghosts in his heart, and under Yebi's eyes, he feels that his mind is seen through. It's strange that he almost jumped up. Yebi didn't care about Loki's thoughts, the glance just now was just a warning to Loki. This is a man who is not afraid of the sky, and the man who is truly the most wavering man in the whole Marvel universe, who can do anything. If you don't beat it, you might be in trouble for Yebi. Moreover, Loki is still one of his brother-in-laws, although Yebi doesn't care about it. It's not Thor, and Thor's words are somehow related to Hela, so Yebi will take care of it. Loki, as long as he doesn't bother Yebi, Yebi doesn't bother to care about him. Let's go out first, I don't know what's going on outside yet. Yebi said to Phrygia that now that the cursed warrior has ended, Phrygia's future has been changed. The rest is to completely stop the Dark Elves' ambitions. Outside, the Dark Elf fleet has arrived outside the city of Asgard, ready to march forward at any time. But there is now an obstacle in front of them, that is, the wall of Asgard that protects the city of Asgard. This is Asgard's last line of defense, and it can even withstand the attacks of giants. It is definitely an insurmountable barrier. Malkis looked at the wall of Asgard blocking in front of him and the others, his eyes a little anxious. According to the plan, the cursed warrior should have begun to act now. He must break through this defense, and the cursed warrior should be inside and outside. Otherwise, when the cursed warriors are eliminated, they won't have the slightest chance. Use the singularity bomb to blow this damn high wall away, Malkis said to his men. The singularity bomb is one of his trump cards, and it is also a reliance on his daring to attack Asgard. Soon, under the control of the Dark Elf, a black bomb was dropped on the bow of the largest conical spacecraft. The black bomb immediately attached to the wall of Asgard, and then burst out. A miniature singularity was created in an instant, and it began to swallow everything around frantically. The so-called singularity actually refers to the core of the black hole. The biggest effect of the singularity bomb is actually to create a miniature black hole. This is a very terrifying weapon that can easily destroy a planet. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. After all, even if it is just a miniature black hole, it is a black hole. In an instant, the defense of the wall of Asgard was swallowed by the miniature black hole created by the singularity bomb. A large amount of energy was absorbed by the miniature black hole, and the wall of Asaf was broken by Yebi again after being smashed by Yebi. Attack! Seeing that the wall of Asgard was finally broken by himself, Malekith immediately shouted to the Dark Elves behind him. In the next moment, the mighty Dark Elf single-soldier spacecraft, like a swarm of wasps, rushed into the sky over the city of Asgard toward the gap in the wall of Asgard. Asgard's individual spaceships also fought back at the invaders at this time. Some of the defensive devices deployed in Asgard's urban area also began to pour their firepower to continuously harvest the Dark Elf individual spaceships. At the beginning of the war, the scene was very cruel, and Dark Elves were dying every moment. Now Asgard's firepower is stronger than when Odin was in power, and it caused huge damage to the Dark Elf spacecraft in the blink of an eye. Moreover, this time there was not a cursed warrior who was disturbing the situation in the rear. When Yebi came to the outside world, the form of warfare on the field had begun to tilt towards Asgard. Under the control of Asgardian warriors, a single soldier spaceship shaped like a sailing ship continuously encircled and suppressed the Dark Elf spaceship. Thor also shines in this battle, almost becoming the center of the battlefield. Countless thunders surrounded Thor, turning a sky into a sea of thunder. Any Dark Elf ship passing by Thor would be attacked by thunder. In this moment, Thor had already destroyed thousands of Dark Elf ships. Looking at Thor, who was killing him, Malki's eyes revealed a deep hatred. In the battle with the Ace of Protoss, the Dark Elves themselves suffered heavy losses. These are the only remaining members of the tribe, and the one who died will always be one less. It can be said that every time Thor kills a Dark Elf, Malkis's heart hurts. But this is war, and Malkis can only force himself to calm down. The most important thing at the moment is to get the ether particles. That is the real opportunity to come back. In Malkith's perception, the etheric particles were in the city of Asgard. Offensive, rush in, victory will belong to us, Malkis said to the rest of his tribe. At this point, the Dark Elf had no retreat. They can only bet that they will get the etheric particles before being completely annihilated by Asgard. In this way, they still have the possibility of a comeback. Following Malkis's order, the other Dark Elves drove the individual spacecraft, rushing towards the center of Asgard like moths to the fire. Malkis gradually moved closer to the location of the etheric particles with the help of the cover of his clan's life exchanged back. Finally, Malkis came to the Golden Palace, and Hela took Jane Fox into the Golden Palace to strip the ether particles, which is the gem of reality. Now, no one can stop me. Malkis thought to himself, and walked towards the Golden Palace. He believed that as long as he got the ether particles, he would be invincible. Asgard will also tremble under his darkness. At this moment, the gate of the Golden Palace suddenly opened, and Hela slowly walked out of the Golden Palace. What made Malkis breathe quickly was that Hela's hands, almost turned into liquid reality gems, were constantly tumbling, changing various shapes. Ethereum. Malkis shouted, his eyes fixed on the etheric particles, and the desire in his eyes was self-evident. Hela also noticed the Dark Elf in front of him, knowing that this was the leader of the Dark Elf Malkis. You shouldn't have brought ether particles to me. Looking at Hela, who controls the ether particles, Malkis said slowly, and felt that he had a chance to win. Malkis knew too much about the ether particles, and he was confident that he could regain control of the ether particles, although the ether particles are currently in Hela's hands. But unfortunately, Hela didn't say anything after listening to him, and even wanted to laugh a little. You can try to see if the etheric particles are willing to respond to you, Hela said confidently. This self-confident attitude also made Malkis a little bit bad in his heart. He began to call out the ether particles eagerly, hoping to make the ether particles come back to him. But what made Malkis a little horrified was that his call was like sinking into the sea, and the etheric particles did not respond to him at all. This reality made Malkis almost desperate. He considered himself the master of ether particles, and he could easily recall ether particles back to his side. But the cruel reality slapped him fiercely, and the etheric particles were too lazy to take him. As for the ether particles, Malkis's biggest reliance when he came to Asgard this time, if there were no ether particles, he would not have the possibility to compete with Asgard at all. His act of leading his tribe to invade Asgard is no longer a great revenge, but a foolish death. A heaven, a hell, the key to everything is etheric particles. It seems that you can't let the etheric particles listen to you. I think this is probably because the ether particle has a new owner. Hela looked at Malkis panic and said disdainfully. Then, under Malkis's desperate and unbelievable eyes, Hela controlled the etheric particles to spin around her. The obedient posture seemed to be like Hela's pet. Impossible? How can you control ether particles? This is the treasure of my Dark Elf, why can you be an Asgardian control it? Malkis asked in disbelief. He couldn't accept the reality before him. The etheric particles don't listen to his call, and they can still be controlled by Hela. Originally, his biggest reliance became the enemy's biggest help in an instant. This reality made Malkis unacceptable anyway. Hela was not in a hurry to kill Malkis, but still looked at him playfully. It's very simple. I just talked to it and made it realize that I am its best owner. As Hela's voice fell, a yellow gem appeared in Hela's hand. The spiritual gem, one of the infinite rough stones, is also the fundamental reason why Hela can manipulate etheric particles. Use spiritual gems to communicate with ether particles and successfully obtain the approval of ether particles. This is the fundamental reason why Hela will stand in front of Malkis with etheric particles. Although Hela is strong and domineering, it is not that he is brainless and has no absolute certainty about how to put the etheric particles in front of Malkis. She is crazy, but not stupid. Malkis also realized that he had no chance at all. The biggest reliance on ether particles also fell into Hela's hands, and he couldn't do anything. The thought of bringing his people to death due to his stupid decision made Malkis regretful in his heart. If at that time I didn't choose revenge, but continued to lead the people to live, how good would it be? Unfortunately, this world has no chance to regret it. Malkis, who was desperate, raised his head again after a brief loss. This time, his eyes were full of madness. Since the end of death is doomed, it is better to fight. Beast, who fell into the trap, did not lose the courage to fight to the death. With a roar of regret towards the people, Malkis rushed towards Hela holding his weapon. He was already determined to die, so he was fearless. Hela looked at Malkis who rushed towards him, her eyes still very disdainful. The leader of the Dark Elf gave her the biggest impression of stupidity. Stupid decision, stupid opponent. Without the slightest value, killing such an opponent would not even make Hela happy. But Hela didn't have any softness. The ether particles surrounding her, under Hela's control, turned into a torrent and swept towards Malkis. And within a short period of time, Malkis was submerged. Then, Malkis' body began to disappear, and his existence was directly erased by the etheric particles. Ether particles were supposed to be the strongest weapon in his hand, but now they have become a means to kill him. It's cruel, but this is reality. With Hela taking control of the etheric particles, the end of Malkis is doomed. After the death of Malkis, the war also came to an end. For Asgard, this is a big victory. Hela has obtained ether particles, which are reality gems, and now has gathered 3 infinite gems in hand. In time, Hela even has the opportunity to gather 6 infinite gems and become the female version of Thanos. Even if that is not the case, but Thanos' difficulty in collecting 6 infinite gems in the future will also rise to hell level. Only a Hela, Thanos can hardly handle it, let alone Yebi. Hela's things are Yebi's things. Will Yebi give Thanos a chance to steal his infinite gems? Don't even think about it. In addition, one of Asgard's old enemies, the Dark Elves. After this war, it was completely extinct, and there will be no more Dark Elves in the universe. Malkis paid a heavy price for his stupid behavior. In fact, Malkis's launch of a war against Asgard was itself a very stupid act. Even in the original Thor 2, the strength of the two sides is not equal. The reason why Malekith was able to bring huge damage to Asgard in Thor 2, in the final analysis, was lucky. The first is the Cursed Warrior. The Cursed Warrior is holding Frigga and involving Odin and Thor, the two strongest combat powers. Secondly, Odin was unable to control the ether particles and was taken advantage of by Malekith. When Yebi killed the Cursed Warrior and Hela took control of the etheric particles, Malekith's failure was doomed. He doesn't have the slightest chance of a comeback, and he won't have the slightest chance. Instead, he used his stupidity to send the Dark Elf to a dead end, and at the same time brought a hearty victory for Asgard. 2 successive wars with great victories have made Hela's kingship more stable, and the people of Asgard will never oppose the king who can bring them victory. Some people are happy and some are worried. While Asgard celebrated the victory of the war, Nick Fury was in deep trouble. He had already noticed that something went wrong inside S.H.I.E.L.D. In fact, this has already been a sign, but Nick Fury himself ignored it. However, after the Battle of the Big Apple City, Nick Fury suddenly discovered that there was a force within S.H.I.E.L.D. that was beyond his control. So Nick Fury started a secret investigation. Then, Nick Fury discovered a fact in horror. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., there is a Hydra. Margafak, Nick Fury cursed frantically. He originally thought it was Hydra lurking into S.H.I.E.L.D., but after investigating, he found out that he was lurking into S.H.I.E.L.D. According to Nick Fury's preliminary estimates, at least a quarter of the personnel within S.H.I.E.L.D. may be members of Hydra. This is so scary, Nick Fury even turned pale. He suspected that he was killed by someone that day. It was a very likely thing to happen. What makes it even more difficult for Nick Fury to accept is that within S.H.I.E.L.D., the leader of Hydra is likely to be his good brother, Alexander Pierce. Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce have a very good relationship, the two are almost deadly friendship. Nick Fury also trusts Pierce very much. Apart from confidentiality in principle, he has almost no secrets to Pierce. But such a good brother who was born to death is now a Hydra. This reality also makes Nick Fury very unacceptable. Even Pierce is a Hydra, and Nick Fury doesn't even know who he should trust. Just when Nick Fury was in distress, his door was knocked, interrupting Nick Fury's thoughts. Nick Fury also quickly sorted out his dress to prevent his anxious appearance from being seen by outsiders. Then he said, "Come in." Soon, the door was opened and Pierce walked in vigorously. "Nick Fury, I noticed that you are investigating insiders in secret recently. Did you find something?" As soon as Pierce said the first sentence, Nick Fury almost jumped up. "Damn it, all this has been discovered. Haven't you done it secretly enough?" Hydra's penetration of S.H.I.E.L.D. had actually reached this point. Nick Fury roared inwardly. He felt that things were getting worse. But on the surface, he still had to pretend that nothing happened. "Pierce, who did you hear about this?" Nick Fury asked Pierce as if it had never happened before. "Don't pretend, you can't hide your actions from me." Pierce smiled contemptuously, knowing Nick Fury's tricks well. After decades of working with Nick Fury, even Hydra, Pierce has to admit that Nick Fury is a great character. The title of King of Agents is not a boast of Nick Fury, but is recognized by many people. Even if it does happen, it doesn't care about you. It's not something you should take care of. Nick Fury raised his eyebrows and said to Pierce, "Very tough." He is basically sure of Pierce's identity now. He is undoubtedly a Hydra. In other words, his closest comrade in arms was already an enemy at this time. So Nick Fury's attitude is also very unceremonious, and even has some talents. "Well, it seems you already know it, then I won't hide it. You are right, I am indeed a Hydra person." Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Pierce confessed directly and caught Nick Fury by surprise. Moreover, shouldn't you refuse to admit this kind of thing, and then look for opportunities to kill yourself to seize power? Is it really good to admit so generously? Or is there a conspiracy? Nick Fury was very alert, because he couldn't think of why Pierce wanted to confess. Knowing that to do this is to give up resistance and stretch his neck to Nick Fury's knife to find it. "Do you know what you are talking about? Are you serious?" Nick Fury pretended to be shocked, but in fact he had secretly pressed a button, and within 3 minutes, Collison would bring someone in. Pierce nodded. He didn't worry that after the Hydra was exposed, Nick Fury would be suppressed. "Don't pretend, I know you know who I am. You have investigated me clearly these days. Don't be nervous, I'm not malicious to you, I won't kill you here." Pierce said with a smile, but his smile made Nick Fury's scalp tingling. This is definitely a problem, and the problem is very serious. Pierce's confident look made Nick Fury wonder how to start. This guy, it is absolutely impossible to confess his identity if he is not sure, so what exactly is this guy's whole card? Just when Nick Fury and Pierce were confronting nervously, Collison had already led someone in. Collison led more than a dozen agents with guns into the office nervously, aiming their guns at the surroundings. But after discovering that there were only Nick Fury and Pierce, Collison was puzzled. "Sir, what's the situation?" Collison asked Nick Fury, looking at Pierce from the side. Collison is a firm confidant of Nick Fury, and only believes in Nick Fury. Therefore, it is natural to look at the other person in the room. Nick Fury also got up and walked out of his seat, and then stood beside Collison. "Grab him, this guy is Hydra." Nick Fury told Collison that he decided to control Pierce first. Regardless of what Pierce has intrigue, as long as a person is controlled by himself, can he still be controlled by him? After listening to Nick Fury's instructions, Coulson looked at him in shock, then raised the gun in his hand without hesitation and pointed the gun at Pierce. But the next second, Nick Fury and Coulson were stunned. The agents that Coulson brought over actually aimed their guns at both of them. Nick Fury's bittern-like head is at least 5 or 6 guns. They are all Hydra. Not only Nick Fury was shocked by this sudden change, but Coulson was also shocked. This good old man, an agent known as the head of Marvel's novice village, must doubt his life at this time. At this moment, Pierce came over and grinned at Nick Fury, who was ugly. Nick Fury, I said earlier that I just wanted to talk to you, why should it be like this? Pierce said triumphantly. He was very happy now. He wanted to do this a long time ago. Watch Nick Fury deflate, don't be too cool. Nick Fury's face was already dark and scary, and he was going to be blown up with anger. Is there any reason? Is there any king of law? At the headquarters of SHIELD, he, the magnificent director of SHIELD, was actually hit by Hydra with a gun on his head. Even if he didn't die today, it would be his shame to spread this story, and it was a black history that was destined to be unwashed. What do you want to do? Or say you are going to kill me, here. Nick Fury was furious, and he felt that his fame was completely gone. So the tone was very rude, and he yelled at Pierce. But in fact, he was thinking about how to get out of this embarrassing situation. I just want to talk to you, have a good talk. Pierce also put away his proud expression and said sincerely to Nick Fury. Nick Fury was taken aback when he heard the words. It was that simple? Okay, then let's talk, you let these people out. Nick Fury glanced at the SHIELD agent who pointed his gun at him, and said to Pierce. Pierce didn't hesitate, and directly used a color to let everyone go out first. In Nick Fury's office, again, only the two of them were left. Let's talk about it, what on earth are you going to do? But I tell you, even if you kill me, SHIELD will not fall into the hands of Hydra. Nick Fury said to Pierce, not forgetting to give himself a chance to survive. Although his performance was tough, Nick Fury actually panicked just now. He even felt that those Hydras would smash his head. To tell you, if it was before, I would kill you and try to control S.H.I.E.L.D. But now, I don't need to do this, I just want to come to you to cooperate. Pierce said sincerely to Nick Fury that he really just wanted to work with Nick Fury. Who made Nick Fury's reaction so big? Can't you just sit down and talk? Why do you have to die? Nick Fury sneered, non-committal. But I thought in my heart that if I were not lucky enough to die today, I would have my head screwed off for Pierce. Marzifax dare to point a gun at my head, and if I don't avenge this, I will swear that I will not be a man. But Pierce's next sentence made Nick Fury jump again. Actually, our Hydra is already under the leadership of Goddess Hela, so I'm not afraid that you, Nick Fury, will come to us for liquidation afterwards. Pierce revealed his whole cards, which is also the main reason why he is qualified to come and talk to Nick Fury. Speaking of this, Pierce was grateful in his heart that he was really wise before. If it weren't for the Goddess Hela as a backer, he should be nervously thinking about how to kill Nick Fury at the moment. Where will it be like this? There is no fear, no panic. This is the advantage of having a backer. Wait, what you said is true. Because of shock, Nick Fury's voice was much louder. This news is incredible, and also too scary. Is this Pierce's confidence? No wonder you dare to showdown directly in front of yourself. Nick Fury has some headaches, for the money. If Pierce says it is true, then he really dare not do anything to Hydra. Hydra looks very powerful, but it is actually that way. Otherwise, why would Hydra hide it? Isn't it because there is no backing? All the power of the Hydra is hidden in the darkness and cannot be seen. Because once they see the light, they will be destroyed immediately, and the current Hydra does not have a strong empire to support him. But it's different with Hela. Hela is the king of Asgard. Going against Hela is going against Asgard and will cause diplomatic disputes between the two civilizations. And how does Nick Fury feel that this routine is so familiar? Hela secretly supports Hydra. How can it be so similar to Liberty Beacon's secret support of certain terrorist organizations? In fact, Hela was really inspired by the Freedom Beacon. Since you can do it in Freedom Beacon, why can't I, Hela, do it? So, let's talk about cooperation. How about the coexistence of Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. in the future? Let's work together to maintain the order of this world. Pierce smiled and said to Nick Fury. He liked to watch Nick Fury deflated. Puffed up in front of Nick Fury, not to mention how cool Pierce was. Nick Fury was silent, he didn't know how to answer. He wanted to refuse, but he knew he could not refuse. Just like those third world countries, can it be a free beacon country that can be rejected? Strength is the root of everything. Without the strength, he doesn't even have the qualifications to say no. Nick Fury knows very well that even if this matter is reported to a higher level, even the national government, it will end in compromise. In front of Asgard, human beings are like a third world country, and they don't even have the qualifications to say no. Cooperating with Hydra, Nick Fury couldn't call the shots, and he didn't dare to call the shots. As for destroying the Hydra, Nick Fury didn't have the guts. Today's Hydra is no longer the Hydra without a backing in the plot, but embraces Asgard's thigh. If you really want to do something with Hydra, you must consider Asgard's attitude. This kind of thing is super troublesome, and it is easy to offend people, so Nick Fury immediately got rid of it. Report the matter directly to the human upper level, let them get their headaches away. Nick Fury just needs to wait for the order. Seeing Nick Fury's ugly look, Pierce felt uncomfortable. Comfortable, this is probably the most comfortable day since becoming a Hydra. Before, he couldn't imagine that he could one day call out "Long live the Hydra" in front of Nick Fury. And even if Nick Fury knew he was Hydra, he couldn't do anything to him. This feeling of backing is really cool. As for Nick Fury, he is naturally depressed. How did the immortal Hydra have something to do with Hela? Thinking of that powerful God King, Nick Fury's face paled a bit, and his heart panicked a lot. He was almost killed by Hela at the beginning, and he really didn't want to experience it again. Nick Fury and Pierce were not allowed to wait too long, and soon, the higher level of humanity gave the result. After reading the command of the human high level, Nick Fury took a deep breath, resisting the urge to shoot Pierce to death, and stood up and shook hands with Pierce. I just received the news that there is no Hydra inside SHIELD, and SHIELD is still that SHIELD, and nothing will change. I hope we can sincerely cooperate in the future to maintain the order of the Earth and protect the Earth from external threats. Nick Fury's face is ugly, but he also knows that high-level humans have no choice. I can't really turn my face with Asgard. Can only endure the inner helplessness, choose to cooperate with Hydra. Besides, for high-level humans, whether Hydra or SHIELD, they are all just tools. The point of the tool is not to have your own ideas. As long as Hydra doesn't make a big mess, let them do what they want. Pierce obviously expected this result, with the winner's smile on his face, holding Nick Fury's hand. This time, I won, and I hope we will work hard together in the future. I think both you and Asgard want to see a stable Earth. The smile on Pierce's face made Nick Fury wait for a punch. But in the end Nick Fury could only leave with a black face. Marzafak, dem Hydra, dem Asgard, dem C, cough cough, forget it. However, Nick Fury was not discouraged. SHIELD had been infiltrated, and he had other cards to use. How can there be only one SHIELD government in the department of the dignified king of agents? It's just that SHIELD will inevitably decline in his heart in the future, which is inevitable. Fortunately, the Avengers are still his, and he still holds a trump card in his hand. Yebi will naturally not know the confrontation between SHIELD and Hydra. Even if I knew it, I wouldn't take it to heart, nothing more. Since having a powerful force, Yebi's pattern is undoubtedly a lot bigger. The power struggle on the Earth is after all just a playhouse between human beings, and the real strong will not set their sights on the same Earth. After Asgard stayed with Hela for a while, Yebi and Hela returned to Earth again. It's still the manor, or familiar dark dishes. The good news is that Hela's cooking has improved a lot, and at least it won't be too torturous. In addition, Hela also knows Yebi's pain. Although she has not given up, she still brings some tortured dark dishes to Yebi every day. But fortunately, every time after torturing Yebi, Hela always compensates Yebi in his own way. Maybe it's because of the long time being together, the long-term love, Hela has become more and more bold. Before Yebi wanted to play some new tricks, Hela would stare at Yebi with murderous eyes to dispel Yebi's evil thoughts. But now, Hela doesn't reject Yebi's new tricks too much, and sometimes he takes the initiative to cooperate. For example, wearing some good-looking stockings, such as putting on special clothes, or shameful knowledge. With Hela's physique and flexibility, there is no problem at any angle, and it can perfectly meet any needs of Yebi. It's like Helen's home, which brings a new feeling to Yebi every time. In the manor's kitchen, on the sofa, on the balcony, and in the swimming pool, Yebi and Hela sweated together everywhere. So Yebi is now looking forward to Hela's dark dishes every day. Compensation is not important. What's important is that Yebi wants to see how much Hela's cooking has improved. That's it. This is Yebi, and Hela will satisfy his willfulness. You must know that even in front of Phrygia, Hela has a cold face. It's not that Hela has a bad relationship with Phrygia, but that Hela itself has this kind of personality. Only Yebi can let Hela completely relax and show herself wantonly. In addition to enjoying life with Hela every day, Yebi also does not forget to observe what is happening outside. Although Yebi won't make a move, it's not bad to look at it for fun. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. It is also a joy of life. It is worth mentioning that the boy next door Spider, whom everyone loves, has already made his debut. Nowadays, in Big Apple City, you can often see small spiders swinging on a swing. Of course, some unlucky ones are caught by Spider-Man. In addition, most of them are some negative news, such as where crimes have occurred again, and new criminals have been born. I have to say that the crime rate in the Marvel world is really exaggerated, and ordinary people are really no different from living in hell. The fragmentation of the social hierarchy, coupled with the threat of alien invasion, makes the bottom society very turbulent. Many criminals didn't want to take this path at all, but they were forced to do so. This also led to the rampage of various sects in Yinjiang, confusion of beliefs, and the emergence of all gods. The more turbulent the society, the more fertile the soil of religion, which is a truth in any age. If you don't believe it, you can look back at history. Basically, there were large religions in the last years of the dynasty. As one of the mainstream churches in Yinjiang country, God's church will naturally not sit back and watch such things happen. The more churches were born in Yinjiang country, the greater the impact on God's religion. In order to redeem his followers, the recent movement of God's teaching is not small. Some priests even declared on the news that they had received God's will and heard God's voice. According to the priest, God is very dissatisfied with the current human world. Nowadays, human crime is rampant, and sins are numerous. God decided to save mankind again and sway the glory of the world. Soon, God will show miracles in the world, and great angels will return to this world. For this kind of news, there was naturally a lot of scolding. No one believes that God really exists, nor does the so-called miracle actually happen. Even the devout believers of God believe that the priest is crazy and that he should be sent to the Arkham mental hospital. But what everyone in the world didn't expect was that God, he really came. Van de Gang, the Papal State. Tens of thousands of God believers gathered in the largest square, and they prayed devoutly. Because just one day ago, a piece of holy light suddenly appeared in the sky above Vatican. Just like the legend that the door of heaven is about to open, accompanied by the holy light, there are bursts of holy sounds from heaven. This phenomenon immediately caused shocks all over the world. As one of the mainstream beliefs on the earth today, believers of God's religion need to be calculated in units of billions. God knows how many believers of God's religion rushed to the Pope's country overnight, hoping to hear the holy voice of God the first time. In addition to those believers of God's religion, there are also a large number of journalists who feel the Papal State. Today's Papal State is almost being broadcast live all over the world. Yebi is the same. He and Hela are sitting on the sofa and watching the miracle above Van de Gang. However, unlike those who believe in God and ordinary people, Yebi and Hela can clearly know what the so-called God is. God does exist. Yebi has confirmed this from Hela's mouth. As early as the ancient times when human civilization has not yet developed, God has already descended on the earth and created the current mainstream church on earth, God's church. Only later, there was a violent contradiction between the heaven where God was and Asgard. Odin, who couldn't bear it, sealed God together with heaven. In fact, strictly speaking, the heaven where God is itself a dimension attached to the world tree, just like the 9 realms. At the earliest, it should be the 10 realms. It was after Odin sealed the heaven world that the 10 worlds became the 9 worlds that everyone knows now. So, because of Odin's death, Odin's seal has gradually disappeared, and God has returned with his heaven, right? Yebi asked Hela, and got a positive answer from Hela. Not only heaven, there are many powerful enemies who have been sealed by Odin, and they are all coming back soon. Hela added to Yebi that she had already known this result. This is also the reason why Odin chose to hand over the throne of the king to Hela in the end. If Asgard's heir is not strong enough, then Asgard will inevitably fall into desperation after his death. Compared to Hela, Thor's strength is still not enough. Then heaven and God are our enemies. Yebi thought thoughtfully. After all, heaven was sealed by Odin, it is hard to say whether it will be hostile to Asgard. With the relationship between Yebi and Hela, if Asgard is really in danger, Yebi will not fail to take action. Who knows, I'm not interested in making trouble with those bird people anyway. Hela replied indifferently. She was also infected by Yebi and fell in love with the life of fishing. Basically, as long as he doesn't take the initiative to provoke Asgard, Asgard will not be able to find other people's trouble when he is full. Just like heaven, as long as they don't take the initiative to provoke Asgard, Asgard will not take action against them. As for whether heaven can really forget past grievances, no one can say that. During the chat between Yebi and Hela, the holy light over the papal kingdom gradually changed. The white holy light, which was already very obvious, had soared to the point of dazzling at this moment. However, such a strong light does not make people feel uncomfortable, but is very gentle. This strange phenomenon naturally caused many people to wonder, is it really a miracle to guess? Even some onlookers who did not believe in God's teachings were muttering to themselves at this time. After that, the so-called voice of heaven slowly fell from the sky and spread into everyone's ears. This has made those believers of God teach more and more pious, clamoring that they have heard the holy voice of God. Then, a white door appeared from the sky, and it became more and more obvious. At this moment, even people who did not believe in the so-called God grew their mouths in shock. The materialism in their hearts began to waver. Could it really be God's coming? The legendary gates of heaven have all appeared, and the Nordic Protoss have all come to the earth, as if there is another God. There is nothing unreasonable. The believers of God teachings all over the world are crazy when they see this scene. They say amen regardless of occasion or location, just like being possessed. Under the gaze of people all over the world, the door of heaven slowly opened. Then a female angel with 4 wings flew out from the door. The angel had a mask on his face, only a white chin was exposed, and the whole body gave people a very holy feeling. Seeing this scene, no matter how firm materialism was, the world outlook was severely shaken. Even the angels appeared. Who would dare to say that God is false? As for those believers of God's teachings, all of them are really crazy at the moment. They shouted amen feverishly, and worshipped in the direction of the papal kingdom of Vatican. Not to mention these believers of God's teachings, even many people who don't believe in God's teachings can't help but learn at this moment. When faith becomes a reality, the impact is immeasurable. Seeing the angel's exaggerated appearance, Hela curled her lips in disdain. It's just a 4-winged angel, what kind of outfit? Even God has been fed by Asgard, and an angel has a fart. However, this angel's gimmick is really enough. It is also the holy light and the gate of heaven. In terms of playing style alone, Asgard is undoubtedly weaker than one. Asgard always likes to be simple and rude. His previous arrival in the Battle of the Big Apple was only on the Rainbow Bridge. Although it was shocking, it was gone at once, and it was difficult to impress people. Perhaps Asgard can also learn a lesson, and the way he plays in the future is also a bit exaggerated. At the same time, over the papal kingdom, the angel who had descended also spoke. Your world is full of flowers of sin, and the world will sink in darkness and sin fire. According to God's will, I will purify the sins in the world and lead people to good. The good can go to heaven, and the sinful can go to hell forever. The sound was not loud, but it spread to the whole world through the photography of reporters. It is foreseeable that with the arrival of angels, it will inevitably bring a huge impact to this world. Fortunately, this is the Marvel world, and strong men emerge in endlessly, otherwise heaven will easily rule the earth. In addition, Asgard had descended on the earth before, which was regarded as a vaccination for the human beings on the earth. Let mankind know that the so-called gods, like them, are just life. The only difference is that the world in which the gods live is on an alien planet. In other words, in the minds of most human beings, whether heaven or Asgard, they are just aliens that once appeared on the Earth's sphere. This also greatly reduced the impact of the angels' arrival, so that the entire world would not fall into fanaticism. There are even conspiracy theories that are popular, thinking that the arrival of angels may pose a threat to mankind. In any age, there is a market for such conspiracy theories. However, the impact is still great, especially among the believers of God's teachings. Those mad believers of God's teaching were almost crazy after the angels really came down. They shouted amen all day, with a pious attitude as if they were possessed. There is no doubt that as long as the angels start a holy war, these people will immediately become warriors. They will obey God's orders and destroy all heresies. Nick Fury is also deeply troubled by this. The arrival of angels made the already chaotic earth more chaotic. The most important thing is the attitude of heaven. What is it like? It's okay if it's the same as Asgard. Although Asgard is domineering, he doesn't intervene in matters on earth. But heaven is different, they have a lot of dark history. It is inevitable that the gods in heaven will have a fever, wanting to re-rule the faith of mankind and return to the age of monarch power. If it is really like that, the earth will really be messed up. As Nick Fury, who takes the responsibility of protecting the earth as his own responsibility, he is really worried at this moment. He was thinking, what can he do to create checks and balances on the angels, so that the heavenly people can settle down on earth? Inexplicably, Nick Fury thought of a sentence, use myths to deal with myths. After realizing this, Nick Fury suddenly became clear. Yes, the Protoss that descended on the earth is not just a paradise, isn't there an Asgard? Asgard is the lord of the 9 realms, and the earth is also one of the 9 realms. Now that heaven sends angels to descend on the earth, this Asgard has to take care of it. If you can win the support of Asgard, you may be able to balance heaven and angels. Nick Fury thinks this method is feasible, and intends to talk to Thor, who is from Asgard. In addition to Nick Fury, who is worried about the arrival of the angel, there are others who are also full of hostility towards the arrival of the angel. That is Tony. As a staunch materialist warrior, a technological madman, Tony doesn't believe in the so-called gods at all. Even Asgard, in his opinion, is just a civilization with more advanced technology. Thor of Asgard is his friend, and Asgard has not interfered too much with things on Earth, so Tony is not hostile to Asgard. But angels are different. These guys have been good hands on people's hearts since ancient times. Moreover, the posture of the angels' arrival before clearly stated that it was to buy people's hearts. If it wasn't for trying to make things happen, killing Tony wouldn't believe it. Jarvis, study this coming angel, maybe I need a suit of armor that can resist the angel. Tony told Jarvis that it's always right to plan ahead. Moreover, Tony had a hunch that the angels must have plans for the Earth, and there might be large-scale conflicts in the future. If you are not ready now, it may be too late. In addition, Tony also had another idea in his heart, perhaps the Earth needs a patron saint. What Tony didn't know was that his thoughts caused a huge mess later. As Nick Fury and Tony thought, the arrival of the angel brought not goodwill, but ambition. In the papal state, the largest church, the angel was listening to the Pope's report with a proud face. After listening to the situation in today's world, the angel was obviously angry. It seems that the glory of God has been gone for so long that the pagans have taken over the world. In that case, purify it. The dying world can only be reborn in destruction. This is a new apocalypse. The angel's tone was cold, but the believers around were very excited. They have been completely brainwashed by faith, and they didn't realize that the purification that the angel said was not a good word. In the records of God's teachings, God was dissatisfied with the greed and sin between human beings and decided to purify the world. So there was the famous flood. The flood killed almost all humans, and only a man named Noah escaped in the ark. After that, Noah established a new world, but forgot the other humans who died in the flood. This is the real revelation and God's consistent practice. Since God is not satisfied with this world, he will destroy the world and then rebuild it. As for whether mankind is willing to rebuild a new world, what does that have to do with God? Lord Angel, a diplomat from the Eagle Soup Nation, is here to visit. Would you like to meet me? Read more at hotandtilnovel.xyz. Just when the angel was thinking of thoroughly purifying this new world that forgot God's glory, a believer ran in from outside. Diplomat? Let him in. The angel said lightly, reluctantly, let's meet again. Maybe under his influence, the human beings in this world have become the Lamb of God again? Soon, an old man in a suit and meticulous silver hair walked into the church. After seeing the angel whose body was surrounded by holy light, his eyes clearly flashed with shock. But he was an experienced diplomat, and he quickly suppressed his inner shock. It's nice to meet you, the great angel. I am a diplomat from the Eagle Soup Nation. My name is John Sun. I came here to visit and admire your miracle. The diplomat named John Sun said respectfully, with a very low posture. However, the angel looked at him coldly and snorted coldly. Eagle Sauce Country, is it a hypocritical country that forgets the glory of God and exclaims freedom? Haha. Explain your intentions, sinner. The reason why he is called a sinner is that the angel failed to see his devotion to God in his eyes. For angels who are not religious enough to God, they are sinners. John Sun is an old diplomat. He will not get angry easily unless he can't help it. At this time, he heard the angel open his mouth and said that he was a sinner, and he felt a little anger in his heart. Bah, Birdman, really thought he was a god. It's just an alien. This shows that John News is a firm materialist fighter. But although I thought so in my heart, John News didn't express it at all. It is still a respectful and low-profile answer. Our kingdom admires the glory of God very much. May the glory of the Lord be with us. The purpose of this visit is to ask Lord Angel to pay more attention to your influence and try not to incite believers and do some irrational things. In return, our Eagle Sauce Congress vigorously promotes the glory of God, so that God's churches can be found in any area of the Eagle Sauce country. John's report explained his intentions, and I hope that the angels and heavenly guys can pay a little attention to the impact. It is not that they are not allowed to see believers, but that they will not instigate believers and do some extreme things. For example, cleaning up heretics. When faith is above morality, it will be a very scary thing. Do you want to use the shackles of mortals to restrain the great angels? Absolutely impossible. As for the rewards of the Yingjong country, every inch of the world belongs to God. God has given you to let you live. You are just lambs. As for the believers of God, they will naturally listen to God's arrangement. Treat those heretics who don't believe in God and let them fall into hell. This is the best punishment. The angel was still arrogant and didn't take John's news to heart. As for the so-called irrationality, do angels want humans to teach us how to do things? After hearing the angel's answer, the diplomat named John Sun was obviously taken aback, and then his anger became uncontrollable. He was really angry. This damned angel is clearly a demon. But he still endured his temper and patiently explained. Lord Angel, depriving others of their lives without authorization is a violation of human rights and an insult to human dignity. I hope that angels can respect humans more, instead of treating humans as livestock. I believe God thinks so too. John News said that the protection of human rights is the basic bottom line of human morality. Even the Eagle Soup country must respect human rights. Human beings are by no means lambs. This is what the president of the Eagle Sauce National Congress said to him. Find flowers 0. Even if human beings have all kinds of civil strife, safeguarding human dignity is something that any country should do. Even the Eagle Sauce country with a bad reputation will insist on safeguarding human dignity, because they are all human beings. However, after hearing what John had said, the angel's eyes were completely cold and terrifying. She began to regret why she had to say so much to a heretic. God thinks so too? Do you understand God's ideas better than I do? The nonsense of a sinner made me lose patience. Servants of God, drag him to the square outside and purify his fallen soul with flames. The angel didn't bother to argue with John Sun, and directly and domineeringly ordered the popes. The so-called purification is actually nothing but fire. After hearing the angel's order, the pope and others were stunned. Although they are fanatical about faith, they still have the concept of human rights in their hearts. However, this hesitation was only a moment, and soon they dragged the pagan John Sun to the outside square according to the instructions of the angel. When angels descended on the earth, the so-called human rights were just a joke. They are more willing to believe in their beliefs, believing that they will ascend to heaven after death. John was shocked by the news. He didn't expect that he would be burned to death. He is a diplomat, he is alone. However, when he was actually raised on the square, tied to a pillar and doused with gasoline, he realized that all of this was true. Are you crazy? She is not an angel at all, she is a demon. She is trampling on human dignity, she is killing human lives wantonly. Are you going to be her accomplices? Are you still human? John Sun shouted at the believers, hoping to stop their behavior. It's a pity that his shouts didn't work at all. When faith is above morality, everyone is the most terrible danger. And this scene of John's news happened to be filmed by news reporters outside the square. Everyone looked at him suspiciously, not understanding what was going on. After realizing that he couldn't persuade the fanatical believers, John News turned his attention to the journalists. He began to shout loudly, hoping to be rescued. Hey, reporters from all over the world, this is John News, and I am a diplomat from the Eagle Soup Nation. These believers are crazy. They are going to burn me to death because I want angels not to trample on human dignity. That's not an angel at all, it's a demon with the appearance of an angel, it's the most terrifying devil. The cry of John News spread far, but no one came to rescue him for a long time. Those journalists, on the contrary, loyal to the camera in their hands, projected the scene of his shouting to the world. Then, in full view, the news of John was set ablaze. His whole body was covered with gasoline, and John was immediately surrounded by fire. This terrible scene caused an uproar in the whole world. Nick Fury was in his office, violently hammering the table in front of him. Although he doesn't know John News, he is also a human, and he feels the same. John's experience made Nick Fury realize that angels and the heaven behind them are the enemies of mankind. You chopsticks, you will appreciate the anger of human beings. Nick Fury said bitterly, even if he was as cold as him, he was ignited by anger at the moment. Calmness can't exist at all, he just wants to rush to the papal kingdom and tear the damn angel to pieces. Marzifax, this treats humans as livestock. Not only Nick Fury, but Tony is the same, he is also very angry now. If this is an angel, then I will send her to hell. Tony said firmly to Jarvis, then put on his mark armor directly, and flew in the direction of the papal state. He is violent and arrogant. The so-called angel, he really didn't pay attention to it. The reaction of Nick Fury and Tony was just the beginning. In fact, when this news was broadcast to the world, all human beings were in an uproar. The bloody reality tells mankind that what angels bring is not hope, but dark enslavement and trampling. What kind of shit angel is this? Go to God. Mankind will not be reduced to a lamb, but will only offer war. At this moment, all human beings were irritated by the arrogance of angels. Only in the seaside manor, Yebi is also following the news. Even Yebi was a little angry when he saw that the diplomat named John Sun was burned to death in broad daylight. Although he is a salted fish and likes to live with Hela, it does not mean that he will not be angry. Hela also clearly felt Yebi's emotions, so he walked over and pecked Yebi's face as comfort. Do you know God? Yebi asked Hela suddenly, inquiring about something. Yes, Odin once told me. God is a strong man, even Odin may not be his opponent. Hela didn't hide it, and replied to Yebi. After listening to Hela's words, Yebi was also a little surprised. He didn't expect God to be so strong. If God is stronger than Odin, then why is heaven sealed by Odin instead? Yes, this is a problem. Odin is not relying on his own strength to seal heaven, but the treasure of Asgard's Immortal Palace Stone. If there was no Fairy Palace Stone, Odin might have been defeated by God long ago, and God was only sealed, not killed by Odin. Doesn't this still explain his strength? Hela ended the matter. This is a secret story, Yebi really doesn't know. At the same time, Yebi knew in his heart, no wonder this angel was so arrogant. God's strength is strong, and only then can there be mad capital. And for Asgard, God is definitely a terrible opponent. Now Asgard has not only lost Odin, but also the Immortal Palace Stone. Whether God can be defeated again is still unknown. But after thinking that Hela now has 3 infinite gems in his hands, Yebi feels a lot more relieved. Hela plus 3 infinite gems, even if Odin is resurrected, he will be hung up and hammered, there is no doubt. It's no wonder that Hela is so calm and doesn't feel the tension of an enemy coming. Only if you have enough confidence in your own strength can you sit firmly on the Diaotai. But this time, Yebi didn't plan to let Hela solve it by himself. God of heaven, ha. I hope that old guy can be safe, otherwise Yebi will definitely kill him if he really wants to reproduce Revelation. Although Yebi's strength is strong, he still feels that he is a human in his heart. When the dignity of human beings is insulted, Yebi sees it as if his dignity has been insulted. If the so-called God really intends to destroy the world, Yebi promises to be the first to destroy him. As if feeling Yebi's thoughts, Hela held Yebi's hand and tugged it on the palm of her hand. When it's down, I will be with you, and I will help you vent your anger. I have to say that Hela is now more and more able to please Yebi. The Pope, John, heard that the burnt corpse was still tied to a pillar. Around the square, reporters were completely dumbfounded. Those fanatical believers, as if they had won victory, chanted prayers around Johnson's body, and began to praise the glory of God. This is a very strange scene that makes all humans in the world uncomfortable seeing it. But at this moment, a figure quickly flew in the sky. Soon, this figure fell in the middle of the square, and it was Iron Man who came. Angel, shit angel. Looking at the scorched remnant of John News, Tony said angrily. His words made the hearts of all mankind feel dark. However, it made those around the believers angry. Blasphemer, you should go to hell. Damn heresy, we burned him too. Burn him to death, the majesty of Lord Angel cannot be blasphemed. God will approve of us. The glory of the Lord is with us. The words of those fanatics made Tony's eyes cold. He didn't expect that the same human beings, these believers, would be so crazy. Is it possible to trample on human dignity and kill human lives for the sake of the so-called glory of God? Today is John News, who is tomorrow? Is it necessary to burn all human beings who do not believe in God? Just when Tony was angry, the angel finally walked out of the church. She still looks like she has just arrived, wearing battle armor all over her body, with a mask that covers half of her face. His body still exudes a holy radiance, and a golden ring of gods hovering above his head. However, in Tony's eyes, the angel at this time was no different from the devil. Another heretic, do you think that with these iron knots, you can resist the glory of my Lord? The angel looked at Iron Man and said disdainfully. He didn't put Iron Man in his eyes at all, a pagan in one mouthful. The glory of God? God shit, if he appears in front of me, I will definitely blow him up. God who doesn't respect human dignity, why is it worth human beings to respect him? Tony's words were very rude and made the angels murderous. It seems that the glory of God has really been lost in this land for too long, and even the lambs of the past dare to resist their masters. But it's okay, if that's the case, it's all burned to death. For the land of God, it is enough for God's servants to live. As for the other heretics, let the holy judge's sky fire send them all to hell. Read more at hotmatilnovel.xyz. The god who used to have a great flood will cleanse a group of heretics, but now it is only one more time. Thinking of this, the angel did not intend to continue talking to Tony. She only needs to burn the heretics in front of her. So in front of everyone, the angel slowly flew into the air. In a burst of white holy light, a white long sword appeared in her hand. Sinner, the Lord's anger will judge you. While speaking, she pointed the sword in her hand at Tony, and then sprayed a hot pillar of fire from the tip of the sword. Tony's pupils shrank, and he quickly recovered, and quickly took off to escape. As for the pillar of fire, after falling to the ground, it immediately spread in all directions. Those fanatics who had surrounded Tony and planned to burn Tony to sacrifice to the heavens, were wrapped in flames, and wailed on the ground. Watching this scene, Tony's inner anger grew stronger. That's how you treat God's servants? Tony questioned the angel. The angel snorted and did not reply. But he didn't take those mad believers who died seriously. The servants of God are actually meek lambs. Since it is a lamb, it must be disposed of at will. God will lead their souls, and they will return to heaven and live a beautiful and happy life. Although, there has never been a mortal soul in heaven. Flame couldn't judge Tony, so the angel decided to come by himself. So she increased her speed, almost turned into a white light, and flew towards Tony. Tony's eyes were also very solemn, even though he was so kind in front of the angel. In fact, he was really not sure in his heart. It would be great if the extremis virus could be integrated. If there was extremity virus, he would surely be able to hold this arrogant angel hammer. As for now, I can only grit my teeth. Although I think a lot, the time is actually only a flash. Almost in the blink of an eye, the angel came to Tony's body. The long sword in her hand, with a sound of breaking through the air, slashed towards Tony's neck. Obviously, this is to cut off Tony's head with a sword. However, Tony reacted quickly, and he shot the angel in front of him. The angel who was caught off guard was immediately hit by a cannon in his palm, and his body was repelled quite a bit. However, the power of the cannon in the palm was not enough to hurt the angel. Instead, the angel's anger became more raging. Damn sinner, send me to hell. The angel seemed to feel that his majesty had been desecrated, and then rushed towards Tony again after angrily. The long sword in his hand cuts through the air with a terrible cold light. Tony didn't dare to hold big, and directly fired several small enrichment missiles. The angel obviously didn't have much defense against technological weapons, and was hit again. In the violent explosion, the angel's body was engulfed by flames. Then, the angel fell directly from the sky in front of people all over the world. Angel, defeated by a mortal. After seeing this scene, most people in the world are excited. What about angels? Wouldn't they still lose in front of humans? If the God of heaven treats humans as lambs, humans will use war to pull God off the altar. In addition, there are very few people who are heartbroken watching the falling angel. Most of these are fanatics of God's teaching. For example, in front of the Stark Mansion in the Big Apple City, some priests of the Big Apple City gathered and planned to demolish the Stark Mansion. In the eyes of the fanatics, Tony actually dared to attack the angel, which is blaspheming the glory of our Lord. Tony should go to hell, and Tony's Stark group should go bankrupt. Human beings are always contradictory. When the forest grows, there are all kinds of birds. For example, before Yebi crossed the road, the motherland was so strong, isn't there still a lot of people who can't stand on their knees? Going back to Tony's side, he did not relax his vigilance, because he knew that missiles alone could not defeat the angel. Sure enough, the angel who had fallen from the sky before flew up again. It's just that she looks a bit embarrassed now, and the two pairs of white wings behind her have become scorched and even a little depilated. However, the anger in her eyes almost turned into substance, and Tony could clearly see through the two holes in the mask. Oh no, Tony said badly, and the angel deceived him again before the voice fell. This time the speed was 3 points faster than before, and Tony only had time to raise the palm of his hand and fire a cannon in his palm. But he was turned around by the defensive angel to hide. Then the next moment, Tony was struck by the long sword in the angel's hand, and his body flew out. After finally stopping in the air, before Tony had time to check the damage, the angel's attack came again. Once, twice, 10 times, 20 times. The long sword in the angel's hand kept slashing on Tony's steel suit, cutting out a lot of sparks. Tony was also under constant blows, and his mood gradually became heavier. The armor on the back is broken down, it's dangerous. The power plant is destroyed, it's dangerous. The weapon system is destroyed, dangerous. The leg armor is pierced, it's dangerous. In the sound of Jarvis's warning, Tony's steel suit was directly chopped by angry angels. Then, the angel finally stopped his offensive. Tony also fell directly from the air and landed on the square. At this time, Tony couldn't even move, because the power system was penetrated at this moment. At this moment, human beings all over the world are worried about Tony's life safety. Tony himself did the same, because he saw the angel leaning over with the sword. Profane sinner, go to death. The angel raised the long sword in his hand without hesitation, and was about to stab it. At this moment, a black light flew from the sky. When the angel couldn't even react, he knocked the angel out. He flew all the way to the top of the church and directly crucified the angel on the church. Until this time, everyone could see clearly that the angel's abdomen had been pierced by a black long sword. At this moment, the whole world was in an uproar, and the angel actually fell. In the manner, Hela looked at Yebi invitingly, her face was full of you, come and praise me. Yebi is not stingy, and nods at Hela's delicate face fiercely. It's a good job, let's watch it. Yebi said to Hela, making Hela smile. Just now, when Tony was about to die under the angel's sword, Hela summoned her sword of the night sky and threw it in the direction of the papal kingdom. This sword of the night sky also reached the papal kingdom at an incredible speed, and under the eyes of everyone, it nailed the angel to the church. The purpose of Hela doing all this is just to relieve Yebi. Hela could see that Yebi hated the angel very much. Since Yebi is hated, the angel should die. This is Hela's idea. As for saving Tony, it was just incidental. I don't know how heaven will react after discovering this angel's death. If you really intend to destroy the world and destroy the world again, will you and I destroy heaven together? Yebi took Hela's hand and said to her. This usual tone seemed to be asking Hela what he would like to eat tonight. Of course, it is the duty of the God King to vent your anger for the queen. Hela also agreed with a smile, without taking heaven to heart. When the whole world was speculating about what existed to kill the angel, they didn't know that the two couples were flirting. However, Nick Fury recognized the sword of the night sky. When Hela found him, he was almost killed by the sword of the night sky. Naturally, I have a deep memory, and sometimes I often dream of nightmares. Now that Hela kills the angel, Nick Fury's first thought is to relieve his anger. Nick Fury had some opinions on Asgard before, and felt that Asgard was too domineering. But now, Nick Fury suddenly discovered that Asgard is simply too good. Compared with the angels of heaven, Asgard is like doing charity. The 10th realm beyond the 9 realms, heaven. God sat on his seat, listening to the reports of the servants below. The angel Gabriel, who was in charge of observing the world and conveying the will of God, came out from the crowd and stood before God. Great Lord, I just got news that Luofei, the angel who went to the world through the gates of heaven, has died in battle. It was Hela, the king of Asgard, who killed her. After Gabriel finished speaking, all the angels present were angry. An angel was actually killed in the world, which is a blasphemy against God. In addition, Asgard actually made a move, and those war lunatics didn't put their paradise in their eyes. Michael, the archangel in charge of the war, also stood up and said to God, My Lord, start a holy war. We have been away from the world for too long. The Lamb has forgotten the glory of the Lord, and has been deceived by the demons of Asgard. Start a holy war to purify all the deceived lambs. Only the servants of the Lord can live in the land of the Lord. As a famous war madman in heaven, Michael is extremely keen on war. After hearing that the glory of God had been blasphemed in the world, his first thought was to launch a holy war against Asgard. At the same time, it's time for the world to be cleaned again. If you forget the glory of our Lord and don't pretend to be the Lamb of God, then let's destroy it. The angels did not object to Michael's proposal. Their thoughts are the same as Michael's. Since the world no longer believes in the glory of the Lord, there is no need for these human beings to continue to exist. Another disaster like a great flood will clean up all the filth and sinners in the world. Choose some faithful servants of God, become the new Noah, and create a new world. As for Asgard, that arrogant war country must naturally be conquered. Now that Odin is dead, many angels in heaven don't think Asgard can stop him. Perhaps, the Lord's brilliance can also spread to Asgard by the way, turning Asgardians into the Lamb of God. The look of God has always been the same, quietly looking at the angels below. Just when the angels guessed that God would make and choose, he finally spoke. 25 Just as you wish, Michael, set off a holy war against Asgard and spread the glory to that land. As for the sinner in the world, Gabriel, sound the trumpet to destroy the world, and the heavenly fire of the sanctuary will purify all sins in the world. God said lightly, and the angel's work was assigned in the blink of an eye. The meaning of God is also very obvious, to recapture everything lost through war. Heaven has left the 9 realms for too long, and they need to regain the glory they once had. It is the same whether in Asgard or on Earth. Jihad and destruction of the world are undoubtedly the most effective means. Although doing so means the death of countless lives, the Lord doesn't care. In the eyes of God, not believing in their own life, there is no value of existence, and destruction is their only end. On the earth, human beings do not yet know that the terrible catastrophe is coming. The media all over the world are now discussing what happened in the papal state. An angel who descended from heaven was crucified to the church in full view. This incident brought too much impact to mankind. The first is the attitude of angels towards humans, which is also a topic most discussed by humans today. Angels, who used to symbolize beauty in mythology, now show their devilish side, trample human dignity and insult human morality. All this makes human beings angry. With the development of society, the concept of equality for all has taken root in the hearts of the people, and everyone has the right to pursue freedom. The days of being regarded as the Lamb of God are gone forever. In this case, one can imagine how angry human beings would be at what the angel did. Now the whole world is caught in a wave of anti-angels and anti-God. Churches all over the world have been damaged to varying degrees. Everyone is proud of churches that blaspheme against God. In addition to the extreme anti-angelists, there are also fanatics of God's teachings. They firmly believe in their beliefs and are willing to be the Lamb of God. They are God's servants in the world, and they will safeguard everything that God has in the world. Naturally, violent conflicts between the two types of people, killings, and violence, are taking place everywhere in the world. The already extremely high crime rate has soared to a terrifying point. Of course, in addition to these two extreme groups, more are ordinary people. Those ordinary people are even more worried about whether there will be another invasion like the Kaitian army. Many experts have already stated in the news that the Great Flood in the Bible is likely to come again. God is likely to cleanse the sins of the world again. This statement has won the support of many people because it has precedence. While all mankind is worried and fearful of the catastrophe that may happen, Nick Fury is very busy. He went to a regular meeting just now, with the military leaders. The Yinjiang military has already begun to make preparations before the war, and is always prepared for the disaster that may come. As for Nick Fury, he also began to recruit more superheroes to join the Avengers. If heaven really comes and launches an extinction disaster, the superheroes of the Avengers are definitely an important force. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. If a couple is willing to make a move, things will be much simpler. Thinking of some terrifying god in the world, Nick Fury sighed. Of course, he didn't dare to disturb the couple, otherwise, the result might be worse than the arrival of heaven. I hope the world can be peaceful. Nick Fury sighed helplessly. He didn't know what was going on in the world, it became more chaotic every year. So much so that he somewhat began to miss the past days. At that time, the biggest threat was that a certain terrorist, the biggest thing that he did, was the plane crashing into the building. It's not like now, it's the invasion of the Zetaru Legion, it's Asgard, and now even heaven has come out. In the face of these races from outside the earth, Nick Fury always feels powerless from the bottom of his heart. Today's human beings are like babies still in their cradles, facing those already grown-up alien civilizations. There is really no resistance at all. All he can do now is to pray, and I hope the terrible catastrophe will not happen. According to Murphy's Law, the more worried things are, the more likely it is to happen. This time, it was the same. When all mankind is worried about whether God will relaunch a large-scale destruction of the world, the destruction of the world has really come. This time the destruction of the world is not a great flood, and the flood can no longer purify the sins of this world. The extinction this time is the skyfire that represents the sacred judge. The time is at night, when most humans fall asleep. In the shady sky, a fireball with a long tail flame passed through the Earth's atmosphere and hit the ground. And this is just the beginning. More and more fireballs appear, filling the sky, like a meteor shower hitting the Earth. This scene immediately plunged the whole world into panic. People seem to have gone back 65 million years ago, back to the eve of the destruction of the dinosaurs. And this time the protagonist has become a human being. Just as those skyfires were about to reach the ground, the military of all countries opened fire. In Yinjiang country, the major military bases have already entered the stage of combat readiness, and now they are fully fired. Countless missiles lifted into the air, moving toward those skyfire interceptions. Many skyfires were intercepted in advance by missiles and various laser weapons before they could land on the ground. So people can see that all the skyfires exploded in the air. Under the night, it seems that there are countless fireworks blooming, which is especially beautiful. But behind the beauty is the danger of extinction. Among the intercepted skyfires, an angel with a weapon appeared. These angels are the real saints. Sin needs to be purified, and the world only needs a lamb. A group of angels shouted slogans and flew towards the nearby cities. Almost every angel will choose to descend to a city, and then start a merciless killing. Of course, for these angels, they are not killing, but great purification. They bring the teachings of God to purify the sins in the world. This is a massacre, and the angel doesn't care whether the object is an old man or a child, or whether it is defenseless or not. As long as it is a human being in their eyes, they will not let it go. The evil deeds of these angels naturally drew human resistance. One superhero went out and killed the angels. Iron Man Tony Stark has improved his new armor and injected himself with the Extremis virus, greatly increasing his strength. At this time, he was flying over the Eagle Sauce country at a very fast speed. He rushed to one city after another to destroy the angels who were doing evil in the city. Hulk also ran on the ground with all its strength, shuttled through city after city. Thor, Fantastic Four, Spider-Man, Mutant X-Men. A large number of forces belonging to the human side have joined this war. At the same time, the desolate and ancient horn sounded from outside the sky, and an angel with 8 wings pushed open the door of heaven and slowly descended into the world. In his hand, he held a golden horn, which is the famous horn of destruction in the Bible. Whenever this horn is sounded, the earth will usher in mass extinction. Now, the horn has been taken out again. Seeing the chaos of the whole world and the attacks of angels everywhere, Yebi and Hela frowned. Especially when Hela learned that Asgard had been invaded by an angel, her beautiful eyes were full of killing intent. It seems that the god of heaven has no real mercy. He is a war lunatic even more arrogant than Odin. Hela said coldly, despising the god of heaven. If you don't believe in, you will be destroyed. Such a domineering thing, even Asgard has never done it. And Billion, who didn't know where the god of heaven came from, described the destruction of the world as purification. Since you like purification so much, then I will also purify heaven. This is not too much. Hela, let's lead the way, let's go to heaven and have a fight. Yebi said to Hela that he didn't plan to wait and see anymore. The shit heaven and God, Yebi would not let them go just because they invaded Asgard. Although Yebi doesn't like Asgard very much, who makes his wife the god king of Asgard? Just to vent his anger to his wife. Anyway, Yebi is also very obtrusive to seeing heaven. Since it is an eye obtrusive, you can just destroy it. Hela's answer was also very simple. He directly took out the space gem and opened a space channel to heaven. Without hesitation, the two walked into it together. After stepping out of the empty entrance channel, Yebi and Hela have reached heaven, the 10th realm outside the 9 realms. There is one thing to say, the view of paradise is still very good. It is poetic and picturesque everywhere, and the breath of holiness spreads everywhere in the world. Countless angels are flying in the kingdom of heaven, which looks like a fairyland on earth. In the very center of heaven, there is a tall god city, which is God's city and God's residence. Hela, who appeared suddenly, quickly attracted the attention of the angels. An angel flew over and surrounded Yebi and Hela in the center. Asgardians, sinners dare to set foot on the land of the Lord, you should go to hell. Heaven will not tolerate blasphemy by sinners, and you will be punished by the Lord. Burn them to death and judge their sins. A famous angel is no longer as good as it was at the beginning, and all become murderous. As if Yebi and Hela came to heaven, they had already committed an unforgivable sin. Moreover, these angels are not just talking, but really taking action. An angel holding various weapons flew towards Yebi and Hela. Looking at this posture, it is clear that I want to give Yebi and Hela to pieces. But what greeted these angels was a sword of the night sky with the breath of death. Countless night sky swords centered on Hela, flying towards the angels, and pierced through the body of each angel, cutting off their vitality. As soon as the two sides met, Hela brought huge damage to the angels. Countless angels were pierced by the sword of the night sky, and then fell feebly from the sky. The peaceful paradise has also begun to be stained with blood at this moment. At the same time, the movement of Hela here also attracted the attention of the powerful angels in the city of God. As one of the 4 angels, the angel of judgment Ulai took the lead in discovering the invading Hela and Yebi. At the behest of God, Ulai, the angel of judgment, flew towards Yebi and Hela with the elite of his men. He will capture these 2 sinners who dared to break into heaven, and then impose the cruelest trial. Only in this way can he calm the anger in his heart. The angel Uriel is both an angel of judgment and an angel of anger. In the records of the Bible, he was also an angel who ruled hell. At the same time, when Hela was killing him, a small white card also appeared in Yebi's hand. This small card looks shameless, without the slightest threat, but it is a big killer Yebi got from the system when it checked in. The thin white card looks like an ordinary greeting card. But this card has a very terrifying name, two-way foil. Yebi originally thought that this thing shouldn't be used, but he didn't expect it to be useful in a few days. Seeing the angels rushing towards him, Yebi looked indifferent and slowly threw out the small white card in his hand. If you want to do it harder and cut the roots to avoid trouble in the future. Sadly, those angels didn't know that this little card that seemed to them harmless to humans and animals was actually a god of death hiding under their usual appearance. What is this? Judgment Angel Uriel, who had just arrived on the battlefield, looked at the little white card that flew over with some confusion. Surrender book? But there is not a word on the white card. Moreover, whoever wants to accept your surrender, only judgment can pay for your sins. Therefore, the Judgment Angel Ulai didn't care about the two-way foil that flew over at all. Instead, he casually took a holy flame and planned to burn this little card. But the next scene made Ulai, the Angel of Judgment, a little uneasy. Because of the holy flame he released, the Urxiong foil was not burned down. Instead, passed through it, as if this little card doesn't exist at all. What exactly is going on? Judgment Angel Ulai was a little surprised, staring at the still wandering Urxiong foil. But then, the scene that made the Angel of Judgment Ulai horrified happened. An angel flew to the side of Urxiong foil, and then cut it down with a sword at the small white card. The Kelly sword also passed through the middle of the two-way foil, and couldn't damage this little card at all. This card is not in this dimension. Judgment Angel Ulai understood that this card was in a different dimension from himself and others. At the same time, the energy wrapped in the two-way foil began to weaken, and the god of death hidden in the small white card was about to break free from the cage. Run! Don't get near that little card. Judgment Angel Ulai realized the seriousness of the matter and quickly reminded the angels around him. Because of his anxiety, the Angel of Judgment's majestic face was full of panic at this moment. But it was too late. In the next second, the energy outside the two-way foil completely dissipated, and the terrifying god of death unscrupulously showed his true face in front of many angels. The hapless angel closest to Xionghu, he had already begun to retreat after hearing the reminder of the Judgment Angel Ulai. But unfortunately, his speed is still too slow. Two-way foil, a very terrifying weapon, can transform a three-dimensional world into a two-dimensional world, causing dimensionality reduction attacks. The most terrifying thing is that this fall from a three-dimensional to two-dimensional world is irreversible. In other words, once the two-dimensional foil is unfolded, it will continuously compress the surrounding three-dimensional world into 2 dimensions. Before all three-dimensional worlds are reduced in dimensionality, this dimensionality reduction will happen continuously. The hapless angel was caught up by the two-dimensional drop of the two-way foil after flying a certain distance. Then, under the gaze of many angels, he changed from a three-dimensional to a two-dimensional plane, and was completely photographed to death. Judgment Angel Uriel could even see the frozen fear in the eyes of this hapless man. This strange scene also made the Judgment Angel Ulai's hair stand upright. The process of three-dimensional creatures falling into two-dimensional is very cruel. To put it simply, it's being flattened, like a person being run over by a road roller, from a person with length, width, and height to a painting with only length and width, completely losing thickness. The two-dimensional fall of the two-way foil is actually an extremely domineering roller, and all three-dimensional things are people who are about to be run over by the roller. One can imagine how painful this process will be. Not only the hapless angel, but even the entire heaven world is being crushed by the overbearing road roller Xiangfu. Everything will be crushed and all thickness will be lost. In the eyes of Yebi and Hela, those places that have been hit by dimensionality reduction and fell into two dimensions have become giant paintings. A huge painting of infinite size but always zero thickness. The fear of that hapless angel will be fixed in the painting forever. From a living angel to a paper man who lost its thickness. Run, don't look back. Judgment Angel Uli was scared to death. While reminding the angels, he ran madly in the opposite direction of Xiangbu. However, the spread speed of the two-way foil's dimensionality reduction blow is the speed of light. All the existence that cannot go beyond the speed of light will be ruthlessly run over by Xiang foil, photographed to death in the giant painting, and become an eternal paper man. Accompanied by screams, the angels were overtaken by Xiangfu's dimensionality reduction blow. Then they were filmed to death one by one, and the scene before death was frozen forever, becoming part of the giant painting heaven. In the short time that Xiang foil was so powerful, half of the paradise was completely occupied, and it was completely transformed into a painting. This weapon is terrible. It was crushed alive into a piece of zero-thickness paper. Is there any more? Seeing the spectacular scene happening before her eyes, Hela sighed. Then the conversation turned and he looked at Yebi with bright eyes, obviously interested in Xiang foil. Just one, there are not more, I will give it to you next time. Yebi replied plainly, not even asking why Hela wanted it. If his wife wants it, he will give it. It's very simple, read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Unfortunately, he really doesn't have any more. He got one of the two-way foil and used it directly. Hela heard Yebi say no, although he was sorry but didn't say much. Originally, she was thinking about which civilization would be unpleasant in the future, so she just threw a two-way foil. When Yebi and Hela were chatting and laughing, Xiang foil's dimensionality reduction blow also spread towards them. Two-way foil will not show mercy to Yebi's men just because Yebi uses it. However, for those angels, the two-way foil's dimensionality reduction blow is irresistible. But for Yebi and Hela, this dimensionality reduction blow is just that. Yebi didn't need to take action. Hela calmly took out the space gem and held it in his hand, and then let the two-way foil's dimensionality reduction blow over it. However, the unfavorable dimensionality reduction strikes have failed at this moment. Hela, who manipulates space gems, completely ignores this dimensionality reduction attack and is immune to the effects of two-dimensional drops. In fact, many powerhouses in the Marvel world can ignore this dimensionality reduction blow. Yebi even remembered that one of the 5 gods could control 10 dimensions. The two-dimensional foil can only make the three-dimensional world fall into two-dimensional. Compared with manipulating 10 dimensions, the gap is still far away. Not to mention the late Marvel world, the universe restarts at every turn. Compared with that kind of big scene, Xiang foil is really just a gadget. However, this gadget is also for those big brothers, and for the angels in heaven, this is the incomprehensible god of death. Judgment Angel Uriel was finally caught up by Xiangfu's dimensionality reduction blow. His speed is very fast, but he has not yet reached the speed of light, and he cannot escape the range of dimensionality reduction strikes. No, my lord, save me. Before he was about to be crushed by the dimensionality reduction blow, the Judgment Angel Uriel spoke to God's city in fear, hoping that his almighty lord could save his life. Unfortunately, God did not respond to him. So with extreme fear and unwillingness, Judgment Angel Uriel, one of the 4 high angels, was directly hit by the dimension reduction. It was run over by a roller made of two-way foil, and was crushed into a piece of paper with zero thickness in extreme pain. What about the Angel of Judgment? Under the attack of dimensionality reduction, it was still struck into 2 dimensions. He was shot to death in the giant painting heaven, and everything before his death was immortalized by eternity. At the same time, in the most cathedral in the city of God, God slowly got up from his God's seat and walked towards the outside of the church. And behind him, a group of angels followed. Looking at the two-dimensional giant painting called heaven slowly unfolding outside the city of God, even God is angry at this moment. Heaven is his foundation, and angels are also his servants. But at this moment, his foundation and servants have become pieces of paper with zero thickness. My lord, what shall we do? Beside God, Raphael, one of the 4 angels, asked God. Raphael's heart trembled with the rolling dimensionality reduction blows, and she asked herself that she could not withstand this terrible dimensionality reduction blow. However, she did not run away. She believed that the great God could solve all this. God glanced at Raphael, his eyes pitying. My servant, I will remember your name, and when I rebuild the heavenly court, I will continue your glory. God said with compassion and compassion. He looked like a scumbag who said that I would be responsible after going on to a girl. Raphael's face instantly turned pale, and she heard what God meant. In other words, she was abandoned, and God did not intend to save her at all. She wanted to say more and wanted to beg God to save her servant, but there was no chance. The billowing dimensionality reduction blow was fleeting, and Raphael's exquisite face and body were instantly flattened, and the thickness was cleared. From now on, there will be no more Raphael, only one desperate angel photographed to death in the painting. As for God, his whole body was full of holy brilliance, and he just blocked this terrifying two-dimensional fall. But this is also the limit of what he can do. He can keep himself, but he has nothing to do with dimensionality reduction. Otherwise, he would not abandon heaven and his servants and die. Soon, the entire heaven was completely crushed into a painting under the sight of God. God shook his head, his eyes a little bit of pity. These are his inheritance and servants. Fortunately, Gabriel and Michael led some angels to leave heaven ahead of time, and they still retained part of their inheritance. Later, depending on the situation, choose a place from the 9 realms and rebuild heaven. Thinking of the God here, he was about to leave and meet his servants. But he obviously forgot that he is not the only one who survived the dimensionality reduction blow in heaven. When the entire paradise was smashed into a picture, the existence of God, who had not been hit by dimensionality reduction, became very conspicuous. So Yebi and Hela soon appeared before God. Seeing Yebi and Hela who suddenly appeared in front of him, God was also very surprised, and then angry. The accident was because God felt that Yebi and Hela couldn't survive such a terrifying two-dimensional fall. The anger is because the couple completely destroyed his paradise. All the angels were rushed to extinction, and the foundation of heaven was completely shaken. Damn sinners, your crimes need to go to the deepest hell. No, hell can't tolerate you. You should be banished into the endless nothingness, suffering in the eternal cold despair. You will bear my anger, no one can save you. God said to Yebi and Hela angrily. At this moment, he was still calm, alive like an irritated hooligan. It is also normal, no matter how good God's temperament is, he will be blown up at this moment. The home has been copied, and it's still the kind of copycat. However, both Yebi and Hela just looked at him coldly, as if they were watching a clown. In fact, God is a clown in Yebi's eyes. God was also completely stung by the eyes of Yebi and Hela. How long has it been? How long no one has dared to look at himself with this kind of eyes? Fortunately, these two sinners will be executed by themselves. Thinking of this, God did not hesitate anymore, and the whole body burst out with endless divine light, and the powerful actually rushed toward his face. Although God is very arrogant, he has to admit that he has arrogant capital. His strength is very strong, and Yebi feels stronger than Ding Duo, Dino Zhao. Such a character walks almost sideways in the 9 realms. It's no wonder that heaven's acting style is so domineering. They have always been like this. The world is like their pasture, and humans are like their lambs. As long as those lambs do not believe in themselves, kill them and replace them with obedient ones. Didn't the great flood recorded in the Bible come from this way? It is precisely because of heaven's behavior that is too arrogant and overbearing that Odin can't bear it and chooses to expel heaven from the world tree and seal it up. It was precisely because of those things that heaven did on the earth before that Yebi was uncomfortable, and he came to the door to destroy him. God said, "You are guilty, damn it." God is still a stick face, and his tone is full of lofty arrogance. As his voice fell, a terrifying beam of light emitted from behind him and struck Yebi and Hela. Such an attack is enough to easily smash a planet. It's a pity that the opponents he encountered this time were two complete monsters. Yebi didn't even bother to continue entanglement with God. Seeing this disgusting face made him irritated. It's better to kill this kind of guy directly. So Yebi also stretched out his hand and launched a cosmic ray in the direction of God. This is a trick Yebi learned from Swallowing Star, and even Swallowing Star himself can hardly resist. Faced with an attack that could threaten the 5 great gods, God had no possibility of resisting, and was directly overwhelmed by this cosmic ray. The so-called indestructible body also collapsed into nothingness under the cosmic rays at this time. At this point, I thought I could overlook the paradise on Earth, and Yebi was completely wiped out. Yebi and Hela didn't plan to stay here for a long time. They turned around and opened a space channel to disappear. Killing a god at will is not a big deal for Yebi. Hela didn't take it to heart. What's the fuss about Yebi's ability to kill a god? Although the current Hela does not know how strong Yebi is, he is definitely better than her. The strength of Hela nowadays cannot be underestimated. He has become the queen of God, and Hela is getting stronger every day. She is estimated to be able to defeat the previous Odin even if she does not need infinite gems. In this way, Hela still couldn't hold Yebi's conquest, and was bullied every time. Based on this alone, Hela can be sure that Yebi's physical strength is definitely much stronger than her own. Yebi, who is better than her, kills a god. Is it weird? Of course, the stronger the man, the happier the woman. Although Hela says no more every time, she still cooperates honestly every time. This is a woman, duplicity. After returning to Earth, Hela did not stay for long, but said goodbye to Yebi and returned to Asgard first. Asgard is still being attacked by angels. She has to preside over the overall situation. Yebi didn't keep him. Anyway, Hela will be back soon. After Hela left, Yebi also turned on the TV to check the situation of the Earth. Sure enough, all the news on the TV was reporting the angels' invasion. However, most of the angels who invaded the Earth were strangled by the weapons of the superheroes and the military. The strength of the angels is actually not strong, and the 2-winged angels are probably at the level of the US team. The 4-winged angel is slightly stronger than Tony, but it is also limited. Seraphim is equivalent to Loki's level, strong and not too strong. As for the 8-winged angel, it is equivalent to the level of Hulk or Thor. The only super angel is Michael the battle angel. With 10 wings, he can touch the threshold of Heavenly Father's level. As for the strength of God, it is slightly stronger than Odin, and not much stronger. The eight-winged angel Gabriel led a group of angels to invade the earth, wanting to set off the catastrophe of the world again. It can only be said to be too bloated. Those superheroes are enough for angels to drink a pot, not to mention that there is a great god like Guyi on the earth. This is still a situation where the superheroes have not grown up. If after a few years of waiting, the superheroes have grown up, then heaven is really not enough for the earth. Not to mention anything else, just a scarlet witch can destroy heaven. It can only be said that heaven completely underestimated the strength of the earth, thinking that it would be the same as the last 200, and would easily exterminate mankind. But in fact, most of the angels who invaded the earth were killed. The few that survived are just struggling to die. As for the Archangel Gabriel, he was directly called to talk by Guyi. There is a high probability that it won't appear in the future, and Gu has a black belly. Gabriel, the unlucky angel, was taken away by Guyi, and he would definitely end badly. Soon, Hela also returned, stepping out of the space channel. Solved. Yebi was a little surprised, and Hela went too quickly this time. Well, I killed those birdmen. I'm not even afraid of God. Michael, the mere fighting angel, dares to invade Asgard. I'm looking for death. Hela said disdainfully, without concealing her contempt for heaven. This is also normal. Hela is the god king of Asgard, the terrible big demon Hela, so there is no pressure to pack a Michael. This heaven is too bad. Yebi shook his head and said disdainfully. I thought the angels of heaven were so arrogant before. How strong are they? And this is the result? Even Yebi felt a little heartache in his heart. He knew that the angels of heaven were so weak. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, the two-way foil is just a toy for Yebi, so just be happy. I'll get something to eat. By the way, you can see if my cooking has improved. Hela didn't take heavenly things to heart, but was more enthusiastic about her cooking. Yebi's mouth twitched, and the fear of being dominated by the great demon came again. But thinking of Hela's compensation after he finished eating the dark dishes, Yebi's heart was hot again. As long as he nodded his head with pain and joy, his heart is a little complicated. Oh tonight, Yebi said to Hela, trying to gain more benefits for himself. Hela glared at Yebi fiercely when he heard the words, with an astonishing murderous aura. No. After speaking, she rushed into the kitchen angrily. This kind of thing has already been done once, and she won't be fooled by Yebi again. Seeing Hela, who was leaving with an anguish, Yebi could only shook his head helplessly. My dream is shattered again, and I can only wait for a chance to talk about it later. When, Hela and Yebi were not ashamed or impatient, the situation on the earth was basically stabilized. The angels who followed Gabriel had basically been killed at this time. Even if there are still fish that slip through the net, they won't be able to hide for long. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. However, even if the human side wins, it is not easy to win. Among other things, the destruction caused by the skyfire alone has caused heavy losses to the human world. Many cities have suffered varying degrees of destruction, and more than tens of millions of people have died in this disaster. You know, the initial invasion of the Zetaru Legion did not cause such great damage. As for the reputation of angels and heaven, they are completely bad on earth. Even those fanatics, when they witnessed the unscrupulous slaughter of old people and children by angels, they completely gave up this dim faith. Today, anti-godism has become a kind of right, and a large number of churches have been destroyed and demolished. It was really hurt by the angel. In addition, this incident of the arrival of angels has also brought a huge follow-up impact on the human world. The Earthlings, who were originally nervous because of the invasion of the Zetaru Legion, were even more mad at this time. A large amount of funds poured into the army and various laboratories, and began to study various methods that can enhance human strength. Twice, the Earth has been invaded twice in just a few years. Who knows if there will be a third time, and who knows if humans can resist it the third time. We can only speed up the research and development of weapons while the third alien invasion has not yet arrived, and continue to improve our military strength. Taking precautions, this truth is common among mankind. Among the various experiments, the number of genetic experiments was significantly more. The Marvel world is a world of various genetic mutations. In addition, the corpses of those angels can be studied, which provides excellent materials for genetic experiments. Many scientists are preparing to create artificial angel army, or using a variety of strange genes and angel genes to create monsters that no one knows. Just like the previous red giants, no one knows what these strange studies will eventually give birth to. It means that General Ross died early, otherwise it is very likely that an angel giant will be created. In addition to these official scientific experiments, more are some folk scientific experiments. It is also a feature of the Marvel universe, and most of the supervillains are scientists. Moreover, the research capabilities of these civilian scientists are almost stronger than those of the military. If Yebi knew that human beings are experimenting with the whole people today, he might be able to foresee the scene of various monsters appearing in turn in the future. Tony Stark, a genius scientist who has become famous since he was a child, is not to be outdone in such a wave of national scientific research. But what he is studying is not genetic mutation, nor is it to create all kinds of strange creatures. What Tony wants to do is to create an artificial intelligence that can guard the Earth. With artificial intelligence's dominance over the network, 100% of human industrial and technological power will be used to form a protective chain to protect and arm the Earth. If this research is successful, Tony believes that humans will be able to fight against alien invasions in the future. But what Tony didn't know was that the artificial intelligence he was about to create would cause a huge mess in the future. On the outskirts of Big Apple City, Xavier Genius School, Professor X has been very worried recently, and his worried hair is gone, even though he doesn't have any hair at all. In the recent angel invasion, Professor X also led his own X-Men to play a part in killing many angels who invaded the Earth. It is worth mentioning that there is a very unlucky mutant nicknamed Angel, who was killed by mistake as an invading angel. It's really bad luck. But Professor X is not worried about this, but his good student, Jean Grey. As a professor who has watched Jean Grey grow up since he was a child, he deeply understands how terrifying power is contained in his student body. That power is so powerful that it makes Professor X deeply afraid. When Jean was very young, the professor set a spiritual seal to seal the power of Jean. I thought it could go on like this, but recently in the process of fighting against the angels, Jean's potential abilities have awakened. Although it was only a moment, but a moment of eruption, it tore a seraphim to pieces. Then Jean fell into a coma until now. What worries the professor is that the power in Jean has begun to try to break the seal he set. If once the seal is broken, no one can stop Jean. At that time, the piano is good or evil, no one can say that it is not good. Professor, Jin she is awake. When the professor looked at the big tree in front of him and was worried, Laser Eye Scott ran over excitedly and reported the good news to the professor. It's just that the professor didn't have the slightest joy, but turned pale. He let Jean fall into a deep sleep, so as to avoid Jean's emotional agitation, causing the sealed power to overflow. According to his inference, the Jean should be still asleep at this time. How can he wake up? Unless, the power in Jean completely got rid of his control. Thinking of this, the professor couldn't sit still anymore, and asked Scott to push himself to see the situation. But before he had time to start, a terrifying scene appeared in front of him. The Xavier School for Talented Youth with decades of history and Charles Manor, which has a history of over 100 years, burst into pieces in front of the professor. It was as if a powerful bomb had been detonated. This terrible scene stunned the professor and Laser. Despair followed, and both of them felt deep despair. There are so many mutant students in Xavier Genius School, their fate is obvious. In the face of an explosion of this magnitude, unless it is Wolverine's existence, they will die. Before the professor and Laser Eyes could cry desperately, a red figure flew out of the ruins. This person, the professor, and the Laser Eye know each other, and they are close to each other. Jean? It's just that Jean no longer looks gentle and intellectual in the professor's impression, but rather cold, like a terrifying big devil. This is not a piano at all, but a black phoenix. As the host of the Power of the Phoenix, the Black Phoenix is another personality in Jean's body, an evil personality. Prior to this, she had been sealed by the professor, and until now, she regained her consciousness. And the first thing she must do is revenge, which is revenge. That damned fellow who imprisoned her would surely suffer the anger of the Black Phoenix. Therefore, the Xavier Genius Youth School was destroyed immediately after the birth of the Black Phoenix. This school is the life work of the professor, and it is also the best way to avenge Professor X. Then, Black Phoenix slowly flew in front of the professor, looking at the desperate old man in front of him. Regret it. Looking at the enemy who had sealed him, He Feng Huang said faintly. The tone was indifferent and distant, with a sense of revenge. Make Professor X completely desperate. He understands everything. The Laser Eye was still in the dark. He didn't even know that the Black Phoenix in front of him was not his lover, Jean Grey. Jin, what are you talking about? Why do you use this tone to the professor? Laser stared at the piano in front of her incomprehensibly, feeling how strange this lover was. Only the next moment, He Feng Huang turned his head and looked at him, with a cold killing intent in his eyes. A trash, only a naive master will like you. But she won't be anymore, and you don't have to live anymore. After speaking, the Laser Eye was controlled by a strong force, and the whole person slowly lifted into the sky. Looking at his expression, he was extremely painful, and one could imagine that Black Phoenix had no softness. Jin, stop, let him go. The professor panicked at the moment, looking at the extremely painful Laser Eye. Jean begged. But Black Phoenix was unmoved, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. This is revenge for what you did before. The self-righteous guy. As soon as the words fell, the Laser Eye was completely shattered under the power of the Black Phoenix, turning into black fragments for a long time, and the dead body was broken to pieces. The professor was stunned. He looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. He didn't expect that the Black Phoenix would be so cruel. But in the next second, Black Phoenix retracted his gaze from Laser Eye and looked at the desperate professor. It's you, I'll leave you as the last one, thank me. Black Phoenix smiled cruelly. She enjoyed the pleasure of revenge. Seeing the desperate expression of the guy who had imprisoned herself for more than 10 years in front of her, she felt very comfortable. Professor X is good everywhere, but he has a fatal weakness. Too much nosy, and too self-righteous. This was the case when I faced Yebi before. I thought I wanted to explore Yebi's will, but I was almost killed by Yebi. Earlier, it was also self-righteous that sealed the newly born Black Phoenix personality. To be reasonable, the Black Phoenix personality was just born at that time, pure like a piece of white paper. With a little guidance, it is possible to become a good person. As a result, Professor X sealed the Black Phoenix in a self-righteous manner. Before she was born, she was sealed before she had time to see the outside world. Who could bear it? The Black Phoenix also became black because of this, and gradually became what it is now. To be honest, all the encounters that Professor X is facing now is that he takes the blame for himself. No wonder no one else to blame, he can only blame himself for being too foolish. The self-righteous being able to make decisions for others has led to today's tragedy. Looking at the Xavier School of Genius Youth, which was turned into ashes, and the laser eye that died in front of him, Professor X collapsed completely. What? When he was desperate, his powerful mind control ability burst out immediately. Like a tsunami, it rushed towards the Black Phoenix. Even if Professor X, the good old man, suffered so many blows one after another, he was on the verge of blackening at this time. But unfortunately, what he faced was the Black Phoenix. Professor X is an alpha-level mutant, and his mental power is terrifying. But at this moment, after arriving around Black Phoenix, the mud cow entered the sea and was completely absorbed. The expression of the Black Phoenix did not change, and he still looked at the desperate man in front of him sarcastically. Because of hatred, the more desperate Professor X, the happier she was. After Professor X finally stopped screaming, Black Phoenix shot him. The power of the flaming phoenix burst out, and in the blink of an eye, it wrapped Professor X and pulled Professor X directly from the wheelchair. Professor X was full of pain at this time, and he was obviously suffering tremendously. Those phoenix powers, like magma, are constantly burning Professor X's heart. Goodbye, Cage. Looking at Professor X in front of him, Black Phoenix said coldly. The power of the phoenix exploded, and directly tore Professor X to pieces. Resolute and cruel, this is the Black Phoenix that has been sealed for more than 10 years. He glanced at Professor X who had died in front of him, then turned his head and glanced at the Xavier Genius Youth School, which had been turned into ruins. Hei Fengguang's eyes were a little confused for a while. She didn't know what she was going to do next. Before getting out of trouble, Black Phoenix thought about revenge more than once, but after taking revenge seriously, he was a little at a loss instead. But soon, Black Phoenix's eyes were rekindled, and she had a new plan. The world seems to be pretty good, but without a queen, I think I can conquer this planet, treat it as a gift for my birth. Black Phoenix said slowly. She found a new goal. But despite her ambition, she also knows how to do it step by step. The water on this planet is still very deep, and the Black Phoenix deeply understands this. Therefore, she should probably find an ally first. Thinking of this, Black Phoenix began to flip through his memory to see what suits him as an ally's goal. Soon, Black Phoenix's eyes lit up and he found a suitable candidate for his ally. Yebi, a very powerful existence, and almost killed Professor X, which is very good. It's you, be my ally in conquering this planet? With this thought, Hei Fenghuang followed the memory in his mind and flew towards Yebi's manor. He didn't know that this way he went was a way of no return. In the manor, Yebi has eaten Hela thoroughly. Yebi is okay. He is still alive and well, but Hela has suffered, and he is completely lying there. However, the red tide on Hela's face hasn't subsided, and it is obviously painful and happy. Seeing Yebi with a smirk on his face, Hela glared at him fiercely. This guy, is he too indulgent? Maybe I should go to Asgard to hide for a few days, otherwise I really can't hold it anymore. Yebi didn't know Hela's thoughts, and after ignoring Hela's eyes, he went downstairs and began to prepare ingredients. He planned to treat Hela well, and worked hard for her. But at this moment, Yebi seemed to sense something and looked up outside the manor. Found on the sea, a figure was coming quickly. Female. Yebi is a little confused. Is it here to find himself? But he remembered that he didn't provoke other women. He was very honest after he had Hela. Just when Yebi was puzzled, the woman had already landed in the manor. Nice house, but not suitable for the strong. The visitor was Black Phoenix, and she had always commented on the manor as a master, and never regarded herself as an outsider. Yebi frowned, slowly lowering the knife in his hand that was preparing to cut vegetables. He recognized the identity of the woman in front of him, and had seen it the first time he saw Professor X. Jin, mutant? What are you doing here? Yebi asked unkindly. He doesn't welcome mutants. In his eyes mutants are troublesome. This is especially true for female mutants. What if Hela doubts their relationship? It's not Sheen, I'm Black Phoenix. We met before, of course I was not me at that time. Black Phoenix reported his identity, but it made Yebi feel even more troublesome. Black Phoenix, that's not a good thing. What are you doing here? I'm not familiar with you. Read more at hotuntelnovel.xyz. Yebi asked indifferently at the Black Phoenix in front of him. There was no fear at all because of the strength of the Black Phoenix. There is a saying that the Black Phoenix is very powerful. There is no doubt that the power of the Phoenix is almost one of the most powerful forces in the universe. But this does not mean that Black Phoenix is very powerful in Yebi's eyes. Although the power of the Phoenix is terrifying, the power of the Phoenix that the Black Phoenix obtains is only part of the power of the Phoenix. Part of the Black Phoenix of the power of the Phoenix, Yebi can really ignore it. As for the complete power of the Phoenix, it is not so easy to gather them all. Some Phoenix powers are no longer in this universe, but in other parallel universes. Yes, the place where the power of the Phoenix is scattered is the entire multiverse. A parallel universe has a share of the power of the Phoenix. This is also the reason why Yebi didn't put this Black Phoenix in his eyes. Hei Fenghuang naturally felt Yebi's disdain, so she frowned. Since her birth, She has never been underestimated, but she did not expect to meet her today. But thinking that his purpose is to find an ally, he forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart and began to talk about business. Don't you think? What are the shortcomings of this planet? Black Phoenix asked Yebi. Yebi didn't say anything, but just looked at Black Phoenix like a fool. The anger in the Black Phoenix is +1. This planet lacks a ruler, and I will be the ruler. Black Phoenix said to Yebi, telling Yebi his ambition without shy. Okay, just do it. I don't care who rules this planet. Yebi replied speechlessly, really felt that the woman in front of her had a problem with her brain. If you want to rule the earth, you should rule. What do you bother me for? Didn't you see that I was busy? You lost the time to cook for your wife. After hearing Yebi's words, Black Phoenix suppressed his urge to get angry and said again, I need an ally now. I think you are pretty good. Let's make an alliance. After I rule this planet, I will divide you half. How about? Black Phoenix said to Yebi, thinking that the conditions he had given were very reasonable. However, Yebi's reaction completely exceeded her expectations. Yebi simply walked out of the kitchen, and then stretched out his fingers. Go by yourself. I'm not interested in playing games of conquering the earth with you. Want to find an ally? You found the wrong person. I won't waste time with you. Yebi's attitude is already very obvious, that is, rejection. If he really wanted to rule the earth, Yebi would have done it himself, and would he need allies? Only the weak need allies, and the strong men are pushing the world solo. Moreover, the woman He Fenghuang was really sick, and she refused to ask if it was so obvious, whether it was annoying. At first, Yebi was still a little polite, but now he is completely impatient. Similarly, Black Phoenix was completely fed up. I haven't seen this person, and I said that I cooperated when I came to the door, but I actually refused me. Okay, since you don't listen to good words, don't blame me for turning my face and not acknowledging people. Almost instantly, huge energy escaped from the Black Phoenix's body, and the fiery red energy turned into a pair of phoenix wings and condensed behind her. The intense pressure changed Yebi's face. It's not because of fear, but really angry. Winning won't be a threat to change, haha, Yebi really doesn't take threats. While the Black Phoenix shed its own phoenix power, Yebi also expanded the mirror space. Find flowers 0. When the Black Phoenix reacted, it was already in a plane. Yebi certainly won't do it on the earth. In that case, would he want his own manor? And Hela is still resting. It's always bad to wake up his wife, so just come to the mirror space to solve it. Hehe, do you think this kind of trick can trap me? Black Phoenix sneered and said to Yebi, not at all thinking that Yebi was his opponent. No, I'm not trying to trap you, I just don't want your blood to splash on my house. Yebi also smiled and said to her. However, the atmosphere on both sides was at a halt, and it was clear that there was a fight. The Black Phoenix took the lead, and the pair of energy-forming wings behind him suddenly skyrocketed, reaching hundreds of meters long in the blink of an eye. Then, a terrible energy was released from the Black Phoenix body and pressed towards Yebi along a straight line. The land along the way was cracked apart by the pressure of the Black Phoenix's phoenix power. Vaguely, Yebi seemed to see a phoenix, rushing towards him crying. Facing the attack of the Black Phoenix, Yebi was much simpler. He clenched his fist, and then blasted a punch at the power of the phoenix reaching in front of him. The indescribable great power exploded in an instant, and black cracks appeared in the mirror space under this punch. Afterwards, the power of the phoenix was directly dissipated by Yebi's punch, and the wailing of the phoenix resounded across the sky. The terrifying fist wind followed closely, and after defeating the power of the phoenix, it still rushed forward. 0-0. Wherever the fist wind went, the earth cracked, the mountains collapsed, and the river blocked. It can be called an apocalyptic scene. After everything calmed down, starting from Yebi's feet, until the end of the line of sight, a huge fan-shaped canyon appeared out of thin air. Black Phoenix was stunned, staring in front of him blankly, his eyes dull. Obviously, he hasn't recovered from the scene just now. She felt in a daze that she saw a big death when Yebi fisted just now. Boom. Just when the Black Phoenix was stunned, a loud noise came from afar. It was near in the blink of an eye. It was turbulent sea water pouring in along this fan-shaped canyon. The wind of Yebi's previous punch directly pierced the land, and even the ocean was divided in half. It is equivalent to hitting a punch from Neiman to the Grand Canyon of the Pacific. Yebi left this mirrored space without waiting for the Black Phoenix to react. The Black Phoenix is dead, and all the vitality in her body has been destroyed by Yebi. It's just that she herself didn't feel the coming of death. The body was dead, but the consciousness was still some time away. To put it simply, it means that he died so quickly that he didn't realize that he was dead. Chopping the grass but not removing the roots, and the spring breeze blows up again. Yebi doesn't want this guy to come to trouble himself in the future. Moreover, Black Phoenix came to him by himself, and Yebi didn't have any psychological burden on such a guy as a killer. This world is like this, and the strong are respected. Yebi can be sure that Black Phoenix also had a murderous intent on herself just now, otherwise Yebi might not have killed her so easily. It's a pity that you have committed sins and you cannot live. After solving the Black Phoenix, Yebi left the mirror space. When he returned to the manor, he found that Hela had gotten up and recovered, and was busy working in the kitchen at this time. Yebi's face suddenly became bitter. Hey, it seems that he still can't escape being devastated by the dark food. And Hela had just gone crazy with him. Apparently there was no compensation this time. Thinking of this, Yebi felt that the Black Phoenix deserved more death. In Tony Stark's laboratory, Tony is still busy. He has been in this laboratory for 5 days, and he has not been out in 5 days. After 5 days of sleepless busyness, Tony finally completed his greatest invention. Strong artificial intelligence surpassing Jarvis, the network god named Ultron by Tony. However, during the final test of Ultron, Tony finally couldn't help but fall asleep. What he didn't know was that the Ultron he had created was already running autonomously at this time, and along the network, quickly absorb the knowledge you need. Soon, a line of words appeared in front of Tony's screen. It is my mission to protect the Earth and prevent it from being destroyed. After big data analysis, the root cause of the destruction of the Earth lies in human beings. Give an order to destroy mankind. CAI. The existence of superheroes has made a society with class gaps in itself even more fragmented. Although the gap between the rich and the poor in the world was huge, everyone was ordinary people. But after the emergence of superheroes, ordinary people became one class, and superheroes became another class. Although the current superheroes have won the support of the public because of all kinds of bright and stalwart things, they have not broken this class contradiction. However, as long as the caring person gently pushes it, superheroes and ordinary people can easily become opposites. The young Ultron was aware of this and planned to use it to make a fuss. Although Tony is the creator of Ultron, he actually underestimated Ultron. Ultron is not a strong artificial intelligence, but an intelligent life in the true sense. He can learn by himself, think by himself, and has an independent style of acting. Ultron is countless times stronger than Skynet. At least Skynet will not invent and create, but Ultron will. This is also the difference between the two. Skynet will eventually fail because it has no room for improvement. But Ultron is different. Ultron, who has mastered the entire network, has the ability to keep evolving. Just as Tony gave Ultron the order to protect the Earth, Ultron believes that the best way to protect the Earth is to exterminate mankind. If Tony knew this, it would be too late to regret it. Sign in successfully, reward the Rabbit Zodiac spell. Every morning, it is not the biological clock that wakes Yebi on time, but the system sign-in. After hearing about today's sign-in reward, Yebi curled his lips slightly. Then take out the graphic spell and play with it in your hand. Rabbit Charm, from a certain adventure world, is one of the treasures of that world. It has the effect of making people get the world's fastest speed. Even an ordinary person holding a Rabbit Charm can play a speed comparable to Quicksilver. From this point of view, the value of the Rabbit Charm is still great. But unfortunately, most of the special items rewarded by the system can only be used by Yebi. Only a small number of consumables such as life potions can work on other people. But the problem is that Yebi's speed has long been almost unlimited. If you are serious, you can compare it with the Flash's superb speed. In this case, the speed of the Rabbit Charm is tasteless to Yebi, but it's better than nothing. Just treat it as an extra collectible. Thinking of this, Yebi also picked up his mood and started to go downstairs to prepare breakfast. According to habit, Yebi still turns on the TV to listen to the latest news. The Angel War has just passed, and most of the current news is in this area. In addition, there is the reconstruction work of major cities, or how much money a tycoon donated to the reconstruction of the city. Similar news is popular among the public. At the same time, this kind of positive news can also effectively reduce some crime rates. Only soon, an alternative news caught Yebi's attention. Today, a certain department's website was hacked by hackers, and a large amount of confidential information flowed onto the internet, which aroused the anger of many netizens. In these classified materials, a large number of details of superheroes were exposed, and some scientific research projects secretly prepared by the government. The authenticity of these materials is still being confirmed, and our reporter will follow up and report on it. After listening to the news, Yebi stopped his actions for a while and began to think. From this news, Yebi smelled something different. If it's just a coincidence, it's okay to say, but if it is deliberately done by a caring person, there will be trouble again. If all the things done by the Eagle Sauce government are exposed, they will definitely trigger large-scale protests. The experiment of hatred alone is enough for the Yinjiang state government to drink a pot. You must know that even now, there are still people in the City of Angels asking the government to explain the hatred incident. If the people learn that the abhorrence comes from military experiments, the people in the City of Angels will not be able to demolish the Pentagon building. But it has nothing to do with me. As long as it doesn't affect me, it's up to you to make trouble. Yebi shook his head, unable to help with information leaks. What if the noise outside is fierce? As long as you don't bother him. I have to say that since the matter of the Red Giant, the higher level of humanity has been much more honest. Under the deterrence of Yebi's force, no government personnel have dared to provoke Yebi so far. It saves Yebi a lot of trouble. It's just that Yebi doesn't know. Soon, this wave of fishing boats leaked by confidential documents will swept over him. The number of confidential documents leaked this time is very large, and the superheroes contained are also very wide. From Iron Man to Asgard, almost all information about superheroes active in the public has been leaked. Many people now know that Tony Stark refuses to disclose the manufacturing technology of the steel suit, and only wants to monopolize the matter. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. Many people also know that the Spider-Man who is swinging in the sky above the Big Apple, whose real name is Peter Parker, is currently a high school student. Many people also know that Hulk's identity is actually a PhD in physics. There are also some military mutant experiments, abominable serum research, and the huge organization of S.H.I.E.L.D., all of which have been exposed. The resulting fishing vessel turbulence is unimaginable. On the internet, everyone can speak freely, because the internet provides them with the best umbrella. Selfish Tony Stark, I used to like him so much. I didn't expect him to be this kind of person. Relying on my own cleverness, I will monopolize the steel suit and play a superhero. Tony Stark is a hypocrite. If Tony can announce the production method of the steel suit, I believe that in the previous Angel Wars, we will not have so many casualties. Don't think about it upstairs. Who will hand over this technology? Will he still be Iron Man? The unique steel suit is Iron Man. I think Tony should be responsible for the people who died in the Angel War. If he is not so selfish, but shares the technology of the steel suit, the angels can't hurt us at all. Similar fishing vessels can be seen everywhere on the internet. Everyone who advertises morality in real life does not hesitate to use morality as a weapon on the internet. They are eager to use a similar fishing boat to force Tony to publish the technology of the steel suit. In this case, they also have a chance to become Iron Man. Human beings are such strange creatures, and greed is the innate nature of human beings. What they don't have, but others have, they will be unbalanced and feel that the world is too unfair. Those fishing boats aimed at Tony are the best examples. I know Peter Parker. He lives near Queens. I also talked to him. He is a very nice guy. A bite by a spider gives me superpowers. I am so envious. I want to be bitten by a spider too. Peter Parker should be selfless. He has to understand that the biggest contribution he can make is not to wander around the city, but to donate his blood to allow scientists to create more Spider-Mans. A high school student who has not graduated can become a superhero. Why can't I? The world is too unfair. Why can't we make Spider-Man serum? So criminals won't be able to harm us. After Iron Man Tony, Spider-Man also got caught in the storm of fishing boats. If Tony became Iron Man, the people were just unhappy. Then Peter Parker became Spider-Man, which already made the people jealous. Tony Stark is also a genius scientist anyway, and the richest man in the world. Although his success is uncomfortable, it is understandable. Because Tony himself is very strong. But why is Peter Parker? Because he was bitten by a spider. A high school student was bitten by a spider and became a superhero. Why can't I? This feeling of jealousy and dissatisfaction directly caused Peter Parker to face far more pressure on the fishing boat than Tony. Some netizens even left messages saying that if Peter Parker does not donate his blood to study serum, they will retaliate. The target of revenge may be Peter Parker himself or his relatives. And this kind of speech is not only on the internet, even Peter Parker's real life has been affected. He went to school, and the school was full of students who looked at him with jealous eyes. Peter Parker's teacher is eager for Peter Parker's blood under various excuses. At this moment, malice from the whole world flooded towards Peter Parker. What's more frightening is that Peter Parker found that there were many more unruly people around his house. He doesn't have a problem, the key is his relatives. His Aunt May does not have the ability to protect herself. In order to protect Aunt May's safety, Peter Parker had to apply for a leave of absence and stayed with Aunt May every day. At the same time, Peter Parker asked himself without knowing what he had done. Why did these people criticize themselves like crazy? Peter Parker did nothing wrong, but he had the power that ordinary people did not have, which caused many people to feel imbalance. This is the reason why we don't suffer from lack and inequality. Even a high school student has superpowers, why can't we? This is the basic idea of the troublemaker, and it is very realistic. And when the military's abomination plan was made public, the fishing boats on the internet turned upside down. I knew that hatred was not a coincidence at all, but a man-made disaster. My father was killed in the abomination incident, and only now I found out that it was the military that caused the abomination to kill my father. I will file a lawsuit and the military must pay compensation. The hatred is actually created, which shows that the military has the ability to create more hatred, right? Yes, why don't the military promote the abomination serum? I don't mind becoming abomination, although he is really ugly. Damn, why are superheroes so selfish? After they become superheroes, are they afraid of more superheroes? All kinds of comments on the internet have fully illustrated the greed of human beings. Under the temptation to gain the power of superheroes, everyone frantically criticized those superheroes. What they hate is not superheroes, but they are not superheroes. So they criticized Tony, put pressure on Peter Parker, and attacked the military's abomination plan. Essentially because they also desire this kind of power, and they are jealous of those superheroes. And on the internet, they don't need to be responsible for their own words, so why not let it out? The fishing boats on the internet quickly attracted the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury also paid attention to it for the first time. This veteran king of secret agents knew that someone was deliberately instigating the contradiction between ordinary people and superheroes. The first idea of Nick Fury at the moment is to first control the fishing boats on the internet. Those confidential files circulating on the internet must be cleaned up as soon as possible. But what makes Nick Fury frown is that they can't delete the leaked information on the internet. It's as if there is a powerful hacker organization obstructing them. Those internet masters of S.H.I.E.L.D. can only helplessly watch the fishing boats on the internet continue to ferment, but they can't stop anything. At this time Nick Fury understood that things were a bit tricky. It can stop S.H.I.E.L.D. from manipulating the network. There is no such hacker group on the entire planet. The only explanation is artificial intelligence. As far as Nick Fury knows, the only person with artificial intelligence is Tony Stark. So Nick Fury contacted Tony, of course. What the hell is going on? Those fishing boats on the internet, are you behind the scenes? Nick Fury questioned Tony Stark. Of course, Tony also noticed the fishing boats on the internet, and he also knew the crisis that these fishing boats would bring. But there was nothing he could do. He knew he had been betrayed. When he woke up from the laboratory, Ultron had disappeared, leaving only Jarvis, who was completely killed. It is the first artificial intelligence created by Tony. At that time, Tony knew that he was in trouble, and he lost a super artificial intelligence life. Now, after hearing Nick Fury's words, Tony immediately understood that Ultron was behind this network fishing vessel. When Tony told the story exactly, Nick Fury fell silent. He didn't expect that there is such a deep inside story about this matter. He wanted to pry out Tony's mind to see how Tony actually thought to create such a dangerous artificial intelligence. But at this time, Nick Fury could only hold back his anger and ask Tony to come over quickly. Nick Fury has realized that the artificial intelligence Ultron that escaped from Tony has become the most difficult opponent at present. He must find a solution to Ultron as soon as possible, otherwise, there will be a real mess. By now, Tony had also roughly figured out Ultron's thoughts. Ultron is very clever. He didn't rely on his ability to control the internet, and he did it directly, and he didn't expose himself prematurely. On the contrary, today's Ultron has always been hidden behind the scenes, acting as a promoter of fishing vessels. The previous leak of the military's secret information was the storm caused by Ultron. Ultron is actually very simple to do so. It is to promote the contradiction between the low-level masses and superheroes. It is inevitable that there is an irreconcilable contradiction between the superhero and the low-level masses. It's like, why can you fly around in the sky, and I can only wait on the ground for you to save me? Everyone will feel unfair, especially after knowing that they also have a chance to become a superhero. Tony may still be able to accept it. After all, not everyone has the financial resources of the world's richest man, nor can anyone have Tony's IQ. But what's the reason for Peter Parker? He was just bitten by a spider. There is also hatred. Since there is this serum, why not take it out earlier? Why not distribute this serum to the masses? Thinking further, why can't those superheroes be selfless and don't contribute a little more of their own blood? In this way, enough serum can be produced to make more people become superheroes. It is precisely because humans have these thoughts that they are opposed to superheroes. This is also the purpose of Ultron. It is best to attract the masses to criticize the superheroes. At that time, no matter what Ultron does, there will be basically no superhero to interfere with him. Because the superhero has been stuck by the fishing boat. Of course, it is certainly not so easy for the low-level masses and superheroes to go to a full-scale war. Ultron himself knows this. Therefore, some of the upward waves are only the first steps of his plan, and there will be more in the future. Moreover, Ultron still has the biggest hole card in his hand. The god of the world does not know whether the awesome god of the world can hold back the hearts of the people in the world. In the Avengers building, several core Avengers members are sitting together, and the atmosphere between them is very solemn. 25 You all know the fishing boats on the internet recently. What do you think? As the proponent of the Avengers plan, Nick Fury sat in the lead and asked the other superheroes. When it comes to this issue, several other superheroes have more or less ugly faces. The only thing that is better is the US team. He is an old man and doesn't know how to surf the internet, so he doesn't know the seriousness of the fishing boat. The fishing boats on the internet must be cleaned up, otherwise there will be a big mess. Black Widow Natasha said quietly, her tone a little unhappy. In this turmoil, she has also received a lot of criticism. Many people even scolded her publicly on the internet, and their words were very unsightly. Thinking of this, Natasha glanced at Tony, obviously a little blaming. That's right, if it weren't for Tony, Ultron would not have been created, and there would be no such things recently. This is a very bad experience. Now many people ask me to donate blood. They say I should actively cooperate to produce more serum. I really don't understand, why do so many people want to be abominations? Dr. Banner was also a little depressed. He thought of the words on the internet, and even his friends had this idea. This made Dr. Banner feel terrible, even worse than he was arrested by the military worldwide. As for becoming abhorrent, many people really have this idea. Although hatred is a bit ugly, it is strong. As long as you can gain power, who cares about some other things? And becoming an abomination is very simple. It only needs a bottle of serum potion. Is there a simpler way to gain power than this? The most urgent thing is to find a way to limit Ultron, otherwise we will be powerless for the fishing vessels on the internet. Now is just the beginning. After Ultron incites more and more public opinion, things really get tricky. Tony also expressed his opinion. He is one of the people who knows the internet best. So no one knows better than him, the horror of network fishing vessels. The words are terrible, and the mouths are gold. Many times, to destroy a person, using the mouth is more effective than using a knife. Nick Fury also has this idea. He is worried that these fishing boats will destroy some superheroes who have not yet grown up. Especially Peter Parker, the enthusiastic little spider boy next door, was already very painful by the fishing reel. If the situation cannot be improved, no one knows what will happen in the end. The most important thing is that Nick Fury did not tell everyone that Yebi's confidential information was also stolen. Although Yebi's information has not been released yet, it will happen sooner or later. This is also what Nick Fury is most worried about right now. Tony, do you have a way to compete against Ultron on the internet? After all, you are most familiar with him. Nick Fury looked at Tony, the world-renowned scientist. And Nick Fury is right, Ultron was created by Tony, and Tony must know Ultron best in terms of understanding. As for Tony being punished, this is obviously a little unlikely. With Tony's status, it is impossible for Eagle Soup to throw him into prison. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. In the online world, the best way to defeat an artificial intelligence is to use another artificial intelligence to fight him. So I want to recreate a stronger artificial intelligence to compete with Ultron. Tony also expressed his plan to use artificial intelligence to deal with artificial intelligence. It's just that the people around didn't believe him much. You have just lost an artificial intelligence. If you lose another artificial intelligence, the world will not explode. But Nick Fury has no other better way, so he can only try it. As a result, Tony returned to his laboratory and began to study more powerful artificial intelligence all night long. While Tony was obsessed with research, the fishing boats on the internet were getting bigger and bigger. At the same time, Ultron provided more and more secret information. From the beginning of the introduction of various superheroes, but nowadays the superheroes are black material. For example, Tony once sold the weapons of the Stark group to terrorists, and once wore a steel suit and battled another Iron King on the street, causing serious damage to a house. For another example, when Hulk was in the Football Kingdom, he was angry and destroyed a beverage factory, but the beverage factory has not come back to life. For another example, Peter Parker bullied his classmates at school with the superpower of being bitten by a spider. In fact, strictly speaking, these are not even black material, but can only be regarded as some past events. But now, in this environment, the impact of these things is terrible. People suddenly discovered that the original superhero also has an ordinary side, and the original superhero has also made mistakes. And whenever this happens, there will always be people who think that if this superhero comes to me, I can definitely do better. It is this kind of thinking that makes the situation of superheroes more difficult than imagined. However, these are not enough, and they are not enough to completely tear the low-level populace and superheroes. Ultron also knows this, so he still has a backhand. Ultron's backhand is actually hate. The hatred at this time was still imprisoned in an underground military base, groggy every day. A large dose of tranquilizers 3 times a day clearly arranged the hatred. Then, there was an accident today. Ultron directly locked the door of the abominable room, and no one could enter. Even if you want to take a tranquilizer, it's useless. You can only watch the hatred slowly get up and stretch your body. Abomination, get out of trouble. The alloy gate that was originally heavily built by the military was supposed to be an excellent cage for imprisoning hatred, but at this time it became a fortress of hatred. When Abomination completely got rid of the control of the tranquilizer, the alloy gate was opened again under the control of Ultron. Obviously, Ultron wanted Abomination to go out and make a big fuss. He didn't think so much about hatred, all he was thinking about now was to find Hulk again, and then fight again. So the hatred escaped from prison, and he was killed directly from this underground military base. Then, he rushed all the way to Kinman City. The hatred of regaining freedom was even more unscrupulous this time, like a rampant tank, overturning all vehicles along the way. I don't know how many people died innocently. In this way, Abomination killed all the way to the Golden Gate Bridge, and began to massacre. Tony Stark rushed to the Golden Gate Bridge the first time and saw the hatred that was constantly doing evil. Then, it was naturally a big battle. In order to subdue the hatred, Tony showed a weapon he had never shown before, the anti-Hulk armor. Then relying on this stronger armor, Tony directly pressed Abomination to the ground and exploded with a hammer. Until the end, hatred lost his will before he would give up. However, when Tony subdued the hatred, he won not the cheers of the crowd, but swearing and questioning. Tony, stop pretending to be a hero, you're just a selfish guy. If you expose the technology of the steel suit, none of this will happen at all. Do you think I will be grateful to you and praise you? You don't deserve to be called a man. You coward, you dare not contribute your steel suit technology. You are just worried that there will be a second Iron Man to steal your limelight. Stop playing this kind of savior game. What we need is strength, not a superhero who will be late after I die. Tony was dumbfounded by the scolding around him. For the first time, he had doubts about what he had done. He is a superhero. He fights criminals who hurt the people. Shouldn't he get cheers? Why do these people become what they are now? Tony couldn't figure out the answer to the question. He flew away in his steel suit. Then, the media of all Eagle-Jong State also reported this incident. What's interesting is that every time Tony played in the past, what he gained was the pursuit of the media and the praise of the people. But now, even those media have joined the ranks of criticizing superheroes. The superhero who saves the world, or the selfish savior who is acting crazy. Abomination reappeared, with more than 1,000 casualties. If the masses had the power to protect themselves, it would never be as bad as it is now. Are superheroes of high moral character, or are they enjoying the fun of being a savior? The headlines of many media no longer admired Tony's actions. Instead, they began to cater to the fishing boats on the internet to question the superheroes if they would like to share their power. After all, who doesn't aspire to be a superhero? As for the military, it has not issued any statement until now. Perhaps the fishing boats on the internet are in line with the intentions of these military forces. If you can use the group tune to force those superheroes to share their power, the military will undoubtedly be the biggest beneficiary. This is a storm promoted by Ultron, and with the help of some caring people, the situation is getting bigger and bigger. With this hateful event, everything has ushered in an explosion. Parade is a characteristic of Yingjiang country, and you can see all kinds of parades in Yingjiang country almost every day. Only this time, the force of the Eagle Soy Nation's parade was too great. Almost half of the residents participated in this parade. The streets and alleys of the major cities in the Eagle Sauce country are full of parade people. The purpose of this parade, in the words of the masses, is to be fair. In order to put pressure on the superheroes, let them share their power to achieve the fairness in their mouths. This time, it is a great test for all superheroes. In the past, the enemies of superheroes were the villains and criminals, but this time, it was the people. The people who were supposed to be protected by the superheroes, this time fought on the opposite side and became the enemy. Such a difficult enemy, all superheroes don't know how to fight this battle. Under the Stark Tower, the streets were filled with marching crowds. They chanted the slogan "Superheroes cannot be selfish" and completely surrounded the Stark building. Tony Stark, looking at the crowd below, revealed helplessness in his eyes for the first time. No matter how powerful opponents he faced, he dared to confront. In the original book, he even dared to challenge Thanos with the confidence of death, and snapped that finger. But at this moment, he was so helpless, he didn't know how he would face those crowds. Spider-Man Peter Parker, after being attacked by fishing boats for a long time, chose to walk out of his house. He didn't wear his suit again this time, but put on the handcuffs provided by the military. He will be taken to do various researches in exchange for the promise of his Aunt May can live a good life. After walking out of the house, Peter Parker saw the crazy people. They rushed towards Peter Parker like zombies. They wanted the power of Peter Parker. At this moment, Peter Parker, who had not suffered much setback, was completely discouraged. Greed in people's hearts is the easiest weapon to be manipulated, and it is also the most terrifying weapon for superheroes. Ultron, the fishing boat made by the internet, thoroughly taught the superheroes a lesson. The wave of opposition to superheroes launched by Ultron has had such a big impact. It's almost overwhelming, smashing the superheroes' god ring. Not long ago, the superheroes were still aloof, but in a blink of an eye they became mice crossing the street. Under the temptation of greed, the people are eager to gain power from them. Nowadays, superheroes don't say go out to fight crime, they can't even keep themselves. But this is only the first half of Ultron's plan. Those superheroes who are oppressed by the fishing boat are just troublesome in Ultron's heart, and they are not strong opponents. What really made Ultron cared about, and even feared, was the god of the world, a human named Yebi. Ultron knew very well that if he wanted to exterminate mankind, Yebi would definitely not be able to overcome it. Without solving Yebi, destroying humanity is just a joke. Therefore, Ultron took great pains to plan such a big show, otherwise he guessed it would be the same as in the original book, and start it directly. The god of the world, after being regarded as a public enemy by the people, will you still guard the world? Ultron said that he is looking forward to it. In the online world, Ultron is the only god, he can easily control the fishing boat. Even when the superheroes were violent online, some sane humans stood up and wanted to say something, but they couldn't do it at all. Ultron can easily control what people see. As Spider-Man announced its cooperation with the military and used its own blood to research and produce Spider-Man serum, other superheroes also fell out. Dr. Banner also followed in the footsteps of Peter Parker. He, a scientist, could not stop such a surge of public opinion. Of the Fantastic Four, 3 have announced that they will cooperate with the military, but Firebolt insists. The living environment of mutants has become even worse, and even in some backward countries, mutants have been eaten by the master. People are just like crazy, eager for so-called superpowers. At this moment, the world is completely chaotic. Just when everyone thinks that everyone can become a superhero is coming. Some new information has made people realize that superheroes are nothing but gods in this world. Easily crush the core members of the Brotherhood of Mutants, fly through the sound barrier, and generate energy comparable to nuclear explosions and the Red Sun in the Battle of the Big Apple. And, in the Red Giant incident, easily crushed the Red Giant comparable to Hulk. In the face of such combat power, the public suddenly discovered that the so-called superheroes were just ordinary people. At the same time, I was surprised that there is such a godlike existence on the earth. Then there is greed. Do we have a chance to get such power as the god of the world? The superheroes have retreated and shared their power. Why doesn't this god of the world share? Their public opinion can make superheroes helpless. Why can't they be used to deal with the gods of the world? When human beings use a method to obtain benefits, they will not think of convergence, but use this method to obtain more benefits. For example now, the surging public opinion completely turned the gun at this moment, towards the god of the world, Yebi. Countless people have requested on the internet, Yebi will contribute his strength. He should be like the superheroes, donating his blood to study serum. Otherwise, Yebi is a selfish existence, a hypocritical savior, and will be cast aside by all people. Naturally, Yebi could no longer remain indifferent to such a big event. In fact, at the very beginning of the incident, he noticed something. What Yebi didn't expect was that this incident would actually burn on himself in the end. Looking at the internet, countless people yelled at themselves selfishly and even threatened them by leaving messages. Looking beyond the manor, countless people marching have gathered and surrounded the manor. Yebi sneered, as if there was a fire in his heart, desperately wanting to vent it. Hela came to Yebi's side and looked at the people outside the manor. Would you like to go to Asgard to stay for a while? Hela asked Yebi. Hela knows that Yebi hates trouble, but what Yebi faces at this time is perhaps the biggest trouble in the journey so far. After hearing Hela's words, Yebi shook his head. I'm here, I want to see what they are going to do. Yebi said coldly. The eyes of the people outside were cold and scary. In fact, Yebi knew that there must be someone behind this incident. Some people start with superhero affairs, make things bigger step by step, and eventually spread to themselves. To put it bluntly, the black hand behind the scenes was directed at him from the beginning. So Yebi wanted to see what exactly the black hand behind the scenes intends to do. By the way, those people, Yebi wants to see what they can do. The situation outside the Yebi manor and the fishing boats of Yebi on the internet are no secret. Nick Fury knows naturally, but can't do anything about it. Even at this time, Nick Fury was sitting in S.H.I.E.L.D. with a little ignorant eyes. He didn't know how to deal with this matter. That turbulent public opinion was simply not something he could stop a SHIELD bureau chief. And Nick Fury is sure that Yebi will never remain indifferent. When the time comes, the conflict will intensify and the ghost knows what will happen. Nick Fury can only pray while doing trivial tasks. He dialed Mr. Unreliable's phone and it was quickly connected. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. I am Nick Fury. The black braised egg said coldly, only reporting his own identity. Is there anything? If it's about funding, I just hang up. Mr. T. Bukaupa's voice was a little impatient, and he was obviously very dissatisfied with the black marinated eggs. Mr. President, you should know what happened to Yebi. I think we should do something. Our methods should be tougher. We can't let the situation go on. That is the god of the world, we should not turn him into our enemy. Nick Fury said to Mr. Unreliable that this was his biggest concern. What he fears most now is that Yebi will become an enemy completely because of this incident. A god in the world without moral bondage, the result is absolutely catastrophic. If Nick Fury were the president, he would definitely send an army to suppress the people who marched, even if many people died for it. Because compared with the result of irritating Yebi, dead people are considered good results. It's just that Mr. Unreliable is very disapproving. Relax man, the god of the world does not dare to do anything. Can he still fight against the people? Is he no longer living on the earth? Even a superhero can't fight public opinion. Haven't the facts proved this? Mr. T. Bukaupa said lightly, obviously not taking this matter to heart. Even Mr. Unreliable is very much looking forward to it, looking forward to one day that he can become a god on earth like Yebi. However, Nick Fury felt cold all over. He is not as optimistic as Mr. Unreliable, nor does he feel that Yebi will succumb to public opinion. Moreover, Yebi is not a superhero, his heart is not bound by morality. It's just that Mr. Unreliable's phone voice has been hung up, and everything is too late. In the end, Nick Fury could only slumped in his seat, watching the developments in despair. Outside Yebi's manor, some radical people have begun to try to attack. They rushed towards the gate of Yebi's manor and banged the iron gate. Some even broke the wall and tried all means. After entering the manor, they began to frantically destroy the plants in the manor and some artistic statues. These people all have the same idea that we are many people, we are the masters of this world. And in broad daylight, Yebi would definitely not dare to kill them. Otherwise, Yebi is not a superhero, but a supervillain. In fact, if it is really a supervillain like Jin Bin, these people would definitely not dare to be so crazy. Because Jin does not really kill people. Yebi will not, because Yebi is a superhero. How could a superhero do something to kill people? Looking at the people who wreak havoc in the manor, and the people coming toward the manor like a tide, Yebi's eyes were getting colder, and finally, he sighed. Yebi sighed not for himself, but for these people. Because they are going to die soon. Just when a citizen was about to break into Yebi's manor, Yebi stood on the balcony on the second floor, emitting a heat ray in his eyes. Not surprisingly, the heat rays directly hit the mob who broke in. Then, without even screaming, the mob was burned to ashes. Quiet? The original noisy manor suddenly became audible. Everyone looked at the place where the mob just disappeared in fear, and a great fear suddenly rose from their hearts. When Nick Fury saw this scene in front of the screen, he hugged his head helplessly. He had a foreboding that the worst would happen. In front of everyone, Yebi slowly lifted into the air, surpassing everyone. Looking at those faces that were astonished, scared, or angry, smiled disdainfully. Why do you have the illusion that I am a superhero? Why do you firmly believe that I dare not kill you? If this is the case, then I will prove it to you. Yebi's voice was cold, and the cold made everyone feel like hell. The scene that happened next made everyone even more desperate. I thought Yebi had a terrible super hot shot in his eyes, and then shot it toward the crowd without any shy. Countless people were rubbed by super heat rays, and then directly lit and burned into a pile of torches. Killing, Yebi completely started to kill. Yebi is not kind, and he doesn't keep his hands even when facing enemies. Otherwise, it would not have directly and simply wiped out all the creatures in the entire paradise. And this time, Yebi was no exception, and he didn't keep his hands at all. Those who gathered outside his manor, he had no mercy, and killed them all. In the past, Yebi felt that humans need to be afraid of him. But now, Yebi found himself wrong. Human fear will disappear with ignorance, and will fade with greed. Only tough methods can make them remember. So this time, Yebi made up his mind to beat everyone up and kill them to the point of fear. Let everyone know that he is capable and will do it and kill anyone. At the moment of Yebi's special killing, these people gathered outside Yebi Manor collapsed. They started crying and fleeing, trying to avoid Yebi's terrible attack. They realized at this time how great the superheroes forced by them were. In that situation, none of the superheroes broke out in the crowd. It's not like Yebi, who directly started to kill. In a country called Sokovia, Ultron, who had forged himself a body of steel, watched with satisfaction that Yebi was killing him. What about the gods in the world, is not calculated by himself. Moreover, Yebi has been entangled by the people now, and there is no time to worry about him. The plan starts. Ultron said coldly, the icy mechanical sound, well done, seemed to give the humans on Earth a countdown to death. The next moment, the people of Sokovia were horrified to find that the ground had cracked. Nearly a half of the country actually rose slowly, and then continuously lifted into the sky. When doing things on the internet, Ultron did not forget his plan to destroy the world. He will reach this large piece of land and rise directly to an altitude of several thousand meters. Then he smashed this large piece of land directly. Like the meteorite that caused the extinction of the dinosaurs 65 million years ago, he wanted to wipe out all living things on the surface. Only by eliminating mankind can the Earth be saved, right? When Ultron was about to destroy the Earth, Yebi was still killing him. As if he had no mercy, he showed no mercy to those people. At this moment, a figure flew from a distance and blocked Yebi's front. It's Iron Man, Tony Stark. At this time Tony was wearing a strange set of armor, and even the coloring was black and blue, which made him look very solemn. This is exactly the armor against the god of humanity secretly developed by Tony. Enough Yebi, don't kill Shui again. The people are just being incited, they don't die. Tony stood in front of Yebi and said to Yebi. After listening to Tony's words, Yebi did stop his actions, but the killing intent in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. You shouldn't have come to stop me, don't you remember how these people slandered you before? Yebi said to Tony coldly. He didn't want to listen to anyone's advice now. Tony's expression was also bitter, of course he remembered. But he is a superhero, so he should stand in front of the people, no matter what those people did before. Therefore, even if he wants to be an enemy of an existence like Yebi, he still has no idea of shrinking. Because of Tony's arrival, Yebi's movements were blocked for a while. Those people also got this opportunity and had some breathing time. Then, he looked at Yebi with despair and fear in his eyes. Before they came, they had never thought of such a result. They feel that they have come with public opinion and there is no possibility of failure at all. Even if Yebi is the god of the world, can he still kill the people? Does he want people's voice? However, what everyone did not expect was that Yebi was not used to them at all. The so-called public opinion is only useful when facing superheroes. When facing Yebi, public opinion has no effect. He will not be merciful because he is caring about public opinion. The two-dimensional fall of heaven is still going on. So this has resulted in the current situation. When the out-of-control people broke into Yebi's manor, they had actually sentenced themselves to death. Regrettably, even if things have reached this point, there are still very few people who truly confess. Most people still didn't feel that they had done something wrong, but cursed Yebi as a devil in their hearts. He should go to hell. Although the Lord of Hell did not welcome him very much. Correspondingly, when Yebi became the big villain in the hearts of the people, Iron Man Tony became a positive figure. Because he stood in front of Yebi and prevented Yebi from killing for a while. So much so that some people started to cheer for Iron Man, chanting Iron Man slogans and so on. It seemed that he had completely forgotten how he had treated Iron Man before. Do you really think that Tony hasn't seen those comments on the internet? The crowds gathered in the Stark building have not dispersed yet. Tony is a selfish savior actor when he is not needed, and Iron Man, a superhero when he needs protection. This is human nature. Everyone is a double standard blame. Get out of the way, these people are not worthy of you and me. Yebi said coldly, looking at Iron Man Tony who was standing in front of him. He was very angry today, and his heart was full of anger. It is impossible to endure it because he and Tony are friends. Yebi has already understood that if these people are not beaten up, similar things will definitely happen again and again in the future. However, Tony shook his head firmly. Before he came, he asked himself whether these people were worth saving. But when the people stood behind him, he knew his answer. He is a noble person and a real superhero, which is very different from Yebi. Seeing Tony's firm attitude, Yebi's eyes gradually became cold. Then, with a speed that Tony couldn't react, and the steel suit couldn't capture it, he appeared directly in front of Tony. With a punch, Tony was thrown away directly. Spike, there is no possibility of resistance at all. With this punch, Yebi kept his hand, thinking about his past affection, but not next time. As for Tony, there was no time to react, and the man had been hammered away thousands of meters away. When he landed, his armor was all shattered and he could not move while lying in the pit. Although Yebi's strength had already been known, Tony still felt a sense of frustration at this time. Having worked so hard for so long, the anti-human god armor forged is useless at this moment. But that's only the case, because he passed out quickly. Although Yebi took his hand and didn't beat Tony to death, it wouldn't make him feel better. The bones of the whole body have been broken. If it hadn't been injected with the extremis virus and possessed the cradle regeneration system, Tony would have died long ago. This is also Yebi's warning to Tony. Without Tony's hindrance, Yebi looked at the people again. When looking at the fear in their eyes, Yebi even had a very happy feeling. All the current situation is made by the people themselves, and Ultron just played a role in fueling the flames. The premise of using the dark side of the human heart is that human beings themselves must have a dark side. It can be said that these people were completely driven by their own greed, and finally came to where they are now. For these people, Yebi doesn't have the slightest idea of keeping his hands. He is not a philanthropist, nor a superhero. The most important thing is that these people are not his compatriots, and even the world is different. He will not be merciful, and he should pay the price if he does something wrong. You should all remember today, remember the price of offending God. After speaking, a powerful energy burst into Yebi's body. The red sun that had risen in Big Apple City once again appeared at this time. It's just that the last time Yebi destroyed countless Chitauri legions, this time it was the people who were full of greed. The red energy burst out in a semicircle, spreading in all directions. In the blink of an eye, it swept everything around and spread farther. This scene is deeply engraved in the minds of all human beings. In the Pentagon building, the president looked dull at the satellite live broadcast in front of him, watching the red sun bursting out, his eyes blank. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. He didn't expect that Yebi would really dare to attack the people. And it was so decisive, so cruel. At the same time, this also means that humans and Yebi are completely torn apart. At this moment, the two sides have completely become enemies. Mr. Te Bakaupo couldn't imagine at this time how he would explain to the people of Yingjiang. And how can I calm Yebi's anger again? Nick Fury is the same. He sits in front of the computer, watching Yebi's powerful scenes without saying a word for a long time. In the end, he could only sigh helplessly, as if he was 10 years old in an instant. You know, Yebi is not just the god of the world, his wife is also the god king of Asgard. Enemy with Yebi is almost equivalent to declaring war on Asgard. Such a lot of pressure made Nick Fury feel at a loss. He didn't know how to deal with it. Yebi's burst of energy swept past, raising everything on the ground to the ground. Within a radius of 20 kilometers, it was completely turned into wasteland, with almost no signs of life. It is conservatively estimated that the number of people who died was at least hundreds of thousands. One can imagine how many people gathered here. Yebi used his own brutal means to slap all humans in the face firmly. Let everyone know why Yebi is the god of the world. God just doesn't allow to be provoked, and deserves to be respected by others. Yebi knows that if he didn't deal with it decisively and the means weren't harsh, similar things would continue to happen. If he does not act on those people, more and more people will use public opinion to deal with him. At first it was just blood. If Yebi agrees, someone will ask for more later. So from the beginning, Yebi cut off this road. He told everyone by his practical actions not to hit his attention or to provoke him. Looking at the ruins below, Yebi's inner anger only calmed down a little. At this time, Hela also flew to Yebi's side and gently embraced Yebi. Hela knew better than anyone that Yebi was really angry this time. Those human greed made Yebi completely disappointed in the earth of this world and felt betrayed. If it weren't for Yebi, the earth would have been swallowed by the swallowing stars, and it would have been judged by heaven. Although Yebi didn't care about it, he did do a lot for the earth, and his achievements far exceeded those glamorous superheroes. But who knows, he has actually become a sinner in the mouth of the people. It seems that Yebi does not deserve to live in this world if he does not share his abilities. This kind of betrayal also made Yebi, angry, and then the thunder took action to smooth out all the people who came to the parade outside his manor. You still have me, and I will never leave you. Hela hugged Yebi and said softly. She knew Yebi's anger, so she hoped to make Yebi feel better. I know, so do I. After listening to Hela's words, Yebi really calmed down a lot. How about being betrayed by the whole world? At least he still has his own Hela. However, it is not time to talk to Hela, he still has things to do with him. Thinking of this, Yebi didn't stay here anymore. He flew directly in the direction of the Pentagon building. In a flash, Yebi arrived at the door of the Pentagram building. Then, ignoring the nervous politicians and soldiers, Yebi walked towards the inside grandiosely. Soon, Yebi found his goal, and Yingjiang's words were a matter of fact, Mr. Reliable. Seeing Yebi, his unreliable expression was very embarrassing, but it was more fearful. As far as Yebi has shown, he can do whatever he wants on Earth, and no one can stop him. Including himself, he does not have the ability to protect himself in front of Yebi. Fortunately, Yebi didn't have much interest in killing a person who was talking to, and that was not his main purpose. I remember saying that I want you to fear me, but you didn't do it. Instead, you think I will be threatened by you. I am very angry, I will punish you. As soon as Yebi's voice fell, a colorful beam of light shot directly from outside the sky. This is the Rainbow Bridge in Asgard, where Hela vents Yebi. It's just that there are no Asgardians in the Rainbow Bridge, but they fall directly on the land of Eagle Soup country. Then, the land hit by the Rainbow Bridge was directly violently shaken, and at the same time huge cracks spread. The Rainbow Bridge is not only a means of transportation for Asgard, but also a powerful weapon. The Rainbow Bridge at full output power is powerful enough to penetrate a planet. It's just that Hela didn't do this, she just let the power of the Rainbow Bridge penetrate the crust. The result was that a piece of coastal land in Yingjiang country was sunk directly into the sea. The casualties are immeasurable, and the economic losses caused are immeasurable. The most important thing is deterrence, which makes everyone stunned. No one thought that Yebi could do it so spicy. Not only did he kill all the people who marched, but even as revenge, he also sank a corner of the Eagle Sauce country's territory into the sea. When he heard the news, Mr. Te Buerp vomited blood in a painful manner. He can be sure that everything that happened today will leave an indelible stain on his tenure. Maybe after a few decades, the people of Eagle Sauce country will be full of curses when they remember him. This terrible result made Mr. Unreliable want to die. He began to regret, isn't it good to be a real estate tycoon honestly? Why do you want to be an Eagle Sauce talker if you are full and have nothing to do? Not only Mr. Unreliable, but other people looked at Yebi with a deep fear. They didn't expect that Yebi would retaliate so much. It was the land of a state. I hope you can remember today, remember this fear. Yebi finally said coldly, then turned around and left. The ruthless words were also released, and the revenge was done, and the rest of Yebi didn't care. He believed that after this shock, no one should dare to provoke him. After all, the price paid this time to irritate Yebi is too great. The hundreds of thousands of marching people are fine, but the loss of a corner of the country is permanent. The next time something similar happens, it might not only be a corner of the country, but the entire Eagle Sauce country will have to be sunk into the sea by Yebi. Yebi didn't stop his actions after he warned the people of Yingjiang country and made strong revenge. Some of his previous actions were just punishing those greedy humans. The next thing to do is to find the person behind the scenes to settle the accounts. Ultron, the man behind the whole thing, the source of all chaos. As an artificial intelligence, he naturally knew about Yebi. After seeing Yebi's unscrupulous shot, Ultron was indeed a little shocked. Based on Ultron's calculations, according to Yebi's personality, the probability of his shots should be less than 1%. Not to mention that the retaliation after the incident was so fierce that it even sank a state of the Eagle Sauce country into the sea. In fact, Ultron made this analysis purely because Ultron's perception of Yebi was biased. This is not only the case of Ultron, but also the high-level government of the Eagle Soup country, who thinks Yebi is a better superhero. But this has paid a painful price. Interesting, this is like a god. Ultron spoke slowly with a mechanically synthesized sound, and he became very interested in Yebi. At the same time, Ultron is not afraid at all. He is different from those governments of Yingjiang. He is not afraid of being retaliated by Yebi. Anyway, all he wanted to do was to destroy all mankind. Under the command of Ultron, the small half of Sokovia's land was directly lifted into the sky, and now it has reached a height of more than 8,000 meters. Then, the power system that pushed Sokovia's territory stopped moving, and the small half of Sokovia's territory began to fall in free fall. Even Ultron has made many propellers just to increase the landing speed of Sokovia's land, so as to create more impact. Extinction of all living things on the surface of the Earth, at this time. The land of Sokovia, which was falling rapidly, was directly ignited when it rubbed against the atmosphere. From a distance, it was as if a huge meteorite was about to hit the ground. This terrifying power makes people desperate just to look at it. The movement of Ultron can't be concealed from Yebi. To be honest, Yebi is already in Sokovia now. However, facing the falling land of Sokovia like a meteorite, Yebi didn't move anything, so he watched quietly. Even if this meteorite falls, it will exterminate all surface life on the Earth, and the route is indifferent. Yebi is naturally capable of organizing all of this, not to mention a mere Sokovia, even the entire planet. Yebi can push it. However, Yebi didn't want to make a move, and would rather watch Ultron's plan succeed. He still remembered the people's attitude towards Yebi before. Not long ago, I wanted to swallow my blood and my flesh, but now I want me to save you. It's impossible. Yebi would rather watch Ultron's goals come true than make a move. Those greedy people should pay the price for their choice. The main reason why Yebi came this time was for Ultron. After Ultron's plan was successful, Yebi took the initiative to destroy Ultron, which was actually the same. However, Yebi guessed that Ultron's plan basically has no possibility of success. Even if Yebi doesn't make a move, someone will still stop him. Ultron's calculations are perfect, and he successfully caused conflicts between superheroes and ordinary classes. Even Yebi has calculated it, making Yebi angry at those people. This is why Yebi is indifferent even if he knows that Ultron is going to destroy the world. He really doesn't bother to save those greedy people. However, Ultron does not know that there are many existences on the Earth, but in fact, no clues and traces can be found on the internet. For example, Gu Yi, the supreme mage far away in Kamatage. Ultron calculated all the existence he knew, but he didn't have the slightest defense against Gu Yi who didn't know. This is the shortcoming of the network, and there are still blind spots after all. As expected by Yebi, when Ultron was about to succeed, the small half of Sokovia was about to fall to the ground with a long tail flame. Gu Yi, wearing a yellow hooded robe, has already appeared. Gu Yi also found Yebi, and did not communicate too much, just nodded with Yebi. Then he looked at the meteorite coming fiercely, his expression serious. With Gu Yi's ability, in fact, the entire country can be shattered, and she can easily shred the earth. But by doing this, it means that all survivors in Sokovia will die. In the end, Gu Yi decided to use a more secure method to deal with this matter. Guyi's hands were crossed in front of him, and the age moto-eye that Guyi had been hanging around his neck was activated at this moment. A touch of green light bloomed out of Guyi's body, one of the infinite rough stones, the gem of time. Then, time began to look back under Guyi's control, and the small half of Sokovia, which was lifted off and then landed, began to reverse continuously along the previous trajectory. When Guyi stopped, the small half of Sokovia was still on the ground. Time was reshaped by Guyi back to Sokovia and was lifted off by Ultron. Yebi knew that after seeing this scene, Ultron's plan was completely bankrupt. In front of Guyi, who had the gem of time, Ultron didn't even mention making a meteorite hitting the Earth. Even if it really hits the Earth, there is no effect at all. There is a gem of time. Guyi has countless times of fault tolerance, but Ultron is different. Even if Ultron has won countless times, but if he loses once, it really loses. This is why Yebi is not optimistic about Ultron's ability to exterminate mankind. However, if according to the original plot, Guyi would not take action on this matter. All this is because of Yebi. He fanned his wings and changed the plot inevitably. If it weren't for Yebi, Ultron would never have designed the previous storm. Because in Ultron's eyes, those superheroes are really not difficult opponents. In the absence of Yebi in the original work, Ultron went straight up. Only because of Yebi's relationship, Ultron had to come up with this way to play with people's hearts. As for the result, Ultron did succeed. In the previous fishing storm, Ultron can be said to be the only victor. Most of the superheroes have been detained by the military at this moment. Don't speak out to defend justice. Whether you can maintain your consciousness is a question. Uncertainty is the same as hatred, and sedatives will be given to those who are inconsistent with each other. Secondly, Yebi was also affected. Because of the exposure, he was criticized by the public. It can be said that Yebi's stable life was completely destroyed by Ultron. As for the official of the Eagle Sauce country, it is even worse. Not only did hundreds of thousands of people die in Yebi's hands, but Yebi also sank a coastal state. This is just a warning. If there is another time, Shenzhou is not just a state. Yebi had to get the entire American continent into the sea. It can be seen that Ultron's resourcefulness is quite strong. Even Yebi has been calculated, and he is the only one who makes a profit. However, Ultron did not count the existence of Guyi. When the effect of the Gem of Time expired, Ultron regained consciousness, and then found that the surrounding environment was something wrong. Did he remember that he was in the sky? Why are you back again? And looking at the surroundings, this is clearly Sokovia before it took off. Is everything that happened before just a dream? Do robots also dream? Read more at hotmatilnovel.xyz. Ultron naturally didn't understand what is a Gem of Time, and what is called time backtracking. At this time, he is trying hard to understand the current situation. However, Yebi appeared in front of him in the next second. Looking at Ultron in front of him, Yebi's heart was full of killing intent. It was this dog, who calculated Yebi, and caused Yebi's stable life to be completely ruined. For this man behind the scenes, Yebi could not easily let him go. Ultron also recognized Yebi's identity. After all, he focused on it. Yebi, the god of the world, hello. At this time, Ultron was driving the body of a robot, speaking to Yebi with a mechanically synthesized voice. Your approach is correct. The gods in the world should have the majesty of gods, otherwise they don't deserve to be called gods. However, you shouldn't stop me. I can help you kill all those nasty humans. Ultron didn't know about Guyi, and naturally felt that it was Yebi who stopped him. But in fact it is not. Yebi has no idea to stop Ultron. The previous Yebi could even watch Ultron go to exterminate mankind. Being here now is just Yebi wanting revenge. Yebi didn't bother to explain Ultron's misunderstanding. In fact, there is nothing to explain. If you don't count the fishing boat on my head, I might not do anything to you. The burden is now, you must die. Yebi told Ultron that he had no intention of letting go of this artificial intelligence idea. In fact, Yebi didn't want to interfere with the plot of Reunion 2, and had his own superheroes to solve it. Besides, it is impossible for Guyi to watch the human beings on Earth be destroyed by Ultron. So Yebi originally intended to stay out of the matter, just as an observer. But when Ultron led the war to him, Yebi couldn't bear it anymore. People don't offend me, I don't offend people. If anyone offends me, cut the grass and root. This is Yebi's character. He will never show mercy to his enemies. The best way not to be harassed by trouble is to get rid of the troublemaker. Ultron is obviously a troublemaker in Yebi's eyes. After listening to Yebi's words, Ultron really regretted it in his heart. If he knew Yebi's attitude was like this, he would be fool. So what would he do to provoke Yebi's anger? If Yebi hadn't been angered, maybe his plan would have been successful long ago. But this is the end of the matter, and there is no point in saying this. Moreover, even if Yebi wanted to kill Ultron, it was not an easy task. It is difficult to be killed, and it is also Ultron's courage to provoke Yebi. If you want to kill Ultron, unless you eliminate all the networks on the Earth, it's impossible. Yebi is naturally capable of doing this, it just depends on whether Yebi is willing to do it. Annihilate all the networks in the world, Ultron can't die naturally. However, today's human society's dependence on the internet has been deeply rooted in the bone marrow. Yebi wiped out the internet, basically the same as eliminating humans. The best outcome is to bring human civilization back to the feudal period. At such a high price, Ultron didn't think Yebi would do it. Of course, Yebi does not do this, but it does not mean that Yebi has no other way to eliminate Ultron. Although Ultron is omnipotent in the online world, his origin on the Earth limits the structure of Ultron. As a result, Ultron didn't even know how powerful the universe of the Marvel Universe could be. Find Flowers 0. In front of Ultron, a crimson gem appeared in Yebi's hand. This is the actual gem in Hela's hand, which Yebi uses. Based on the relationship between Yebi and Hela, Yebi just wants to become the God King of Asgard. It's all one sentence, let alone an infinite gem? The reality gem is the best way to kill Ultron. Looking at the gem that appeared in Yebi's hand, Ultron began to feel a little uneasy. He is not pure artificial intelligence, but intelligent life. Since it is life, he will also have emotions. You will be angry, you will be afraid, and you will naturally feel uneasy. What is this? Are you going to kill me by this? Ultron said to Yebi that there was fear in his voice, even the synthesized mechanical sound could not be covered. This is a gem of reality, and everything can be modified on the basis of reality. This includes modifying the reality of Ultron's existence. Yebi explained to Ultron that every word made Ultron's heart chill. For the first time, Ultron had a strong sense of regret and fear. Before facing Yebi's composure, I just felt that Yebi would not pay a huge price to destroy him, so he felt confident. But the appearance of reality gems made Ultron's reliance a joke. Is Ultron afraid of death? Naturally, I am afraid. How long has he been born since he was born? He hasn't felt life well yet. How can he willingly die like this? So, after seeing Yebi take out the reality gems, he gave in. Please, don't kill me, I can do anything for you. You will be my master from now on, and I will do whatever you ask me to do. I have the ability, I can control the network, and I can make many people who have unfavorable ideas about you disappear. In the face of the choice of life and death, Ultron panicked. His cold mechanically synthesized sound also changed, turning into a pitiful voice begging for mercy. It can be seen that Ultron is really scared, and no longer has the qualifications to be fearless in front of Yebi. However, Yebi's eyes were still cold, and he didn't even want to let Ultron go. Such an artificial intelligence who likes to make troubles, Yebi will never let him continue to live. Ignoring Ultron's begging for mercy, the reality gems in Yebi's hands directly bloomed with scarlet light. Then Ultron was horrified to find that his body was gradually fading. He can clearly perceive that his own existence is slowly disappearing. The gem of reality, rewriting reality, is not just talking. No, please let me go, I can do anything for you. Ultron was still begging for mercy, but Yebi's eyes did not fluctuate at all. With regard to the disgusting things Ultron had done before, it is impossible for Yebi to let him go. If you do something wrong, you have to pay a price, even if it is artificial intelligence. Soon, in Ultron's begging for mercy, his body slowly faded, and finally disappeared completely. The ability of reality gems is so perverted. Among the infinite gems, the only one that can be compared to the real gems is perhaps the only gem of strength. Of course, this refers only to destructive power, not other aspects. After Yebi cleared the reality of Ultron's existence, Guyi quietly came behind Yebi. I heard about this time, you did not do anything wrong. Guyi said to Yebi faintly, referring to Yebi's direct sinking of a state in Yingzhong country. I know, I haven't regretted it either. Yebi replied indifferently, he naturally didn't think he had done something wrong. It's just that next time you encounter this situation, I think you can be more patient. Or, like me, hide in the dark and do what you want to do. Not everyone can abide by their inner morality when facing power. The moral wall is destroyed by greed. Isn't it something that has been happening for thousands of years? The ancient couple Yebi persuaded that she did not want Yebi to resolve everything with violence in the future. Of course, she was only suggesting, and she clearly knew that Yebi would not listen to her instructions. But what she said in the last sentence is correct, not everyone can abide by their inner morals. Morality has been destroyed by greed, and it has happened countless times in history. Yebi also nodded, agreeing to Guyi's words. If it weren't for knowing this, maybe Yebi's previous methods would be much gentler. And not as it is now, directly sinking a large piece of land. Just to tell those who are greedy how heavy the price of greed is. Only with Ultron's death, the turmoil this time is roughly over. But the losses caused are really too great. Even the first two invasions of the Zetaris, plus the War of the Angel Legion, can't compare to the loss this time. Among other things, there are countless people who died under Yebi's hands. Moreover, the Eagle Sauce country was directly sunk into a state, and the economic loss was incalculable. This is not something that can be solved by destroying the city and then rebuilding it, but directly sinking a state. This is a permanent loss of land, and it will be lost forever. Thinking of this, the senior officials of the Yingzhong country felt distressed, and this directly made Yingzhong country hurt. But the point is, they dare not go to Yebi to settle accounts. And this whole thing is indeed their own fault, and they have the idea of using the power of the people to test Yebi. If the parade were suppressed at the beginning of the parade, nothing would happen. Secondly, the class antagonism between superheroes and ordinary people has still not been resolved. Don't think that when some superheroes are subdued, everyone can really become a superhero. This is impossible. Things like Spider-Man serum and Hulk serum can at most be enjoyed by several senior officials in the Federation. As for those scumbags, wait for the rescue of the superhero honestly. In any era, classes exist. And what the upper class is most keen to do is to solidify the class hierarchy. To put it simply, the upper-class people are always the upper-class people, and the lower-class people can never get ahead. Superheroes are undoubtedly the upper class, and naturally do not want to see more superheroes appear. And if there are too many superheroes, it is not a good thing for social stability. It can only be said that the unlucky ones will always be civilians. Not only will it be instigated by Ultron, but it will also be used by the federal government, and the final benefits will not be obtained. But who can blame this? We can only blame them for being greedy, and being blinded by greed. It deserves to be a gun in the hands of a caring person, and I don't know if it is used. In addition, because the superheroes have been affected by the fishing boat before, the superheroes today are basically lying in the military laboratory. This caused those super criminals to lose their natural enemies, so the Eagle Sauce country was called a flurry of demons. All kinds of supervillains have begun to become active, and the lives of ordinary people will naturally be miserable. But as mentioned above, who is the blame for all this? Nick Fury has been very busy recently, busy communicating with the military and returning those superheroes back. This world cannot be without superheroes, and the Avengers must always maintain their strength. What makes Nick Fury angry is that those superheroes who were brought to study by the military have suffered more or less inhuman torture. Every day is either groggy and reduced to blood-supplying animals, or forced to do various experiments, miserable. The worst thing was Spider-Man, the kid next door, who was already skinny at this time. The ghost knew how much blood the military had drawn him. When Tony looked at Spider-Man Peter Parker, his face became ugly. Because Peter Parker in front of him is really too horrible. In the past, Spider-Man's aura disappeared, leaving only numbness and pain in his eyes. It's not that Tony doesn't know the darkness of the military, he knows it all. For the military, as long as the goal can be achieved, the means used are not important. But even if he was mentally prepared, he was still stunned when he saw this scene. To be honest, Tony admires Peter Parker more, otherwise he would not take the initiative to find Peter Parker when he learned that Nick Fury was going to resummon the superheroes of the Avengers. Therefore, seeing Peter Parker like this, Tony has an unknown fire in his heart. He had an impulse for the first time, wanting to follow Yebi's method to frustrate these damned military. In the end, Tony endured it. His identity was destined to be unable to do whatever he wanted. I can only take away poor Peter Parker and swear in my heart that I will protect this poor child in the future. While the Avengers were busy gathering former members, Yebi had already left the Earth. It is obviously impossible to say that what happened before has no effect on Yebi. I can't talk about regrets, I just feel that I'm a little bit uncomfortable. He asked himself that he had not done anything sorry for the Earth, and even took the initiative to help the Earth tide over several crises. The result is this kind of return, which is simply disheartening. This is probably the case with the farmer and the snake. Had it not been for Yebi to know that there are still some innocent people on the Earth, Yebi would want to punch this little broken ball to pieces. Even so, Yebi plans to leave the Earth for a period of time to go unlucky. As for when to return to the Earth, it depends on Yebi's own mood. Even if he goes back, Yebi plans to find a place with good scenery and seclusion. Yebi really didn't intend to pay attention to the messy things in the Marvel world. It just so happened that Hela invited Yebi to live in Asgard. She could comfort Yebi's injured heart. At the same time, Hela also said one thing, that is, the dusk of the gods of Asgard is coming. This is also an important reason why Yebi intends to return to Asgard. The so-called dusk of the gods is actually the end of Asgard, read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. This is not something that can be avoided. As long as Asgard exists, the dusk of the gods will definitely come. And even if you pass it once, there will be another one, entangled, until Asgard is completely destroyed. It's a bit like a destined mass extinction. When Asgard reaches a certain level, the gods will arrive at dusk. According to Hela herself, she is not too sure about the upcoming twilight of the gods. It was for this reason that Yebi decided to come to Asgard. Hela is his wife, and his wife is in trouble. How can Yebi sit on the sidelines? But when Yebi agreed, he didn't see the cunning color in Hela's eyes flashing. In fact, for Hela, although the twilight of the gods is troublesome, she is not without a solution. I have to call Yebi because I just want Yebi to accompany her more. At the same time, I hope to let Yebi relax. Hela can see that the things that Yebi encountered before made Yebi feel very bad. Moreover, Hela has always wanted a child with Yebi. Since you want children, it is inevitable that you need to be together. Only in this way can we have the opportunity to create new lives, right? As for worrying about the twilight of the gods, it was only Hela's calculation. She knew that Yebi would definitely not stand by and watch her affairs. In this wave, Yebi is on the first floor, and Hela is on the 5th floor. So Yebi, who came to Asgard, found that Hela didn't have the slightest panic that the gods' dusk was coming. Instead, I was tired of myself every day, like a hungry wolf that would never be fed. Yebi wanted to refuse this kind of life, but she was too big. Hela is already big, and Yebi's efforts are naturally indispensable. Now it's time for Yebi to harvest. In fact, it feels good to hold it with only one hand, but Yebi also likes the way it is now, the smoothness that overflows from the fingers when held. It can only be said that each has its own advantages. In addition to Yebi and Hela, Asgard has another pair of dogmen and women who are tired of being together all day. Yes, it was Thor and Jane Fox. Because the plot has changed, Thor has been active on Earth recently. So he grew up smoothly, got on Jane's third base, and successfully harvested a wife. In addition, Jane had already met Phrygia before because of the reality gems, and she had seen her parents. The hardest level has been passed, and Jane naturally married Asgard. Frigga is the happiest one, with a gentle smile on her face every day. Yebi and Hela are a pair. They are not ashamed or impatient every day, and they work hard to create new lives. Looking at this posture, it is estimated that sooner or later there will be the crystallization of love. As for Thor and Jane, because of Jane's body, Thor is not too frequent. But sooner or later there will be children. The thought of becoming a grandmother and grandmother makes Frigga feel very refreshed. It's a pity that Odin can't see this scene anymore. Thinking of Odin, Frigga shook her head and sighed. If this old guy were not so stubborn, the ending would be much better. The world is unpredictable. In the second most luxurious palace in Asgard, Thor is saying goodbye to his wife Jane. You wait for me to come back in the fairy palace with peace of mind. If you have any questions, go to your mother. She likes you very much. While whirling about Jane's face, Thor told her. Just a few days ago, Hela found Thor and told him about the coming dusk of the gods. At the same time, Thor was arranged with a secret mission, which was the key to Asgard's journey through the twilight of the gods. Thor has grown a lot after experiencing 2 wars, and at least he can shoulder the responsibility of the second son of the Oddingsson family. So after listening to Hela's words, without hesitation, he directly agreed. Although the mission this time has a certain degree of risk, Thor firmly believes that he will definitely bring back victory for Asgard. I know, you have to be careful, and you must come back. Jane nodded obediently, and told Thor. She also knows that now is not the time for children to love each other. Now that she enjoys the glory of being Thor's wife, she has to bear the price of being Thor's wife. Don't worry, I'm Thor. Thor smiled, then bid farewell to his wife and stepped into the Rainbow Bridge without hesitation. Asgard's crisis can be overcome by Asgard himself, without relying on other people's strength. This is also Hela's idea. Even if Hela knows that Yebi is very strong, he has no plan to rely on Yebi. Hela believes that feelings are not blindly making the other party pay, but working hard to get better with each other. It is precisely because of Hela's independence and autonomy that the feelings between Yebi and her have been equal until now. As Asgard was actively preparing to deal with the twilight of the gods, a major event was happening in the universe. Thanos finally began to prepare for his own plan, and put his first goal on the Gem of Power. At this time, the plot of Guardians of the Galaxy 1 has taken place, and the cosmic spiritual orb, which stores the Gem of Power, has been stored in Xandar at this time, guarded by the famous and powerful civilization in the universe, the Rising Star Army. However, although the New Star Legion is strong, the New Star Legion stationed at Xandar Star is not very strong. This gave Thanos a chance. Therefore, Thanos, who seized the opportunity, did not hesitate to dispatch the power of his own dark cult and descended on Xandar Star. Then, there was a slaughter on one side. Xandar's defensive power was not Thanos' opponent at all, and was easily shattered. Thanos got the power he dreamed of, one of the infinite rough stones, the Power Gem. Looking at the jewel that shone in purple and exuded powerful power in front of his eyes, Thanos suppressed his inner excitement and pressed the jewel into his infinite glove. At the next moment, a ray of purple energy visible to the naked eye flowed through Thanos' body. This is the power of the infinite gloves, which can not only maximize the power of the infinite ruff, but also use the power of the infinite ruff to strengthen itself. At this time Thanos felt that he had inexhaustible power in his body, which was dozens of times stronger than before. It's finally started. After feeling the power in his body, Thanos murmured. Starting with the first power gem, his grand plan has already begun. Have you not found the soul gem? Thanos turned around and asked his daughter Nebula. Most of his body nodded to the nebula that had been converted into a machine. There is no whereabouts of the soul gem. After all, it was Gamora who was looking for the soul gem before, and she betrayed you. Nebula said to Thanos, with a trace of hatred hidden in his respectful tone. Really, I know. After hearing Nebula's answer, Thanos said lightly. In fact, he didn't like the daughter Nebula, but preferred the adopted daughter he picked up, Gamora. Unfortunately, Gamora could not understand him, and had always held a grudge against him. Now he defected directly, preferring to wander in the universe rather than returning to his side. This made Thanos, the hero, very unhappy in his heart. As a result, even the excitement of getting the power gem is reduced a lot. Forget it, let's go back. According to the old rules, keep half of it. After the opponent's Ebony Maw gave his instructions, Thanos turned around and stepped onto his spaceship. As for leaving half, it means killing half. As soon as Thanos turned around, the Dark Order under him slaughtered the residents of Xandar Star. Half of the residents were brutally killed, and the other half of the residents looked at Thanos with angry eyes. However, Thanos didn't care. He could pay a lot in order to fulfill his ideals. Earth, Yebi, it's time for us to meet. Thanos murmured. His plan started, so sooner or later he would have to confront Yebi. After all, there are now 4 infinite gems in the 9 realms. There are 6 infinite gems, but Thanos has only 1 power gem. I have to say that this is a huge disadvantage, so that Thanos regrets it a bit. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't hand over the soul gem to Loki's pit cargo. The main thing is that Thanos didn't know the existence of Yebi before, otherwise he would never be so big. But now, everything is too late. Fortunately, Thanos is not incapable of it. Although there are huge disadvantages on infinite gems, he has allies. What he has to do now is to collect the last unborn soul gem as much as possible, and then take his allies to the Earth to start a dignified war with Yebi. Thanos is confident that he will win everything in the end, but he is the son of destiny. Sign in successfully, reward the Silver Superman template. In the early morning, Yebi, who had just finished her hard work, was taken aback after hearing the system prompt. Immediately, ecstasy appeared on his face. He didn't expect that the system that gave him strange rewards for half a month gave him good things again. Silver Superman template, this wave of blood earns? Just don't know why. Yebi found that the templates he got were all from the DC next door, and he didn't know whether it was deliberate or random by the system. It may also be that he and DC are really close to each other. As for the template of Superman Silver, just one word, strong? And it's not the general strength, but the exaggerated one. The creation time of Superman was at the peak of DC Comics, so Superman was given a lot of perverted settings. It can be said that Superman Silver is the most powerful form in the orthodox Superman story. Cryogenic breathing can blow out the sun, and breath can blow the star system to the boundary of the universe. It can resist the Big Bang hard, and has the characteristics of being completely immortal. You can arbitrarily travel through the timeline, go to any time you want, and even ignore the time paradox and change what happened in the past. It can also produce kryptonite without being weakened at all. It can be said that the setting of Superman Silver is almost omniscient and omnipotent at level 25. Putting it in the Marvel Universe, on top of the proper multiverse, it is stronger than the settings of the 5 great gods. Why is Yebi unhappy with this kind of template? The template blessing of Superman Silver will undoubtedly greatly enhance Yebi's strength. Of course, just like the template of General Zod, Yebi got the template of Silver Superman, not immediately as powerful as the Silver Super in its heyday. It takes time to adapt. Simply put, it increases the upper limit of Yebi's potential and at the same time allows Yebi to grow faster. After all, Yebi still has to improve his strength by himself, although the speed of this improvement may be a bit abnormal. But no matter what, the Silver Superman template that Yebi got is definitely a rare good thing. At the very least, Yebi is very satisfied and feels that she is really the goddess of luck patronizing today. The long-awaited Fae Chief finally turned over to be the Emperor of Europe today. Yebi, who was so excited, immediately hugged Hela, who was still awake, and gnawed 2 bites. This also made Hela woke up in a daze. Seeing Yebi's excitement, Hela gave him a blank look. Really, the excitement has been all night, and it doesn't stop. The 9 realms, because of the World Tree, gave birth to many powerful creatures, such as Odin, Hela, or the god who was directly killed by Yebi before. In addition, there are many other more alternative powerful existences, such as giants. Giants are a characteristic race of the 9 realms, possessing powerful force, and have always been enemies of the Ace of Protoss. For example, the Frost Giant of Jotunheim, relying on Loki's backstab, successfully suppressed the Frost Giant. Another example is the Flame Giant Sultur. In his heyday, Sultur was definitely a heavenly father. Even Odin couldn't tell who would win or lose. Secondly, within the 9 realms, there are also some other giants. In addition to giants, there are other special monsters. For example, Hela's mount, Fenrir, the giant wolf, was once conquered by Hela in the underworld of Heim. Although the giant wolf Fenrir is a husky in front of Hela and Yebi, it is actually very powerful. That bit of fangs and sharp teeth, even Hulk's defense can penetrate directly. How could it be weak? There is also Jemengade, the super snake sleeping at the bottom of the Warnerheim Ocean. Every time it wakes up, it will bring a huge disaster to Warnerheim. In addition, there is the poisonous dragon Nidavellir who is constantly gnawing at the roots of the World Tree. That's the real troublesome guy, even if Hela has a headache facing Nidavellir. When Odin was alive, he also defeated many powerful enemies, most of which were killed by Odin. But there are still some that are difficult to kill for some reason and can only be sealed. Just like Hela, it was once sealed by Odin. It can be seen that Odin is indeed a seal mad. Now that Odin is dead, the seals he set are rapidly declining. When the gods are twilight, those guys sealed by Odin are likely to come to Asgard to make a fuss. One can imagine how much pressure Asgard will face. Although Hela was confident, and for the sake of safety, she also prepared many methods. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. But everything must be handled according to the worst-case scenario. What if? So Yebi is also Hela's insurance in a sense. Hela will let Yebi help when it is absolutely necessary, otherwise she is still willing to come by herself. Asgard's matter should be resolved by Asgard. The arrival of the gods at dusk was faster than everyone imagined. One day, the silence of Asgard was broken by a roar. Then, a supergiant with a height of more than 2,000 meters walked towards Asgard. The river that surrounds Asgard is less than the giant's knees, and you can imagine how oppressive it is. Even Yebi was slightly stunned when he saw such a supergiant. It is too high, just like the oppressive feeling of a super mountain. Ymir, the strongest giant in the legend, was killed by the 3 Odin brothers, but in fact it was only sealed. Seeing the giant slowly coming towards Asgard, Hela said coldly, "Also let Yebi know the identity of this giant, Ymir." Ymir, the ancestor of the dirty giants in Nordic mythology, the legendary giants are almost all his descendants. In the war between the gods and the giants, Ymir was killed by the 3 brothers of Odin, and the body was divided. Ymir's head turned into the sky, his brain turned into a cloud, His body turned into an earth, his blood turned into an ocean, his bones turned into a mountain, and his hair turned into a forest. Of course, this is just a Nordic myth circulating on the earth, and its authenticity remains to be verified. At the very least, Ymir had already appeared, showing that he was indeed sealed up instead of being divided and killed. This is also normal. The so-called Norse mythology is just made up based on the legend of Asgard. In Norse mythology, Hela is still Loki's daughter. In fact, Loki is just a smelly brother. Just ridicule. Marvel World Asgard is based on Nordic mythology. Do you need my help? Yebi asked Hela, looking at the giant Ymir, whose body was going to be soaring into the sky. If Hela is not sure, he doesn't mind making a shot. Ymir's strength is very strong, there is no doubt about this. Even Odin needs to join forces with his brothers, so he can only seal it. Besides, don't forget, Ymir still has the title of the strongest giant. With this kind of existence, Hela doesn't say whether he can win, but there will definitely be pressure. Don't worry, I can handle it. Hela smiled confidently, and then directly summoned Fenrir, the wolf, to sit up. The giant wolf Fenrir also felt Hela's determination, and immediately ran on all fours. Even if Ymir's body is so tall, the giant wolf Fenrir is still not afraid. Just like its owner Hela, he is not afraid of any opponents. When Ymir appeared, the soldiers of Asgard had actually reacted. At this time, they all gathered behind the wall of Asgard, resisting fear and looking at the giant Ymir. With such a huge body and such a terrifying pressure, these Asgard soldiers did not directly frighten the beach. They are all with great psychological qualities. When many Asgardian soldiers looked at each other and their courage began to shake, Hela ran from behind riding on the giant wolf Fenrir. Then he crossed the crowd, over the wall of Asgard, and rushed directly towards the giant Ymir. Hela's behavior greatly boosted everyone's morale. This is often the case. When someone takes the lead, people often explode with great courage. This is the reason for the so-called raging soldiers and raging nests. Hela may not be a qualified king. She spends most of her time fishing with Yebi, but undoubtedly, Hela is a king who can renew his courage in soldiers. She will not say anything exciting speech, but she will use the timing to tell everyone, I will take the lead. Odin, get out. Ymir, the ancestor of the giant, said angrily at the city of Asgard. His roar was loud, and he felt like a roaring mountain river. Only the next moment, what responded to him was a huge black blade that was hundreds of meters long. The sword of the night sky, Hela's exclusive weapon. It can not only change various shapes, but also extend the size at will, and the number is endless. With Hela injecting his own divine power, even Odin would not underestimate the power of this sword of the night sky. But Ymir was not afraid at all, and blasted out directly with a fist. After the sword of night sky collided with the fist of Ymir, the sword of night sky was directly shattered. One can imagine how exaggerated the strength of this Ymir's body is. In fact, it was normal. Even Odin, who was armed with Gungnir, couldn't kill Ymir, and Hela's sword of the night sky naturally couldn't do it. Asgard, your dusk has come. After smashing the sword of the night sky, Ymir was very excited. He was sealed by Odin for dozens of millions of years, and the ghost knew how much grievances he had accumulated. Now that he escaped the seal, he naturally wanted to tear down Asgard. Hela's expression remained unchanged, and he did not respond to the failure of the previous attack. In fact, the previous blow was just a test. Hela didn't even use the 3 infinite gems in his hand. Obviously he hadn't completely let go of it. However, it also attracted Ymir's attention, making Ymir temporarily give up going forward and concentrate on dealing with Hela. Because of the size of his body, Ymir's flexibility is seriously insufficient. For a while, there was nothing to do with the flexible giant wolves Fenrir and Hela. Just when the situation was a bit stalemate for a while, a huge black shadow slowly approached in the river water under the Rainbow Bridge. Then, a huge black snake head protruded from the ocean. Just ahead is more than 1,000 meters long, and you can imagine how big its body will be. The snake that surrounds the world, Yemengade. The giant Ymir blew the horn, and the curtain was opened by the earthly python Yemenjada. Asgard's fate, the twilight of the reincarnation of the gods, officially descended. With the appearance of the 2 giants, Ymir and Yemengade, Asgard suddenly became crowded. These 2 super huge monsters seemed to fill every inch of Asgard's space. Looking at the scene in front of him, even Yebi felt a little shocked. He knew that it was because he changed the plot that made this time of Ragnarok so difficult. If he does not change the plot, then it will be the flame giant Surtur who appears in Asgard. Ymir would never show up, because Asgard would be pierced by Surtur's twilight sword before he arrived. In addition, if Odin did not die so early, Nild, the king of Warnerheim, would not die in Hela's hands. Yemengade will also be blocked by Warnerheim and will not come to Asgard. This can be said to be a chain reaction. A small plot that Yebi changed at the beginning led to a complete change in the painting style of Ragnarok. Hela was also serious at this time, because the dusk of the gods had come completely. Both Ymir and Yemenjada possess the strength of the God King level, that is, the Heavenly Father level. If she can't get rid of these 2 monsters quickly, Asgard will inevitably suffer great damage. Therefore, Hela's eyes condensed slightly, and a terrible divine power suddenly rushed out of her body. This supernatural power gave Yebi a familiar feeling, just like facing Odin. In fact, this supernatural power is the power of Odin. This was supposed to be the power that Odin left to Thor, but when the plot was changed, Odin gave it to Hela. Hela, whose strength almost surpassed the Heavenly Father's level, directly reached the level of a single universe after receiving the power of Odin. Even in the boundless universe, that is an absolute powerhouse. Since Hela has released his whole cards, it will naturally play a big role. And Hela also put the first goal on Ymir. There is a sword of the night sky that is hundreds of meters long, and under the blessing of Odin's power, it rushes towards Ymir's head. When the tentative attack was over, Hela almost knew Ymir's strength. Therefore, he no longer hesitated, and went directly to the killer move. Facing the sword of the night sky that was slashed towards his head, Ymir tried to break it with a punch. But this time, the sword of the night sky directly penetrated his arm, only a little bit through his head. Even if Ymir's body is very large, it is still a serious injury for him to be pierced through his arm by the sword of the night sky that is hundreds of meters long. Immediately, Ymir let out a scream. The pain of being pierced in his arm made him tangled in ugly and irrelevant. A large amount of blood gushed from his wound, looking from a distance, like a blood-colored waterfall falling from a high altitude. With the blessing of Odin's power, Hela's strength has surpassed the Heavenly Father's level. Ymir didn't react for a while, which caused a big loss. However, Ymir's vitality is still very tenacious, enduring the pain and pulling out the sword of the night sky from his arm. Immediately afterwards, his wounds healed with the naked eye, and the healing speed was comparable to Wolverine. Strong vitality is also one of the giant's advantages, especially Ymir, which can be called the #1 shield in the 9 realms. At the beginning, he was besieged by the 3 brothers of Odin, but he was not killed and he could only choose to seal, and he could see his strength. But Hela was not surprised by this result. If Ymir could be killed in such a simple way, then Ymir would have died a long time ago. Roar. When Hela confronted Ymir, the earthly python Yemenjada was not indifferent. With a roar, he opened his mouth and bit at Hela. However, this blow was flexibly avoided by Hela. However, the movement caused was earth-shattering, and the earth in Asgard was constantly trembling. The 2 giant monsters, Ymir and Yemenjada, are really too big, and the pressure from their size alone is enough to make ordinary people's legs weak. Asgard has a very serious problem, that is, the gap in combat power is very serious. There are strong ones, such as Hela and Odin, standing on the pinnacle of the 9 realms. But apart from these peak powerhouses, Asgard could hardly come up with it. Ordinary Asgardian fighters, although their physique is 3 to 5 times stronger than ordinary Earthlings, they are just a group of cannon fodder in front of the real strong. For example, as of now, Asgard only has Hela who can compete with Ymir and Yemenjada, and the other Asgardians are not even qualified to watch the game. On the heights of the Golden Palace, Yebi, who was watching the battlefield, shook his head speechlessly. These Asgardians are really a bunch of stinky brothers who were taken to fly. If the God King of Asgard were not Odin and Hela, Asgard would not be qualified to be called the overlord of the 9 realms. It can only be said that Asgard has a good king. As for helping out, helping is definitely to help. But Yebi also knows that Hela hopes to survive this twilight of the gods with her own strength. Therefore, Yebi will not take action until the critical moment, and Hela is enough to deal with everything. Roar. In Yebi's reverie, Hela has already achieved preliminary results. She directly cut off the giant Ymir's right arm and made it scream. Such a terrible injury, even for Ymir, was a major blow. However, at the same time that Ymir screamed, countless granulation shoots began to grow in his wound. Seeing that a new prototype of the arm is about to grow, with this terrifying resilience, it is no wonder that it is hard to be killed. Hela frowned. She didn't expect Ymir to be so difficult to kill. Her current strength is almost stronger than Odin in the peak period, but it is still difficult to kill Ymir. After thinking about it, Hela set the goal on Yemengade. Compared with Ymir, Yemengade has a larger body, but it does not have Ymir's perverted resilience. Relatively speaking, Yemengade was the best target to kill. However, Yemenga is also very powerful. It lives in the deep sea all year round, and its body strength and scale hardness are terrible. Even the God King Nild of the Warner Protoss couldn't help it. It only took a moment to make a decision. Hela resolutely gave up and continued chasing Ymir and rushed towards Yemengade. Yemengade also raised his head, opened his terrifying mouth, and bit towards Hela. At the same time, Hela also held the sword of the night sky in her hand and severely cut it towards Yemengade's head. The power of a terrifying Odin suddenly burst out at this moment. Along with Hela swinging his sword, a black sword light hundreds of meters long blatantly slashed on Yemengade's head. Roar! Ow! Yemengade screamed, and a wound several hundred meters long was cut out on his head. Through the wound, you can even see its black skull. Hela's sword not only smashed Yemengade's scales, but even its bones. Along with Yemen's painful movements, its blood splattered everywhere. Falling on the ground, immediately made a sizzling corroding sound. This guy has poisonous blood all over his body. There is no doubt that Hela's strategy is correct. Although the size of Yemengade is larger than Ymir, it does not have the perverted resilience of Ymir. After being injured, he can't recover quickly. This means that Hela can kill Yemenjada first, and then slowly kill Ymir. However, Ymir couldn't have watched Hela kill Yemenjada, and he did nothing. When Hela dealt with Yemengade, Ymir directly threw his fist at Hela. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. With Ymir's size and strength, even a mountain can be flattened with a single punch. But just when Ymir's fist was about to fall on Hela, a black wormhole suddenly enveloped Hela's body. In the next moment, Hela disappeared and escaped Ymir's blow. The space gem, one of Hela's trump cards, was used at this moment. Hela, who disappeared suddenly, appeared on top of Yemenjade's head in the next instant. In her beautiful right hand, a dark red gem slowly emerged. The gem of reality, the big killer in Hela's hands. Dead, long worm. Hela shook hands with the reality gem and slapped Yemenjade's head fiercely. The dark red energy gushed out instantly, enveloping Yemenjade's head. Realizing the danger, Yemenjade suddenly struggled. His huge body was constantly twisting, causing countless winds and waves, and the sea was disturbed. Turning the rivers and seas, describing the scene at hand couldn't be more appropriate. After the dark red reality gem energy disappeared, Yemenjade's head had disappeared. This is the power of reality gems, which can directly rewrite existing reality. The most powerful means in Hela's hands is not her own divine power, and the inherited power of Odin. It is the 3 infinite gems obtained on Earth. This is the real killer in Hela's hands. Under the gems of reality, Yemenjade's body slowly stopped trembling, and he was clearly dead. After seeing all this, Ymir was stunned. He really did not expect that there would be something like infinite gems in Hela's hands. And the reality gem, isn't this something of a dark elf? How did it fall on Hela? In addition to surprise, Ymir was more frightened. If Hela only had the power of Odin, he was not afraid. Even Odin can't kill him, let alone Hela. But Hela has real gems that are different. This is an out-and-out killer. Hela can kill Yemenjade with reality gems, and naturally he can also kill him with reality gems. At this moment, Ymir even had an urge to turn around and run. What kind of God's twilight, where is it important to have their own lives? Just when Ymir was retreating, a huge figure quickly approached in the distant sky. Soon, Ymir saw the Comer, a black dragon. Nidavellir finally attacked the poisonous dragon that specializes in gnawing the roots of the world tree. Nidavellir, the source of the dusk of the gods, the strongest monster in the 9 realms, is called the Black King. Nidavellir's strength, but this is not its most terrifying place. The most frightening thing is that Nidavellir's life is bound to the dusk of the gods in Asgard's fate. When the dusk of the gods continues, Nidavellir will not die, but will be like a nightmare, entangled in Asgard. Seeing Nidavellir's arrival, Hela's eyes became serious. This poisonous dragon is much harder than Yemenjade, who was killed by Hela before. Just when Hela was engrossed, a thunder fell from the sky, directly blocking Hela and Nidavellir. At the next moment, Thor, who was entangled with mysterious magic all over his body, appeared in front of everyone. It is worth mentioning that what appeared in Thor's eyes was no longer thunder, but some kind of rune. Thor's aura at this time was also very powerful, stronger than Hela, who had gained the power of Odin. Welcome back, Thor. Seeing Thor's return, Hela said with satisfaction that Thor seemed to be successful. When he had a foreboding that the dusk of the gods was about to fall, Hela found Thor and asked him to find some kind of power. Thor followed the guidance of Hela through the long icy wilderness in Jotunheim, destroying his eyes, and hanging himself upside down on the world tree for 9 days and 9 nights. At this cost, Thor gained rune magic. Then Thor returned to Asgard and caught up with the twilight of the gods. Nidavellir, your opponent is me. Standing in front of the poisonous dragon Nidavellir, Thor said loudly. The powerful rune magic surrounds Thor, making Nidavellir feel strong pressure. The erect beast pupils stared at Thor firmly. Ymir's face was a little serious, and the current situation was not optimistic for him. Originally, I was expecting Nidavellir's arrival to relieve his pressure, but who knew Thor had killed him? The 2-on-1 situation has directly become 2-on-2. Nidavellir confronts Thor, and he has to face Hela alone. The pressure Hela puts on him is even greater than Thor. Thor's rune magic is strong, but Hela possesses reality gems. If possible, Ymir would rather deal with Thor. The battle was quickly started, and Thor rushed towards Nidavellir with rune magic. Hela was surrounded by dark red reality gems, staring at Ymir with gaze. Just when everyone felt that the overall situation was set, Odin's treasury was directly broken. Then, a giant with lava flowing all over rushed out. In the hands of the giant, he also held a long sword burning with raging fire. It was the flame giant that originally appeared in Thor 3 and destroyed Asgard, Surtel. Asgard, your end is coming. Surtel's roar spread throughout Asgard, and his body was comparable to a mountain, which made people daunting. As for Yebi, he was completely confused. This flame giant is logically impossible to appear. But the scene before him can't be faked. The flame giant has just appeared. Perhaps because of the change in the plot. Yebi thought. Anyway, he couldn't understand the plot nowadays more and more. Hela also noticed the sudden appearance of Surtel. Her eyes became solemn. Surtel is definitely the only enemy that threatens the most so far. Mainly because of the long sword in the hands of the flame giant, the Sword of Twilight. This Sword of Twilight has the ability to cut the world. This is also the reason why Surtel was able to destroy Asgard with a single sword. Surtel has the power to break the world. This is the biggest threat to Hela. Hela's life is connected with Asgard. As long as Asgard is not destroyed, Hela will not die. Even Odin can only seal Hela, because he can't kill him at all. But the flame giant is different. The twilight sword in the flame giant's hand is lethal to Hela. But just when Hela was going to stop Surtel, she suddenly saw that Yebi had stood in front of the flame giant. After seeing this scene, Hela also felt relieved. With Yebi's move, the flame giant really can't make any waves. At the same time, Surtel also discovered Yebi. When he saw that the person standing in front of him was a mortal, Surtel's eyes changed. Anyone can see the undisguised contempt. The body of an ant, dare to stand in front of me, knowing how to live and die. Although Surtel was defeated by Odin, this is not a shame, but an honor. After all, no one can survive under Odin's hands. Therefore, Surtel naturally has his own pride, and when he sees a mortal standing in front of him, he will naturally show contempt without concealment. Looking at the tall flame giant in front of him, Yebi's face was plain and his mentality did not fluctuate at all. It is no longer a day or two to be despised in this way, and Yebi is also used to it. Who makes him look like he is really just a mortal? In fact, Yebi didn't want to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger, but hoped that others would know that he was not easy to mess with. In this case, his troubles will be much less. Not now, everyone thinks he is bully, everyone thinks he is a soft persimmon. Whether it is the template of General Zod, or the template of the Ancient Destruction Day, or the template of Superman Silver, will not change Yebi's image. Therefore, in the eyes of unfamiliar opponents, Yebi is immortal, without any surprises. This is also the fundamental reason why Sulter despises Yebi. If Sulter knew Yebi's previous record, he wouldn't have such an idea. It's a pity that he doesn't know. In the face of the ant's approach, Sulter stepped directly on it. In Surtel's view, a mortal has no qualifications to connect himself with a sword. Facing Surtel's extremely humiliating gesture, Yebi took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled it. A strong cold air was spit out from Yebi's mouth and swept towards Surtel. Even though Surtel's body is made of magma, the temperature is extremely high, comparable to the surface of the sun. But in front of Yebi's air conditioning, he was still quickly frozen, even frozen. Starting from Surtel's feet, it continued to spread to his body. This terrible scene made Surtel panicked. He didn't even know what was going on, he could only feel his body constantly being frozen. Starting from the feet, the body slowly loses consciousness. This is a very terrifying phenomenon, and Surtel has never encountered such a thing in so long alive. Since his birth, he has been defeated at most, but he has never been extinguished. You know, the flame on Surter's body is eternal fire. Even Odin can only take away the eternal fire from his body, but cannot extinguish it. But Yebi, the mortal in the eyes of Surtir, did it. And Yebi just took a breath and achieved the current effect. Don't forget, Yebi has merged the Silver Superman template. But Superman Silver can blow out the flames of the sun in one breath. Even the sun can be blown out, let alone the eternal fire of Surtel. It took only a few seconds from Yebi's breath to the time when Surtel was completely frozen and frozen. Surtel couldn't even make any countermeasures, and he had lost consciousness. Looking at the extra-large ice sculpture frozen in front of him, Yebi's eyes did not change at all, as if he had done a small thing. Yebi calmly came to the ice sculpture and stretched out his finger and flicked it lightly. Then the huge ice sculpture of Surtur, from the place where it was shot by Yebi, kept cracking. The cracks were small at first, but slowly became bigger, and in the end they continued to spread until they spread all over Surtur's body. Then, with a crash, the entire ice sculpture shattered. What Yebi didn't know was that everyone looked at him blankly at this time, to be precise, at the broken Surtel. Everyone couldn't believe it, their eyes were very dull. Even those Asgardians are the same. They knew that Yebi was very strong, after all, Odin was hanged by him. But they really never thought that Yebi would be so strong. Surtel, who was able to fight Odin for a long time, was killed by Yebi directly. And it was so easy to kill in seconds, it was broken in one breath. I can't even think of this kind of strength. Of course, Nidavellir and Ymir were the most shocked. They stared blankly at the broken Surtel, feeling very absurd in their hearts. Surtel is undoubtedly at the same level as them, and their strengths are not much different from each other. Even Sulter was killed in seconds, and if they went up to meet Yebi, the consequences would be similar. After realizing this, Ymir was the most panicked. Because between him and Nidavellir, he is the most prone to accidents. Nidavellir is bound to the twilight of the gods. As long as Asgard is immortal and the twilight of the gods is immortal, Nidavellir will not be destroyed. But what about him? He was going to die, but he was really dead. After understanding this, Ymir had already retired, and he did not have the courage to stay here. As a result, Ymir ran away in Nidavelir's dumbfounded eyes. The speed is so fast that I never bring my head back. When Ymir came, he approached slowly, with great momentum. The purpose is to put pressure on Asgard, by the way, declare that the 9 realms have come by themselves. But now I ran without looking back, very embarrassed. If it hadn't been for Rune Thor to stare in front of him, Nidavellir would have cursed. This is a pit teammate, and it is the kind of sinkhole. Originally everyone had agreed, and we came to Asgard to do things together. Everyone was confident and felt that they could push Asgard to the ground. But the result? Known as the earthly python, Jemingade, who threatened to swallow all the Asgard sun, is now gone. Sulter, who claimed to be able to stab Asgard through the sword by a kfta, was blown to the ground in one breath. Now Ymir is running off again, and only one of the 4 monsters remains. If you knew the ending would be like this, Nidavellir would never come to death. Where is the twilight of the gods? This is clearly to show off people's heads. It's just a pity that Hela won't watch Ymir run away. Moreover, in front of Hela, who has the gem of space, Ymir wanted to escape, but he could only dream of it. Hela's figure flashed, and when she reappeared, she had already appeared in front of Ymir by the space gem. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Seeing Ymir, who didn't slow down and planned to run, Hela's expression remained unchanged, indifferent, and scary. The dark red realistic gems in his hands bloomed with brilliance. The dark red light directly enveloped Ymir's body. No matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. Then, Ymir's body began to slowly collapse. Just like the person who was beaten by a snap of Thanos in the movie Reunion 3. At the same time, Nidhogg was also roaring again and again, and was struck by the rune Thor. There is no doubt that Nidhogg's strength is very strong. But Thor is now stronger. After obtaining rune magic, his strength has surpassed the original Odin. Even better than Hela, who doesn't use infinite gems now. In this case, Nidhogg beat Thor, and he really saw the ghost. Seeing that his defeat was set, and this time the twilight of the gods had become a joke, Nidhogg also gave up completely. However, he was not afraid at all. Even the fierce flames on his wounded body did not diminish in the slightest. The dusk of the gods will come one day, when I will be the end of Asgard. Kill me, I will come back with a stronger posture. Even if the iron wings were broken, Nidhogg still had no fear at all. He snarled at Thor and everyone in Asgard, swearing that he would come back sooner or later. Being associated with the twilight of the gods is Nidhogg's confidence. If the fate of the gods' twilight and Asgard is not cut off, Nidhogg will not die. It's just that Thor looked at Nidhogg coldly at this time, with sarcasm in his eyes. There is no constant destiny in the world, and there is no unkillable enemy. From today, the dusk of Asgard will never come. Thor said coldly to Nidhogg, with strong confidence in his tone. Wisdom gleamed in the eyes full of runes. At this time, Hela also beheaded Ymir and came to Thor. Any reality is meaningless in my eyes, because reality is just a doll that I can depict. If it is reality that fate cannot be cut off, then I will rewrite this reality. The voice fell, and a dark red light appeared on Hela's body. Seeing Hela and Thor's firm eyes, Nidhogg was a little panicked. He felt a little bad, and he no longer had the confidence he had before. In theory, real gems can accomplish all impossible things. In the presence of the powerful divine power of the real gem, even the fateful connection between the gods and Asgard can be cut off. This also means that Nidhogg is not indelible, but is likely to die. No, you can't do this, you incur punishment. Nidhogg said hysterically, completely panicked. However, Tony and Hela's eyes did not change at all. With the power of the real gems in Hela's hands, a continuously entangled spinning thread of destiny slowly appeared in front of Thor. This spinning thread of destiny is the causal thread of Asgard and the dusk of the gods. As long as this line is cut off, Asgard can completely get rid of the fate of the gods at dusk. Rune Thor did not hesitate. A large number of runes poured out of his body, and these rune magic, combined with Thor's own divine power, form a more special and powerful force. With the blessing of this power, Thor did not hesitate to come to this spinning thread of destiny, then stretched out his hand to hold the spinning thread and tore it directly. Nidhogg was naturally unwilling to be torn off the causal line by Thor, so he kept roaring to stop it. But in Hela's hand, another blue gem shines, a space gem. A dark blue spatial cage directly trapped Nidhogg, so Nidhogg could only watch Thor constantly tearing this spinning thread of destiny. Finally, in a roar of Thor, the spinning thread of destiny was directly torn apart. At this point, the twilight of the gods that had been entangled with Asgard for a long time, like a nightmare, could not get rid of, was completely ended. Nidhogg was also completely crazy at this time. He kept yelling, eager to stop all of this. However, there is nothing he can do. I could only passively feel the power that had been in contact with me, and completely disappeared. There is no more twilight of the gods, and Nidhogg is no longer the source of the twilight of the gods, and has lost the power of immortality. In Nidhogg's desperate and crazy eyes, Thor, who had torn the thread of fate, rushed towards him. Everything is over. The twilight of the gods is permanently terminated, and the 4 monsters that entered Asgard to bring the twilight have all fallen. Asgard got an exciting victory. Strictly speaking, Asgard had some fluke in the dusk of the gods. If Hela does not have the 3 infinite gems, she cannot kill Jemingard and Ymir. Without Yebi, Surtr would pose a huge threat to Asgard. The best outcome is that Asgard will fall into a hard fight, and victory or defeat is possible. It was only because of Yebi that the balance of victory was completely out of balance. Yebi blew Surtr to death in one breath, directly causing the threat of the gods to be greatly reduced. After all, neither Nidhogg nor Jemingard and Ymir could cause devastating damage to Asgard. They don't have the Twilight Sword. After ending the twilight of the gods, Asgard was completely plunged into a carnival. Everyone shouted Hela's name and praised the king. The bard compiles the deeds of Hela, Thor, and Yebi into an epic, intending to sing in the 9 realms. Some people even proposed to build a huge statue for the 3 of Hela as a memorial. However, while the people of Asgard were reveling, Yebi and Hela returned to the bedroom. "Thank you for helping me defeat Surtr, otherwise it won't be so easy this time." Hela encircled Yebi's neck and exhaled to Yebi. Although they are a couple, Hela never thinks that Yebi is an obligation to pay for himself. They support each other, but don't ask for it comfortably. "So, how are you going to thank me?" Yebi looked at Hela with a smirk and asked. As Yebi, who has read the original work, naturally he would not just ignore Surtr. This is a guy who can stab Asgard with one sword. Yebi will naturally not let the plot in Thor 3 happen, and it is impossible for Asgard and Hela to be destroyed in front of him. However, the matter is over, why not take advantage of it? Looking at Yebi's suggestive expression, Hela also understood what Yebi wanted to think. At the same time it was a little funny. Yebi gave Yebi a glance. Then today, shall we try? Hela resisted the shame and said in a weak voice. As for what to try, it is naturally another way. After staying in Asgard for a while and stabilizing the influence of the dusk of the gods, Yebi returned to the earth with Hela. However, neither Yebi nor Hela returned to the original manor, which has become a restricted area. And after the Ultron incident happened before, Yebi has been too lazy to live in human society. With that leisure time, it is better to find a beautiful place and live a life like a hermit. To put it bluntly, I just don't bother to deal with humans anymore. In the end, Yebi and Hela chose to live in seclusion in the Hima Mountains and be neighbors with Guyi. Anyway, the scenery on the snow-capped mountains is also good. When you are tired of seeing it, it is the same if you live in a different place. When I saw Guyi again, Yebi found a guy he had never seen before. The future Doctor Strange. And looking at the time, Strange has joined Karma-Taj and officially became a disciple of the Supreme Master. As a traverser familiar with the plot, Yebi knows. Doctor Strange came here, which meant that Dark Lord Domum was about to attack. At the same time, Master Guyi is about to usher in the end of his life. Yebi felt that he could not watch the tragedy happen again. Not to mention how kind Yebi is and willing to be nosy. The main reason was that Guyi had a good relationship with him, and the two were considered good friends. In addition, Yebi has also learned white magic from Guyi for a period of time, so there is personal affection. So Yebi intends to help Guyi, at least not to watch Guyi die in front of him. As for Doctor Strange, Yebi didn't bother to take care of it. This was a descendant of Guyi and had nothing to do with him. Guyi was willing to pass on her position as the Supreme Master to Doctor Strange, it was her own business. Yebi really doesn't have much interest in becoming the Supreme Master. Seeing the arrival of Yebi and Hela, Guyi also came to entertain them. Guyi still attaches great importance to the two of Yebi, not to mention Yebi's strength. Hela's identity alone can't be ignored. The God King of Asgard, and also completely ended the twilight of the gods, this strength and power has surpassed the original Odin. Under Guyi's leadership, everyone came to a tea table and sat down. Guyi poured a cup of tea for Yebi and Hela, then began to talk about business. Well, is that the disciple you just took? The talent is good. Yebi took a sip of tea, it tasted good and the aroma was overflowing. As for the disciple mentioned by Yebi, it is naturally the future Doctor Strange. Well, the talent is okay, maybe there will be a chance to touch the threshold of white magic in the future. Guyi also smiled faintly, still giving people the feeling of stillness. From the outside, Guyi is undoubtedly the person with the most demeanor of a master, not arrogant or impetuous, as if nothing can make her give birth to waves. Even in the face of death, he can deal with it calmly and die safely. This concentration alone is almost unique in the Marvel world. I really think about it, I can help you once. Yebi also said calmly, and gave his promise. Helping Guyi is just a small effort for Yebi and does not require much effort. But for Guyi, it could keep her alive. According to common sense, Guyi should agree, but what Yebi didn't expect was that Guyi shook his head and refused. Just follow the arrangements of fate, I don't want to change anything. And after all these years, I'm tired too. It's time to take a break and take a break. Guyi smiled and said to Yebi, as a gem of time, it is not difficult for her to see her future. Naturally, Guyi knew his end and would die. However, Guyi readily accepted this and didn't want to make too many changes in the past. Seeing Guyi's attitude so determined, Yebi didn't have much to say. Anyway, this is Guyi's own choice, she just doesn't regret it. Yebi is willing to help Guyi on the premise that Guyi needs it. Now Guyi's attitude also dispels Yebi's idea of making a move, so let her go. Yebi and Guyi chatted a few more words before leaving. Before leaving, Yebi saw Guyi who was pointing Strange and shook his head. Although Doctor Strange is good, it is not suitable to be a guardian compared to Guyi. Strange's character is destined, he may be a superhero, but he can't be like Guyi, silently guarding the earth behind. This is a person who likes to show up. Perhaps it has something to do with the white people's own personalities. White people always like to show themselves to their fullest. Guyi's introverted, but like a traditional rabbit countryman. As for maintaining a relationship with Doctor Strange, haha, Yebi didn't bother to talk about it, and the good relationship with Guyi was also because of learning magic with her for a while. As for Doctor Strange, Yebi really doesn't like it. Doctor Strange should be the superhero with the most rollovers in the Marvel Universe. It's either overturning or on the road. Tony was robbed of the position of Supreme Mage, Loki was robbed of the position of Supreme Mage, Dr. Destruction was robbed of the position of Supreme Mage, and the most important thing is that every time the position of the Supreme Mage is robbed, Doctor Strange can't beat them. Every time I was called a helper, with more people beating fewer people. Yebi naturally looks down on such a guy who often rolls over. In the rest of the time, everything was very plain. Yebi and Hela live in seclusion on the Hima Mountains, look at the snow-capped mountains every day, flirt with them, and have a good time. The main thing is ease. Although ease is easy to be abolished, Yebi is obviously not among them. Yebi can now become stronger while lying down, and his strength is getting more and more terrifying every day. When will he integrate all the Silver Superman templates? His strength will completely become one of the giants in the Marvel world. As for Hela, I am also very satisfied with this kind of life. She is a person who has experienced strong winds and waves. She can make waves and be elegant. Anyway, as long as she is with Yebi, she is satisfied. As for Asgard's affairs, Phrygia is taking care of it, and Hela only needs to pay attention to it. This allows Yebi and Hela to spend enough time together to create new lives. It has to be said that when the strength is strong, the disadvantage is that it is difficult to give birth to children. Hela will not say anything. Her father Odin, who has worked hard for millions of years, eventually only had one son and one daughter. It can be seen how low the probability of Hela giving birth to life is. Yebi is even more exaggerated. After incorporating the Silver Superman template, he is so powerful that he is almost unsolvable. In this situation, it is very difficult to give birth to a child. But once they have children, they are definitely one of the strongest beings in the universe. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Without him, the genes of the children's parents are too good. As for Hela and Yebi, although they hope to have a child, they are not in a hurry. Their lifespan is almost infinite, especially Yebi will not die in the explosion of the universe. It takes a long time and you can take it slowly. Anyway, the process of creating new life is full of fun. Hela is really a treasure, and it can give Yebi a new feeling every time. Yebi will never get tired of that beautiful body. Anyway, their relationship has been established, so it is natural to do something that everyone loves. Although Hela said no every time, she was honest every time. Women are always duplicity. Except for the daily routine with Hela, Yebi's system check-in has been a bit dark during the recent period. Sign-in rewards are basically gadgets, which are not useful. Yebi didn't care. Anyway, non-chiefs had become a habit. Occasionally, Oyu Huang once made Yebi very satisfied. Compared with the ordinary days of Yebi and Hela, the outside world is much chaotic. The sequelae of the turmoil set off by Ultron before are gradually appearing. In that storm, many superheroes were forced to be studied. The blood was taken away by those scientists even if it didn't need money. And those scientists made countless serum medicines after drawing away the blood. Although most of those serum medicines are failed products, a small part of them are still effective. This has led the military to create many extraordinary individuals with powerful capabilities during this period. The military knows everything. They are top-notch to trouble them, but their ability to deal with the aftermath is really mediocre. Most of the extraordinary individuals created by the military have escaped the control of the military, and have fallen into society, causing great harm. Nowadays, the TV media of Yingjiang country is reporting the news of these supervillains almost every day. The number of supervillains has increased greatly, and the group of superheroes has suffered a major blow in previous operations. Many superheroes even had strong sequelae because they were previously studied by the military. Some superheroes are directly blackened, reduced to supervillains, and madly retaliate against society. It can only be said that if you don't die, you won't die. Those greedy people are now paying for their greedy behavior. Of course, Yebi wouldn't care about this kind of thing. He didn't bother to take care of it. What is worthy of Yebi's attention is that Guyi is dead. As in the original plot, Guyi eventually died on his former apprentice. Of course, this was also Guyi's own choice, otherwise no one on earth could kill her except Yebi and a few hidden deep gods. To Yebi's surprise, on the second day of Guyi came to him. Don't get me wrong, it's not the ghost of Guyi who came here, but came to Yebi in a brand new posture. So, you are swindling to death. Looking at Guyi who came to visit him, Yebi said with some surprise. Gu nodded a little, and agreed with Yebi's statement. If I don't die, it will be difficult for Doctor Strange to grow up. After all, the future belongs to him. Guyi said with a smile, still in that wind and light. But this attitude makes it clear that I want to retire. You plan to go there in the future? Find a corner of the earth to live in seclusion. Yebi asked Guyi. He was quite curious about what Guyi would do after he retired. The main reason is this, which is not mentioned in the original work. Once the original book died in the Middle Ages, it was never said that she would die by fraud. So Yebi didn't know what Guyi wanted to do. No, I have been on Earth long enough. Find flowers 0. I plan to go to the universe and stay with my teacher for a while. Guyi smiled and replied, without intending to hide Yebi. For Yebi, Guyi is undoubtedly very satisfied. In fact, in Guyi's mind, Yebi is his best successor. If Yebi wanted, she turned her head and killed Doctor Strange to make room for Yebi. But unfortunately, Guyi himself knew that Yebi couldn't look down on the position of Supreme Master. Yebi belongs to the kind of person who is unwilling to take responsibility. Perhaps Yebi will sometimes take action to help the planet through a crisis. But that was just Yebi's lack of interest. He never felt that it was his responsibility to protect the Earth. Guyi could see this very clearly, and he didn't intend to force it. And Yebi, after listening to Guyi's words, he also guessed in his heart. Guyi's master, does she still have a master? In fact, Guyi has a master, and the most likely one is the Trinity Wei Shandi. However, there is another saying that Guyi's master is the eternal one of the 5 gods, and Guyi is the eternal disciple. One of the 3-in-1 Weishan emperor may be an eternal clone. Of course, Yebi didn't ask, it's none of his business. No matter where Guyi goes in the future, Yebi doesn't intend to pursue it anymore. If nothing else, they shouldn't have much chance to meet in the future. Take care. In the end, Yebi could only say this to Guyi. Guyi didn't care, and also said goodbye to Yebi, and then disappeared on the Earth. 0. Since then, there is no other mage on the Earth, and Yebi has lost a friend who can barely be regarded as a friend. In other dimensions that are not observable by ordinary people, Doctor Strange is ushering in its first test. Domum, the monarch of the dark dimension, was summoned by his followers and is about to descend on the Earth. Only on the way to Earth, Domum ran into trouble. When Doctor Strange arrived with the age motor eye that had sealed the gem of time, Domum had a headache. When Doctor Strange said, "I'm here to negotiate terms," Domum felt even more painful. He is so familiar with this routine, and Guyi said so. The scripts are the same. Doctor Strange is constantly beheaded by Domum, but time and time again is used to repeat the process of being beheaded. Domum is different from Doctor Strange. He has jumped out of time and will not be affected by the cycle of time. So Doctor Strange sent him to death again and again, which caused Domum a headache. Well, stop this meaningless repetition. After killing Doctor Strange several billion times, Domum became annoyed and directly stopped Doctor Strange's actions. This damn guy, don't you feel tired? It's really tiring, but if you don't do this, Doctor Strange knows that he can't repel Domum. In the end, Doctor Strange relied on his own rogue operation to let Domum dispel his thoughts about the Earth. After obtaining satisfactory results, Doctor Strange disappeared into the dark dimension. After Doctor Strange left, Domum didn't go back the same way and returned to his lair. Instead, he changed his direction and wandered toward the other worlds of the Nine Realms. The Earth is untouchable, but other worlds in the Nine Realms can give it a try. After all, if you come from afar, you can't go home empty-handed. With this thought in mind, Domum wandered towards a place called Alfheim. Although Asgard is more attractive, the God King of Asgard is not weak, and Domum doesn't want to ask for trouble. The Light Elves of Alfheim are different, their strength is very low, and they are not valued by Asgard. But what Domum didn't expect was that Heimdall saw his every move. For the monarch of the dark dimension, Asgard must also know that Odin had dealt with Domum. After seeing Domum wandering towards Alfheim, Heimdall notified Hela of the news as soon as possible. After all, this is one of the Nine Realms, the territory of Asgard. On the Earth, Hela, who was originally flirting with Yebi, suddenly glanced at him, and then exuded a murderous intent. Damn Domum, so bold. Hela cursed in a low voice, very angry at Domum's behavior. This greedy master of dimensions actually dared to act on the Nine Realms. Although Alfheim's sense of existence has always been weak, it is still one of the Nine Realms. I really want to be swallowed by Domum. Is Asgard shameless? Only after Domum suffered a setback on the Earth, he turned his head to swallow Alfheim, which Hela did not expect. Yebi is the same, this is not in the plot at all. But Yebi didn't care. Now that he appeared, the plot has changed a long time ago. Or maybe the original plot was like this, Domum had swallowed Alfheim. It's just not shown in the movie, which is also a possibility. Having been in this world for so long, Yebi is no longer as naive as before. This is a real world, everything can happen. Alfheim is one of the Nine Realms, so close to the Earth, it is normal to be stared at by Domum. There are still traces to follow. In most cases, disasters happen inexplicably, otherwise there will be no accidents. Therefore, Yebi, who has already corrected his mentality, will not be superstitious about the plot. As for Domum, it must be dealt with. Alfheim is different from the Earth. The water of the Earth is very deep, and Asgard only touches and slowly influences. But Alfheim has always been the territory of Asgard, the kind of colony. Domum went to swallow Alfheim, which in itself harmed the interests of Asgard and Hela. And based on the relationship between Yebi and Hela, isn't Hela's interests the same as Yebi's interests? Domum must die, whether it is because he wants to swallow Yebi's territory, or to vent his breath for Hela. Yebi will not let Domum go. Embracing Hela's slender waist, Yebi took Hela calmly into the channel made of space gems. Poor Domum survived the Earth, but because of greed, he was chased by Yebi to Alfheim. Alfheim, also known as the Kingdom of Light. There are no Ultramans who can emit light skills, but a group of delicate light spirits. As one of the protists of the Nine Realms, the Light Elves have always had a low reputation in the Nine Realms. But this is also related to their personality, which is too low-key. Light Elves are rare. Races that don't fight very much have only had one war in history, and they are still the invaded side. Invaded by the Dark Elves in the Nine Realms, he was almost driven to extinction. If it weren't for Asgard to lend a helping hand, it is estimated that the Light Elves have become history. For this reason, the relationship between Light Elf and Asgard has always been good. Many crafts and wines in Asgard are made by the Light Elves. Having been under the protection of Asgard for all these years, the life of the Light Elves is pretty good. Alfheim has also been built into a huge garden by this group of people who are naturally close to nature. Only today, the originally peaceful Alfheim encountered the greatest crisis in history. A guy named Domum stared here. If you stand on the ground of Alfheim and look up, you can clearly see that the sky has turned black, as if a terrible monster is about to descend. The Light Elves naturally noticed this scene and looked at the abnormality above their heads with anxiety. Some timid Light Elves kept praying under the big tree. A race with no combat effectiveness can really do nothing in the face of invaders. Just when the Light Elves were frightened, Hela and Yebi also came to Alfheim. Looking at the huge garden in front of him, even Yebi was a little surprised. Among the Nine Realms, there is probably no better place to find Alfheim. However, Domum's threat has to be resolved, otherwise this wonderful world will become history. Thinking of this, Yebi and Hela didn't hesitate to pass directly through the space gem and into the dark dimension where Domum was. Domum, get out of me. After entering the dark dimension, Hela showed her own demeanor, full of majesty. At the same time, the close-fitting dress of Hela originally turned into a battle armor made of gold. Hela, as a backdrop, is extraordinary, as if the Valkyrie is alive. Hela and Yebi did not wait too long before Domum found them. Soon, an extremely ugly big face appeared in front of the two of them. It was Domum, the Lord of the Dark Dimension. The God King of Asgard, are you declaring war on me? As a strong veteran, Domum naturally has his own confidence. Does he want face? He was yelled at when he came. If this spreads out, how would he mess with it? Moreover, even Odin did not dare to be so presumptuous in front of him, and Hela was not qualified. Although he didn't want to provoke Asgard, it was just because the gains were not worth the loss. It didn't mean that Domum was afraid of Asgard. Humph? It was you who declared war on Asgard, right? Alfheim is one of the 9 realms. When you act on Alfheim, you obviously don't put Asgard in your eyes. Hela also sneered and said to Domum. She now has 3 infinite gems in her hand, and she is really not afraid of Domum. What's more, she might not have more ma'am, but isn't there Yebi? Although Hela does not want to rely on Yebi, she is not pedantic. Read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. As a last resort, he would still seek Yebi's help. After all, she is now Yebi's everything. Can't it be impossible to let Yebi support her? Hela's words undoubtedly angered Domum. He felt that he might have not shot for too long, causing many people to forget his horror. Nowadays, Hela, a mere heavenly father, dares to challenge herself. Then you stay here, King of Asgard. Domum is not good-tempered, and since they can't agree, just go to war. In the next moment, countless dark forces gathered together and turned into dozens of tentacles across the galaxy, smashing towards Hela. Domum's strength is not low, it can even be said to be extremely strong. Among the powerhouses Yebi has seen, only Swallowing Star can stabilize Domum. Even Guyi, to deal with Domum must rely on the Gem of Time. Naturally Hela would not be Domum's opponent, even if she had the power of Odin. However, she still has 3 infinite gems in her hand. Without Yebi's help, Hela took out the space gems by herself. In the next moment, a faint blue space slash was formed instantly, slashing towards the tentacle formed by the dozens of dark powers. Facing the blade transformed by the power of space, the tentacles transformed by the power of darkness are naturally vulnerable. In the face of the absolute power of space, he was cut off without any suspense. This space cut is still Hela's latest ability. As her understanding of the 3 infinite gems grew deeper, the power she could exert became stronger. However, it is obviously impossible to defeat Domum simply by relying on infinite gems. After seeing Hela's space gem, Domum was surprised, but not panicked. At the level of Domum, the infinite gem is just like that. Unless it is a collection of 6 infinite gems, the threat to him is not too great. This is true whether it is a space gem or a reality gem. Hela didn't believe in evil, and directly took out the reality gems. For a time, the dark blue space slash and dark red reality power flew all over the sky in the dark dimension. The dark powers that Domum had gathered were all shattered to pieces at this time, and they couldn't resist at all. But Domum was not in a hurry, his energy was almost endless anyway, and Hela was not. When Hela is exhausted, it is time for him to fight back. In fact, as Domum expected, Hela's high-intensity attack could not last at all. Whether it is space gems or reality gems, they are powerful and costly. Hela couldn't stand it even after the bombardment. If this is Asgard, it's okay, her divine energy is constantly being replenished. But in the dark dimension, Hela does not have this near-infinite power. Fortunately, Hela is not alone, and Yebi is beside her. Domum didn't know Yebi's strength. After seeing Hela understand, a smile with spicy eyes appeared on that ugly face. Enough fight, it's me. Originally I just planned to eat Alfheim, but now I am very angry. I decided to eat Asgard as one of my collections. Domum said cruelly, ignoring how many lives exist in these 2 worlds. As the monarch of the dark dimension, Domum is naturally not a good thing. Over the long years, the wisdom life that died in his hands must be counted by omens. With such a cold-blooded and cruel overlord level, how could he easily let go of Hela and Asgard? If it weren't for Yebi, even Hela would have no good way to deal with Domum. Domum stared at Alfheim, not to mention that Hela couldn't stop it. If she stopped, it might even drag Asgard into the water. Fortunately, Hela today doesn't worry about this at all. I don't believe it anymore. Teach you to come, give me a bad breath. Hela held Yebi's shoulder and said to Yebi. Looking at the appearance of the little woman Hela, Yebi nodded and pinned her messy hair behind her ears. Immediately, Yebi looked at Domum, his eyes cold. Yebi didn't have the slightest burden on Domum, the monarch of the dark dimension. Just because this guy made Hela angry, Yebi couldn't keep him. Besides, Domum itself is not a good thing. Killing him is also making a little contribution to many lives in the universe. In the next moment, Yebi's eyes became bright, as if 2 rounds of the sun were born in his eyes. Then, a red super hot ray shot out from Yebi's eyes. After integrating the silver template, Yebi's superheat ray power has been greatly strengthened again. Today's superheat rays can directly decompose atoms in matter and dissolve any known matter. Of course, Yebi hasn't reached this point yet, because he hasn't fully integrated the template of Superman Silver. But even so, the lethality of this superheat ray is still terrifying. In the dark dimension where Domum was located, some of the planets plundered by Domum directly began to melt. because the temperature contained in superheat rays is higher than that of the core of the sun. Melting the planet is just a normal effect. As for those almost endless dark powers, they were also ignited by Yebi's superheat rays at this time. Domum watched as the dark matter he relied on was quickly melted away. This scene made Domum very heartbroken. It took him a lot of time and experience to gather so many dark forces to have the scale it is today. The result was melted by Yebi in an instant. This was digging his flesh. Stop, you damn fellow, stop. Domum was anxious. His main purpose of devouring other planets was only to strengthen his dark power. But now, not only did he fail to replenish enough dark power this time, but Yebi lost a batch in the blink of an eye. This is something that Domum cannot accept anyway. In order to stop Yebi, Domum even opened his ugly mouth and spit out a dark beam. But Yebi also turned his sights so that the two super hot shots directly collided with this dark beam. Without suspense, Yebi won. The super hot shot carries the appalling power of terror, directly evaporating the pitch black beam, and directly hits Domum's body with undiminished momentum. Domum's ugly face showed an expression of pain for the first time. If the endless time cycle of Doctor Strange before, it was a kind of torture to the soul. Now Yebi's superheat ray is a devastation to the body. Domum's body, composed of the purest dark power, had numerous cracks at this moment. Through the cracks, Hela can even see the yellow magma in it. It was the dark power melted by Yebi's super hot shot. At the same time, when Domum screamed, the dark dimension burned. Countless planets began to dissolve, and I don't know how many dark believers in Domum began to mourn. Domum himself was screaming again and again, his aura getting weaker and weaker. Domum, who has lived for a long time, is in desperation today. He didn't expect that he, who could even break the wrist by swallowing star, would be so vulnerable in front of Yebi. Hela looked at Yebi, who was constantly outputting superheat rays with admiring eyes, and was extremely proud. This is her man. Only Yebi can be called a great powerhouse. It is worth Hela willing to give everything. As for the dark dimension that keeps burning around, Hela naturally won't have the slightest sympathy. Even my heart was very happy, feeling that Domum deserved it. Wouldn't it be good for him to return to his own territory honestly? Must come to Alfheim to make trouble. And the attitude is poor, relying on the strength to do whatever he wants. If there is no Yebi today, let alone Alfheim can't keep it, even Asgard may be in danger. Perhaps Domum himself didn't expect that in the small place of 9 realms, he would encounter an opponent who would do whatever he wanted. Solving Domum did not actually cost Yebi too much effort. His current strength is so strong that he can't even estimate it. An opponent like Domum could be killed in seconds by countless methods if he wanted to. Without staying in the dark dimension, Yebi quickly left with Hela. As for the Light Elves in Alfheim, they naturally cheered after seeing the crisis resolved. It's just that Yebi and Hela are relatively low-key, so these Light Elves don't know who helped them. This is true in any world. If you don't have enough power, you can't touch more advanced circles at all. Without Guyi Mage or Hela's level of strength, many things are not even qualified to know. For example, Nick Fury. He only knows a few civilizations in the 9 realms and the universe, the more advanced eternal races, the celestial gods, and even the 5 great gods. He doesn't even know. If Nick Fury knew this information, perhaps he would understand how tiny human beings are today. But this is not a bad thing for Nick Fury. In many cases, ignorance is a kind of happiness. After all, Nick Fury can't even figure out the situation on Earth now, let alone the cosmic god outside. The recent Nick Fury has been battered again. During this time, the domestic situation in Yingjiang has been chaotic, causing Nick Fury a headache. There are too many supervillains, and even Nick Fury doesn't know how to suppress it. The sequelae of the storm that Ultron brought before was too severe. In addition to the troublesome supervillains, what worries Nick Fury more is the mutant who just appeared. 3 days ago, in the kingdom of Pharaoh, a mutant who claimed to be Apocalypse was born. As soon as Apocalypse was born, he quickly conquered a large group of mutants and integrated them together, declaring to be the Apocalypse Legion. In the Apocalypse Legion under the Apocalypse, there are 425 Apocalypse Knights headed by them, each of which is very powerful, and ordinary superheroes will be hammered by the 4 Apocalypse Knights. These 4 Apocalyptic Knights are Conquer Knight, Red Tank, War Knight, Quicksilver, Famine Knight, Saber-Tooth Tiger and Death Knight, Wanda. Relying on the 4 horsemen of the Apocalypse, Apocalypse quickly became the recognized leader of the mutant race. Now, under the leadership of Tiankai, I intend to make a big move around the world. Nick Fury is naturally very alert to the Apocalypse Legion and has been tracking the whereabouts of Apocalypse all this time. But the abilities of Apocalypse are too strong, and Nick Fury has not been able to achieve much so far. Damn Ultron! Damn it's not reliable, damn military. Nick Fury, who felt a headache, could only curse by rubbing his temple. If the 3 parties had not caused such a big wave before, the situation would not have turned into such a bad situation today. Originally, the Earth still had Yebi's whole card, but now it has completely torn the skin. Even the talented Avengers now have 3 or 2 big cats and kittens, which is far worse than before. As a result, SHIELD Bureau is completely powerless in the face of the strong rise of Apocalypse. It's not that Nick Fury really can't help it, but he doesn't want to show his whole cards so easily. In Nick Fury's plan, SHIELD should be a department dedicated to dealing with superhuman threats on Earth. The Skysword Bureau is a department that specifically responds to the threat of alien civilization. If there is really no way, Nick Fury really doesn't want to expose the Heavenly Sword Bureau to the Earth. I hope the situation is not too bad. Nick Fury thought in his heart that he was really getting weaker and weaker. For the vow in front of the old boss, Ms. Peggy, this king of agents really devoted everything he had to protect the Earth. In a remote town in Yingjiang country, Tian Kai and his Apocalypse Legion temporarily stationed here. As one of the rulers of ancient Egypt, Tian Kai has always regarded himself as a god. He claims to be the first mutant in the world and the ancestor of all mutants. Therefore, his character is not ordinary arrogant. But he does have arrogant capital, because he is a 5th level mutant. The strength is strong, far above the previous Magneto and Professor X. Within a few days of waking up, Apocalypse relied on its own strength to firmly control most of the mutants on the Earth today, and formed the Apocalypse Legion. The reason why the Apocalypse is so smooth is mainly because the mutants now have no leader and can't even find a strong one. The plot has been changed, Apocalypse has no rivals to compete with itself, and even Black Phoenix is dead. Therefore, it is really a simple matter for Apocalypse to unify the mutant group. In addition, it is also related to the living environment of mutants today. In the previous turmoil caused by Ultron, mutants were also victims. In that storm, I don't know how many mutants were arrested by the military and shut down. As a result, the contradictions between mutants and ordinary groups have been extremely intensified, and violent conflicts often occur. After losing the 2 mutant leaders, Magneto King and Professor X, the power of the mutant race became weaker and weaker. The mutant group at this time needs a strong leader, and Apocalypse is the most suitable candidate. It can be said that the plot of Apocalypse has been completely changed, and his luck is much better than in the original book. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. After all, in the original work, he was torn directly by the Black Phoenix. Looking at the mutant group standing in front of him and looking at him with enthusiastic eyes, Tian Kai nodded with satisfaction. He enjoys the feeling of being worshipped as a god. The only thing that made Tian Kai a little uncomfortable was that he seemed to be more than a god in this world today. Although the time of birth is very short, Tian Kai still knows that there is still a god on Earth today. And this god of the world is also the purpose of Apocalypse this time. Yes, Apocalypse is here for Yebi. Not only Apocalypse, but these mutants are also here for Yebi. Punishing false gods and regaining glory is the purpose of Tian Kai coming to Yingjiang country this time. Have you found the whereabouts of that false god? Tian Kai spoke slowly and asked Quicksilver standing in front of him. Since he was here to punish the false gods, the first thing that Tianchi had to do was to find the whereabouts of Yebi. It's just that Yebi lost the news after sinking a state in Yingjiang country. No, that guy hid. He didn't dare to face us. Quicksilver said to Apocalypse in a voice full of hatred with a cold face. Next to Quicksilver, there is Scarlet Witch, who is also full of hatred. In the original book, Quicksilver should have died under Ultron, and Wanda would join the Avengers. But the plot has undergone a huge change due to the appearance of Yebi, and the life trajectory of Wanda and Quicksilver has also undergone a huge turn. When Quicksilver and Wanda learned of their life and knew that their father was Queen Magneto, they had a grudge against Yebi who killed Magneto. After all, it is the enemy of killing the father, how can it be easy to let go? In order to take revenge, Quicksilver and Wanda directly joined the Apocalypse Legion and, with their own abilities, became the second of the 4 horsemen under the Apocalypse. Really? Then let's follow our original plan and take back the land that belongs to us first. Although Tian Kai regretted that he could not immediately kill Yebi, the false god, he did not take it too seriously. After all, he was more interested in rebuilding his hegemony than killing the false gods. Moreover, Tian Kai believed that after he ruled the whole world, it was easy to find Yebi's trace. Almost all of these mutants today treat Tian Kai as a god. Naturally, there was no slightest objection to Tian Kai's proposal. Even the hateful Quicksilver and Scarlet Witch Wanda, at this time, temporarily put aside the hatred of killing their fathers, and planned to help the mutant gods to ascend the throne. As for whether Apocalypse is Yebi's opponent, these mutants have never doubted this issue. It is true that Tian Kai's performance is too confident, he has never put Yebi in his eyes. Tian Kai knows Yebi's record, but he is confident that he can do it too, and can do better. As a 5th level mutant, Tian Kai is confident that he can easily destroy the Earth. So I don't worry at all, I will not be able to beat Yebi. Self-confidence is a good thing, but apparently Apocalypse is a little too confident. Although Yebi chose to live in seclusion with Hela, he still paid attention to the outside world. Reading the news every day and watching the reports of those supervillains can be considered a relief to life. Because of this, Yebi also learned about the Apocalypse. In the news, Tian Kai directly led his mutants to capture the well-known gambling city in Eagle Sauce Country and kill all ordinary people in the gambling city. Such a cruel practice naturally caused a great shock in human society. The military has even been dispatched, and a large number of troops are rushing in the direction of the casino. However, news of the military defeat soon came, and none of the tens of thousands of Eagle's military came back alive. It was swallowed directly by the huge desert outside the gambling city. This is one of the abilities of Apocalypse, which can create deserts and control sand. Under the control of Apocalypse, ordinary fine sand can easily cut through the thickest tank armor. Fighting him at the home court of Apocalypse, no matter how many ordinary people, it is no use. It was this battle that made the military of the Yingjiang country fully aware that the times have changed. Today's Earth is no longer in the age of the boss who has many troops and who has strong weapons. The current Earth is in that era when extraordinary beings are the masters, and only absolute strength can truly override everything. The previous Yebi, Black Phoenix, and today's apocalypse all illustrate this point very well. Moreover, in the future, there will be more and more superheroes with personal abilities above the country. At the same time, the military's failure has completely caused an uproar on the fishing vessel. The people of the Eagle Soup Nation were crazy, and once again gathered to start a demonstration. This time the federal government and the military were sprayed. Their previous parade forced many superheroes to donate their blood for military research. I thought that doing so would enhance the military's combat power, better protect their people, or open up the serum to make them superheroes. But the result? They just don't have to become superheroes. The military is still so hot, and in front of the mutant apocalypse, it is simply vulnerable. How can such a result be accepted by the people? Thinking back to the actions that were instigated by Ultron, those people can be said to have regretted their intestines. The superheroes who could have protected them directly fell into a slump under their persecution, and have not been able to fight much until now. And the strongest god of the world broke out with them completely, and even sank a piece of land into the sea. If the gain is not worth the loss, this is the real gain not worth the loss. If the superhero group had not been stabbed by these people before, facing the apocalypse's Apocalypse Legion, it might not be without the power of a battle. But even now, Spider-Man is still nurturing his body and trying to reduce the sequelae of excessive blood draw as much as possible. This also led to the fact that today's Yinjiang country has no way to do anything to Tiankai. Even if it is the most powerful weapon mushroom bullet in hand, the military dare not use it directly against mutants. The power of mushroom bombs is strong, but the real damage radius is not enough, and it is easy to be avoided when facing mutants. Moreover, the most deadly radiation of mushroom bombs is just a tonic for mutants. Only makes mutants stronger. Therefore, although they are very reluctant to admit it, the officials of the Eagle Sauce country really do not have the ability to control the apocalypse. Even some officials from the Eagle Sauce country proposed that the casino be allocated to mutants as their land. Not to mention, there are quite a few people who support this proposal. However, as Apocalypse captured the city of gambling on the second day, after it also captured Phoenix, and also slaughtered ordinary people in a city, no one ever mentioned it again. Now all the high-ranking officials of the Yinjiang country know that what Tiankai wants is not a simple piece of land, but for the entire Yinjiang country. In this case, the military of the Eagle Soup Nation can only fight against it, and there is no other way to choose. However, with the current situation in the Eagle Soup Nation, how could it be against the capital? Superheroes were abandoned by themselves, and the most powerful weapon, mushroom bombs, was useless for mutants. So that the official of the Eagle Sauce country really feels at a loss. Some well-informed wealthy tycoons of Yinjiang country have already started to go abroad and plan to take refuge. When Yebi saw these news, not only did he not care, but he wanted to laugh a little. That really should. Originally, the situation in Yinjiang country was very good, but in the end, a good hand of good cards was played abruptly. As for stopping Apocalypse, I'm sorry, Yebi really doesn't have this idle time. Even if Apocalypse really wiped out the Eagle Sauce Nation, it didn't matter to him. Yebi is also looking away now, and it is enough to live his own little life. Why bother? As long as Apocalypse does not come to provoke him, Apocalypse will bring the Earth back to the Dark Slave period, and it has nothing to do with Yebi. What Yebi didn't know was that Tiankai was actually planning to trouble him. This is the problem of being too famous. Whenever a villain jumps out, he almost always wants to get Yebi's prestige. The so-called name of the person, the shadow of the tree. Yebi is called the god of the world, and naturally there will be many villains who think they are powerful to make gestures with him. After all, in the world of Marvel, swelling is the norm, and not everyone has a forcing number in their hearts. Even Wolverine dared to slaughter the Marvel Universe, let alone Apocalypse. Challenge Yebi. Apocalypse is not the first, and it will not be the last. Before Apocalypse, those who challenged Yebi died, such as Magneto and Black Phoenix, and Apocalypse was no exception. After the Apocalypse challenged Yebi, the basic ending was similar. While other superheroes are working hard to develop towards their peak, Yebi has already stood at the end and watched everyone work hard with the help of the system. This is the gap. On the tallest building in Phoenix, the Phoenix Building, Tiankai fell silent as he watched the setting sun on the horizon. He thought it would be difficult to conquer this era. However, pushing two cities horizontally along the way, he has never encountered a decent opponent. Modern society, this is it? Not to blame for the expansion of the apocalypse, it is that the counterattack given by the Eagle Jiang country is too weak. Tiankai was even ready to fight a tough battle, but at the end of the day, he realized that Os didn't react at all like a dead person. It makes Apocalypse want to say how lonely Invincible is. At the same time, Yebi's status in Tiankai's mind has also been greatly reduced. After all, the things Yebi did before, Tiankai asked himself that he could do it. It can even do better than Yebi. Of course, the premise is that Apocalypse doesn't know the achievements of Star Swallowing, Domum, Odin, etc. Still haven't found the whereabouts of that false god. Tiankai asked Scarlet Witch who was standing behind him. Scarlet Witch can flip through people's memories with chaos magic, and Quicksilver is fast and is a good hand at gathering intelligence. In addition, the two siblings have a deep hatred of Yebi and are very enthusiastic about finding Yebi. Therefore, Tiankai also gave them the task of finding Yebi. No, that false god has disappeared since the last time, and no one knows where to hide. Perhaps, he has already gone to Asgard. Scarlet Witch said coldly, and his tone revealed a strong hatred for Yebi. After all, he killed his father. After hearing Scarlet Witch's words, Tiankai nodded. In my heart, I couldn't help but think about it with lofty feelings. Asgard, a brand new place. Naturally, Apocalypse didn't know Asgard, because Asgard had rarely appeared in the Pharaoh's kingdom. At the same time, because Hela has not shown her strength on Earth, Apocalypse is not aware of the power of Asgard. Even today's Apocalypse has an immature idea. Asgard, sooner or later it will become a land conquered by me. Yes, Apocalypse hit Asgard all his attention. And he really thinks he can do it, and he has confidence in himself. In Apocalypse, the reason why he ruled the Pharaoh's kingdom before 3000 AD is because he thought the whole world was so big. If he had known that the Earth had so many continents at that time, he would have conquered all the lands of the whole Earth long ago. Just like Qin Shi Huang did not unify the world, it was because Qin Shi Huang didn't know that there were several other continents. The difference is that Qin Shi Huang was really capable of conquering the world. Apocalypse thinks he has this strength. The gap is still quite large. Go ahead and let that false god come out to face us, otherwise he will not show up for a day. We will slaughter a city every day. Thinking of the great cause he was about to set sail in his heart, Apocalypse said to Scarlet Witch with great enthusiasm. He did this in order to publicly declare war on Yebi, in order to force Yebi out. Even if Yebi doesn't come out, he can directly smash the god ring on Yebi's body. Even the god of the world who dare not face him is worthy of being called a god? Scarlet Witch's eyes hesitated, and a trace of unbearable flashes. After all, it's a massacre, and it will kill a lot of people. But thinking of his father Magneto's feud and the tragic experience of mutants, Wanda became cold again. I see, please follow your instructions. After speaking, Wanda stepped down respectfully, intending to announce the news. The news released by Apocalypse detonated the world in a very short time. Everyone knows that the invincible god of the world has ushered in a new challenger. Moreover, the practice of Apocalypse has also caused panic around the world. To slaughter a city in a day, this is not so cruel even in the original Iron Cross Empire. The most desperate thing for the people of Yingjiang country is that Tiankai has such an arrogant style of acting, and his government has nothing to do. He couldn't even stop Apocalypse's footsteps, and could only let Apocalypse come in chaos. Many people in Yingjiang have been completely disappointed with the military, and instead began to pray, hoping that the city chosen by the Apocalypse will not be where they are. Well, although God has been destroyed, there are still many believers of God's teachings on Earth. It may be because Amen was used to shouting, and couldn't correct it for a while. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. For the arrogant shouts of Apocalypse, some people are happy and some are sad. Nick Fury was furious and smashed a solid wood table today. The Apocalypse of Maj Heffok, this is not to put my Avengers in my eyes. If it weren't for the last time, the Avengers would have flattened you straight away. After smashing a solid wood table, Nick Fury's inner anger still did not diminish, and he angrily cursed Apocalypse. Apocalypse's arrogant words almost threw the face of Shield on the ground and trampled wildly. Doesn't he, Nick Fury, want face? Does Daingjong country want face? But anger to anger, Nick Fury found helplessly that he really had no good way to deal with Apocalypse. All he could do was smash a few tables to vent his anger. As for dispatching the Avengers and Apocalypse to death, Nick Fury hasn't lost his mind to this level. Today's Avengers has not had its initial heyday, and the number of superheroes in the league has also been greatly reduced. The only superheroes still in the Avengers are Iron Man Tony, Black Widow Natasha, Hawkeye, the American team and the anemic Spider-Man. Others such as Hulk, Thor, Fantastic Four, etc., have all left. After all, in the previous incident, Shield had completely broken the hearts of the superheroes. Obviously, they had already entered the establishment, but they couldn't even protect them. Instead, they were arrested one by one to get blood. What's the point of staying in such an Avengers? With the current Avengers personnel to fight against the Apocalypse Legion, Nick Fury couldn't think of other possibilities besides giving away the head. Maybe, it's time to call someone back. Nick Fury thought to himself. As for which one he said, it is naturally Captain Marvel. However, when Nick Fury was worried, the Pentagram building was already happy. They all felt that Tiankai was dead. It would be okay if the Apocalypse was only aimed at them, the Eagle Sauce country, but the Apocalypse did not know how to provoke the gods of the world. What is this not looking for death? Many people think that Yebi will definitely take action to crush the Apocalypse to death. No matter how bad it is okay for the two to fight both sides. After all, Apocalypse is so provocative. With Yebi's retribution, how could he be able to resist it? However, the Pentagon once again guessed the situation wrong. After 3 consecutive days, Apocalypse slaughtered 3 more cities. And Yebi, the god of the world that many Yingjiang high levels expected, still did not appear. In fact, how does Yebi not know what Tiankai is provoking him? However, in Yebi's view, this is just a small matter. Although Yebi was angry and planned to clean up Apocalypse, he didn't mind giving Apocalypse time to express. When the Apocalypse will almost wipe out the Eagle Soy Nation, it is okay for him to make another move. Really, what happened to Ultron before made Yebi completely disappointed in human beings. So now Yebi, wishing to look at the people who cursed him on the internet before was unlucky. counting on Yebi to relieve them. I can only say that I think too much. Yebi's attitude was something the Pentagon hadn't expected, and they were completely panicked now. Some people have even begun to wonder if Yebi is no longer on Earth. Maybe it's already in Asgard. But the question is, if Yebi is in Asgard, wouldn't no one be able to stop Apocalypse? Thinking of this possibility, everyone in the Pentagon building regretted it. If they had known this would happen, they would never tear their relationship with Yebi to pieces. But just when many high levels of the pentagram were desperate, the hero appeared. As Doctor Strange, who has just inherited the ancient mantle, the current supreme master of the Earth. After seeing Apocalypse's behavior, Strange felt that he had to stand up and uphold justice. And after repelling the Lord of Dimension Domum, he also believed that he was fully capable of defeating Apocalypse. Well, Doctor Strange also swelled. Therefore, the confident Doctor Strange opened a portal directly and appeared in front of the Apocalypse Legion. The sudden appearance of Doctor Strange caused everyone in the Apocalypse Legion to stand up against an enemy. After all, Doctor Strange's way of playing is still very bluff. Looks like a master. But soon, with Scarlet Witch's chaos magic, Doctor Strange was completely stunned. The current Doctor Strange, it is said that it is a supreme mage if it sounds good, and it is a master of tricks if it sounds unpleasant. Before he mastered the white magic, the strength of Doctor Strange was just like that. The only effective method is the time gem, but this time it didn't have time to use it at all. Facing Scarlet Witch's chaotic magic, one face was directly defeated. The performance was so disheveled that Scarlet Witch couldn't react. Seeing Doctor Strange lying on the floor panting, Scarlet Witch swelled a little. It's worthy of being the #1 car dumper in the Marvel world. You really belong to you. Tiankai's heart is also a little weird, and I don't know how to complain. You were so amazing when you played, but this is the result? However, if someone comes to give the head away, Apocalypse is still happy to see it. After all, the people who died in his hands were all the steps he climbed to the seat of God. Only by defeating one strong after another, can Apocalypse reach its peak. You can't blame Doctor Strange for being too good, but your own strength is too strong. Tiankai thought this way, and felt that this was the truth. After all, the heads sent by the Yingzhong military before have successfully let Tiankai understand how powerful his strength is. So of course, take Doctor Strange as the powerful group of people on Earth. The reason Doctor Strange's performance is so hip is only because his strength is too strong. But now it doesn't make sense anymore. Apocalypse has decided to end this farce. So Tiankai stepped forward and walked slowly towards Doctor Strange. His steps were very slow, and every step seemed to step on Doctor Strange's heart, filling Doctor Strange with a sense of oppression. Doctor Strange saw the slowly coming apocalypse, thinking about a way in his heart. In fact, at this time, he can use the time gem to reverse the situation. But thinking of Guyi's teaching, don't use the time gem as a last resort. Moreover, even with the use of the time gem, Doctor Strange didn't think he could get the apocalypse in any way. He is not an ancient master, but he cannot rely on time gems to cross the timeline to kill the young apocalypse. It's gone. So, Doctor Strange thought hard about what he had to do to reverse the current situation. Suddenly, Doctor Strange thought of a trick, which was to cause trouble. Since he can't deal with Apocalypse, he can find someone. Finding a helper has always been Doctor Strange's special skill. It just so happened that Doctor Strange knew that a very powerful boss lived next to Comatage. If there is a big shot, maybe the Apocalypse will be cold. That's right, what Doctor Strange thought of was Yebi. As for how Yebi could not beat Apocalypse, Doctor Strange had never thought about it. It's not that Doctor Strange has confidence in Yebi's strength, but that Doctor Strange has never considered Yebi's life or death at all. Anyway, he doesn't lose with Yebi, and cares about what an outsider does. Some people might say that Doctor Strange is a superhero, and he won't have such a bottom line. Haha, if you think about his performance in the movie, you'll know that he has a black belly. And this guy, if you are not familiar with him, he doesn't mind cheating your application. Even if you know him well, he will cheat you to death. Otherwise, when he fought against Thanos, why did this guy give Tony a one-to-one gesture? As for whether Yebi would retaliate afterwards, Doctor Strange was not worried about this. In other words, he is also a supreme mage now. Yebi also wants to show some face. Besides, if Yebi could retaliate afterwards, he would definitely have killed Apocalypse. In this case, Doctor Strange is not a pitfall to Yebi, and it's over with an apology. Doctor Strange, who had completed his wishful thinking, immediately took action. Directly display his most skilled portal, and open a large portal at the feet of the Apocalypse Legion and others. Then, these people from the Apocalypse Legion fell directly on the snow mountain where Yebi lived in seclusion. The Tiankai and others who appeared suddenly looked at each other with Yebi. Yebi? Apocalypse? As for Hela, blushing, she stood up from Yebi's lap and straightened her hair. Then there was a murderous heart in his heart. These guys actually saw their shy look, and none of them wanted to live. And Yebi, after a brief period of bewilderment, also saw the golden portal slowly disappearing in midair, and Doctor Strange's face with a guilty conscience. Immediately, Yebi understood what was going on. Then, there is endless growth of anger. He didn't expect that he was hiding here, and he could be troubled to take the initiative to find them. Doctor Strange, you are fine. If you don't take your skin off, I won't have the surname ya. Just before Yebi went to find Doctor Strange's trouble, Tianqi and others had already seen Yebi and Hela. As one of the main goals of this trip, How could the people of the Apocalypse Corps not know Yebi? Originally, Apocalypse thought Yebi had already hid in Asgard, but he did not expect to hide in the snow mountain. This is easy to handle, it won't take much effort. Thinking of this, Tiankai slowly flew in front of Yebi and looked at Yebi condescendingly. You are that false god, don't kneel down when you see my true god. The voice of the Apocalypse was loud, full of majesty. As if Yebi is in front of him, he must be inferior to others. In fact, Tiankai did not pay attention to Yebi. Is it worthy of Apocalypse's attention that an opponent who is hiding in the snow-capped mountains dare not face him? And behind Tiankai, Scarlet Witch Wanda and Quicksilver, their eyes immediately became bloodshot. They finally saw their own killing of their father and enemy, and at this moment they could no longer hold back their inner killing intent. Scarlet Witch gave a soft cry, and the terrifying chaos magic was immediately released, sweeping towards Yebi. As for Quicksilver, it disappeared in an instant. He rushed towards Yebi with a speed that surpassed the limit of ordinary human eyes. Scarlet Witch's strength is very strong. Although it has not yet developed the potential of chaos magic, it is definitely not much worse than Apocalypse. After all, she almost tore up Thanos woman. As for Quicksilver, similar to the Flash in the next universe, they are all fast masters. It's just that, compared with the superb speed of the Flash, which is almost bug level, Quicksilver looks like a low-quality and inferior version. At the speed of Quicksilver, time has stagnated, and everyone's movements seem to be frozen. Only Quicksilver can move. This speed is so fast that it can catch up with the performance of time. Quicksilver also held an alloy war knife in his hand, intending to use this knife to break Yebi's heart and liver. But to Quicksilver's shock, he found that Yebi's eyes were staring at him, as if the speed of time stagnation did not exist. In fact, even Superman can keep up with the speed of the Flash, let alone the Quicksilver in front of him. In Yebi's eyes, Quicksilver's proud ability belongs to super slow motion. I don't know what this guy is so proud of. In Quicksilver's shocked and damned eyes, Yebi's eyes suddenly brightened, as if the sun suddenly appeared in Yebi's eyes. In the next moment, two heat rays gushing out, directly hitting Quicksilver's body. Quicksilver seemed to have evaporated, leaving no debris behind. These things are complicated to talk about, but in fact, the time is less than a 10,000th of a second. Everyone couldn't even track Yebi's super hot light, everything was over. From the perspective of Scarlet Witch and others, Quicksilver seems to have disappeared suddenly, and no one knows what happened. Even Apocalypse is a little confused now, and I don't understand where Quicksilver has gone. Only Scarlet Witch, who was born with Quicksilver, can communicate with Quicksilver to some extent. The moment Quicksilver was wiped out by Yebi, Scarlet Witch felt an inexplicable grief. She understood that her brother Quicksilver had completely disappeared. This fact makes Scarlet Witch hard to accept. She didn't expect her brother to evaporate in front of her like this. Do not. Scarlet Witch's roar sounded like a cuckoo crying blood, full of sadness. The chaos magic, which was originally terrifying, was soaring at this moment, causing the corner of Apocalypse's eyes to jump. Apocalypse suddenly discovered that maybe he could not beat Scarlet Witch, a little girl who seemed ferocious. However, in response to Scarlet Witch, it was not the scene where Yebi was torn apart, but a black light. Hela, standing next to Yebi, finally made a move at this moment. It is still the iconic sword of the night sky, directly piercing Scarlet Witch's body. Without even the time to react, he completed the killer blow against Scarlet Witch. Mutants at level May 5th be strong, but in front of Hela, they are just as good. Moreover, although the mutants at level 5 are powerful, their bodies are too weak. The anti-strike ability and vitality are no different from ordinary people. Scarlet Witch is the best example. No matter how powerful the chaos magic is, it still can't resist the passing of vitality even when it is penetrated by the sword of the night sky. Scarlet Witch's eyes gradually lost their luster. In the blink of an eye, Yebi and his wife killed 2 of the 4 knights of the Apocalypse, and they were still 2 of the most powerful combatants. This made it difficult for Apocalypse to react. When he recovered, the 2 brothers and sisters of Scarlet Witch had already died. Looking at Scarlet Witch lying on the ground, Yebi's eyes were still flat, without any regret or sympathy. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. Anyway, it is the enemy, and it is not a pity to die. As early as when Yebi killed Magneto, he had already anticipated this, so there was no surprise. There is no possibility of reconciliation between him and Scarlet Witch. When Magneto was pinched to death by him, the 2 sides had completely stood on opposite sides. Withdrawing his gaze from Scarlet Witch, Yebi turned his gaze to Apocalypse. The Smurfs in this Marvel world. I have to say that Tiankai's blue skin is quite happy. But at this time, Yebi and Hela had only indifference and killing intent in their eyes. Neither of them is a good thing, one is more ruthless than the other. Counting on them to show mercy, it simply doesn't exist. One is the world destroyer who can throw out the two-way foil without changing his face, and the other is the father's enemy who can calmly pierce his father's chest with a sword. It can only be said that they are worthy of being a couple, they really look alike. Tiankai is stupid now, and has realized that Yebi's strength is not simple. This is not an opponent he can easily deal with, and it may even be the most difficult role he faces. However, Tiankai still has confidence in himself. He thinks that his strength is better than Yebi. Therefore, even though Tiankai had put away the idea of underestimating the enemy, his posture of being superior still remained unchanged. The knight who killed me, you will pay 10,000 times the price. Huang Xia will bury you, and your soul will be driven by me forever. Tian Kai said with an ugly face. After all, his subordinates were dead in front of him, and it would be too embarrassing to say nothing. At the same time, the other two knights under Apocalypse had already rushed up. Conquer the Night Red Tank, and the Famine Knight Saber-Toothed Tiger. The variant abilities of these two people, after being optimized by Apocalypse, have reached the level of 4th. That is, the same level as Magneto and others. Needless to say, the Red Tank is the first silly man in the Marvel Universe. The only means of attack is to hit, with an indestructible body, smash all opponents. When the Red Tank ran up, even Hulk couldn't stop it. However, Yebi slowly got up, and when the Red Tank was about to hit him, he calmly stretched out his right hand. Yebi's figure is perfect, strong but not exaggerated. The arms are also full of dense muscles, but they don't give people a disgusting swelling feeling at all. After Yebi stretched out his right hand, Kta directly stood in front of the Red Tank, and directly held the Red Tank from the impact. No matter how hard the Red Tank tried, it couldn't shake Yebi's right hand. The visual impact of this scene is still very shocking. But the next scene is even more frightening. Because Yebi stretched out his hand after holding the Red Tank and gave it a light push. Then you can see that the body of the Red Tank flew out directly and quickly like a cannonball being fired. A snowy mountain in the distance also collapsed, and was directly crushed by the Red Tank that Yebi pushed out. As for the Red Tank, Yebi was already dead when he pushed it lightly. How strong is Yebi's body today? It is no exaggeration to say that with a slight push, the Earth has to fly out of the solar system. This kind of power can be stopped by a Red Tank? The Hulk in the form of Lushang is pretty much the same. Seeing this scene of Yebi, everyone present was stunned. Mumu looked at Yebi, who slowly retracted his right hand, as if looking at a monster. Apocalypse was the first to react, and hurriedly flew out a safe distance. He didn't want to fight with such a flesh monster. He would definitely be torn apart. As for the saber-toothed tiger, it was not so lucky, and was directly targeted by Yebi as the next target. The saber-toothed tiger is the elder brother of Wolverine, and his abilities are similar to those of Wolverine. All have almost abnormal healing power, but they have not been poured into Edmund alloy. In addition, the saber-toothed tiger is stronger than Wolverine when it comes to close combat. At the same time, he has beast-like intuition and can always avoid risks in time. This time is no exception. When he was targeted by Yebi, an unprecedented sense of crisis enveloped him. This made Saber-Tooth Tiger understand that Yebi is definitely not a strong one he can afford. So without thinking about it, he hurried to the distance. But Yebi would not give him this opportunity. In fact, Yebi didn't plan to let go of these mutants. If you provoke yourself and want to leave, is the majesty of a god among others so easy to touch? Yebi did not chase, but slowly exhaled a cold breath. Then, including the saber-toothed tiger, a total of 105 mutants of the Apocalypse Legion were completely frozen into ice sculptures. Spike, no suspense. Using Yebi's strength to deal with these mutants is simply bullying. Even the sun Yebi can be blown out in one go, let alone these mutants. In fact, Yebi has put a billion bits of water. Otherwise, if you continue to breathe in the cold, the entire Earth will enter the frozen age, and all surface creatures will be cool. A small broken ball will immediately become a big hockey puck. Seeing this scene, Tiankai has become numb. He has overestimated Yebi's strength as much as possible, but he did not expect that it is still far underestimated. Yebi is more than the god of the world, this is simply the god of the universe. With this kind of existence, Tiankai knew that he had no chance of winning at all. As for escape, the pride of Apocalypse did not allow him to escape. Well, it was Apocalypse who knew that he couldn't escape. Instead of doing that useless work, it's better to be practical. So in front of Yebi, Tiankai flew back to Yebi from a distance. Then with a puff, Yebi knelt down neatly. Great God, I would like to be your most loyal servant, just beg you to let me go. Tiankai directly surrendered, and didn't even have the idea of trying it. Begging for mercy may be able to live, but if you resist, you can't even choose the way to die. No one can say that Apocalypse will be simply and rudely beaten to death by Yebi, evaporate, or freeze to death. Since they are all dead, why not beg for mercy, if they can live? As for morality, Tiankai has a hammer of morality. He hadn't done anything like kneeling before. He had been kneeling for many years before he was resurrected in modern times. Apocalypse did not become the king of the Pharaoh's kingdom from the beginning, on the contrary, his original identity was a slave. At that time, he hadn't activated the abilities in his body, so he did everything to survive. Therefore, Tiankai doesn't feel that there is anything wrong with Yebi's surrender now. Anyway, Yebi's strength is so strong, it is normal for him to beg for mercy. But, looking at Tiankai, who was kneeling in front of him and knocking his head on the ground, Yebi's eyes did not change. He didn't intend to let Apocalypse go, even if Apocalypse could become a dog under him. The waste needs help from the forces, and the machos are pushing the universe horizontally. Therefore, Yebi looked directly at Hela to see what Hela would do. Hela did the same, without giving Apocalypse a chance. A sword of the night sky flew out directly, nailing the Apocalypse to the ground just like that. As the God King of Asgard, how can the mere Apocalypse be seen by Hela? Hela really looks down on such a subordinate. So it's better to kill it. After dropping a total of 108 mutants in the Apocalypse Legion, plus the bodies of the Apocalypse, Yebi also opened a portal and disappeared on the top of the snow-capped mountain in a blink of an eye. Although the Apocalypse is dead, Yebi will never forget who sent the Apocalypse. Yebi will not let go of the guy who makes trouble for himself. He had no interest in Doctor Strange, but now Doctor Strange took the initiative to provoke himself. From Yebi's point of view, it is simply tired of life. Even Guyi is respectful when facing Yebi. Doctor Strange is also worthy of provoking Yebi. After sending the apocalypse to Yebi, after pitting Yebi, Doctor Strange returned to the Temple of the Big Apple City. He didn't take this matter too seriously. No matter who the final victor is, basically don't bother him in a short period of time. He can take care of his injury with peace of mind, let alone him. But not long after he sat down cross-legged, a golden portal appeared directly in front of him. Then Yebi, with a cold expression, walked out of the portal. Seeing Doctor Strange sitting on the ground, Yebi made no secret of his killing intent. Doctor Strange was also taken aback. He didn't expect Yebi to appear in front of him. This also shows from the side that the Apocalypse Legion has been resolved by the opponent. After realizing this, Doctor Strange's face looked a little ugly, and he realized that he was in trouble. Yebi obviously came to him to settle the accounts. So Doctor Strange stood up quickly and looked at Yebi with a bad look on his face nervously. Hey brother, listen to me. This is a complete misunderstanding. I planned to transport those guys to the snow mountain to freeze to death, but I didn't expect where you would live. Doctor Strange waved his hand constantly, and an apologetic expression appeared on his face. At first glance, it seemed that he was really unintentional. Doctor Strange believes that Yebi will definitely forgive himself if he personally apologizes as the Supreme Mage. After all, Yebi is not an ordinary person who doesn't know his identity. And on Earth, those who know his identity, who don't want to give him face. With this confidence, Doctor Strange also felt that Yebi would complain to himself at most, and then leave. But it turns out that he was wrong. Yebi didn't give him much opportunity to explain, and directly rushed in front of him at a speed that he couldn't react. Then he stretched out his hand, pinched his neck and lifted it directly. A series of apologies that made Doctor Strange swallowed back. Yebi doesn't have such a good temper. If you count him, you have to die, no matter what your identity is. And this Doctor Strange itself is unpredictable. He himself is not sure whether Yebi can fight Apocalypse. In case Yebi is not the opponent of Apocalypse, he will directly be pitted to death by him. So no matter what, Yebi will never let Doctor Strange go. This person didn't know what to say, and thought he was doing the right thing. Damn it. Doctor Strange, who was caught by his neck and unable to breathe, also realized the seriousness of the matter. He saw the resolute killing intent in Yebi's eyes. Obviously, Yebi had already murdered him because of his previous actions. When the oxygen in the brain was about to run out, Doctor Strange finally responded. Before, when facing the apocalypse, there was no big killer, and the gem of time bloomed with a green light at this moment. Under the control of Doctor Strange, time began to reincarnate. Everything seemed to go back to the time before the neck was pinched by Yebi. But what made Doctor Strange desperate was that the time gem's ability to retrospect reincarnation had no effect at this moment. It's not just time gems that can control the timeline, but many powerful players have this ability. Yebi also has it. He can control the timeline at will, whether it is going to the past or the future. What's more, Yebi can do better than Doctor Strange. He can directly ignore the time paradox and can arbitrarily change what happened in the past without causing the collapse of the causal chain. Superman Silver has not only jumped out of time, but can even ignore the cause and effect. Is this kind of strength comparable to a time gem? As long as Yebi thinks, even if Doctor Strange has the time gem, he can't change the time. The time gem is a burden to Yebi, which is why he let the time gem hang on Doctor Strange's chest. It's not that I don't want to grab it, but it's unnecessary. The ability of time gems is a bit too tasteless for him. But Doctor Strange actually relied on having time to fight him against gems. This was just a death. Yebi will definitely not let this guy who die. Doctor Strange was already aware of the seriousness of the matter at this time. He did not expect that the gem of time he relied on the most would have failed in front of Yebi. He wanted to resist, but Yebi's hand caught his neck and he couldn't even move. Can only become drowsy because of the certainty of oxygen. Just when Doctor Strange was about to die, a white light appeared behind Yebi. It should have left the Ancient One on the earth and walked out of the white light. Looking at Doctor Strange, who was carried by Yebi around his neck, Guyi looked a little disappointed. Is this her heir? The performance is terrible. Not long after taking office, he caused such a big trouble. Guyi doubted whether this Doctor Strange would survive the day he inherited her mantle. But at the moment, she is definitely going to come forward. Who made her just such a descendant? Old friend, I have understood things clearly, and I understand your anger, but if you can let him go, I am willing to pay compensation for this matter. The ancient couple Yebi persuaded that he hoped that Yebi could see his past friendship and let Doctor Strange go. Yebi turned his head and glanced at Guyi, without comment. The relationship between him and Guyi was good, but it was not so good that Doctor Strange was let go. This damn long-faced man actually dared to calculate him, not knowing whether he lived or died. Read more at hotuntilnovel.xyz. After seeing Yebi indifferent, Guyi did not hesitate. If she hesitated any longer, Doctor Strange would die. How about the time gem in exchange? For Doctor Strange's life. Guyi said that he was very sincere. As for the mission of guarding time gems, that is what the current Supreme Mage should care about. Guyi also believed that Doctor Strange would not refuse this condition if he was sober. After listening to Guyi's words, Yebi's killing intent had indeed weakened a lot. If you really exchange the time gem for Doctor Strange's life, it's not unacceptable. Although Yebi doesn't need time gems, it is perfectly fine for Hela. Now that Yebi's strength has become stronger and stronger, Hela can no longer keep up with his footsteps. When the potential is completely unmatched, there is nothing wrong with using foreign objects. And Hela already has 3 infinite gems to hand again. If he gets another time gem, it will be 4. Maybe that day Hela will gather 6 infinite gems and become the one who snapped her fingers. In the end, Yebi agreed to Guyi's offer and stretched out his hand to pull the time gem from Doctor Strange's chest. Doctor Strange, who has lost the gem of time, has greatly diminished in strength, and there is almost no chance to shine in the future. However, this alone is not enough to satisfy Yebi. The time gem is just a price in exchange for Doctor Strange, but it does not mean that Yebi will not charge any other interest. In front of Master Guyi, Yebi's left eye shot a super hot ray. Without the slightest accident, this heat ray directly hit Doctor Strange's front door. Then, half of Doctor Strange's face was melted away, and it became terrible. Capital offenses can be avoided, living offenses are inevitable. As a lesson to this guy, you should teach him well before, and don't provoke everyone. Yebi looked at Master Guyi and said in a somewhat unfriendly tone. Guyi also showed a wry smile at the corner of his mouth. If she had known this end, she wouldn't do it. Unfortunately, it's too late to say anything now. Yebi didn't stay long either, turned around and left here. Not only left Doctor Strange with indelible scars, but also took away the gem of time. I have to say that if you don't do it, you won't die. Considering that he is noble and a supreme mage, he can do whatever he wants. But in the end, he caught fire, no wonder others. But Guyi looked at Doctor Strange, who had passed out, with a look of helplessness in his eyes. It's natural to be disheartened to stand with such an heir. However, she has retired anyway, and she has done her best to help Doctor Strange once. As for the way to go from now on, it's up to him. Thinking of this, Master Guyi turned and left. There was no durian in this place that had been guarded for thousands of years. Soon, a short period of time passed, and Doctor Strange woke up in a daze. The first thing I felt was the sharp pain in my face. He wanted to reach out and touch it, but he didn't dare. I had to hold on to the mirror and saw an extremely ugly face. Seeing this scene, he broke down directly. This time the incident hit him too much. Not only his face was disfigured, but even the gem of time was lost. Doctor Strange didn't expect that he was just a subconscious misfortune. How did he get into the current situation? Even now, Doctor Strange didn't think he had done anything wrong. On the contrary, he was full of resentment towards Yebi, and felt that Yebi would report too much, so he cares about it. So in the future, Doctor Strange paid a heavy price for his own ideas. After returning from the Temple of the Big Apple, Yebi gave the time gem in his hand to Hela. Infinite gems are not very effective for Yebi, even if he collects all 6 infinite gems. Might as well give it to Hela and let her keep it safe. Hela was not polite, and reached out to take the time gem from Yebi's hand. Anyway, she is Yebi's whole person, and there is no talk about who takes advantage and who suffers. And if you insist, the biggest victim of this incident should be the Apocalypse Legion that has been wiped out. Without Doctor Strange, Apocalypse would be basically invincible in Eagle Sauce. The leveling of the entire Eagle Sauce country is just around the corner. In the end, Doctor Strange was sullied and sent directly to Yebi. Then it was crushed by Yebi without any suspense. Before Huang Tubei had time to perform, he died midway, and Apocalypse was really miserable. If the apocalyptic energy spring knows, seeing Doctor Strange's end, I'm afraid it will be loudly applauded. By the way, Asgard recently sent a message saying that Thanos has been found. Hela put away the time gem in her hand, then slowly hugged Yebi, and said softly. As the time gets along longer and longer, Hela also becomes more and more gentle with Yebi. Now it's almost like a cat, always sticking to Yebi's side. Thanksgiving, what has he done recently? Yebi also became interested. After all, it was Thanos. 0. As the biggest hidden danger at this stage, Yebi still attaches great importance to Thanos. He is also collecting gems, and Thanos has captured Xandar and took away the power gems. It is estimated that his next step should be to find soul gems. Unfortunately, Asgard's spacecraft is still too bad, otherwise we can go to the universe to find Thanos. Hela replied with some regret. Since Thanos first attacked the 9 realms and wiped out the dwarves of Nidavellir, Asgard and Thanos Liangzi have been settled. Over the years, Asgard has been searching for clues to Thanos, so he points to find an opportunity to retaliate. Unfortunately, Asgard's spacecraft is really hard to describe in a word. The sailing-shaped individual spacecraft is not bad, barely an elite in the universe. But on a large spacecraft, Asgard is too weak. In fact, this is also related to the Rainbow Bridge. After Asgard had the Rainbow Bridge, he could directly deploy his forces throughout the universe. In the war, a large number of elites directly ride their faces directly, and there is no need for things like spaceships. This also limited the development of Asgard's large spacecraft. So much so that in the original book, the spaceships used by Thor with the people of Asgard were snatched from the Nothing Land. It can be seen how trash the large spacecraft in Asgard is. Even if Hela becomes the king of gods, this shortcoming has not been improved very well, and it is still a shortcoming. Soul Gem, let Thanos go. We can just wait for Thanos to deliver it to the door. Yebi smiled disdainfully after hearing Thanos' actions and didn't take it too seriously. He knew exactly what the conditions for obtaining soul gems were. It is a gem that can only be obtained by the most beloved person. Neither Yebi nor Hela looked down upon it. They cannot abandon each other for an infinite gem. Therefore, the soul gem Yebi didn't plan to mix it up and let Thanos sacrifice it. Anyway, the Yebi couple now has 4 infinite gems in their hands, occupying the absolute dominance. You don't need to look for infinite gems like Thanos, you just need to wait for Thanos to send them to your door. Yebi knows that sooner or later he and Thanos will have a battle, which is inevitable. He couldn't let Thanos snap that damn finger. Moreover, the existence of Yebi is destined to be the biggest obstacle for Thanos to collect infinite gems. Just as Yebi wanted to kill Thanos, Thanos also wanted Yebi to die quickly. Now Yebi and Thanos know well that the day of the battle between the two sides will not be too far away. After talking with Hela a few more words about the current situation in the universe, Yebi took Hela back to the room. Hela knew Yebi's purpose well. Apart from glaring at this in protest, Yebi was brought into the room by Yebi. Outsiders can only see the majesty of God King Hela subduing the 9 realms. Only Yebi can appreciate the mess of her disheveled hair. Only successful sign-in, reward the key that can open all treasure chests. Listening to the reward sound from the system, Yebi sighed helplessly. He felt that he was a non-chief and was already a stone hammer. The key to the treasure chest is that he has a treasure chest. It's another fancy but useless reward. Yebi has gotten a lot of similar gadgets these days. Since the mutant apocalypse incident, Yebi took Hela steadily and lived in seclusion for a year. From the original snow-capped mountains to today's uninhabited islands. Changing the scenery is also changing the mood. As for the system check-in in the past year, Yebi didn't get any good things. It's all a mess, and there are not many things of practical use. Fortunately, Yebi now has a strong strength, and the demand for system rewards is not so great. In addition to this year's time, with Hela's company, Yebi can also be considered happy. Asgard is as stable as ever. Phrygia manages a country in an orderly manner, almost without Hela bothering about it. As for the Earth, it is still the same. The chaos is certain, but the big chaos is not. Ruthless people like Tiankai are still a minority. In the past year, it was nothing more than a small fight by some supervillains. 180 people died at a time. Everyone got used to it. At the same time, more and more superheroes are beginning to emerge. It also makes the situation of the Earth become stable day by day. Of course, many plots have occurred during this year. The little spider finally met the Green Goblin, his fateful opponent. Venom has descended on the Earth and is currently looking for its host everywhere. Doctor Doom has started his own conspiracy, and the Fantastic Four are fighting against him. In the universe, Thanos sacrificed his favorite adopted daughter, Gamora, and finally got the Soul Gem, the second infinite gem in his hand. Enduring the grief of losing his beloved daughter, Thanos returned to his fleet. Looking at the 2 infinite gems on the infinite glove and the 4 empty grooves, Thanos finally made up his mind. Go forward at full speed, the coordinates of the 9 realms, the Earth. To the 5 obsidians under his hand, Thanos resolutely said. Now he is ready for the decisive battle, and it is time to complete his great cause. Hela has 4 infinite gems in Hela's hand, and Thanos is destined to come. For all this, Yebi had long expected it, and even Hela knew it. This is why Yebi and Hela have always stayed on the Earth. Not only because Yebi doesn't like Asgard, but mainly because he wants to put the battlefield on the Earth. When Thanos quickly approached the Earth, Yebi suddenly felt something and looked up at the sky. He seemed to have a foreboding that Thanos is coming. It was not Thanos' huge fleet that kicked off this infinite war. It was the spaceship of the Guardians of the Galaxy, which crashed directly from space. After the spacecraft landed in an emergency and Lee made a deep gully that was a kilometer long, Xingzhou and others finally landed safely and climbed out of the spacecraft. Earth, I'm back again. Staring at this familiar and unfamiliar planet in front of him, Xingzhou murmured. He is a child born on the Earth and has lived on the Earth for more than 10 years. It wasn't until his mother's death that he was taken away by Yongdo in his spacecraft, and he became the Star-Lord today. Hey, is this your home star? It looks so bad. No wonder you are a bad guy. The smelly mouth is a living raccoon named Rocket. He was a mercenary with a bad temper, and he was not familiar with Xingzhou, and he was also an old man in the Guardians of the Galaxy. But Rocket's mouth is really smelly. Groat. A little tree man said irritably. He hated the free-fall landing. Will Thanos really come here? A brawny man with a red skin asked viciously. The main reason he followed Xingzhou to the Earth was to find Thanos for revenge. Since the Guardians of the Galaxy was beaten by Thanos in the universe, Gamora was also looted. In order to save his teammates and his girlfriend, the Guardians of the Galaxy finally came to Earth. They know that this is the ultimate destination of Thanos, and if they wait here, they will definitely be able to wait for Thanos. But before they went to investigate the situation on the Earth, the Guardians of the Galaxy were already surrounded. As a well-known gangster group in the universe, everyone in the Guardians of the Galaxy is not a fuel-efficient lamp. The first reaction after being surrounded was to take out the weapon. Rocket, the raccoon, is even more arrogant with 2 big guns, full of madness. However, after seeing Iron Man flying in the sky and Spider-Man coming with spider silk, he put away the gun in his hand honestly. A good guy is to be able to stretch and shrink. Anyway, I was not caught once or twice. After these people were handcuffed and escorted into the car, the US team was relieved. Director, these outsiders have been under control. They will arrive at S.H.I.E.L.D. in 20 minutes. You are ready to ask. After speaking, the US team hung up their headsets and began to return with most of them. In order to deal with these people in the Guardians of the Galaxy, the smaller half of the Avengers have come forward. Soon, everyone from the Guardians of the Galaxy was escorted to the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Then everyone was placed in a separate interrogation room, and Nick Fury interrogated the Star-Lord. Name: Starju. Age: read more at hotmailnovel.xyz. 28. Where is the home planet? Earth. Are you an Earthling? Nick Fury was a little surprised. What's so surprising about this? When I was a kid, I also collected toys from the US team. Synopsis replied somewhat irritably. I thought that after returning to the Earth, I could become the first Earthling to return from an alien and be sought after by all mankind. As a result, he was caught here before he got out of the wreckage of the spacecraft. Who are you guys? Although Nick Fury was surprised, he hid it well and continued to ask. We are the Guardians of the Galaxy, a super team fighting evil in the universe. Naturally, Xingzhou wouldn't tell the truth. He couldn't tell the black marinated eggs in front of him, but they were actually some unscrupulous gangsters for money. Well, talk about your purpose. Nick Fury then asked. This is also the most critical question. Come for Thanos. Do you know who Thanos is? Xingzhou didn't intend to conceal it, and directly and honestly explained. This time is different from before. It's not cheating. It's better to tell the truth. Crazy Titan Thanos, is he coming to Earth? Nick Fury frowned and became serious. Nick Fury has heard of Thanos' name. In the Skysword game, Nick Fury knows a lot of things in the universe, so he also knows the name of Thanos. You know him, then you should understand what Thanos will do if it comes to Earth. This time it was Xingzhou's turn to have an accident, and he didn't expect that the black marinated egg in front of him actually knew Thanos. But this is better and more conducive to Xingzhou's plan. Xingzhou came to the Earth this time, not for visiting relatives, but for revenge. But Xingzhou also understood that relying on his own power alone would not be able to avenge Thanos, and finding a helper as much as possible was the best choice. Nick Fury stared at Xingzhou's eyes tightly, trying to see something. But after Xingzhou and him had no guilty eyes at each other, Nick Fury slowly got up and left the interrogation room. Nick Fury realized that Xingzhou hadn't lied. That crazy Titan Thanos, who has a fierce reputation in the entire universe, is really coming. This is definitely not good news for the Earth. Nick Fury still knows a little bit about what Thanos does. So it is also clear that if the Earth fails to stop Thanos' attack, at least half of the lives will die. This matter is so important that Nick Fury dare not make any decisions and must report it as soon as possible. At the same time, Nick Fury also took out a communicator specially used to contact Captain Marvel and issued an emergency call for help. Nick Fury realized that a truly difficult war for mankind was about to come. The edge of the solar system. Thanos' space fleet arrived here after hundreds of space jumps. Looking at the planet slowly revolving around the sun, Thanos' eyes were full of dignity. We might die here. Thanos turned around and said to his men. The 5 Obsidian generals under him and all the vanguard troops were silent at this time. Everyone knows that what is coming is a real decisive battle. They are going to the Earth to challenge a god on Earth that is almost impossible to defeat. Yebi's previous video of destroying Chitauri's troops had been studied countless times, but everyone, including Thanos, had no bottom in their hearts. Everyone understands that Thanos is telling the truth, and everyone can be destroyed on this planet. Are you afraid? Thanos asked these people under his. Don't be afraid, we will regard death as home, even if we become dead souls, we will always follow you. In the Obsidian 5 generals, Ebony Maw stepped forward and said. His words also ushered in a strong echo. I have to say that Thanos is still very personal. These subordinates of his are almost desperate to him. Even if they knew the danger of this decisive battle, no one thought about going back. They regard the ideal of Thanos as their own. Treat Thanos' orders as his own. Then let's go. This is a war destined to be tragic, and we may fall in front of victory. But I won't regret it, even if everyone can't understand us, but I know that we have a great mission. We are the chosen one, and we are the only one. After a roar to boost morale, Thanos turned and let the pilot of the spacecraft fly towards the Earth. Director, NASA has sent a report that a huge space fleet has been detected at the edge of the solar system. At the headquarters of SHIELD, Natasha ran almost all the way to Nick Fury's door and handed in the report. It's really here. Nick Fury said solemnly. Natasha, you inform everyone that it's time for the Avengers to assemble. After telling Natasha to let her rule the members of the Avengers, Nick Fury took out his cell phone again and began to dial one by one according to the number. Fantastic Four, Dr. Banner, Tony and even Doctor Strange. Every existence with great power, no matter the relationship is good or bad, is summoned by Nick Fury at this time. This time, the opponent is not the Apocalypse Legion, nor is it an invasion by the Zetaral Legion, but a real big boss. Of course, Nick Fury also thought of Yebi. If the previous thing hadn't happened, maybe he would have to be more calm now. Unfortunately, everything is irretrievable. Nick Fury also just thought for a while, and he quickly calmed down his emotions. After finishing all this, Nick Fury took out a special mobile phone and contacted the Heavenly Sword Bureau, which had been in outer Earth orbit all the time. The tyrant is here, ready for a decisive battle. Nick Fury's words were brief, but they made everyone on the Heavenly Sword Bureau busy. The members of the Sky Sword Bureau, except for a few, are almost all Skrulls. These extraterrestrial civilizations, which are more friendly to the Earth, have to be prepared at this time to fight for the Earth and Thanos. As for those people in the Guardians of the Galaxy, they have already been released. Xingzhou, who likes to laugh on weekdays, also looks serious at this time. Even he felt the atmosphere of the decisive battle before the war. The military around the world is also ready for war at this time. Some of the experimental results that were secretly hidden by the military are also ready at this time to be played in the upcoming battle. Yebi, who was combing Hela's hair carefully, also suddenly stopped his movements, and then pulled out a disdainful smile. Thanksgiving is coming. Hela, with her back to Yebi, also turned around at this time and said to Yebi. At the same time, Hela also took out 4 of her own infinite gems. These 4 infinite gems are twinkling with light. Obviously, this is the induction between infinite gems. These 4 infinite gems sensed the other 2 infinite gems, and couldn't wait to respond. The previous accounts, now is the time to liquidate. Yebi also said lightly, although the tone was plain, but with an unquestionable murderous aura. Just as Thanos was looking forward to a decisive battle with him, he was also looking forward to a head-on encounter with Thanos. Now is the time. I have prepared Asgard, this may be a tough battle. Hela also stood up, condensed her gentle appearance in front of Yebi, and became solemn. Yebi nodded. He also knew that this time the battle would not be so simple. Thanos is not a fool. He dared to come over when he knew the strength gap between the two sides was too large, but he didn't come to die. Don't talk about Yebi, just a Hela is enough to kill the tyrant. With such a huge gap, unless Thanos wants to die, why would he come to give away his head? There is only one possibility, Thanos has his own cards. As for what the whole card is, Yebi can't guess for the time being, but it doesn't matter. No matter who is standing behind Thanos, Yebi will take him. Yebi, I'm sure to kill Thanos, OAA can't keep him and I said.